Traversing the realm of divine slayers, can mere contact with the mysterious allow one to replicate the forbidden ruins? Starting with the fusion of the formidable Nandu, serpent demon, I shall assist Li Yifei in his quest for a flourishing progeny. While the night watchman Hong Ying toils away in her training, Jiang Feng has already ascended to the pinnacle of combat prowess through infinite evolution surrender to the state. No, I aim to elevate the entire Night Watch. Chapter 1. The evolution of the divine ruins begins. In Sanan City, at number 2 high school, in the back row by the window, Jiang Feng stirred awake. The cacophony around him was filled with exclamations of 7 knights. So handsome, and his eyes are so beautiful. Wait a moment, wasn't he nestled in bed, indulging in the popular web novel Divine Slayer late into the night? How'd he end up in class? Was it the consequence of too many sleepless nights? Suddenly, his deskmate stood up and addressed a nearby classmate. 7 knights, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss. What? Jiang Feng jolted upright, his sleepiness evaporating. 7 knights, that Lin Qiye from Divine Slayer. He turned to see a remarkably handsome youth, his deep-set eyes sparkling with a celestial aura that exuded an overwhelming sanctity. What a sight! I've crossed over into the perilous world of divine slayers. Mysteries abound, with lurking otherworldly beings and indescribable horrors. Jiang Feng bumped his head against the aluminum window, feeling despondent. Outside, he could hear Li Yifei and Lin Qiye whispering. Li Yifei said, "Honestly, I wish I could join them, but they don't want me." Lin Qiye replied, "Why not? Your grades may not be stellar, but you could still get into a sports school and lead a stable life. Listen to that sweet talk." Wait, Jiang Feng suddenly recalled which part of the plot he was in. Li Yifei had just experienced the cleansing incident involving the masked demon. And as the hidden Nandu, serpent demon residing in Sanan City, he felt a strong sense of danger. Hence, he prepared to spread the serpent seed, infecting classmates to scheme his way into the Night Watch. Oh no, his desmateeth danger level just escalated. Panic-stricken, Jiang Feng called out in his mind, "Are you there, system?" "Yes, master." "Greetings." Wow. How courteous. Jiang Feng felt a surge of joy. He had meticulously read through 300 classic web novels, and a journey without a system would be a wasted one. This system is named Pengu. It grants you the immortal form of a mythical being prototype. By touching the mysterious, you can replicate its abilities and forbidden ruins, as well as its characteristics. If you choose to integrate them into yourself, you will evolve into a divine ruin. As he listened to the system's introduction, Jiang Feng's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. To touch the mysterious and replicate its abilities and forbidden ruins? Normally, encountering something like that is a rarity, and even if one does, it often leads to peril. But now isn't there one right beside him? Disguised as a human, its danger level is temporarily 0. Heaven is aiding me. Jiang Feng instantly calmed down, even chuckling aloud. Just as he sat down, Jiang Feng threw an arm around Li Yifei's shoulder, grinning. "Yifei, let me help you fulfill your wish for abundant offspring." Li Yifei? What a bold claim. But upon reflection, he had no girlfriend, unless Jiang Feng could somehow manipulate him with his hands to realize that dream. Yet as Jiang Feng drew closer, Li Yifei felt an inexplicable shiver of dread, as if a terrifying beast were pressing upon him. Nearby, Lin Qiye turned sharply, his gaze filled with curiosity, as if he sensed something amiss. Murmuring, "This world is indeed extraordinary," Jiang Feng chuckled. Disregarding Li Yifei, locking eyes with Lin Qiye, their gazes laden with meaning. Extraordinary creation is not the traditional notion of gestation, but rather the power of the divine ruins, utilizing spiritual energy to create potent divine life. This means that regardless of gender, as long as it is alive, it can be created, a powerful identification technique. This ability is magnificent. I adore it. Jiang Feng's mind raced, wondering if he should take advantage of this moment when Lin Qiye appeared so vulnerable and helpless. After all, he is the embodiment of the 5th cosmic will, with an incomprehensibly vast background. Any offspring would undoubtedly possess limitless potential. The daily spiritual energy feedback he could receive was unfathomable. Lin Qiye shivered, a glint of gold flickering in his eyes. Something was off. This individual was profoundly unsettling. That damned fiery gaze, what wicked thoughts could he be harboring? The ringing of the school bell shattered the tense atmosphere among the 3. Jiang Feng grinned, leaving behind a cryptic remark. "Soon, you shall experience the essence of love, the meaning of filial piety, and the greatness of life." With that, he dashed out of the classroom through the back door. Li Fei. Lin Qiye. Jiang Feng, where are you going? It's class time. The teacher looked perplexedly at his retreating figure. Class. I'm off to save the world. What do I care for lessons? Jiang Feng ignored the call, vaulting over the wall and sprinting in a specific direction. He intended to offer himself to the Night Watch. With such a potent divine ruin, surely the Night Watch would assist him in its development, nurturing even more divine beings? Hong Ying, Xiaonan, I'm on my way. Due to unavoidable circumstances, the divine ruin, extraordinary reproduction, has been renamed extraordinary creation, with no change in ability. Chapter 2. Sister Hong Ying, I shall take responsibility. At the Peace Affairs office, Hong Ying picked up the receiver, and after listening to the caller, she exclaimed in astonishment, What? A young man has awakened superpowers and wishes to offer himself to the state? A middle-aged man loitering at the entrance, smoking, suddenly perked up, exclaiming, Could it be that lad has finally come to his senses? Hurry, get him sent over. Hong Ying paused, quickly realizing, Old Zhao, are you referring to the representative of the Seraphim? With a scruffy beard and a hint of despondence, Zhao Kongsheng nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Hong Ying excitedly spoke into the receiver. Bring him over, we shall handle it. Shortly after, a boy clad in a school uniform arrived at the office's entrance, accompanied by police officers. To the left was a wedding planning office, and to the right, a funeral service. Jiang Feng's lips twitched slightly. What a peculiar location. Although he could have found his way here himself, he chose to take a detour to avoid suspicion. First, he showcased his newly awakened powers at the police station, after which he was smoothly escorted here. This was due to the extraordinary incidents in Tsangnan City being managed by the Night Watchers. Hidden within this peace office was the base of the Tsangnan City Night Watcher team. Oh, little brother, what brings you here? Zhao Kongcheng sat on the threshold, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, as the game sound effect of unbelievable rang from his phone. His brows furrowed. Wasn't that Lin Qiye? Jiang Feng grinned. I've awakened superpowers and am here to offer myself to the nation. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she eagerly took Jiang Feng's hand. Let's discuss this inside, old Zhao. Don't block the way. She kicked Zhao Kongcheng off the threshold and pulled Jiang Feng into the office. Zhao Kongcheng closed the door with a melancholic gaze, feeling forgotten with the arrival of a newcomer. What's your name, little brother? Jiang Feng. Hello, Jiang Feng, I am Hong Ying. I heard you awakened superpowers. Can you demonstrate? Is that all right? Is it dangerous? Not particularly dangerous, but it is full of vitality. Then there's no problem, unleash it. I'm quite formidable, you know. Hong Ying led Jiang Feng to a spacious training ground, distancing herself before beckoning him, eager to engage. As a master of the pool realm, she could sense the spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Feng, indicating he had just awakened and was still struggling for control. Moreover, judging by old Zhao's demeanor, Jiang Feng was not a representative of the Seraph. A newly awakened novice, he posed no threat to her. You said if anything goes awry, don't blame me. Jiang Feng smirked, his heart brimming with joy. On the way here, he had pondered how to convince Hong Ying and the others to let him test his abilities. He hadn't expected such fortune to arrive so abruptly. I've seen all sorts of storms. I can handle whatever consequences arise. Don't dawdle, come on. Hong Ying shot Jiang Feng an encouraging glance. Zhao Kongcheng, arms crossed, leaned against the wall, intrigued by this peculiar lad eager to contribute to the nation. If only he possessed a forbidden domain, he would surely compete with Hong Ying for the chance to impress the newcomer. As long as Jiang Feng's forbidden domain wasn't too distant, their team 136 would welcome a new member. Alas, Lin Qiye was unwilling to join. Hong Ying, incoming, just bear with me. Jiang Feng cautioned, afraid she might retract her invitation, then snapped his fingers in the air. Snap! A dark golden light flickered from the depths of Jiang Feng's eyes, and an ancient aura began to permeate the training room, as if a primordial beast was slowly awakening. Whoa, it's getting a bit chilly. Zhao Kongcheng hastily crossed his arms, feeling suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere. This is the forbidden domain. Hong Ying exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock, as she keenly sensed the fleeting divine presence. A blaze of magenta flames erupted around her, enveloping her tall figure with a sense of power. This was Hong Ying's forbidden domain, rose flame feather garment, capable of unleashing intensely high temperatures with devastating force. Yet, at this moment, it clung closely to her, strenuously resisting the vast divine presence. What? Another divine agent? Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened, his cigarette falling unnoticed from his lips. The tense atmosphere cast a brief silence over the training room as the two remained locked in a standoff. 1 minute later, Zhao Kongcheng could no longer contain himself. "Hey, you two, do something. Are we playing statues here?" Hong Ying bit her lip, her confidence waning, and spoke. "Jiang Feng, make your move. It'll help you test the capabilities of your forbidden domain." "Ah, I'm already done." Jiang Feng raised his hands, excitedly gazing at Hong Ying. At her abdomen. "Done. Why don't I feel anything?" Hong Ying scratched her head in disbelief. Had she successfully blocked the attack of the forbidden domain? When did that happen? That shouldn't be. Even the weakest forbidden domain ranks among the top 30. How could it be effortlessly nullified? Zhao Kongcheng, perplexed, pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as he asked, "By the way, what is the name of your forbidden domain?" A shock, mingled with panic, fell upon Jiang Feng's face as he was intensely scrutinized. Zhao Kongcheng trembled, placing the cigarette in his mouth, only to suddenly yelp in surprise. He had held it incorrectly and quickly spat it out. Yet, the burn on his lips did little to alleviate his astonishment and curiosity. "What the hell? Are you telling me, Yingzi, that you're about to become a mother?" "Shut up." Hong Ying glared fiercely at Zhao Kongcheng, visibly flustered as she stepped toward Jiang Feng, grasping his collar, her teeth clenched. "So what have you done to me?" "I've given you a child." Jiang Feng replied innocently. "You were the one who told me to act, saying you could handle any consequences. You." Hong Ying's expression fell, momentarily a loss for how to retort. For indeed, those words had come from her own lips. Weakly releasing Jiang Feng, she touched her flat abdomen, feeling a warm sensation within, as if a life truly was being nurtured inside her. "Since it's the ability of your forbidden domain, it should be able to be cancelled, right?" Hong Ying looked at Jiang Feng with pleading eyes. "Not possible. Out of respect for you as my opponent, I concentrated all my efforts into forming this seed of life, and having absorbed your spiritual energy for so long, it has already taken shape." Jiang Feng stated earnestly. "Respect? What nonsense!" For the first time, Hong Ying felt utterly helpless, squatting on the ground, hugging her knees as if the apocalypse had descended upon her. Jiang Yi squatted beside her, earnestly assuring, "Hong Ying, don't worry, I will take responsibility." "Responsibility? You and your nonsense." Chapter 3. The offspring of Hong Ying. There was a heavy silence on the other end of the phone for 10 seconds, although it was merely a straightforward 5-word phrase. When combined, it felt as perplexing as a complex calculus problem. "Old Zhao, what on earth are you talking about?" Zhao Kongcheng raised his head in confusion, gazing at Hong Ying, who lay on the sofa. After rigorous daily training, her abdomen, devoid of any excess fat, was now noticeably swollen. The vigorous aura of life was palpable even to him. Damn it, Jiang Feng was indeed not lying. His forbidden land was brimming with vitality, directly creating a new life. What kind of malevolent deity would bestow such a miraculous domain? Zhao Kongcheng felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, his gaze towards Jiang Feng laced with profound apprehension. He had just learned that anyone caught in Jiang Feng's gaze would be affected, even men. Good heavens! Who wouldn't be terrified, trembling in fear? "How's Hong Ying doing?" "Brother Feng?" Zhao Kongcheng asked timidly, resembling a beleaguered spouse rather than a stalwart night watchman towering at 6 feet tall. This clearly illustrated the psychological shadow Jiang Feng had cast over him. "Rest assured, both mother and child are safe. She merely exhausted her mental energy and has fallen asleep," Jiang Feng said, sitting beside Hong Ying, exuding the demeanor of a husband guarding his pregnant wife. "Old Zhao, as an elder. It's inappropriate for you to refer to me as brother." "No worries, Brother Feng. Let's keep our addresses separate." Zhao Kongcheng hastily waved his hand. At that moment, the office door swung open, and several figures carrying black boxes rushed in. Captain Chunmai, the leader of the night watchmen, spoke urgently. Clad in black, he resembled a specter traversing the night, radiating an icy aura. Zhao Kongcheng grimaced and recounted the earlier events. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng rose, extending his hand warmly towards the newcomers. "Greetings, everyone. I am Jiang Feng, a newly awakened individual. I appreciate your guidance." The others instinctively took a step back, wary of getting too close. The prowess of the strong was indeed formidable. "She is so conflicted. Is it too late to retreat now?" Jiang Feng felt deeply moved, recognizing that Sister Xiaonan was the most gentle and considerate, not isolating him like old Zhao and the others. He stepped forward, gently grasping the delicate, fragile hand of Si Xiaonan, and softly inquired, "Dear sister, would you care to join me in creating a new life?" Silence. Zhao Kongcheng, Chen Mai, and the others wore grim expressions, their faces darkened as if smeared with soot. Particularly, the stern-faced Lin Qiye, armed with a sniper rifle, immediately drew 2 submachine guns. Veins bulging on the back of his hands, struggling to contain his fury. Jiang Feng. A sudden, thunderous voice echoed from behind. Hong Ying delivered a punch to Jiang Feng's side, coldly remarking, "Weren't you supposed to be responsible for me? Now you're turning to flirt with Xiaonan?" Jiang Feng, unperturbed, instantly released Xiaonan's hand and squatted beside Hong Ying. "Hey, that was merely a greeting. Is this how you greet someone?" Hong Ying gritted her teeth, caressing her swollen belly. Her ire boiling over. It was truly a misfortune. She had yet to experience a sweet romance and was inexplicably thrust into motherhood. The child represents the hope for the future. I merely wish to ignite a few more flames for the future of Daxia. Jiang Feng declared solemnly, with righteous fervor. Shenmai pressed his temples, feeling as if his head would explode. He weakly tapped the table and said, "Jiang Feng, I have heard that your awakening pertains to a divine domain. May I inquire which deity you serve?" "I do not know." Jiang Feng shook his head. "Earlier, while studying diligently in class, I suddenly felt an influx of power coursing through me, and I realized I had awakened supernatural abilities. I promptly reported it to the authorities, intending to submit myself to the state." Listening to his account, Shenmai's headache intensified. Dealing with the ghost-faced king was less arduous. "Please provide a complete description of your divine domain and its functions." A man clad in a trench coat approached, holding a pen and paper, ready to document. His name was Wu Xiangnan, the deputy captain of Team 136. Jiang Feng did not withhold any details. "My divine domain is called Extraordinary Creation. It allows me to condense a seed of life using mental energy and scatter it within a 10-meter radius, absorbing the target's mental energy for rapid growth." Wu Xiangnan's pen flew across the paper, capturing every detail. The 10-meter range was likely related to the strength of mental energy. And the overall evaluation was, the ability is bizarre but poses minimal harm. After recording this, he instructed, "Xiaonan, please carefully examine Hong Ying's physical condition. Leave it to me." Si Xiaonan approached Hong Ying, meticulously checking her pulse. Indeed, she had overexerted her mental energy, but her body exhibited no other abnormalities. Suddenly, Si Xiaonan's expression changed, revealing an incredulous look. "What is it, Xiaonan?" Shenmai and the others expressed concern. Si Xiaonan's face grew serious. "Actually, the being in Hong Ying's womb is not a child in the traditional sense, but rather an entity of energy." Before anyone could comprehend the implications of this revelation, she delivered an even more staggering announcement. "This living energy entity contains a trace of divinity." "What?" Wu Xiangnan gasped in shock, glancing down at the scar in the shape of a cross on his palm. He was the only one among them who had faced a deity directly, fully aware of their terrifying nature. Now, to be told that the life growing within Hong Ying bore divine characteristics. Did this not imply that, if allowed to grow, it could one day become a deity? Previously, Wu Xiangnan had considered this divine domain to be a mere fade, inferior even to ultra-high-risk forbidden domains. Yet now, it appeared to possess immense potential. By the way, this entity is developing at an alarming rate. It has already begun kicking my belly after just a few minutes. It won't be long before it arrives. Hong Ying's face turned anxious. She was not prepared for motherhood. Si Xiaonan lifted her gaze. "Hong Ying, you are indeed about to give birth." Everyone stood frozen, like statues, dumbfounded, and at a loss for what to do. The once invincible Team 136, who could eliminate mysteries as easily as slicing through butter, was now in utter disarray, thrown into a state of panic. They faced an unprecedented and monumental challenge. Assist in the delivery. Chapter 4, The Reproduction of the Fiery Feather Attire. What should we do? What should we do? Should we take Hong Ying to the hospital? No. Xiaonan has already stated that it is not a real child, but a living energy entity, and no doctor possesses such experience in childbirth. Indeed, moreover, it possesses divine characteristics, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Chenmai and the others anxiously paced around, desperate to help, yet feeling utterly powerless. "Ahem, everyone, calm down. Let me handle this," Jiang Feng said, clearing his throat and standing up. "You can deliver a baby?" Long Xian raised an eyebrow, coldly questioning, though he appeared stern. He cared deeply for each team member and was unwilling to see Hong Ying suffer further harm. Chunmai tugged at Long Xian, suggesting, "Since this life is a creation of Jiang Feng's divine domain, there may be a way. Let him give it a try." Only then did Long Xian step aside. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled. What a touching camaraderie. If only they could forge a deeper bond, each cradling a child, how much warmer it would be. There will be opportunities in the future. Jiang Feng approached Hong Ying, extending his slender fingers and gently placing them on her slightly protruding belly. The touch was soft and elastic, radiating warmth akin to a hidden furnace beneath. "Come out, dear child," Jiang Feng spoke softly. His words seemed to possess enchantment. As Hong Ying's abdomen emanated a rosy glow, suddenly igniting into flames. A splendid flame floated between Jiang Feng's fingers, revealing two dark eyes, reminiscent of a cartoon elemental sprite. It affectionately rubbed against Jiang Feng's fingertips, emitting a delightful cooing sound. Wow, how adorable! Xiao Nan's eyes instantly narrowed into heart shapes as she gazed at the adorable little fireball, feeling as though her heart might melt. She longed to snatch it up and embrace it. However, Hong Ying swatted Jiang Feng's hand aside, gently cradling the little fireball and rubbing it against her cheek. It was smooth and warm to the touch, exuding an inviting familiarity. Is this truly my little one? Upon witnessing such a charming little creature, she immediately forgot her intention to confront Jiang Feng. The little one has just been born. You have the opportunity to shape her, Jiang Feng reminded. Divine beings possess remarkable malleability, and after their birth, they can be molded once. It can be done this way. Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she pondered over the little fireball in her hands. Sister Hong Ying, let's turn her into a little bunny. Fluffy ones are the prettiest, suggested Xiao Nan. Zhao Kongqing shook his head. No, let us mold her into a chubby baby like me. Qinmai and Wu Xiangnan raised their hands in agreement. And let's dress her in a red belly band and give her 2 little braids. Cold Xian, I think a little kitten would be cuter. You seem off. Everyone turned to him in unison, surprised that Cold Xian, who usually appeared aloof and stern, had a penchant for kittens. Cold Xian lowered his head, feeling embarrassed. His image was at risk of crumbling. You all have no taste. Hong Ying shot them a disdainful glance. I want something majestic. With that, she focused her thoughts. And the little fireball suddenly transformed into a tiny fire dragon. It sported delicate horns atop its head, golden eyes, and a slender body measuring 20 centimeters. Covered in rose-red scales, with 4 tiny claws dancing upon flames. It resembled an exquisite piece of glass art. Yay! The little fire dragon joyfully floated in the air, circling around Hong Ying, akin to a child playfully seeking affection from its mother. Since you like to make those delightful sounds, shall we call you Yibao? Hong Ying gently stroked the little dragon's body, bathed in warm yellow light, radiating maternal warmth. The little fire dragon joyfully nodded, becoming even more spirited in its calls. Sister Hong Ying, let me hold her. Xiaonan looked at Yibao with longing. Zhao Kongqing squeezed in. Let me, I have experience with little ones. Cold Shin scratched his head. I can entertain cats. Qinmai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, astonished. To be born into the pool realm at such a young age. Moreover, blessed with Hong Ying's rose fire feather garb, its flames had become even more intense due to the elevation of divinity, capable of inflicting harm in the river realm. The two turned to Jiang Feng, exclaiming in unison, what a marvel! If many divine beings could be birthed, the pressure on the Night Watchers would undoubtedly be greatly alleviated. A thrill ignited within them. Perhaps it wasn't so hard to accept after all? Jiang Feng observed the warm scene before him, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. The possibilities seemed endless. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before each of them would have a little one of their own. Gain 10 points of mental energy feedback. Jiang Feng's eyes brightened. Delight blooming within him. The moment of harvest had arrived. A flicker of rose-red flames ignited in the palm of his hand, emitting a terrifying heat that distorted the surrounding air. Rose fire feather garb. Jiang Feng formed a mental connection with the little fire dragon Yibao, allowing him to directly harness its abilities. He opened the system's data panel. Host, Jiang Feng, Realm, Lantern Realm, 15100, Divine Abyss, Extraordinary Creation, Offspring Divine Abyss, Rose Fire Feather Garb, Mythical Form, Serpent Tail. Yibao could provide 10 points of mental energy daily. Even if Jiang Feng refrained from training, he would break into the pool realm in just 9 days. This speed, within the ranks of the Night Watchers, was nothing short of terrifying. Yet, this was merely the starting point for Jiang Feng. Once he nurtured more mythical beings, the pace of his breakthroughs would be unimaginable. Yibao, birthed by Hong Ying, was exceptional. What might be in store if it were Lin Qiye? Jiang Feng felt an itch of anticipation, murmuring, I can't wait. Just as everyone basked in joyful camaraderie, momentarily forgetting the fatigue brought by recent mysterious events, the door swung open once more. A young man carrying a black box strode in, exclaiming, Captain, I have discovered the whereabouts of the phantom-faced king. The group was taken aback, awkwardly turning around. Qinmai withdrew his hand from Yibao, standing straight. It's Qimo. Thank you for your hard work. When Qimo looked at the clustered group with confusion, finally landing his gaze on the adorable little fire dragon, exclaiming in astonishment, What is that? Her name is Yibao. She is Hong Ying's daughter. Isn't she adorable? Zhao Kongqing bragged, finally managing to hold her aloft, eliciting gleeful squeals from Yibao. Hong Ying's daughter. When Qimo froze in shock, a sound akin to a heart-shattering reverberating through the air. He had stepped out for just a moment, and now Hong Ying had a daughter? And it was a dragon? Who was her father? When Qimo gritted his teeth, the group instinctively turned to Jiang Feng. When Qimo's pupils constricted. What a striking young man. Just a shade less handsome than the esteemed readers. yet a formidable rival. Jiang Feng smiled shyly, stepping forward and extending his hand. Hello. Mo. My relationship with Sister Hongying is purely platonic. We merely had a child together. Hongying glared at him, her frustration boiling over. Purely platonic. My foot. When Qi Ma's outstretched hand froze before stiffening in response. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with cleverness. If you mind, how about we have one too? That would balance things out. Chapter 5. Hongying's Wall Slam and Princess Carry Captain. May I strike him? When Qi Ma, who prided himself on his good temperament, found it impossible to restrain himself in the face of Jiang Feng's audacity. What kind of nonsense is that? What do you mean if you mind? We can have one too? Is that even a matter that can be balanced? Wait. When Qi Ma suddenly froze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he realized the implication. Two grown men. Today's conversation seems a bit convoluted. When Qi Ma sighed, deciding to let it slide as they were all on the same side. Zhao Kongqing hurriedly stepped in to restrain him, fearing a reckless outburst would cause chaos. So does this count as happy fatherhood, or what? Chen Mai cleared his throat. Allow me to introduce this individual. His name is Jiang Feng, the owner of the Divine Abyss, Extraordinary Creation, currently our temporary member. He emphasized extraordinary creation, causing Wen Qi Ma's pupils to constrict. What a sinister Divine Abyss! In the next moment, when Qi Ma began to piece together the circumstances, giving a dry laugh. Oh, it's Brother Feng. Nice to meet you. He extended his hand to Jiang Feng, appearing deflated. Wait, we haven't even verified his identity or conducted an interview. You're deciding to recruit him this quickly? Xiaonan exchanged puzzled glances with Wu Xiangnan. Wu Xiangnan turned away, pretending not to see. He had conferred with Chen Mai, and they both discerned that Jiang Feng's extraordinary abilities were far too valuable for any faction to squander on espionage. The ability to create divine beings was no trifling matter. With proper nurturing, he could yield a plethora of elite warriors, even if he could not become a true deity. Producing dozens of Klein-level monsters would be sufficient to devastate the entire Great Xia. In essence, Jiang Feng's Divine Abyss held strategic significance. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan, with their sharp insights, contemplated the long-term implications and promptly resolved to accept Jiang Feng, ensuring his protection. If the ancient god church discovered him and took him away, it would spell disaster. All right, let's focus on the matter at hand. Mo, please share the intelligence you've gathered. Chen Mai clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention. The group swiftly sobered, their expressions turning grave. Hongying had exhausted her mental energy, so Jiang Feng remained behind to care for her. A glint of cold light flickered in Chen Mai's eyes as he commanded the others, commence the purge against the phantom-faced king. Understood. Amidst the fervor of the crowd, the black box was swiftly seized. Even the seemingly delicate Xi shone and displayed unwavering determination, a palpable aura of grim resolve enveloping her. Jiang Feng immediately raised his hand and called out, I possess considerable strength. Allow me to join you. He recalled that today marked the execution of the masked king and, simultaneously, the day of Zhao Kongqing's sacrifice. No, the masked king is an enigma of the Chuan realm. You have undergone no training, and encountering him would lead only to death. Chen Mai resolutely refused, swinging open the door of the office. Outside, the sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, casting a pall over what should have been midday brightness, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Occasional flashes of lightning pierced through the heavy clouds, darkening the horizon, heralding an imminent downpour. Clad in dark red cloaks, they resembled ethereal spirits within the night, charging fearlessly into the darkness to protect the vibrant neon lights of the city. At the entrance, Jiang Feng shouted, Old Zhao. Zhao Kongqing paused in his tracks. Shall we not create one first before departing? At the doorway, Hongying glared at their retreating figures, frustration evident as she reproached. It's all your fault. You've hindered my mission. Jiang Feng, realizing the gravity of the situation, retorted, Are you seeking my demise? I've yet to settle the score with you, and you dare bring this up. Hongying, her face flushed with indignation, seized Jiang Feng by the ear and insisted. Come with me inside. I'll ensure you receive your due. Yibao, the little fire dragon, playfully scurried across their shoulders, reminiscent of a mischievous child frolicking around its parents. The little one is watching, Hongying. This is inappropriate. At the very least, you should lull Yibao to sleep first. Humph, do not think I am unaware. You wish to sneak away. With me around, that is utterly impossible. Hongying scoffed, her seemingly slender arms surprisingly strong as she dragged Jiang Feng into the basement. Yibao perched atop Jiang Feng's head, gleefully enjoying the ride, eyes squinting in delight. Hongying understood the implications of Jiang Feng's presence. It was a protective measure. If she could not join the battlefield, she must ensure stability in their rear guard and keep an eye on him. Though the sudden emergence of Yibao filled her with confusion and embarrassment, she could feel its formidable power, inheriting her forbidden ruins and possessing a trace of divinity. Its strength was not to be underestimated. It was worth noting that in their team of 136, only the captain and vice-captain hailed from the Chuan realm. Yibao surpassed most team members. Jiangfeng's divine ruins served as a forge for the strong, possessing the ability to transform decay into wonder. This process, however, was somewhat trying. Alas, Hongying, I must confess, I have some knowledge of physiognomy. Old Zhao's countenance appears dark today, foreboding a disaster. Jiang Feng sighed in resignation, his words flowing like water as Hongying remained unyielding, unwilling to let him depart. Taken aback, Hongying released him, her expression grave. Is that true? Each team member was not merely a companion but a cherished friend, akin to family. Perhaps Jiang Feng was fabricating tales, but even a sliver of possibility was too great a risk for her to ignore. I would never deceive you. Jiang Feng raised 3 fingers to the heavens, swearing an oath. Hongying pressed him against the wall, adopting a bold stance, exuding confidence. Yet, Jiang Feng's height necessitated that she look up to him. As he observed the tremor of her eyelashes, the sweet fragrance of her hair wafted toward him, and a smile graced his lips. What a kind-hearted girl she was. With a swift motion, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Hongying's cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled to break free. Yet Jiang Feng's embrace was as solid as a mountain. What are you doing? Release me at once. Amidst her anger, Hongying was astonished to discover Jiang Feng's extraordinary strength, akin to that of a ferocious beast. Ignoring her protests, he carried her to the lounge, gently placing her upon the bed and tucking her in. Rest well, I promise to take responsibility. With a flick of his hand, Yibao soared to his arm. Perhaps sensing a paternal instinct, a blaze of crimson flames enveloped Jiang Feng, adorning him with a fiery armor, emblazoned with the majestic image of a dragon across his chest. Do not forget, I am a divine agent. Turning to depart, the brilliant flames danced around him, resembling a fiery war deity. Hongying gazed in awe, momentarily entranced. Was this truly the Jiang Feng who only moments ago had been so whimsical, demanding others bear his offspring? Just as Jiang Feng reached the doorway, Hongying suddenly called out, "Wait!" He halted in his tracks. Chapter 6. The dashing Zhao conching the heavy clouds loomed ominously, as if suspended above the people, swallowing the last rays of light from the horizon. Rain fell in a swirling dance. In the distance, the city glimmered with vibrant lights. Within the dilapidated old residential area, a man draped in a dark red cloak sprinted through the rain. Not far behind him, a warm orange glow illuminated a building. It was Lin Qiye's home. Though it housed only 3 people and a dog, it was filled with warmth and joy, embodying the entirety of the youth's world. Raindrops coursed down Zhao Kongqing's face, chilling him, yet a smile persisted upon his lips. He had just departed that warm haven, regretting his inability to persuade Lin Qiye to join the Night Watchers. However, ensuring a family remained intact was also a commendable choice. Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing came to an abrupt halt, for beneath the eaves in the rain, a cloaked youth was smiling back at him. Jiang Feng, Zhao Kongqing called out urgently. The team, stationed in the bustling city center, had yet to receive any news of the masked king's appearance, igniting an ominous premonition within him. With countless warm homes behind him, the pressure mounted. Adding Jiang Feng to the mix threatened to drive him mad. Old good guy, Jiang Feng chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at a nearby manhole cover while mentally counting down. 3, 2, 1. Zhao Kongqing splashed through the rain, anxiety evident on his face. This was exceedingly worrisome. Just then, his pupils dilated, and he halted in shock. A putrid stench suddenly assaulted his nostrils, inciting an urge to retch, as if his bile would rise. This is bad. Just as I feared, the masked king is indeed here. Zhao Kongqing darted forward, grasping Jiang Feng to flee. But his gaze fell upon the warm lights behind them, momentarily halting him. Taking a deep breath, the icy raindrops mingled with the air, filling his lungs with an unprecedented clarity. He shoved Jiang Feng forcefully, bellowing, "Hurry!" His eyes fixed on the manhole cover, he set down the box he had been carrying, activating his earpiece as he reported, "This is Watchman Zhao Kongqing. I have spotted the masked king in the old residential area." With a snap, the briefcase sprang open, revealing 3 placards. Zhao Kongqing placed one down and hoisted the other 2. Over the earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's urgent voice urged him to retreat. But the relentless sound of the rain drowned out all else. Zhao Kongqing paid no heed, sprinting away. Suddenly, he felt a lightness upon his shoulder. One of the placards had vanished. Jiang Feng had swiftly darted to the opposite side of the street, positioning the placard with remarkable speed. Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened in disbelief at this extraordinary swiftness. "Old Zhao, daydreaming on the job? I'll report you to the captain and dock your pay, you little rascal." Zhao Kongqing chuckled resignedly, warmth blooming in his heart, though he was unsure why Jiang Feng was here. His willingness to fight side by side cemented Zhao Kongqing's trust in him. After placing the last placard, he bit his fingertip, tracing a line of blood across it. An invisible barrier interconnected the triangles, forming a curtain that veiled the area. Forbidden ruins, no. The manhole cover trembled, and the rainwater flowed beneath. Bubbling as it surged forth, the foul stench growing increasingly pronounced. Are you afraid, young one? Zhao Kongqing approached Jiang Feng, his earlier playful demeanor replaced by a calm resolve. He retrieved a cigarette, only to find it drenched by the rain. Not afraid. Jiang Feng extended his hand, and Yibao crawled out from his sleeve, opening its mouth wide and letting out a high-pitched cry. Ow! A brilliant flame erupted, evaporating the surrounding rainwater. Zhao Kongqing's eyes lit up in delight. What a good little one. He quickly brought his mouth close, igniting the drenched cigarette in an instant, which then burned away completely. Cough, cough. Zhao Kongqing was forced to inhale deeply, even singeing the stubble on his face. Impudent child, Jiang Feng exclaimed. Yibao proudly lifted its head, basking in the praise from its father. You wouldn't understand, for you have yet to bear such responsibility. Zhao Kongqing stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Jiang Feng, revealing a straight blade beneath his cloak, which he slowly unsheathed. Once you find that which you wish to protect, you will comprehend how truly noble this is. The figure of this ordinary man suddenly appeared larger than life. He began to jog forward, then sprint, his dark red cloak flapping in the downpour. Ahead lay the fearsome realm of the river region, the ghost-faced king. Yet he charged forward without hesitation. Am I not one of those you seek to protect? Jiang Feng gazed at his resolute back, a sense of respect swelling within him. To dare wield a blade against the strong, he was a true warrior. With a thunderous crash, the manhole cover was hurled skyward like a cannonball, and a grotesque arm emerged, its sharp claws effortlessly tearing through the concrete. A colossal monster leaped forth, resembling a small mountain from a distance. It bore a human shape, with elongated limbs and a pale, ghastly visage, a crimson tongue dangled. Nearly half a meter long, dripping with putrid saliva. The ghost-faced king, roaring with excitement. The ghost-faced king sensed no trace of that detestable human nearby and relished the prospect of hunting freely. You filthy creature. A dazzling arc of blade light sliced through the falling raindrops, carrying with it an immense force, striking the chest of the ghost-faced king. The sound of steel clashing rang out, but the blade only left shallow marks on its skin. Infuriated by the sudden attack, the ghost-faced king swiped at Zhao Kongqing with its claws. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Kongqing's swordsmanship was exquisite, almost ethereal, like a butterfly dancing upon the blade's edge, adeptly evading the lethal claws while leaving behind shallow cuts on the ghost-faced king. Yet, the disparity in raw power was insurmountable. Zhao Kongqing was merely an ordinary man without the blessing of the Forbidden Ruins. The scars he inflicted were akin to mere scratches, incapable of delivering a fatal blow unless he struck dozens of times. However, one misstep was all it would take for the ghost-faced king to shred him to pieces. Such bravado. Do you think you are impressive? Jiang Feng had to concede. A man fighting desperately for his beliefs was indeed admirable. He snapped his fingers. Dark golden power surging in his eyes, an ancient and heavy aura suddenly descending upon them. Within it lay a surge of vibrant life force. With a crack, the ghost-faced king's movements faltered, shocked to find its strength rapidly depleting. Chapter 7. The Faith of the Night Watchman. Cold rain fell, a violent aura sweeping across the boundless void. The ghost-faced king was engulfed in dark radiance, akin to burning black flames, desperately suppressing that presence, its grotesque features twisting further. However, inevitably, its mental energy continued to drain, and its fierce demeanor visibly weakened. This is quite manageable. Zhao Kongqing's eyes nearly bulged. Young one, I can understand having peculiar interests, but life is not without consequences. No, no, no. You fail to grasp the essence of life. Jiang Feng replied earnestly, a hint of fervor in his gaze. Every being before me bears the weight of great responsibility and duty. You are bold. Zhao Kongqing recoiled slightly, sensing a chill in his abdomen. He dared not speak further, fearing he might unwittingly shoulder some inexplicable obligation. The straight blade pierced the darkness, striking the weakened ghost-faced king once more, leaving behind a series of shallow wounds. Zhao Kongqing's expression darkened. His hand was now numb from the impact. Yet the damage inflicted upon the ghost-faced king remained minimal. With a furious roar, the ghost-faced king tilted back, howling as a grotesque face emerged from the ground. Do not let your anger consume you. Your discomfort is irrelevant. Consider others for a moment. Jiang Feng quickly cautioned. Cough, cough, cough. The ghost-faced king nearly choked on its own rage, nearly losing its breath. Die. All of you must perish. The face on the ground expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire street, distorting the very scene before them. This is bad. It's the Forbidden Ruins, sequence 176, ghost-faced ground. Zhao Kongqing's face paled, quickly warning Jiang Feng. This forbidden ruin can deceive the perceptions of all beings with a realm equal to or lesser than its own, distorting spatial concepts. Before them, the scenery began to twist. Jiang Feng realized that his surroundings transformed into a chaotic cube, disorienting and weightless sensations flooding his mind. Yibao, perched upon Jiang Feng's shoulder, rolled its eyes in confusion. Equally affected, shaking its dizzy little head. The torrential rain poured down, yet this realm felt utterly foreign. The ghost-faced king's roars echoed from all directions. The ground trembled slightly. He sensed the ghost-faced king closing in swiftly. From behind, a colossal shadow loomed, extending its claws toward his throat. A mere scratch would unleash torrents of warm blood, nourishing the ghost-faced king. Suppressing the presence had drained the ghost-faced king of too much energy, igniting its desperate hunger. Raindrops pounded against the blade. In Zhao Conqing's hand trembled slightly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Tilting his head, he miraculously evaded the ghost-faced king's claws. Zhao Conqing's wrist twisted, the blade carving a graceful arc, striking the ghost-faced king. The ghost-faced king let out a disbelieving growl. This feeble human seemed to have pierced its forbidden ruin. How is this possible? Your forbidden ruin is indeed troublesome, but alas, it is raining. Zhao Conqing sneered, swinging his blade. You can distort my perception, but the direction of falling raindrops is constant. As long as I use it as a reference, everything is traceable. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of strikes landed on the ghost-faced king's body, perhaps not inflicting significant damage, but the insult was profound. The ghost-faced king felt as though it had been affronted by ants. Fury ignited within. With a mighty sweep of its robust arm, it swatted Zhao Conqing aside, sending him flying. In the face of absolute power, all technique and wisdom appeared utterly futile. Zhao Conqing crashed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A bitter expression in his eyes. Is this still not enough? Without the forbidden ruins, even the most refined swordplay is in vain. It appears there is only one path left. A substance known as Demon's Call has been applied, capable of fully unleashing human potential, temporarily elevating one's realm, and even awakening the dormant forbidden ruins. Yet, the cost is death. This is the final dignity and belief of the Night Watchers in their dire straits. Suddenly, a figure materializes before Zhao Conqing, clad in a blazing crimson armor. Before the curtain of rain has even descended, it rises into a swirling white mist. Jiang Feng bends to retrieve his straight sword, reminding him, Old Zhao, do not forget that you have teammates. Zhao Conqing gasps in astonishment. Is this the power of Yibao? This is outrageous. It's so fierce even before weaning. Flames dance along the blade, igniting the sword. Jiang Feng grips the hilt tightly, his dark golden eyes fixed on the distant figure of the ghost-faced king. Old Zhao. Watch closely, for this strike will be magnificent. Zhao Conqing stands frozen, inexplicably feeling that this phrase is eerily familiar, as if it should have originated from him. Oh no, I am living in Jiang Feng's shadow. Zhao Conqing dazedly lifts his head, witnessing the fiery figure transform into a blurred silhouette, piercing through the heavy rain, leaving behind a steam trail of distorted heat. Whoosh! The blade, enveloped in crimson flames, slashes downward with unparalleled speed, devoid of any flashy technique. A fierce roar echoes through the rain. The baby dragon roars. The ghost-faced king sneers wickedly, poised to lunge forward, but suddenly finds itself paralyzed. Its heart races, chest heaving, as a terrifying aura emanates from the front, sending shivers down its very soul. Its scarlet pupils whirl frantically, finally locking onto the dragon pattern emblazoned on Jiang Feng's chest. Divine pressure, though still faint. Even the smallest lion's roar can instill fear in wolves. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Jiang Feng's blade is already at hand, and the ghost-faced king cannot dodge. Helplessly watching as the blade descends, its monstrous head is tossed high, landing in the murky water, only to be consumed by flames. Boom! The ghost-faced king's form collapses, sending up a shower of water. What the hell? Zhao Conqing is utterly stunned. After laboriously striking dozens of blows, the ghost-faced king, who seemed invincible, is felled by Jiang Feng in a single stroke? The disparity between people is astonishing, greater than that between man and dog. Don't you dare pop the champagne just yet. Jiang Feng gracefully lands, stepping onto the beheaded body of the ghost-faced king, thrusting his sword downward. A ghostly visage rapidly forms on the chest, its wicked crimson eyes reopening, only to be greeted by a large foot and the sharp tip of a blade. Thud. The blazing straight sword pierces the ghost-faced king's chest as easily as slicing through butter. The ghostly face writhes in agony, yet is firmly pinned by the sword. The crimson flames erupt within its chest cavity, the horrific heat swiftly charring flesh and blood, obliterating its vitality from the inside out. So, even decapitation does not guarantee death. Zhao Conqing is rendered numb, all his thoughts coalescing into a single exclamation. Brother Feng is incredible. Chapter 8. Qiye. I want to join the Night Watchers. Replication successful. Acquiring forbidden ruins. Ghost face realm. Acquired form feature. Ghost face. Do you wish to merge? Is stepping on it considered a contribution? Jiang Feng pauses momentarily, then beams with joy. The ghost-faced king still posed a certain danger. So Jiang Feng did not let his guard down, deliberately holding back. After all, Yibao had only recently come into being and was still a paper tiger, unable to withstand much. While Jiang Feng himself was unafraid, possessing the undying characteristics of a mythical form, he could confront it head-on without any hesitation. However, if he missed this opportunity to eliminate it, Zhao Keqing would face dire consequences. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng chooses to merge. The ghost face realm is already quite practical, and evolving into the divine realm would undoubtedly be immensely powerful. Merge successful. Ghost face realm evolves into divine realm. All-encompassing realm. All-encompassing realm can freely alter spatial positions within the forbidden ruins. The corners of Jiang Feng's mouth curve upward uncontrollably. What a tremendous gain. The ghost face realm can only deceive perception, distorting the opponent's spatial orientation in their mind. However, the real world remains unaffected, allowing Zhao Keqing to deduce the correct direction based on the falling raindrops. In contrast, the all-encompassing realm truly alters space. For oneself, it is akin to teleportation. Against foes, the possibilities multiply, allowing for the redirection of aerial attacks and casting opponents into perilous situations. Truly an extraordinary skill. Before Jiang Feng could fully savor his newfound divine realm, further surprises unfolded. A tremor coursed through him, and the massive figure in his spiritual world became clearer, a ghastly visage emerging on his chest. The mythical form had further solidified. A warm current surged within Jiang Feng, his skin, muscles, bones, and even organs rejoicing, greedily absorbing the energy, significantly enhancing his physical attributes within mere seconds. Jiang Feng felt he no longer needed any forbidden ruins. He could simply crush a pool realm opponent with a single punch. Yibao, Jiang Feng caresses the warm dragon scales, praising, "You did exceptionally well." Yibao proudly lifts its little head, nuzzling against Jiang Feng's palm. Unfortunately, the Ghost-Face King's high realm continuously suppressed the life seed within Yibao, preventing it from taking shape. Now, with the Ghost-Face King's demise, it has dissipated along with it. Otherwise, Yibao would have had a companion. Zhao Keqing, I know you're in the unfettered void. Open the door and let me in. At that moment, an urgent voice calls out. Lin Qiye stands amidst the pouring rain. A signboard blocking his way, inscribed with the words, "No entry ahead. I know you're fighting inside. Let me in. I can hold my own too." Lin Qiye wipes the rain from his forehead, speaking defiantly. "You little brat, what can you possibly do?" Zhao Keqing scoffs, bemused. This kid. Why abandon a sumptuous feast to suffer in the rain? What a futile endeavor. And Jiang Feng as well. Such is the unique bravado of youth. A smile curves Zhao Keqing's lips. His efforts in guarding were not in vain. It was worth it. Is it resolved? Lin Qiye asks, a puzzled frown creasing his brow. He had communicated with the bat and learned that the being inside was exponentially more powerful than the ghost-faced man he encountered 2 days prior. So how could it be settled so swiftly? He leans against the signboard. The silence inside is terrifying. Lin Qiye contemplates a possibility and shouts even more urgently. A golden light bursts forth from his eyes, and the blazing divine might tears through the invisible barrier ahead. Lin Qiye rushes in, but after only a few steps, he freezes. Jiang Feng and Zhao Keqing turn their heads to look at him, their faces adorned with an odd, half-smiling expression. It seems to say, who is this middle schooler? The atmosphere becomes awkward. Lin Qiye scratches his head, glancing at the massive corpse beneath Jiang Feng's feet. His pupils suddenly contracting. The monster has truly been slain. He stiffly raises his head, following the fluttering dark red cloak, ultimately discerning Jiang Feng's features. His expressions becoming even more vivid. Shock, bewilderment, confusion, and a chilling sense of witnessing something grotesque. Indeed, in the literal sense of the word. Wasn't this the same person who, earlier that morning at school, claimed he would make him understand the greatness of his mother's insanity? How could he be here? Hey, classmate Qiye. Good to see you again. Could you possibly add another pair of chopsticks for our meal? Jiang Feng cheerfully waves in greeting. There is an unsettling implication hidden within Jiang Feng's smile. Ahem, how did you get in? Zhao Keqing, forcing himself to stand despite the excruciating pain, mimics Jiang Feng's flamboyant demeanor, placing a foot atop the ghost-faced king's body. He must not lose his cool demeanor in front of the younger generation. Oh. I just glared at it, and it opened up, Lin Qiye replies awkwardly. Originally thought to be a savior, the situation turned awkward. He wouldn't demand compensation from me. Would he? With a helpless smile, Zhao Keqing understood the good intentions behind his actions and chose not to take it to heart. He advised, do not be so reckless in the future. The mysterious dangers exceed your imagination. Remember, you still have family to protect. Lin Qiye gazed at the bloodstained fabric on Zhao Keqing's chest and the jagged scars of varying depths on the cement floor. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battle that had unfolded here moments before. In a corner obscured by the rain, unnoticed by anyone, these two had saved his home. Bowing his head, allowing the cold raindrops to drench him, he solemnly declared, "I owe you both a tremendous favor. It's merely what we ought to do. Do not take it to heart," Zhao Conching began. But suddenly, a hand covered his mouth. "Classmate Qiye, let us not indulge in such trivialities. If you feel guilty, then join us, and together we shall safeguard this city." Jiang Feng pressed down on Zhao Conching, extending an invitation to Lin Qiye. However, Lin Qiye hesitated. Jiang Feng, undeterred, seemed to anticipate this, his excitement palpable as he said, "If you are unwilling, that is perfectly fine. Just grant me a small request, and that shall suffice as repayment for my kindness. Speak. As long as I possess the ability, I shall fulfill it." Lin Qiye's gaze was resolute. Jiang Feng grinned widely and leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Lin Qiye was taken aback. Shaking his head in disbelief, had water entered his ears, causing him to mishear? Zhao Conching, bemused, shot a glance at Jiang Feng, thinking, this rascal is quite something. "What you said can't be true, can it? Or did I mishear?" Lin Qiye asked cautiously. Jiang Feng shouted emphatically, "Qiye, do you wish to experience the greatness of maternal love?" His booming voice echoed, drawing the attention of passers-by who peeked out of their windows, curious about the audacious youth displaying such filial piety. "Stop shouting, please." Lin Qiye's cheeks flushed crimson, wishing he could disappear into the ground. It was utterly mortifying. One could easily infer that Jiang Feng's words were far from being as simple as they appeared. Remembering his earlier strange gaze sent chills down Lin Qiye's spine. With a stern expression and unwavering eyes, he declared, "I wish to join the night watch." Chapter 9. This is the love of seven forms. Zhao Conching stared blankly at Jiang Feng. After days of persuasion, he had failed to convince Lin Qiye. Yet Jiang Feng's mere 2 sentences had led him to willingly join the night watch. However, when compared to Jiang Feng's outrageous request, it was indeed not surprising. "Welcome, welcome." A warm welcome. Jiang Feng eagerly extended his hand, undeterred. As the saying goes, there is plenty of time ahead. Once you enter the wolf's den, who fears not tasting the meat? Lin Qiye stood still, feeling helpless in solitude. Reluctantly, he extended his hand and shook Jiang Feng's. "Haha, you've fallen for it. In my realm, a handshake allows you to experience greatness." Jiang Feng burst into laughter. "Lin Qiye, Zhao Conching. All right, stop teasing him." Zhao Conching rubbed his forehead, foreseeing that with Jiang Feng around, the days ahead would be quite colorful. He had endured 10 years of insanity. Yet he was not half as mad as the person before him. "Where's the doctor? Where's the ambulance? Hurry, take him to the Sunshine Mental Hospital," Zhao Conching earnestly reassured. "Qiye, do not take him seriously. The other members of our night watch team are quite normal." Hopefully, he added. In the spacious and bright basement of the Peace Affairs office. "What? Old Zhao, you mean Jiang Feng killed the ghost-faced king with one blow? And with just 2 sentences? He lured the seraphic ambassador? Are you under Jiang Feng's spell, speaking so favorably of him?" Zhao Conching rolled his eyes, nearly exasperated. "Stop with the nonsense. Am I really such an unreserved person? Uh-huh. Something's off." Wu Xiangnan keenly detected something amiss. Zhao Conching, puzzled, asked, "What seems off?" Wu's implication was clear. "You should be strongly opposed to this, not entangled in your own modesty." Chunmai, stroking his chin, observed with suspicion. "This indicates a shift in your inner thoughts." Hey, enough." Zhao Conching blushed, quickly shifting his gaze for help. However, Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Wen Qima sat together, munching on snacks, their eyes ablaze with gossip. Only Jiang Feng offered him an encouraging look, saying, "Acknowledge your own needs. You are who you are. Do not mind the shallow perceptions of others." The little one cheered, expressing a desire for a brother to play with. "Crazy. You all are insane." Zhao Conching could no longer contain himself and swiftly fled the scene. "Your little thoughts have been exposed. How shy. Old Zhao, bravely be yourself. We understand and respect you." Laughter erupted among the group, filling the air with merriment. In a corner unnoticed by all, Lin Qiye sat alone, hugging his knees, feeling a sense of alienation from those deemed normal. The tense atmosphere reminded him of the days spent confined in a mental institution. "You call them normal?" He buried his head in his knees, murmuring, "Jean, I miss you all. All right, let's get back to business." Jiang Feng immediately interjected, shaking his head. "It was old Zhao who saw through the ghost-faced king's forbidden realm, allowing me to slay him, so he deserves at least half the credit." "Old Zhao did not mention this. Are you certain?" Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow. "Absolutely. It is called recognition." Jiang Feng risked his life to save Zhao Conching and now willingly shares half the credit. Such character is undoubtedly worthy of trust. But that might not work. What if my virtue is lost? The group collectively sighed in exasperation. "Thank you, Jiang Feng," Hong Ying solemnly stated, her eyes slightly reddening. When she learned that Zhao Kongsheng had indeed encountered the ghost-faced king, her heart nearly leapt from her chest. An ordinary person without forbidden realms, regardless of combat skills, could never escape the grasp of the mysterious forces in the Chuanjing, especially against the notoriously ruthless ghost-faced king. Each second during that time was agonizing for Hong Ying, filled with despair. Yet, fortunately, a miracle occurred. Just today, Jiang Feng, who had only awakened his forbidden realm, dispatched the ghost-faced king in 2 strokes, fulfilling his promise to her. This immense gratitude transformed Hong Ying's perception of Jiang Feng, considering him truly one of their own. The lingering psychological barrier from the haphazard birth of Yibao dissipated in that moment. Thank you, Jiang Feng. Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Wen Qima, Si Xiaonan, and even Lin Qiye all stood up, solemnly expressing their gratitude to Jiang Feng. Come on, this isn't necessary. We are teammates, family. No need for thanks to Klitsch. Jiang Feng immediately stood, offering hearty hugs to the group. Emotions ran deep, bonds were strengthened, and everyone felt overwhelmed with sentiment. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smile. Let us skip the platitudes. Let us get practical. How about helping me? Before he could finish, shadows darted past, causing the once close-knit family to scatter several meters away. Moving like phantoms, they were almost imperceptible. Whoa, such speed. Jiang Feng was astonished. He joyfully flitted around, thinking it was a game. As they distanced themselves, Lin Qiye remained seated in a previously unnoticed corner, his mouth agape in confusion. At that moment, he longed to sing a song. The world isolates me, let them mock. I shall maintain my silence, understanding what is good, what is bad. All is fated. Jiang Feng joyfully approached, grasping Lin Qiye's hand tightly. Qiye, you are the best. Shall we follow the procedure or dive straight in? Brother, this new account, let's not mess around. Lin Qiye shuddered, instinctively retreating. Wow, let us give it our all. With 2 divine agents, do you think we could create a god? Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying's eyes sparkled, their fists clenched in excitement. Engaging in such pursuits will only lead to your demise. This is the love of the 7 forms. Wu Xiangnan lamented. True brotherhood, Qiye. To willingly offer for our sake is truly moving. Wen Qima was so touched that tears welled at the corners of his mouth. Long Xian shot him a glare and retorted, Please, wipe your drool first. One might think you're some kind of weirdo. Wen Qima tilted his head and replied softly. Then could you kindly remove the salty pig trotter wrapped around my waist? Only Chen Mai fell into contemplation, and after a long silence, he said earnestly. If we could indeed create a deity, it might not be impossible. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. We were merely jesting, Captain. Are you serious? Chapter 10 Xiaonan. Jiang Feng's divine ruins will bear offspring. Where are you going, Qiye? Don't go. We were just playing around. If I've offended you, I apologize. Oh, my home is quite spacious. Would you like to come and stay? Lin Qiye looked at Hong Ying suspiciously. She was tall, exquisitely beautiful, with her black hair tied up in a high ponytail, exuding a striking presence. But how could she be such a lovesick girl? Don't misunderstand. I merely think living together would make training and missions more convenient. Hong Ying quickly waved her hands at his peculiar expression. Si Xiaonan quickly added, That's right. I also live at Hong Ying's place. Indeed, I live there too. Jiang Feng echoed. Uh-huh. Hong Ying nodded repeatedly, suddenly realizing something. She turned and glared at Jiang Feng. Who asked you to say that? Don't be so formal. After all, we already have offspring. I might as well take a hit and sleep with Xiaonan. Jiang Feng said with a shy smile. Jiang Feng, you're courting death. What do you mean by taking a hit? Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's eyes blazed with fury, their fists clenched tightly. What a fine person. Yet they have such a loose tongue. It's infuriating. Yi anxiously stood in front of Jiang Feng, fearing that his father would receive a thorough beating. Alas. Little cotton-padded jacket, you are the most considerate. Jiang Feng hugged Yi and turned to Lin Qiye. Qiye, let us sleep together. I'd rather sleep on the sofa. Lin Qiye was already numb, his voice devoid of any fluctuation. Love has vanished, Jiang Feng sighed. When Qima's eyes lit up, then I'll go too. Get lost. Hong Ying exclaimed. Hong Ying was not lying. Her house was genuinely vast. It was an entire mansion. Rich Lady Ying, I'm hungry, let us eat. Jiang Feng lay comfortably on the genuine leather sofa, relishing the moment. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud sounds of doors slamming echoed in response. For the sake of their heart health, the 3 had no desire to engage with Jiang Feng. From now on, we're a lumberjack team, don't be so cold. Jiang Feng dashed upstairs, knocking on Hong Ying's door. What do you want? If you dare to barge in, I'll make a few holes in you. Hong Ying opened a crack, revealing a glinting spear. Jiang Feng was speechless. Is it really necessary to keep that thing while sleeping? He raised his hands in surrender. I have some new changes in my divine ruins. Can you help me test it? Again, do you think I'm foolish? Bang. The door was slammed shut. Hong Ying leaned against the door, sneering. She had been naive and arrogant before, falling for Jiang Feng's tricks. Now he wanted to deceive her again. To produce another offspring, right? No way. Hey, where's my door? Suddenly, Hong Ying lost her balance and stumbled backward. The door she leaned against mysteriously vanished. Jiang Feng was quick-witted and caught Hong Ying's elastic waist. Otherwise, she would have fallen. I want a hug too. Poked her head out from Hong Ying's collar, her big eyes sparkling in a heart shape. Daddy and Mommy are so loving. Si Xiaonan, who had been eavesdropping by the door, immediately opened it, pouting, TSK. What did I just see? On the other side, Lin Qiye peeked out. His expression one of sudden realization. Let go of me. Hong Ying's face flushed instantly, the color spreading to her neck and behind her ears. She hurriedly wriggled free from Jiang Feng's embrace, staring at the empty door frame, utterly baffled. Where did that big door go? Hong Ying grasped Jiang Feng's collar and shouted, You must be behind this. Give me back my door. Oh. Jiang Feng responded. A flicker of silver light flashed in the air, an immense aura swirling. Lin Qiye and Si Xiaonan's mouths fell agape, their eyes filled with astonishment. Jiang Feng's figure vanished, replaced by a large redwood door, adorned with a Sailor Moon doll that swayed gently. Hong Ying stared blankly at the door in her hands. So Jiang Feng was a door spirit? No, this is her door. Oh no, her mind was spinning. It's a spatial transformation. He possesses the ability to manipulate space within his divine ruins. Lin Qiye squinted, tiny golden sparks appearing, as if he had caught a glimpse of some trace. As a representative of the seraphim, he keenly sensed a hint of divine aura. There is no doubt, Jiang Feng has utilized the powers of his divine ruins. Lin Qiye's gaze was sharp. He trembled and turned around, discovering Jiang Feng had somehow appeared behind him. Goodness, a ghost. Lin Qiye could no longer maintain his composure and bolted out the door. Though he had noticed some traces, having someone appear behind him like a specter, especially Jiang Feng, who often compelled others to experience his grand delusions, was genuinely startling. Hong Ying relinquished the door in her hands and pointed at Jiang Feng's head using the great wilderness capturing heaven finger. This day had been utterly thrilling. She was on the verge of insanity. First, she inexplicably birthed an offspring, then faced Zhao Conqing's life and death crisis, and finally encountered a ghost in her home. And all of this was connected to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng blinked innocently. I told you, I wanted to test the new changes of the divine ruins. ISNT your divine ruins extraordinary creation? How did it become related to space? Hong Ying rubbed her throbbing forehead, unable to comprehend. I understand. His divine ruins must also bear offspring. Si Xiaonan stepped forward, a glimmer of wisdom in her eyes. Hey, Xiaonan is really clever. You guessed it. Jiang Feng's eyes brightened. What a splendid excuse. Humph, who would believe that? You might as well say you're a dual divine agent. Hong Ying was disheartened. What kind of people were they? She felt utterly drained. This is quite good. Jiang Feng gave a thumbs up. Hong Ying rolled her eyes. Who do you take for a fool? Jiang Feng smiled faintly, elegantly bowing, as you wish, my rich lady Ying. Daddy is so handsome. I want to learn this. Bounced around excitedly, attempting to mimic Jiang Feng's snapping fingers, but her tiny paws simply wouldn't cooperate. The precious scene of a young cub training her fingers. Once everyone departed, Lin Qiye stared at the transformed door in his hands, on the verge of tears, and began repairing it with great effort. Chapter 11 Qiye, brother will protect you. A night passed without incident. Living in a mansion was so comfortable. Aside from the occasional noise of repairing the door, everything was perfect. Jiang Feng rose from the soft and cozy bed. A notification chimed in his ears. Received mental feedback 10. Yi was truly a diligent child. Having only been born for 2 days, she was already so industrious in supporting her father. Jiang Feng glanced at the data panel. Host, Jiang Feng, Realm, Lantern Realm, 30100, Divine Ruins, Extraordinary Creation. Boundless Heaven and Earth, Offspring Forbidden Ruins, Rosefire Feather Garb, Mythical Form, Serpent Tail, Ghost Face, oh? Jiang Feng felt a surge of spiritual energy, now reaching 30 points. A testament to the efforts he had invested in training the previous day. With a cheerful yawn, he mused that if he could manage to rest for another 7 days, he would surely break through to the pool realm and align himself with the average level of his team. Rising from his slumber, he opened the door to find the house eerily empty, devoid of any presence. He knocked on the adjacent, slightly crooked door, which led to Lin Qiye's room. With a loud crash, the door fell flat, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Jiang Feng sighed. Is this the result of an entire night of repairs? Lin Qiye, your handyman skills leave much to be desired. Lin Qiye was nowhere to be found, and upon knocking on the doors of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, he received no response. With a weary sigh, he pondered why such a kind-hearted individual as himself could be so swiftly ostracized the next day. Bullying. Pure and simple workplace bullying. Jiang Feng fumed. In the basement of the peace office, Jiang Feng, with a youtiao in his mouth, was abruptly pulled into the conference room by a group of people, their gazes hostile, as if he were some sort of monster. Chunmai leaned against a pillar, nursing a headache. Early that morning, Hong Ying and the others had come to complain, condemning Jiang Feng for his unkindness. Particularly infuriating them was his recent awakening of a terrifying ability to manipulate space. It was demoralizing, especially for Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye, who sat in a corner, sighing in despair. Simply put, they felt defeated. They had not even acquired the most basic of forbidden ruins, while certain individuals possessed not one, but two divine ruins, each more extraordinary than the last. Was this not an affront to the honest? Qian, this cannot continue. We must secure a forbidden ruin. Zhao Kongqing lamented, lighting a cigarette. But how can we achieve something so inherently gifted? Lin Qiye shook his head, joining him. Is there truly no other way? The swirling smoke obscured Zhao Kongqing's face as his gaze flickered towards a certain direction. My divine ruin? Jiang Feng interjected, slurping his soy milk, and mumbled, oh. My divine ruin can not only help others give birth but can also create one for itself, thus nurturing a new divine ruin, perhaps in this Ganges. Chunmai raised an eyebrow, incredulously exclaiming, if transcendent creation could indeed give birth to a new divine ruin, your patron deity would already be omniscient and invincible. Exactly. Such claims are more likely to deceive Xiaonan than anyone else. Wu Xiaonan concurred. Si Xiaonan gazed at him with a piercing look. Vice Captain, do you know what fraud means? Wu Xiaonan felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart, awkwardly laughing. That was a slip of the tongue. I meant to say old Zhao. Zhao Kongqing interjected, enough. Chunmai shook his head, reminding everyone that each had their own secrets, but if anyone needed assistance, they should not hesitate to voice their concerns. We are comrades in arms, understood? His gaze swept over Jiang Feng, Wu Xiaonan, Si Xiaonan, and Lin Qiye, before resting on a piece of ancient parchment hidden close to his chest, his greatest secret. Understood. Wu Xiaonan lowered his head, glancing at the cross-shaped scar in his palm. Si Xiaonan appeared momentarily lost, a flicker of pain passing through her eyes. Zhao Kongqing scratched his head, wondering if the issue with the Candy Crush game had been revealed. Lin Qiye's mind subconsciously conjured an image of a mental asylum. Indeed, who does not harbor a secret within? Jiang Feng marveled. Who would have thought that Squad 136 was a gathering of heroes, akin to a meeting of radishes? The legendary talents of the dragon and phoenix. The young tiger and cub were all present, rendering them invincible. Shut up. Chunmai glared at him. Is that how you respond to such stirring words? He coldly stated. From today, you and Qiye will train together. The morning will be dedicated to old Zhao's swordsmanship lessons, the afternoon to Chima's teachings on forbidden ruins. And the evening will be spent practicing firearms with Lang Xian. Those who fail to meet the standards shall forfeit their meals. Come on, old Shin, we just arrived. Is such strictness really necessary? Jiang Feng protested. Humph. If I don't impose some rigor, you'll be soaring too high. Chunmai retorted, leaving with his hands behind his back. Lin Qiye pondered. Firstly, he hasn't offended anyone. Why is he being punished alongside me? Is it wrong to quietly be a good child? Am I to become dark and vengeful? I shall deal with Jiang Feng. Qiye, don't just stand there. I'll protect you during training. Jiang Feng put his arm around Lin Qiye's shoulders. All right, brother, Lin Qiye replied. In the spacious training room, Zhao Kongqing positioned himself with a bamboo sword, a sinister smile on his face. The captain said Xiaonan will provide medical treatment, so I can unleash my full potential. Are you ready, little ones? Such bravado. But do you comprehend the weight of being a divine agent? Jiang Feng scoffed, raising his chin defiantly, taking a step back. Bring it on. Qiye will teach you a lesson. Crack. Zhao Kongqing, enraged, snapped the bamboo sword in half. A chilling aura enveloped him, not from a forbidden ruin, but emanating from someone who had long tasted blood on the battlefield. He raised the half of the sword, his voice resonating like a ghost from the abyss. Let us see what you've got. The intense pressure bore down on Lin Qiye, who widened his eyes, filled with confusion. Old Zhao, that was Jiang Feng's statement. Why are you pointing your sword at me? Go find him instead. And Jiang Feng, you scoundrel, you called me brother, and this is how you protect me? If I ever believe Jiang Feng again, Lin Qiye thought, I will find a block of frozen tofu to crash against. Qiye, be brave, brother has successfully provoked him. The sparring will yield the best results. Jiang Feng, oblivious, settled onto a small stool, casually munching on sunflower seeds while cheering him on. Lin Qiye could no longer tolerate it, growling, shut up. Jiang Feng squinted, dark golden light flickering as vibrant life began to coalesce. Lin Qiye felt a chill in his abdomen, a faint divine radiance emanating from him. Hastily, he corrected, brother, I meant to say, if you're tired of cracking seeds. It's fine to take a break and rest your mouth. Now that's more like it. Jiang Feng nodded kindly, resuming his seed cracking. Bang, bang, bang. The training room echoed with powerful collisions as Zhao Conqing once again displayed masterful swordsmanship, breathtaking to behold, despite Lin Qiye's dynamic vision allowing him to anticipate his opponent's moves. His body struggled to keep pace, repeatedly being struck by the bamboo sword, yet he fiercely resisted. Remarkable! Jiang Feng watched in rapture, exclaiming. If old Zhao had a forbidden ruin, he would surely ascend. Unintentionally spoken, Zhao Conqing's grip on the sword trembled, his determination solidifying as if he had resolved something profound. Chapter 12. Zhao Conqing's moonlight of oblivion. A little over half a day had passed. Lin Qiye was like an indomitable cockroach, despite being battered and bruised. His grip on the sword quivered, yet he continued to wield it with tenacity, making significant strides in a short time. All right, Qiye, take a break. It's Jiang Feng's turn now. Zhao Conqing secretly thought, what a monster. Indeed, as a divine agent, Jiang Feng, who had never even touched a sword before, had mastered the techniques taught within just a few hours. His talent was simply extraordinary. Finally, it was Jiang Feng's turn. Old Zhao, grab your sword and give it to me hard. Jiang Feng boldly stepped forward, extending his hand, causing a straight sword from the distant weapon rack to vanish and reappear in his grasp, exuding a flare. Wow, Zhao Conqing stood in awe. So cool. If I could obtain that forbidden ruin, I'd be the most dashing person alive. Old Zhao, let us go. Jiang Feng flailed the sword wildly, ultimately striking a pose. Head tilted at a 45-degree angle, gazing down with arrogance. To be fair, the way he snatched the sword from the air, combined with Jiang Feng's handsome visage, certainly exuded the aura of a swordsman. Ahem, Feng, can I have a word? Zhao Conqing mysteriously waved his hand, summoning Jiang Feng to a nearby resting area. Along the way, he furtively glanced around, ensuring no one was approaching, before hastily locking the door. Hiss, Lao Zhao, with your thick brows and bright eyes. Surely you're not contemplating any nefarious deeds? Jiang Feng exclaimed, widening his eyes and crossing his arms defensively. Am I that kind of person? Zhao Conqing replied with a wry smile, too disinterested to engage in banter. He got straight to the point. I have a question for you. Can your divine ruins cultivate mythical beings for ordinary people? Of course. In fact, everyone possesses forbidden ruins. It's just that some individuals go their entire lives without activating them. My divine ruins can inherit this potential and bring it to its utmost limit. Jiang Feng patiently elucidated, feigning ignorance of the deeper implications hidden within Zhao Conqing's inquiry. However, his words struck Zhao Conqing's mind like a thunderclap. Since becoming a night watchman, the absence of forbidden ruins had prevented him from fighting alongside his comrades, leaving him to guard the boundless void, feeling like an outsider. Countless times, he had wished to use the ghostly call to discover what his forbidden ruins were. Unfortunately, invoking the ghostly call was fatal. But now, a completely safe method lay before him. Should he take the gamble? Images of Ibao clad in armor, aiding Jiang Feng in slaying the Ghost-Faced King, flashed repeatedly in Zhao Conqing's mind. Did this imply that if he had a mythical being to assist him, he too could achieve such feats? Damn it, life is fleeting. I'll risk it. Zhao Conqing roared internally, making a decision that defied his ancestors. Brother Feng, your divine ruins are intriguing. I wish to give it a try. A slow smile curved Jiang Feng's lips. Success. You said it yourself. Zhao Conqing nodded laboriously, as if the mere act of uttering those words had drained him of all his strength. How would he face others once he could use the forbidden ruins? When he emerged to wreak havoc, even the captain would envy him. Unbeknownst to Zhao Conqing, outside the lounge, Lin Qiye strolled over nonchalantly, settling against the wall in a feigned slumber. In reality, his ears were perked up, as the mortal realm divine domain endowed him with exceptional perception, allowing him to see through walls and discern the situation within. At that moment, Lin Qiye's jaw dropped in astonishment. What had he just heard? As you wish. In the room, Jiang Feng snapped his fingers, as a dark golden glow flickered in his eyes, and an overwhelming divine aura began to descend. With an enhancement of his mental energy, the strength he amassed became significantly more formidable, further perfecting his innate abilities and amplifying his future potential. The dark golden light flashed and vanished within the lounge. Zhao Conqing's eyes widened in shock. This was exhilarating. Bring it on, he exclaimed. What? I felt nothing. I shall W Tsangnan Kakashi. What does that mean? Unmatched speed. Jiang Feng raised his head lightly. Have you ever heard the tale of the Calabash brothers? 7 brothers on a vine, unafraid of wind and rain. Brother, I was mistaken. Ling Qiye is the true Kakashi of the Great Xia. I swear to heaven. Zhao Conqing immediately deflated. A wave of fatigue washed over him, as if he had pulled an all-nighter. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief respite, an incredulous exclamation erupted from outside. Heavens no! It was Si Xiaonan's voice. She had intended to check if the two newcomers needed medical attention, only to find Lin Qiye slumped against the wall, his eyes vacant as if he had been traumatized. She peered through the door crack and was utterly shocked. In a flurry, Chinmai and others, seemingly lying in ambush, rushed in, their expressions a mix of astonishment and delight. "I told you something was amiss," Wu Xiangnan exclaimed. "My worldview is shattered, completely shattered." Yibao danced excitedly. Come out and play with your sister." Long Xin sighed. "Damn it, he got a head start." The crowd gasped, turning in unison. Casting an awkward glance at Long Xin, he scratched his head sheepishly. "I was just joking to lighten the mood. Do you believe me?" "Believe you? Not a chance." As the others chastised Long Xin, a resounding boom echoed from the lounge. Clang. Like a sword unsheathed, countless tiny black crescents shattered the wooden door into fragments. A chilling aura sending shivers down spines. This was a fluctuation from a high-risk forbidden ruin. Chinmai's face turned pale as he pulled Xiaonan back. "It appears to be sequence 083, Annihilating Moon," Wu Xiangnan stated calmly. Xiaonan's eyes widened. Zhao Shu was not bragging. He truly was a genius. Only those ranked within the top 89 of sequence numbers could be considered high-risk forbidden ruins. Each high-risk ruin possessed extreme destructive capabilities or unfathomable special abilities, capable of annihilating an entire city with ease. Thud, thud, thud. From the darkened room, Zhao Keqing emerged, his face weary, a raven with obsidian feathers perched upon his shoulder, bearing a crescent mark upon his forehead. A sharp aura swept through the air, causing discomfort to the eyes, as if countless steel needles were piercing through. Zhao Keqing cackled. "Children, feel the fear." Aha. Chapter 13. Let us join in the glorious evolution together. Wow. Lao Zhao, what kind of look is this? Somewhat creepy. What a joke. We agreed to be slackers together, yet here I am, the only one without forbidden ruins, imitating the north wind. Yibao chirped excitedly. The crowd curiously surrounded Zhao Keqing, or rather, the bird upon his shoulder. The little raven proudly tilted its head, its black feathers shimmering with a profound glow, a faint divine pressure radiating from it, resembling the purest night, noble and pristine. Chinmai stroked his chin, skeptical. "Lao Zhao, you haven't really struck up an affair with the Calamity Crow, have you?" "It looks strikingly similar." Zhao Keqing rolled his eyes. "I modeled its appearance after the Calamity Crow. Isn't it handsome?" The crowd displayed expressions of disdain. "Unfazed." Zhao Keqing exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Next mission, it'll just be me, my raven, and my blade, sufficient." "Feeling bold, are we?" Honging remarked, stroking Bao's little head, brimming with combat spirit. After hearing about Jiang Feng donning the flame dragon armor and wielding the blade of flames to decapitate the ghost-faced king, Honging was eager to fight alongside Bao. "But if you end up crying, don't blame Zhao Shu for being merciless." Zhao Keqing chuckled, exuding an air of pride. The onlookers felt a pang of envy, wishing they could pin him down and give him a good thrashing. Yibao immediately shook his head. "No hitting. Daddy said not to hit brothers and sisters." "Kaka. No fighting. I want to play with my sister." The little black raven blinked innocently. Honging sneered, cracking her knuckles. "Fine, children should stay out of it." Zhao Keqing instantly deflated, plastering on a smile. After all, they were all on the same side. Fighting would only spoil the camaraderie. The speed of his mood change was astonishing. "Since you all wish to practice, I shall join." Chinmai's gaze flickered. He too was curious to see just how strong these divine beings truly were. Upon hearing that it was a match against Honging, Zhao Keqing perked up. Clutching his straight blade, he declared confidently, "Honging, you go first, to avoid anyone claiming we fought unfairly." "No need, let us go together." A chilling aura emanated from Chinmai, dimming the bright lights. An imposing ancient Chinese structure materialized, with a plaque inscribed with 3 characters, Yamahal, cold, silent, as if they had transitioned from the mortal realm to the underworld. Sequence 037, Black Wuchang, one of the pinnacle forbidden ruins beneath the divine ruins. Zhao Keqing shivered, his smile fading instantly. "Wait, Captain, are you serious?" Aching Wang let out a fierce shout, declaring, "This is the way. I shall give it my all." A howl followed suit from YBO. In a flash, a blazing crimson flame erupted, transforming into a soaring fire dragon that repelled the encroaching chill. A striking contrast of black and red, standing defiantly against one another. A glimmer of cold light flickered as Ying wielded her spear, akin to a released arrow, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat as she charged forth. CHNMY snorted softly, and from the Hall of Yama, 2 black iron chains extended, connecting to the blade in his hand. In an instant, the mundane sword morphed into a soul-reaping weapon. The clash of blade against spear erupted in a piercing sound. In terms of strength, CHNMY held an absolute advantage. He cleaved through the spear with one blade, while the other sliced toward Ying. In that perilous moment, a surge of fire erupted, transforming into a massive dragon tail that forcefully struck against the blade. With a resounding bang, the sword was deflected, and the ensuing wave of heat swept forth, compelling Ch&My to retreat. I shall assist you. Zhao Keqing seized the moment, drawing his blade. The azure edge quickly enveloped in an inky black aura, and the black crow that had perched on his shoulder vanished without a trace. With a clang, the straight sword slashed through the air, releasing a crescent-shaped arc of darkness that tore through the atmosphere, appearing in the path of Ch&My's retreat. Well done. Ch&My's gaze sharpened, the previously blurred Hall of Yama suddenly becoming starkly clear, the oppressive aura of death rumbling forth. As the fiery dragon tail and the crescent blade momentarily paused, Ch&My had already retreated fully. Captain, you are being underhanded. Relying on the strength of the Chuan realm to forcefully suppress. Qing protested, eager to engage once more. Zhao Keqing gripped his sword tightly, the dark brilliance pulsating at its tip, poised for action. Enough. Ch&My waved his hand, stating, using only the strength of the pool realm. I am certainly no match for either of you. Or perhaps it could be described as a rebirth, a qualitative leap. TSK, with the captain's full effort. He could challenge the sea realm. Wxianjian exclaimed in awe. With Qing and old Zhao joining forces, they can compel the captain to exert 5 or 6 parts of his strength. Dealing with an ordinary Chuan realm should pose no issue. Is that really so? Zhao Keqing laughed in disbelief. I never imagined old Zhao could reach such heights. A true threat to the Chuan realm. As the dark brilliance on the blade faded, it transformed back into the black crow, cradled gently in Zhao Keqing's palm, as if fearing it might dissolve. The flames enveloping Qing dissipated, and Ybo, resembling a cozy scarf, nestled its head against her smooth collarbone, comfortably rubbing against her. What a heartwarming scene of maternal affection. At that moment, everyone suddenly awoke from their reverie, turning in unison to gaze at the man leaning against the shattered door frame behind Zhao Keqing. Jing. Remarkable. To cultivate such a powerful divine entity from an ordinary person without a forbidden domain is nothing short of miraculous. If conducted on a large scale, it might alleviate the dire shortage of night watchmen in the Great Xia, allowing them to firmly establish themselves amidst the threats of the fog and foreign gods. This man could potentially rewrite history. Jing smiled subtly, pleased with their expressions. Now you see my worth, don't you? Please form an orderly queue. The group exchanged glances, unable to hide their excitement. Even Ch&My and Wxianjian couldn't suppress the thought, if they had a divine entity perfectly aligned with their own forbidden domain. To what heights would their powers ascend? At least surpassing their current realm. Xian also exhibited a glimmer of intrigue, clenching her fists hidden behind her back. Lost in thought. Yet, despite the thrill, the psychological barriers remained a slight challenge to overcome. Don't be timid. Be brave, my friends. Jing, noticing their hesitance, intensified his encouragement. Old Zhao took the step to fight alongside you, casting aside prejudice and disregarding the judgment of others. His choice has proven wise. Will you cling to outdated notions and remain in your comfort zones? Think of the city you aim to protect, of your comrades and families. Join the glorious evolution. His words resonated powerfully, echoing like thunder in their minds, stirring their spirits. Old Zhao, you've endured so much over the years. WNQM exclaimed, her eyes glistening with emotion. I'm in. Isn't that enough? QM, you're amazing. I've always believed in you. Zhao Keqing and Qing immediately joined in the cheer. Ch&My and the others offered encouraging glances, patting WNQM on the shoulder in turns. Go for it. QM, you can do it. Chapter 14. Is it reasonable for a sniper to carry a laser light? What has happened to this world? In a corner, Lin Qiye tightly embraced himself, appearing small and pitiful, utterly out of place amidst the lively atmosphere. In just 2 days, Lin Qiye had transitioned from unwavering conviction to confusion, now beginning to question whether it was his mind that was troubled or if the world had gone mad. Who knows what he has endured? Abstract, far too abstract. Suddenly, Lin Qiye came to a realization. The root of all this chaos began with Jing. If the world is ill, then he is the pathogen. With this clarity, Lin Qiye felt a weight lift from his shoulders, constantly reminding himself to resist Jing's allure and reject the feeling of greatness. He quietly encouraged himself, steadfast and determined. You can do it. Keep going. Really, Qiye? Since you think so, I shall accept it. WNQM nodded gratefully at him, bravely approaching Jing, closing her eyes and extending her arms like a moth drawn to the flame. With everyone supporting her, what was there to fear? Lin Qiye, I am guilty. Brother M, go on your way. When I achieve success, I shall rescue you from peril. As for how I fell into this predicament, best not to inquire. Lin Qiye turned his head away, unable to bear witnessing the impending events. Brother M, congratulations on conquering yourself. You shall cheer for your own bravery. Keqing nodded solemnly, a sense of the divine emanating from him. Like a preacher, he extolled the greatness of the gods. Praise the goddess of life. That seems wrong. Praise the goddess of night? Never mind. Praise Brother Keqing. A surging aura began to coalesce, a dark golden divine might erupting from the depths of Keqing's eyes. Qiye's face radiated a brilliant light, a sacred and magnificent glow. Who turned on the lights, blinding me? Shut it off. Chnmy rebuked. Lin Qiye quietly stowed away the laser light in his hand, sheepishly replying, wasn't the atmosphere just right? Chnmy was speechless. Why do you carry such a bright light? Lin Qiye, as everyone knows, I am a sniper. Isn't it reasonable to carry a searchlight to locate the enemy? What nonsense. As if you fear others won't know where you are? Knowing makes no difference. I occupy the high ground, and the enemy can't reach me from so far away, nor can they be faster than me. Lin Qiye raised his head with pride, his life motto being accuracy and speed, known as the fastest gunner in CNGNN. Chnmy sighed, finding it difficult to manage a team in these times, with all manner of oddities present. All right, take down to rest. Keqing. Come with me to the office, we need to talk. As he watched the two depart, Zhao Ke and Keqing, with a look of intrigue, remarked, there's something going on. The captain has a situation. Xiaonin blinked her large eyes, asking, how do you know? Because he just did that. Lin Qiye said cryptically. With Keqing absent, it's finally time for me to surface. Oh, Qiye, you're here too? She had initially come here for something. But it seemed unimportant now. Lin Qiye, winky face, haha. Zhao Ke and Keqing awkwardly scratched his head, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Qiye before confidently asserting, clearly, the captain intends to pull off something significant without our knowledge. No, rather, a grand undertaking. With a sudden burst, Hong-Ying, who was sipping water, sprayed it all out, her expression peculiar. Are you even speaking human language? Treating the captain like an old mother? Long Xian wiped the water off his face, producing a shield from seemingly nowhere and holding it before him, solemnly stating, next time, kindly inform us before drinking. Oh, Qiye. Let us see what the captain is up to. Xiaonan reached out to pull Lin Qiye along but was deftly evaded as he shook his head and retreated. I have a headache. I need to rest. He vanished in a flash. What a joke. That guy Zhongfeng has some serious issues. It's best to keep a distance. Zhao Kongsheng shook his head, remarking, this child Qiye is rather out of place. Indeed, there is not a single normal person around. It's commendable he hasn't lost his mind yet. Xiaonan pouted, sinking into contemplation. Everyone was perfectly normal at first. In the captain's office, Chenmai sat upright, his fingers gently tapping the table as if grappling with a difficult decision. Zhongfeng blinked and spoke up, Captain, everyone's acceptance level is already quite high. And so? Chenmai replied absently. If you have a need, there is no need to be so conflicted. Just tell me directly. Chenmai stiffened, shaking his head. It's not that matter. Zhongfeng nodded, his intuition suggesting he was beginning to grasp the captain's concern. The solemnity with which Chenmai approached this issue was surely linked to the ancient parchment bearing the name Wet Goddess that hung before him. A concept-level artifact, inscribed with a name, could obliterate the very concept it represented. A decade prior, Gaia, the Earth Mother of Greek mythology, wielded the Wet Goddess with the intent to erase the entire city of Zhongnan, but a miracle preserved it. Due to the unique properties of the Forbidden Ruins, Chenmai had been able to suppress the aura of the Wet Goddess, safeguarding it for 10 years. Could it be that the captain was reaching his limit? Zhongfeng's expression turned serious. Chenmai opened a file bag, extracting a page of material, his countenance darkening as he spoke gravely. Zhongfeng, 18 years old. From Zhongnan City, raised in an orphanage, never having left Zhongnan, correct? Zhongfeng nodded, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes. It appeared the captain's concern was not the Wet Goddess, but rather him. While the miracle had spared the city a decade ago, miracles inevitably have an end. In the near future, the remnants of this city, along with those who were meant to perish, would follow their destined path and vanish into the annals of history. Indeed, Zhongfeng had never left Zhongnan City. He should have been erased. Yet, the moment the system emerged, his life trajectory irrevocably altered, granting him the trait of immortality. One that even the Wet Goddess could not change. Chenmai slumped in his chair, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Was a young man capable of altering the course of history for Xia, destined to wither away before he could truly blossom? At that moment, Zhongfeng mysteriously beckoned him closer. Chenmai leaned in, curious, pressing his ear forward. Captain, if you agree to one thing, I shall reveal a secret. Chenmai's lips twitched, experiencing greatness. Exactly. Incredible, Captain. You've even learned to answer in advance. Now, do tell. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his acceptance indicated success. Chapter 15. The gentle-natured Lin Qiye. To make it clear, your secret must hold substantial value. Otherwise, I shall not acknowledge it, Shenmai said. Somewhat skeptical, Jiang Feng smiled knowingly, observing the captain's hesitance, as if he were seeking an excuse. I've got him right where I want him. Jiang Feng, maintaining a serious facade, continued, in truth, I am the proxy of the goddess of life. Shenmai's eyes narrowed, contemplating before slowly articulating, the Egyptian goddess of life, Isis? Knowledge of various mythological systems is essential for a warden, and so Shenmai quickly recalled a deity that fit the description. Isis, the deity who protects the deceased, is also the goddess of life and health. Protecting the deceased, Shenmai mused, indeed aligns with their circumstances, for in a strict sense, most individuals in Songnan City are deceased, including Jiang Feng and himself. It was entirely reasonable for Isis to select a proxy among them. Jiang Feng continued. The reason my divine ruin appears so weak is due to another ability it grants me, the trait of immortality. Gasped. Shenmai inhaled sharply, his mind buzzing. Immortality. It is the ultimate dream for all living beings, an aspiration unattainable except by the divine. Now, Jiang Feng claimed to possess this trait. Even Shenmai, well-versed in many things, found himself speechless with astonishment. Is this what it means to be a divine proxy? How enviable. The goddess of life has truly bestowed upon you a treasure, even granting you immortality. Furthermore, who dares to say your divine ruin is weak? The ability to endlessly nurture divine beings and even give birth to other divine ruins is simply extraordinary. Shenmai covered his face, murmuring, the old saying rings true, disasters are bound to last a millennium. It seems this lad is not destined to die. I worried for nothing. Though Shenmai had limited knowledge of the goddess of life, the presence of a conceptual-level weapon like the wet goddess made the possibility of granting someone immortality seem plausible. Moreover, he had yet to mention the wet goddess, leaving no reason for Jiang Feng to deceive him. Jiang Feng, perceptive as ever, absorbed every word, stating softly, indeed. Quite unfortunate. Oh, wait. Shenmai, slightly embarrassed, swiftly changed the subject. I have another question. When a deity seeks a proxy, they typically assign a task. What is the task you must accomplish? To propagate life and ensure that the world may experience the grandeur of maternal love. If the captain reports his situation to headquarters, they should dispatch some lovely ladies to assist him in fulfilling this goal. How exciting. Shenmai's expression shifted to one of understanding, finally grasping why Jiang Feng was so eager to have others bear children. It turns out he bore such an embarrassing task, while other divine proxies risked their lives. This fellow merely lounged about, effortlessly completing his mission. Imagine how infuriating that would be for Wang Mian and the Phoenix team. Suddenly, Jiang Feng stood, approaching Shenmai, leaning against the desk, cornering him with a teasing grin. Captain, now that we've finished the chit-chat, shouldn't we attend to serious matters? What serious matters? Shenmai stammered, a sense of panic washing over him. Why did it feel like being cornered by a bully, akin to a little girl about to be taken advantage of? Shouldn't he shout out in protest? Jiang Feng chuckled. Captain, you wouldn't want the team to know that you don't keep your word, would you? What? Shenmai recoiled in his chair, trembling. This phrase sounded oddly familiar. He seemed to have heard it while watching foreign films. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Shenmai was about to call Jiang Feng away, a sudden knocking echoed from outside the office. An elderly gentleman, around 50, dressed in traditional attire, with flowing white hair secured by a wooden hairpin, and eyes bright with wisdom, stepped in, reminiscent of a sage from a historical drama. Is there something you need, sir? Hong Ying warmly approached to greet him. Is this the esteemed Zhongli? What a remarkable demeanor. I wager he is here to introduce us to his partner. Zhao Kongqing boldly declared, giving the old gentleman a thumbs up. Long Xian, unimpressed, retorted, I suspect he is merely here to distribute flyers. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Xiangnan's pupils dilated as she hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. Master, what brings you here? Please, come inside. What? Zhao Kongqing and Leng Xian were taken aback. What sort of master could elicit such reverence from the vice-captain? Was he their elementary school teacher? SC Xiaonan peeked out. He whispered, you two are doomed. This gentleman is one of the revered masters among the one sword, one rider, one respect, one void, and one Confucian. Hiss. One of the 5 pinnacle humans. The two suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, especially Long Xian, who was on the verge of turning into an ice pop. Haha, ignorance is bliss. I am not a petty person. There is no need for you both to be so anxious, the old man said. Shinfuji walked in, led by Wu Xiangnan, his smile warm and friendly as he nodded at the crowd. He then got straight to the point, stating, I heard from Commander Yi that 2 divine agents have appeared in Songnan City, so I came to take a look. Is that so? Quickly summon Qiye and Jiang Feng. Wu Xiangnan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to extol their virtues. Both are exceptional talents. One is an agent of the seraphim, and the other, though a bit peculiar, has strategic significance. He praised them extravagantly, nearly turning black into white with his enthusiastic words. If he could leave a good impression on the master, Jiang Feng and Lin Qiye's futures would be limitless. Thus, Wu Xiangnan racked his brain, seemingly expending a lifetime's worth of flattery. Qiye was gentle in temperament, friendly to others, quick-witted, and possessed the charisma of a leader. Jiang Feng, on the other hand, was unconventional. Every word and action could surprise people, and his abilities were extraordinarily diverse, leaving others in awe. Shenfuji nodded with a smile. Hearing you say this, I am even more curious. At that moment, a figure rushed towards them, panic-stricken, as if fleeing from a pestilence. It was Lin Qiye. He was running and shouting, "Make way, make way." Wu Xiangnan's heart sank, sensing the situation was dire, and hurriedly spoke, "Qiye, don't panic. Allow me to introduce you. This esteemed gentleman is, like the wind." Lin Qiye dashed away at astonishing speed down the narrow corridor, leaving everyone with an elusive silhouette. Is this the gentle temperament, friendly demeanor, and leadership quality you spoke of? Shenfuji raised an eyebrow, casting a dubious glance at Wu Xiangnan. Was it his understanding of these terms that was flawed, or was this young fellow merely speaking nonsense? Chapter 16. Hard work is Jiang Feng 1 minute prior. In the captain's office, Jiang Feng opened the door with satisfaction. Having used the divine ruins 3 times in a row, he was utterly drained of spiritual energy, not a drop remaining. Inside came Chenmai's faint voice, "Captain, rest assured. I am known for my discretion." Jiang Feng made a hand gesture, firmly closing the door behind him. Turning around, he spotted Lin Qiye munching on 2 steamed buns in the corridor, so he greeted him amicably. "Qiye, are you here to see the captain's child too?" "Lin Qiye." "Chenmai." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiye took off running. It was terrifying. Jiang Feng had become so powerful that even the captain of the Chuanjing could not withstand him? Wasn't that exceedingly dangerous? He vividly recalled Jiang Feng's words from the classroom. "You will experience greatness sooner or later." "I don't want that." Lin Qiye sprinted for his life, disregarding Wu Xiangnan's command to stop, completely oblivious to Chen Fuji standing nearby. Wu Xiangnan, drenched in sweat, stammered, unsure of how to explain. Just then, Jiang Feng emerged from around the corner and, noticing the crowd, curiously asked, "Are you all here to see the captain's child too?" "Chen Fuji." Wu Xiangnan. "Oh, what a mess. Just kill me now." An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Zhao Kongqing and Hong Ying lowered their heads, torn between fear and amusement, their expressions twisted. Why is everyone so quiet? Jiang Feng approached, and his gaze fell upon the old gentleman, whose extraordinary demeanor suggested an ethereal quality, decidedly remarkable. He extended his hand warmly, introducing himself. "Hello, sir. I am Jiang Feng. It is a pleasure to meet you." Wu Xiangnan let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Today, Jiang Feng seemed relatively normal. The situation had not yet spiraled into chaos. Shenfuji was still reeling from the earlier remark. The impact had been quite overwhelming. He instinctively reached out to shake Jiang Feng's hand, saying, "Greetings. Others call me Shenfuji. You may address me as such. One of the 5 pinnacle humans." Jiang Feng joyfully replied, "Greetings, Shenfuji. I have a small request. Would you be willing to grant it?" Alert. Sensing a critical element, Wu Xiangnan's nerves immediately tensed. "Little brat, you're not about to say that, are you?" If uttered, it could spell disaster. Zhao Kongqing and Hong Ying shared a knowing look, their eyes wide as they signaled Jiang Feng to reconsider. Who was Shenfuji? He keenly sensed the unusual atmosphere and became intrigued. This young lad appeared refined, indeed more fitting for the description of gentle temperament and friendliness than the earlier Lin Qiye. Yet, what could he possibly say to make someone who had faced divine beings like Wu Xiangnan so anxious? Curiosity is like a small black dot on a blank sheet of paper. Once noticed, it expands infinitely. Shenfuji, filled with interest, calmly said, "Do share. If I can accommodate it, I will consider it." Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he excitedly declared, "Do you know what love is? And what filial piety entails? Would you like to experience greatness?" Shenfuji's expression gradually stiffened, and the corners of his eyes twitched wildly. He mentally pondered countless literary masterpieces, struggling to regain composure. Goodness! Wu Xiangnan leaned against the wall, his eyes vacant, feeling as though he had reached the end of his life. Zhao Kongqing covered his face. Hong Ying buried her head. Lung Xian quietly stepped back, and Si Shaonan began to pack his belongings. Offending the master would surely spell doom for Team 136 today. Wouldn't it? With a resounding clap, Shenfuji swatted Jiang Feng's hand away, scrubbing his sleeve disdainfully, narrowing his eyes as he said, "Are you implying that I should?" "Exactly." Jiang Feng nodded eagerly. You are the most capable person I have ever encountered. Surely you possess the ability to nurture. Chen Fuji exclaimed. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such absurdity. Your tone is surprisingly polite, yet the nonsense you speak is outrageous. Chen Fuji inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. May I ask what your high realm has to do with nurturing? You wouldn't understand. Jiang Feng snapped his fingers and shouted, Lin Qiye, light it up. All right. A radiant beam of multicolored light enveloped Jiang Feng, instantly enhancing his charisma, as though he had entered the spotlight. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed. I have studied the realm of life for a long time and understand how fragile the origin of life is and how arduous birth can be. Only through innate strength can one nurture postnatal divinities. Parents play a crucial role in determining future potential. And you, sir, are the most likely among us to bear postnatal deities. For the sake of this grand experiment, please set aside trivial emotions and make a contribution. You shall illuminate the future of the great Xia. His impassioned words were stirring, capable of igniting a fervor within, urging one to sacrifice everything for a brilliant future. Additionally, gratitude was owed to Comrade Lin Qiye for his outstanding lighting skills, which elevated the atmosphere to a climax. Hiss. Chen Fuji sharply inhaled. My goodness, truly remarkable. The realms of life and postnatal divinities had him feeling a bit intimidated. Had he encountered a true expert in the field? Chen Fuji regarded Jiang Feng with newfound respect, solemnly stating, Young man, your accomplishments at such a young age are not only due to exceptional talent, but undoubtedly a result of countless nights of diligent effort. Jiang Feng scratched his head, shyly admitting, Indeed. Since I awakened yesterday, I have been researching diligently, yet I have already lost several strands of hair. The venerable Chen closed his eyes, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. His heart's defenses could withstand deities, yet he was nearly undone by Jiang Feng's eloquence. Who on earth is this extraordinary individual? Chen, exhausted, retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Chen. Are you surprised to meet two divine agents at once? Surprised? Commander Yi, please translate for me. What does surprised even mean? Surprise is simply surprise. Two divine agents, one mindless and the other displeased. Pray tell, what constitutes a true surprise in this context? In frustration, Chen shouted into the phone, This task is beyond my capabilities. Do as you wish, come here yourself. Chen. Do not lose your temper, came a voice before the line went dead. At the headquarters of the Night Watch in the Great Xia. Commander Yi Fan pondered over the disconnected call. So, this is what they call a surprise? Chapter 17, Magnanimous Chen departed. Breezy in his arrival and irate in his exit. Before leaving, he rolled up his sleeves and delivered a stinging reprimand to Lin Qiye. Claiming the lights he set up were too glaring. Zhao Kongcheng, who had been chuckling on the sidelines, received a few strikes himself, collapsing to the ground in tears. This is unfair. It was clearly Jiang Feng's mischief. Why are we the ones being punished? Zhao glanced into a mirror, startled by his own reflection, and began to protest indignantly. Lin Qiye, bruised and battered, lamented, What glaring lights? That was merely an excuse. My lighting skills are impeccable. Surely, the Venerable One is holding a grudge against me for saying he resembled a flyer distributor. Si Xiaonan covered her face, exclaiming, Incredible. You'd rather believe it's a grudge than admit to a lighting issue, truly a genius. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing the lights in the corridor to flicker ominously. A ghost. Honging shrieked. In an instant, a shadow appeared behind Lin Qiye, and despite the proximity, the terrifying creature within remained concealed. The shadow moved with lightning speed, and Lin Qiye felt several more lumps forming on his head, stars dancing before his eyes. Zhao Kongqing quickly covered his mouth, pressing against the wall, paralyzed with fear. He recognized the familiar technique. Just moments ago, he had endured a similar fate at the hands of Chun. The shadow slowly turned, scanning the group before finally resting its gaze on Jiang Feng, emitting a chilling aura. Jiang Feng recoiled, daring not to utter a word. Just as Lin Qiye had spoken ill of the Venerable One, this ominous presence arrived, and even Zhao Kongcheng could discern who lurked within the shadow. Who but the self-proclaimed magnanimous Chun? With the others subdued, Jiang Feng, the troublemaker, fell silent. The shadow let out an unsettling laugh, retreating into the darkness until it vanished. Gone. Do not speak. Outside the peace office, a carriage stood at the entrance, with passers-by seemingly oblivious, passing right through it. A phone on the table lit up, displaying the name Yi Fan. Chun, have you calmed down? Speak your mind. This is rather peculiar. How so? That young man possesses an astonishing vitality, akin to a humanoid enigma, evidently having nullified the influence of the Shiva's grudge. What? It took the destruction of 3 artifacts to save Lin Qiye alone. How did Jiang Feng accomplish this? Unknown, though it is said to be due to the goddess of life, Isis, yet she lacks such power. Chen nearly crushed his teacup in frustration, exclaiming, This is even more bizarre. Shenmai has fallen victim to it, hiding away in his room. Commander Yi was similarly taken aback. Merely imagining the situation nearly overwhelmed his mind. He cleared his throat, and the offspring? Captain Shen reported they possess immense potential. With strategic significance in mind, Shen sipped his tea, envisioning the dragon and black crow on Hong Ying and Zhao Kongqing, stating gravely, truly extraordinary. They embody a pure essence of divinity and can inherit and enhance the forbidden ruins. If there are no numerical limitations, it could indeed reverse the current predicament of the Night Watch's manpower shortage. The fact that the Venerable One offered such high praise? Yi Fan was startled. Chen's affirmation indicated Jiang Feng's divine ruins were remarkable. In a sense, they could be even more vital than Lin Qiye's mortal realm of divinity. After all, Jiang Feng could genuinely enhance the Night Watch's combat prowess swiftly, even if only one divine being could be birthed each day within a few years. The overall strength of the Night Watch could double. If Jiang Feng were aware of Yi Fan's thoughts, he would be overjoyed. Yi Fan jested. Given the substantial aid he provides, does the Venerable One consider having one yourself? Yi Fan, have you lost your mind? If you desire one, go get it yourself instead of trying to persuade me with your nonsense. Shen was already irate, like a powder keg ready to explode, his temper flaring. He unleashed a torrent of curses, his verbal prowess rivaling that of a Gatling gun spewing blue flames, and he continued for several minutes without repeating himself. Yi Fan's lips twitched, hastily tossing the phone aside, feeling as though it were coated in spit. After a prolonged silence, the sound of Chen's drinking reached his ears before he sheepishly remarked, "Ahem, I may have been hasty. It would be prudent to observe further. Once Jiang Feng's strength improves, and he can defend himself, and there are sufficient samples to ensure those divine beings pose no threat, we can make plans." Chen rasped. "You should have said so earlier. I'm done." The call was abruptly terminated, and Yi Fan let out a wry smile. Pondering for a moment before turning to the young man behind him, Zhuqing, if having a child could double your strength, would you want one? Zhuqing paused. But soon his expression hardened, resolutely replying, "I would. If it ensures the eradication of the mysterious and the stability of Great Xia, I would not hesitate to bear a child, even if it meant my own demise." "Is that so?" Yi Fan's expression grew thoughtful. The faint sound of hooves echoed outside the office, as a phantom carriage sped away, straddling the line between reality and illusion. The tension among the members of Team 136 was about to ease when two piercing cries rang out. "Wah!" Shortly after, Si Shaoran joyfully exclaimed, "It's born. Mother and child are safe." The crowd rushed to witness the commotion. Jiang Feng wore a paternal smile, concealing his accomplishments. Spirit feedback received, 1010, including the prior feedback from the small black crow Zhao Kongqing nurtured, which also provided 10 points. His total spirit feedback surged by 30 points. Host, Jiang Feng, Realm, Zhan Realm, 6100, Divine Ruins, Extraordinary Creation, Heaven and Earth Manifestation, Offspring Forbidden Ruins, Rosefire Feather Garment, Moonlight of Life, Heart Demon Binding Technique, Black Impermanence, Mythical Form, Serpent Tail, Ghostly Face. Thus, Jiang Feng's collection of Forbidden Ruins and Divine Ruins reached an astonishing 6. He could now garner 40 points of spiritual feedback each day. Just one more day, and Jiang Feng would break through to the Pool Realm, achieving a 3-day swift passage. Chapter 18, Lin Qiye, This is My Word. Gagaga. Ah, Sister Hongying, Uncle Zhao, Chiemo, can you please manage your offspring? Why must they treat me like a climbing frame? Wah, I'm still just a child. Ding ding dang. Li Fei stood at the entrance of the peace office, listening to the raucous noise inside, lost in contemplation. Is this truly the stronghold of the Night Watch? It seems more akin to a kindergarten or a pet playpen. But recalling the recent event when he witnessed a classmate transform into a colossal serpent demon and devour the principal, only to regurgitate a new one, sent shivers down his spine. Resolutely, he knocked on the office door. The next moment, he stood in shock. In a diminutive office, vibrant crimson fire dragons soared above, while gleaming silver Qilin dashed below. The door swung open, revealing a black crow adorned with a crescent-shaped marking on its forehead. Goodness! Have I stumbled into a den of monsters? Li Yifei exclaimed, nearly losing his composure in fear. The three peculiar creatures radiated an aura that sent shivers down his spine, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. This was the oppressive presence of the divine. Trembling, Li Yifei contemplated fleeing when two familiar figures emerged from the room. Prompting his surprise, Jiang Feng, Lin Qiye, I thought you both enlisted in the military half a month ago. What brings you here? Jiang Feng smiled enigmatically. Well, it turns out we've secured stable government positions here. What? Li Yifei's eyes widened, envy spilling forth as he forgot his fear and hurriedly implored, Brother Feng. We've been deskmates for years. Please introduce me. Jiang Feng, unhurried, replied, There's no rush. First, tell me how you ended up here. As he spoke, Jiang Feng ushered Li Yifei into the office. Lin Qiye stood quietly aside, narrowing his eyes as he observed Li Yifei's retreating figure, puzzled by his fervent desire to join the Night Watchers. Just moments ago, he had been terrified, yet upon mention of the Night Watchers, he seemed to be triggered by some hidden keyword, suddenly steadfast in resolve. It was quite perplexing. Soon, Li Yifei recounted the mysterious encounter, capturing the attention of Chenmai and others. The ability to masquerade as ordinary individuals, engage in normal interactions, and assimilate others by devouring them was a grave concern. Wu Xiangnan swiftly distilled these characteristics, demonstrating considerable experience. Redding promptly volunteered. No problem, I'll go eliminate them. General Zhao declared his eagerness to engage, rising excitedly as he stroked the black crow in his hands. Count me in. My silver scales are itching for action. Beside Wen Qima lay a small, languorous creature, adorned in silver scales with antler-like horns, resembling the legendary Qilin. This divine being, birthed by Wen Qima, was known as Silver Scale. At the mention of combat, Silver Scale's head rose proudly, its mirror-like scales reflecting brilliant colors that dazzled the eye. The lack of mysterious incidents over the past month had left everyone restless, yearning to take their companions into battle. At last, an opportunity had arisen. A palpable wave of murderous intent enveloped the conference room. Observing the eager group, Li Yifei felt a sinking sensation. The serpentine demon persona hidden deep within him stirred uneasily. The intelligence he had gathered seemed at odds with the fervor for violence displayed by his companions. Would his painstakingly infected offspring be sufficient for these warriors? The once foolproof opportunity now felt precarious. Lin Qiye's gaze flickered as he shook his head, suspecting that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Feng cleared his throat, asserting, I fear the situation is far more complex. We cannot ascertain the source of the infection, nor can we determine if there are only these two, or if the entire school, or even the city of Tsangnan, is teeming with serpentine demons. Lin Qiye was taken aback, exclaiming, that's my line. Where's the referee? I want to report someone for eavesdropping. Indeed, Jiang Feng makes a valid point. Chenmai nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Qiye, who had yet to speak. Qiye, you must learn to voice your thoughts. We are comrades in arms. Lin Qiye, feeling overwhelmed, confessed. I feel as though I constantly live in Jiang Feng's shadow. After a moment of contemplation, he weakly added, I share brother Jiang Feng's perspective. Hey, no need to feel anxious about lacking ideas. Zhao Kongqing patted his shoulder, offering quiet encouragement. I've been around long enough, and with my 4-character mantra, no one dares underestimate me. Just follow my lead. It's enough to handle most situations. Lin Qiye looked up, puzzled. Zhao Kongqing grinned confidently, I feel the same way. Lin Qiye nodded slightly, understanding. Chenmai rubbed his temples, exclaiming, you two are quite the pair, one eager to teach and the other keen to learn. Redding and Xishan exchanged sympathetic glances towards Lin Qiye, enveloped by Zhao's endearing aura, their heads buzzing. Wu Xiangnan resumed the serious discussion, stating, if Jiang Feng is correct, the infection spreads rapidly, and the entity's strength must be limited. Here is the plan. We will split into 2 teams. One will search for traces of the infected around the school, while the other infiltrates the school to uncover the source of the serpentine demon. Chenmai decisively announced that's the course of action. Jiang Feng, Qiye, Redding, and Xiaonan, you appear youthful, resembling students, so you will operate inside the school. The rest will search the periphery. And what about me? Li Yifei hesitantly raised his hand, inquiring softly, didn't he want to join us? Then come along and prove your worth. Jiang Feng suggested. Chenmai agreed, noting that Li Yifei had witnessed the serpentine demon firsthand, making him an asset. Jiang Feng draped an arm around Li Yifei's shoulders, whispering, how about it? I'm being generous by offering you this last ride. Thank you, Brother Feng, for your kindness. Though the notion of a last ride felt ominous, Li Yifei was nonetheless exhilarated. If he performed well, he could realize his goal of joining the Night Watchers. Who would suspect that a mysterious presence was embedded within a team dedicated to combating the arcane? He envisioned a life of safety and security ahead. Jiang Feng smiled broadly. As we guide you on your journey, you ought to be grateful to us. What a polite lad. Chapter 19. The Determined Qiye. The risks of pretentiousness. Is there anything else to add? Chenmai surveyed the group. Zhao Kongqing raised his hand. I request to enter the school as well. They're all young, and they need an experienced veteran to guide them. Chenmai was speechless. Your previous role was as a lookout. What experience do you have? Were you playing casual games? Mountain men have their clever strategies. Zhao Kongqing's eyes sparkled with intelligence. Fine, but if anything goes awry, you alone will bear the consequences. Chenmai shook his head in resignation. Though this mysterious incident appeared daunting, its danger rating was not excessively high, making it an ideal training opportunity for newcomers. Zhao Kongqing had recently acquired the ability from the Forbidden Ruins, and his desire to prove himself was understandable. Chenmai stood up, declaring, "Since there are no further objections, I announce the commencement of the operation to eradicate the serpentine demons." Suddenly, Jiang Feng interjected with a bashful smile, "Actually, I have a brilliant idea that can instantly reveal who is human and who is demon." The group exchanged wary glances, sensing an ominous premonition. "Let us hear it." Chenmai probed cautiously. "By allowing all faculty and students to experience love and filial piety, I can discern each individual's identity and capabilities," Jiang Feng boasted, raising an eyebrow with pride. The crowd stood in shock, dumbfounded by his audacity. Is this something a sane person would suggest? Even the goddess of mercy would scold you for attempting to usurp her role. "Captain, I feel this lad poses a greater threat than the serpentine demons. Let us eliminate him first. In the name of preserving the values of all faculty and students, I second Zhao's opinion." "So do I," Si Xiaonan exclaimed, astonished that even Qiye was compelled to speak due to Jiang Feng's absurdity, a true medical marvel. This only underscored Jiang Feng's heinousness. Redding scoffed, recalling how he had promised to take responsibility for her, only to abandon her after the birth of their child, leaving her with all the responsibilities. In a hushed tone, she muttered, "All men are just big oafs." Zhao Kongqing and Wen Qima nodded in agreement, though a sense of dissonance lingered. After all, they were indeed men. Oh dear. A single-mindedness had transformed into a stalemate. Faced with the crowd's condemnation, Jiang Feng felt aggrieved. Why should I be blamed? I have neither committed any heinous acts nor do I intend to prolong this mysterious situation. I am merely facilitating a grand deed that brings new life and vitality to the world. Chenmai sighed, exasperated. I advise you not to be overly benevolent. This was because he was also part of the brigade bearing young ones. Beneath the shadows, a pair of large eyes rolled around, perfectly overlapping with Chenmai's silhouette. As if the shadow had come to life. This was Chenmai's progeny, named Qingming, a formless entity embodying shadows, possessing the power of the 037, Black Wuchang, Forbidden Domain. Compared to Chenmai, Qingming resembled a harbinger of doom, stealthily severing the lifespans of mortals, ensnaring their souls. Most importantly, Qingming could also suppress Shiva's curse. The connection between their forbidden domains was profound, their synergy far surpassing mere arithmetic, alleviating a significant burden from Chenmai. For the first time in 10 years, Chenmai felt an unprecedented lightness. His stagnant realm began to waver. Perhaps it would not be long before he could break through to the sea realm. Thus, he harbored a complex mix of gratitude and frustration towards Jiang Feng, grappling with emotions that were both overwhelming and difficult to articulate. After all, Jiang Feng was the father of his child. Just the thought of it made his head throb, nearly driving him to madness. All right, we must adhere to the principle of voluntariness. We are the Night Watchers, guardians of the great Xiao populace, and we must never abuse our abilities. Chenmai shot Jiang Feng a warning glare. Okay, Jiang Feng replied, exasperated. The endeavor to let everyone experience the greatness of maternal love is indeed a heavy burden. Chenmai declared gravely, the campaign against the snake demon begins now. Half an hour later, outside the second high school of Cangnan City. Jiang Feng, Qiye, your school uniforms are atrocious. Under the sunlight, Hongying donned a red and white uniform, her long black hair tied in a simple ponytail, dancing in the breeze, her long legs exuding youthful vitality. Lin Qiye pointed to his blue and white uniform, asserting, the boys' uniforms are truly hideous. Yours is quite acceptable. Jiang Feng, maintaining his gaze, remarked, the same attire can emanate different qualities. You, Yingzi, have already achieved the status of a school beauty. Proudly lifting her chin, Hongying clearly relished Jiang Feng's flattery. Yet in the next moment, she glared at him, gritting her teeth. Do my legs look good? Absolutely, Jiang Feng replied, entranced. Wow, impressive. Lin Qiye, who dared only to steal glances, silently gave a thumbs up, having to admit that in certain aspects, Jiang Feng was indeed formidable. Humph, scoundrel. Seeing Jiang Feng's unabashed demeanor, Hongying's face hardened, and she stepped on his foot. Jiang Feng's pupils dilated. Wow, such a fair and perfect leg shape, reflecting light even under the sun. He murmured. If only she wore thigh-high stockings and high heels, she would be invincible. Hongying. Lin Qiye. Si Xiaonan glanced down at her short legs and snorted. Enough with the flirtation. We are on a mission. Can you consider others' feelings? Xiaonan, don't say that. Hongying exclaimed, exasperated with Jiang Feng's antics that left her feeling powerless and frustrated. Lin Qiye, snapping out of his momentary shock, cleared his throat. Sister Xiaonan is right. The mission is paramount. Let us proceed. With that, he took a swift step forward, using the 2-meter-high wall to propel himself, effortlessly landing atop it, then gracefully flipping over. Wow, such a cool move. After only half a month of training, she is already so skilled. Hongying praised loudly. Glancing at Jiang Feng. Cool? Look at the shards of glass on the wall. He is already bleeding. Jiang Feng pointed to the top of the wall, where the transparent glass fragments were nearly invisible in the sunlight, but now tinted with red. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were taken aback. Qiye is truly a determined child. He didn't even cry out in pain. On the other side of the wall, Lin Qiye bounced around as if spring-loaded, clutching his palm and hissing quietly in discomfort. Be careful. Jiang Feng warned earnestly, showing off comes with risks. Be cautious with your bravado. So how do we get over? Si Xiaonan asked, her expression pained. Her short legs made scaling the wall difficult enough, and the glass shards raised the challenge to a hellish level. I could just blast the wall open with a shot. It's remote here, and no one would notice for a while. Hong Ying declared boldly. Hey, that's a small matter. Jiang Feng elegantly extended his hands. Ladies, please take my hands. I shall escort you over. Reluctantly, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan extended their hands, which Jiang Feng grasped, their softness akin to silk. A flash of silver light enveloped them, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on the other side of the wall. The divine realm of heaven and earth. The ability to freely alter spatial positions within the forbidden domain. Show off. Hong Ying muttered before suddenly exclaiming, Hey, where's Qiye? Why is he missing? Oh right, that is peculiar. Jiang Feng scratched his head. Outside the wall, Lin Qiye looked around in bewilderment, his expression dazed. He stared at his bloodied palm, feeling utterly defeated. Damn it. Jiang Feng, it must be you. Chapter 20. Infiltrating the school. Perhaps Qiye has discovered something. We must catch up. Si Xiaonan glanced at her watch. It was already past 9, and they needed to hurry. This child, he never says a word. He is too silent. Hong Ying sighed. Jiang Feng suddenly realized something, pondering, could it be mere coincidence? The ability of heaven and earth is to swap spaces. Meaning Jiang Feng selected a small section within the wall and exchanged it with his current position. Could it be that Lin Qiye was standing precisely in the location that was swapped? Qiye, open the mic for communication. Jiang Feng called tentatively. Communicate? What the hell? Jiang Feng, did you set me up? Don't leave after school. I swear I'll get you. Lin Qiye's furious voice echoed from beyond the wall, filled with indignation. What the heck? Did you awaken the berserker system? Why is your temper so explosive? Jiang Feng mused in confusion, recalling Lin Qiye's character from the original story, which was rather gentle. Thud. A figure vaulted over the wall, executing a familiar maneuver. A backflip that left a trail of bloodied glass shards. Who else could it be but Lin Qiye? Qiye, you must remain calm. Otherwise, you may end up being the one injured. Hong Ying hurriedly urged. I'll help you heal. Si Xiaonan rushed to his side, conjuring small orbs of white light and guiding them to Lin Qiye's palm, visibly mending the cut. You're targeting me. Lin Qiye glared at Jiang Feng, his voice low and accusatory. For the past half-month, he had lost count of how many times Jiang Feng had led him into trouble. A saga that could fill a dictionary with his woes. For a full 15 days. Who could fathom how he had endured? At that moment, it became the last straw. And Lin Qiye could no longer contain himself. He was ready to explode, to resist. Today, he would demand justice. Teaching Jiang Feng a lesson about who truly held the reins. This is certainly a misunderstanding. Qiye, we are like family. You must trust me. Jiang Feng offered an apologetic smile. I swear, this time it was truly unintentional. A misunderstanding? If a mere misunderstanding sufficed, then why do we even need the police? Then what do you propose? Just be more careful next time. Lin Qiye's tone softened further. There was no choice. Jiang Feng had a firm grip on the back of his collar, effortlessly lifting him up with one hand, like a helpless chick swaying in midair. A vast and formidable aura erupted from Jiang Feng's body, swirling around Lin Qiye and suppressing even his seraphic might. The breath of the pool realm. Jiang Feng, you have actually broken through to the pool realm. Hong Ying's mouth gaped in shock, momentarily forgetting to mediate the quarrel. How is this possible? Weren't you just awakened half a month ago? Si Xiaonan's eyes widened, disbelief etched on her face. As a divine agent, rapid advancement is understandable. But to surpass an entire major realm in merely half a month seems excessive. In the center of the oppressive aura, Lin Qiye felt increasingly uncomfortable. Both the mortal divine domain and starlit dancer were under immense pressure. With furrowed brows, he thought, brother, take it easy. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he realized that he and Jiang Feng awakened their divine ruins around the same time. Yet Jiang Feng had already reached the pool realm while he was still struggling to grasp the lantern realm. Why was there such a vast disparity? Lost in thought, Lin Qiye pondered, are you still going to explode or resist? Jiang Feng teased him. No. Lin Qiye shook his head resolutely. Now can you distinguish who is the bigger king? Brother Feng is the big king. From now on, I will do whatever you say. Really? Except for raising children. You little rascal, quite clever, already know how to answer. Observing Lin Qiye's defiant expression, Jiang Feng encouraged him. Qiye, you see, Raising a child has no downsides. It can significantly enhance combat power. Why not embrace it? If that's the case, why don't you do it yourself? Lin Qiye retorted sharply. Jiang Feng fell silent. With oneself? That feels somewhat perverse. Yet it is indeed a brilliant idea. Jiang Feng set Lin Qiye down, excitement gleaming in his eyes. All right. Let me experiment a bit, and then come find you. Lin Qiye. Si Xiaonan leaned close to Hong Ying, whispering, "See, I told you they were involved." Hong Ying nodded vigorously. At the entrance of No. 2 High School, Zhao Kongcheng, clad in a sharp uniform, swaggered into the security room, boldly stating, "Brother, I'm late." Open the door. He produced a pack of cigarettes, shaking out a few, immediately garnering the guard's admiration. The guard tucked a cigarette behind his ear. Opening the door while inquiring, "You're quite the capable young man. What brings you to this line of work?" Zhao Kongcheng replied, "Brother, you've been at this position for 60 years. I'm here at 40, saving myself 20 years of detours." That makes sense. The guard was momentarily taken aback. Have today's youth really resorted to security work? Zhao Kongcheng, hands behind his back, surveyed the school, a proud smile gracing his face. His attire allowed him to move more freely than the students, who had to avoid their teachers, while he was unrestricted, free to roam as he pleased. Just as he entered the teaching building area, a woman in her 30s approached, dressed in a sharp professional outfit. Upon seeing Zhao Kongcheng, her eyes lit up. "Security brother, could you help me move some things from the storage room?" Zhao Kongcheng scratched his head. "I still have to patrol. It won't take long. I'll reward you." The teacher grasped Zhao Kongcheng's sturdy arm, pulling him toward the storage room. This doesn't seem right, Zhao Kongcheng thought, though a grin was already stretching across his face. What is going on? An encounter? Has my unparalleled charm become that apparent? Nearby, a black crow quietly observed the scene, occasionally flapping its wings and closely following. Soon, they arrived at a secluded storage room, where the teacher led Zhao Kongcheng to a corner filled with books. She traced her finger across his muscular chest, revealing a captivated smile. "A man as robust as you is truly rare. Your taste is remarkable." Zhao Kongcheng rolled up his sleeves, showcasing his bulging muscles with pride. The teacher playfully licked her lips, her voice softening. "Is it all right if I devour you?" The atmosphere turned ominous in an instant. Chapter 21. The Appearance of the Carp. Whoa. "Miss, don't be impulsive." Zhao Kongcheng swiftly retreated, activating his hidden earpiece. The voices of his companions, Chenmai and Jiang Feng, filled his ear, instantly heightening their alertness. "Submit and become my prey." The teacher's red lips split open, her entire head morphing into 8 petals, revealing serrated teeth. "Save me, my son." Zhao Kongcheng cried out as a shadow darted in through the window, transforming into a terrifying black crescent that sliced through space with blinding speed. Swoosh! The teacher lunged forward like a predatory beast. But before she could sink her teeth into Zhao Kongcheng, she was cleaved in half by the crescent. In that moment, all life force was extinguished, dead beyond resurrection. This is the terrifying power of the ultra-high-risk Forbidden Realm. 083, Life-Extinguishing Crescent Moon. "Old Zhao, how's it going?" Chenmai inquired with concern. "Piece of cake, it's resolved." Zhao Kongcheng regretfully shook his head, but this seduction technique is rather unprofessional. It skipped crucial steps. What about her realm and abilities? She only appears to be at the Lantern Realm. Aside from being a man-eater, I didn't notice any special abilities, though she does possess considerable strength. Zhao Kongcheng rolled up his sleeves, revealing a red mark left by the teacher's grasp. Clearly, she had just been infected and couldn't yet control her power well. Based on this, Zhao Kongcheng immediately deduced that the teacher was a snake demon, which is why she willingly followed him to the deserted storage room, making it easy to slay her. This is what it means to play the fool and eat the tiger. It was not due to the teacher's uniform and alluring stockings. Only at the Lantern Realm? That aligns with our judgment. There are traces of infection outside the school. We likely won't be able to regroup in a short time, so be extra cautious. Understood, Captain. Damn it. Old Zhao got ahead of us. We need to act quickly. Hong Ying clenched her fists, eager for a chance to unleash her fury on a dozen or so infected beings. Wait. There is someone up ahead. Perhaps he will have clues. Jiang Feng gazed into the distance, peering through a small grove beside the wall toward the distant teaching building. Who is it? Why would he have clues? Hong Ying questioned, perplexed. Following Jiang Feng's gaze, she spotted a male figure on the rooftop. The individual seemed to sense something, and he glanced back toward them. Who is that? Lin Qiye's eyes widened. This person seems interesting. Let us go check it out. Hong Ying sympathetically patted Lin Qiye's shoulder, having heard from Long Xian about his inability to distinguish between humans and animals from 20 meters away. In a flash, the group sped through the grove and flower beds, successfully evading the sight of 2 teachers, and reached the rooftop. You are indeed not ordinary people. By the railing stood a refined-looking young man, wearing glasses, slender in build, yet his eyes were dark and bright, as if able to see through anything. He turned to them, adjusting his glasses. Did you provoke those monsters? Huh. How did you know there is something mysterious here? Hong Ying was astonished, staring at the enigmatic young man, feeling an aura of mystery surrounding him. Could he be the source of the infection? Si Xiaonan and Lin Qiye simultaneously furrowed their brows, finding it hard to read this individual. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Feng lightly applauded, as expected of Lin Qiye, the top scholar in the city. Your observational skills are indeed sharp. The top scholar? Hong Ying and the others couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. It turned out he was an incredibly intelligent individual, though his name sounded rather peculiar. Grades and such hold no significance for me. And Gu's gaze was fervent, scrutinizing them as if he were a fervent scientist studying lab mice, sending chills down their spines. I'm much more interested in you, and by the way, my name isn't Gu, not Carp. Wow, this person is truly something else. In a hushed tone, Hong Ying remarked to Jiang Feng. When it comes to the art of pretentiousness, I can certainly match you. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes, acknowledging her prowess as the intellectual cornerstone of the narrative, her sophistication needing no elaboration. Yet, he had never been intimidated by anyone in the realm of affectation. Neither Lin Qiye nor Lin Qiye could faze him. With a nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Feng casually mentioned, Qiye, your class supervisor has learned about your truancy and has already begun contacting your parents. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the stairwell, revealing the child's anxious disposition. Lin Qiye, puzzled, inquired, when did you see his class supervisor? Jiang Feng shrugged. I haven't seen her. Now you understand. Feng Ge, you're quite mischievous. I like it. Lin Qiye chuckled, relishing the thrill of witnessing someone's pretentiousness unravel. Amusingly, she scribbled down notes, eager to learn the art. Hong Ying gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up, nearly deceived by him. It turned out he, too, was just a kid anxious about parental authority. Sishan murmured softly, this is what they call evil begets evil. Suddenly, the footsteps grew even more frantic, and Qingyu rushed up, visibly incensed, gnashing his teeth like an irate pufferfish. He exclaimed, you deceived me. I rushed to the office to confess and was harshly reprimanded by the supervisor. Jiang Feng immediately adopted a theatrical tone and solemnly replied, in truth, this was a test from the organization. Congratulations. You have passed and are now qualified to partake in the upcoming operations. Really? And Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, then excitement surged through him. For him, academic pursuits posed no challenge. Thus, the allure of the unknown was irresistibly enticing, akin to a cat entranced by catnip. Jiang Feng patted his shoulder. Indeed, if you could assist me with a small task, you would earn my complete trust. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged knowing glances, already anticipating Jiang Feng's next words. Lin Qiye instinctively took a step back, casting a sympathetic look at Qingyu, who remained blissfully unaware, his gaze clear and resolute as he nodded. Tell me. Jiang Feng grinned, revealing his true intentions. Jiu, do you wish to experience greatness? And Qingyu's pupils dilated, and his body trembled slightly. Don't joke around. Who would agree to such a request? Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were incredulous. How could anyone possibly consent to such a bizarre demand? The sight of the frightened child shaking was almost too much to bear. Only Lin Qiye sensed something amiss and displayed an expression of disbelief. This Qingyu was not frightened. He was exhilarated. Chapter 22. Feng Ge, I want to learn this technique. What do you mean? Contrary to everyone's expectations. And Qingyu not only did not resist, but instead displayed fervor, grasping Jiang Feng's hand and asking with a quiver in his voice. Can you transcend the limitations of human physiology and allow me to bear your child? He clung to Jiang Feng's hand, as if it were the most cherished toy. Of course, even if you were indeed a fish, I could implant the seed of life within you, nurturing offspring that inherit your strongest genes. Jiang Feng chuckled softly, confirming his earlier thoughts. And Qingyu was indeed an obsessive, drawn to all things unconventional. With a simple bait, Jiang Feng had him hooked. Was this the mystery hidden beneath the mundane? And Qingyu's eyes sparkled with fervor as he exclaimed, I have completed my master's studies in biology, specializing in genetics and mutations. Yet your words delve into my area of ignorance. How utterly fascinating. Hurry, grant me a child. His eagerness was palpable, and his sincerity almost imploring. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were bewildered, their minds racing with questions. How could he utter such shameful and outrageous words with such earnestness? Qiye, please think critically and explain their situation. Hong Ying turned to Lin Qiye, seeking clarity. Lin Qiye pursed his lips and quietly suggested, based on my extensive experience in the mental health field, it is evident that they are discussing their conditions. Is that so? Hong Ying's eyes widened in realization. These were indeed two eccentrics. Curiously, she asked, "What exactly did you do at the mental hospital?" "Oh, I primarily engaged in research," Lin Qiye replied. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged glances of disbelief, realizing that rather than two eccentric individuals, there were now three. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng withdrew his hand from Qingyu's grasp, feeling somewhat unnerved. The intensity of Qingyu was unsettling. Jiang Feng's thoughts raced. "Jiu, you are currently too weak to bear the seed of life. Once you awaken the forbidden ruins, come find me, and I will grant you a child." This tactic was akin to striking while the iron was hot. Originally, Jiang Feng sought a favor, but now it had transformed into Qingyu's request, so he felt justified in making his demands more substantial. Qingyu's identity was no trivial matter. The forbidden ruins possessed the unparalleled ability to decipher all things. Once he awakened, the abilities he would gain would be even more formidable. Really? Qingyu's face fell momentarily, yet determination flickered in his eyes as he declared, "I will awaken. Just wait for me." Jiang Feng grinned. "No problem. But could you allow me to conduct a dissection? Once I understand how the forbidden ruins operate, perhaps I will be able to awaken as well." Qingyu cautiously inquired, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Jiang Feng's expression darkened. He was not in a joking mood. He quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, we can discuss that later. Our current task is of utmost importance. Jiu, what discoveries have you made?" Hong Ying and the others rolled their eyes. "You remember there are more pressing matters at hand?" With old Zhao citing chaos, they were engaged in discussions about their conditions, truly exhausting. "All right." Qingyu, undeterred, continued. "Since about 2 weeks ago, certain individuals at school have begun to behave oddly." "In what way?" Hong Ying asked with curiosity. "Some girls have inexplicably become overly enthusiastic, inviting boys to secluded places, such as the small grove you arrived from, as well as the warehouse and the music building." Qingyu gestured towards several locations, just as a boy and girl emerged from the music building. "Look. They seem to be on a date, but afterward, their gait and demeanor become eerily synchronized, as if they were puppets controlled by the same master." Jiang Feng interjected. "Exactly." Qingyu shot him a knowing look, growing more animated. Although they try to mimic each other, when the samples become numerous enough, the clumsiness becomes glaringly obvious. "Is that so?" Hong Ying narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the two students who had exited the music building. They appeared unremarkable. Si Xiaonan, picking up on subtle cues, gasped softly. "What keen insight!" Lin Qiye stared wide-eyed, unable to discern anything, but in a bid for camaraderie, chimed in, "I think so too." Jiang Feng pressed a button on his earpiece. "Old Zhao, there's a suspicious pair of students heading from the music building towards the cafeteria. Handle them." "Got it. Watch me go on a rampage." Zhao Kongqing's excited voice crackled through the earpiece. He was no longer confined to the sidelines, now able to actively participate in the unfolding events. "How about us?" Hong Ying asked eagerly, her long spear itching for action. As Jiang Feng spoke, everyone turned their gaze toward him, including Lin Qiye and Qingyu, treating him as their guiding force. Jiang Feng seized the moment to assertively direct Qiye and Jiyu. "Scout the classrooms for the number of infected individuals. We will head to the girls' dormitory." Hong Ying looked at him quizzically. "Why the girls' dormitory? You aren't using this operation as a pretext to indulge in some peculiar fantasies, are you?" Jiang Feng straightened his back and declared with righteous fervor, "I, Jiang Feng, am a person of integrity. How could I ever be the type to intrude upon a girls' dormitory?" Hong Ying retorted, "Then explain yourself." Li Yifei and Jiyu mentioned that the infection originated with the girls, perhaps indicating a connection to the source of the contagion. Jiang Feng spoke with conviction, though internally he felt a tinge of anxiety, for he had indeed never set foot in a girls' dormitory. Hong Ying furrowed her brow in contemplation before nodding seriously. "There is some truth to that, but don't let me catch you acting inappropriately." Jiang Feng leaned closer, teasing, "What? Are you jealous?" Observing her adorably perplexed expression made him itch to pinch her cheek. "Jealous of what? Stop making baseless claims." Hong Ying's cheeks flushed slightly as she pushed Jiang Feng away and dashed downstairs, calling out, "Let us commence the operation." "Oh, the sourness in the air," Si Xiaonan remarked with an amused smirk. Lin Qiye was taken aback, astonished. The fierce Hong Ying, who often left them battered during training, exhibited a surprisingly youthful demeanor. He looked at Jiang Feng with admiration and earnestly stated, "Brother Feng, you are my true elder brother. I want to learn this skill." Chapter 23. The Serpent's Skin in the Dormitory. "Jiang Feng, I warn you, if you dare to disturb anything up there, don't blame me for being merciless." In front of the girls' dormitory, Hong Ying stood with her hands on her hips, her fist raised, gesturing toward Jiang Feng. "Rest assured, in front of Hong Ying, all other girls are mere wildflowers by the roadside, fading into insignificance. I won't even glance their way." Jiang Feng vowed fervently. Satisfied, Hong Ying raised her chin. "That's more like it." However, Si Xianan's expression darkened. "Damn it, Being sour-faced and facing unwarranted attacks is truly intolerable. Jiang Feng quickly amended, of course. Our adorable Xiaonan is the exception, just a notch below Hong Ying. Why is that? Shouldn't someone as cute as Xiaonan attract more boys? Hong Ying inquired, puzzled. Heh. Si Xiaonan scoffed, her gaze sharp. Confident in her looks, she was eager to see Jiang Feng's reasoning. Jiang Feng replied thoughtfully, as the ancient saying goes. One must safeguard their livelihood. No matter how bitter the life is, children should not suffer. At this point, Jiang Feng paused, leaving the rest for them to deduce. Hong Ying's face turned crimson as she grasped the implication, shooting him a warning glare not to speak frivolously. Then she turned to comfort Si Xiaonan softly. Ignore him. He.S. just a troublemaker. Let us focus on completing our task. Si Xiaonan stood rigid, feeling as if she had been struck. She lowered her gaze. Her heels barely visible. Does being cute truly pale in comparison to being sexy? She murmured dejectedly. It's all over. Hong Ying felt overwhelmed, realizing that innocent and cute Xiaonan seemed to be led astray by some unscrupulous fellow. But it's not impossible to change. Jiang Feng winked. Si Xiaonan appeared slightly tempted. Yet as her thoughts wandered, her face flushed, she turned away, muttering, You're a bad person, before pulling Hong Ying into the dormitory building. Jiang Feng watched their retreating figures, shaking his head in regret. Truly, the difficulty of winning over South God is no less than 7 nights. But it's not a big deal. With the right effort, no wall is too solid to break through. It's only a matter of time. Jiang Feng darted into the dormitory, following closely behind Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. On the 5th floor, the dim corridor was narrow, with most light obstructed by the rooms on either side, creating an eerily quiet atmosphere even during the day, as if a monster might leap out at any moment from behind a door. Hong Ying, slow down, Si Xiaonan urged, gripping Hong Ying's shirt tightly, her face a mask of tension as she anxiously scanned their surroundings. You're not afraid of confronting monsters with a knife, yet you fear the dark? Hong Ying said, a mix of exasperation and affection in her tone as she slowed her pace and asked softly, with so many rooms, where should we begin our search? They were investigating Lu Xiaoyan, the mysterious girl mentioned by Li Yifei, who had seemingly devoured their faculty head. Focusing on her would surely yield results. Hong Ying shot him a surprised glance. I didn't realize you had done your research. Jiang Feng smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. This confidence stemmed from being an exceptional gamer. With the entire map revealed, there was nothing unknown to him. Found it, Hong Ying exclaimed, producing a slender needle and deftly picking the lock, causing the dormitory door to creak open slowly. She raised an eyebrow, boasting, What do you think? Impressive, right? Very impressive, Jiang Feng replied. Though the open door felt somewhat awkward, Hong Ying covered her face, momentarily forgetting that Jiang Feng possessed a talent for teleportation, rendering the lock unnecessary. Wow, fishnet, leopard print. And this, is that actually snake skin? Have girls become this fashionable nowadays? Si Xiaonan exclaimed, surveying the balcony in awe. Indeed, sexiness reigns supreme. Jiang Feng playfully flicked her forehead and chuckled. What are you thinking? That's not snake-skin stockings. It's the skin shed by a mysterious entity. Huh? Is it really so brazenly displayed on the dorm balcony? That's rather ostentatious, isn't it? Si Xiaonan, resembling an angry kitten, swatted Jiang Feng's finger away and rubbed her forehead, confusion etched on her face. If they can disguise themselves as humans without being detected, it indicates high intelligence. Why commit such a rookie mistake? Hong Ying echoed her bewilderment. Jiang Feng gestured towards the nearby balcony. Isn't it possible this was intentional? What do you mean? Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan turned to look and were met with rows of snake skins basking in the sunlight from adjacent and even distant balconies, glimmering ominously. They felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. So many. Have we stumbled upon the lair of a serpent demon? Hong Ying activated her microphone, speaking gravely. Captain, the situation is dire. The girls' dormitory has nearly succumbed to this menace. She succinctly reported their findings, including the snake skins displayed on the balcony. Understood. GMO. Investigate the origin of the serpent demon as quickly as possible. The rest of you, expedite your efforts to eradicate this threat today. We cannot allow this mysterious entity to develop further. Shin Mai's heavy voice resonated. He stood amidst a bloodstained room, where 3 half-human, half-serpent corpses lay, clearly indicating the infection had spread beyond the campus. What should we do next? Hong Ying inquired, patting the long box at her back. If it weren't for the uncertainty regarding the number of infected individuals, she would have charged straight into the classroom to eliminate these monstrous beings. Each snake's skin represented a precious young life. Ask him, Si Xiaonan suggested, nodding towards Jiang Feng. Leaning against the railing, Jiang Feng checked his watch and calmly replied. Let us wait a minute. Hong Ying frowned. Why? Just then, a shrill bell rang, breaking the silence of the school and transforming it into a cacophony as students poured out of classrooms. Most headed towards the playground, but a few seemed to be avoiding the flag-raising ceremony, scurrying towards the dormitory. Chapter 24. We are all young. Let us reason together. Hong Ying tugged at Jiang Feng, instinctively wanting to avoid the ordinary students. Why are we leaving? Jiang Feng stood firm. Hong Ying grew anxious, exclaiming, You, a boy. Entering the girls' dormitory would get you torn apart if discovered. Hey, Yingzi, you're such a sweetie. You know they'd tear us apart if they caught us. Jiang Feng praised with a thumbs up. What do you mean? Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback, but before she could dwell on it, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor as a group of 10 girls appeared at the door. The dim emergency lights flickered to life. All of them had their heads bowed, obscuring their faces, standing silently like individuals possessed in a horror film, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Ah! Si Xiaonan screamed, hiding behind Jiang Feng and Hong Ying, too frightened to look. What do you intend to do? Hong Ying sensed something was amiss and shouted sternly, reaching for the long box at her back. With but a gentle press of the mechanism above, the red tassel spear springs forth. Do not fear, Xiaonan, for I am here. Jiang Feng seized the moment to ruffle Si Xiaonan's hair, her silky strand soft and delicate, akin to a little kitten, easily encompassed by a single hand. Outside the door, the girls remained silent, their movements synchronized as they slightly raised their heads, revealing a chilling smile. What should we do? Hong Ying swallowed hard. The scene before her indeed bore the essence of a horror film. Jiang Feng waved his hand, asserting that they were all young people and reason would suffice. Just watch me. He unfastened the wooden box behind him and slammed it onto the ground, revealing a gleaming dagger that reflected cold light. And bellowed at the doorway, Is this how we reason? Hong Ying's lips twitched in disbelief. Si Xiaonan couldn't help but chuckle with that shout. The terrifying atmosphere dissipated significantly. It was truly not as fearsome as it seemed. The girls outside stood dumbfounded, astounded by his formidable presence. However, could he not show some respect? They were the mysterious ones here. After a brief moment of shock, a glint of cold malice surged in the girls' eyes as their mouths stretched into grotesque grins, reaching up to their ears and even the back of their heads. With a sudden rip, their facial skin peeled back, revealing a series of jagged, blood-stained teeth, while their bodies were cloaked in frigid serpent scales, and their nails elongated into sharp talons. In an instant, the once fair maidens transformed into grotesque, terrifying monsters. They howled, their elongated tongues quivering like venomous snakes, and surged toward the door, tearing the wooden frame to splinters. Be careful. Hong Ying's pupils contracted as a long spear shot forth from the wooden box behind her, fiery crimson flames spiraling up the shaft. Just as she prepared to strike, she saw Jiang Feng step forward with a furious grin. Can't you speak? Dare to play mute in front of me? With a clang, he drew the dagger, the pale blue blade slicing through the air with no flamboyant gestures, executing a horizontal slash toward the front. The half-human, half-serpent creature sneered. Its scales could withstand bullets. What could a mere knife do? But in the next moment, the creature's amusement faded. From the blade emerged a massive crescent, dark as ink, exuding an aura of deathly chill. As if that were not enough, the pitch-black crescent erupted with fiery crimson flames, the intense heat causing parched tongues. Two distinctly different powers melded together in a miraculous union. Before the blade could reach, the foremost serpent demon began to wail in agony, its movements stiff and sluggish, scales cracking under the torment of ice and fire. With a swift flash, the crescent sliced through the bodies of several snake demons, extinguishing their vitality and reducing them to ash. A chilling wind swept by, leaving nothing behind. The snake demons had been obliterated in an instant. What kind of monster are you? Hong Ying's spear-wielding hand froze in place as she gazed at the empty corridor, inhaling deeply to mask her astonishment. Though the aura emitted by these monsters was merely a fade, the sheer number of them meant that even if she stood still and poked them one by one, it would take considerable time. Yet Jiang Feng had dispatched them all with a mere effortless stroke. It was worth noting he was but a newcomer who had joined the Night Watch just 2 weeks prior. My goodness, the ranking within the team has plummeted. Hong Ying felt a chill in her heart. Is there no justice, no rule of law? Such talent is indeed remarkable. The ability to perfectly merge the powers of 2 forbidden realms, unleashing a force on par with divine realms. Si Xiaonan's eyes widened, incredulously observing Jiang Feng's back. This usually carefree fellow, what other secrets does he conceal? Her perspective broadened, and with profound understanding of that strike, she grasped the weight it carried. 2 divine realms, for forbidden realms obtained through lineage, 2 of which are extremely hazardous. Good heavens, what a prodigy! Upon further contemplation, Si Xiaonan felt a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck. If Jiang Feng were to fully mature, it was unimaginable how powerful he would become. His capabilities are comprehensive, nearly devoid of weaknesses. It is no exaggeration to say that Jiang Feng alone could rival a specialized squad. TCH. Unable to withstand a single strike yet still daring to bare your fangs, you worthless creature. Jiang Feng twisted his wrist, sheathing the dagger with fluid grace. Over the past 2 weeks of training, he had not idled. He could skillfully wield both cold weapons and firearms. Monster. Hong Ying rolled her eyes, feeling as though this fellow was merely toying with her. That strike, she surmised, she too might not endure. Suddenly, an urgent voice crackled through the earpiece. This is bad. The serpent demons have gone berserk, launching indiscriminate attacks. We need backup at the teaching building. What? Si Shaonan leaned out from the balcony to survey the chaos below. Indeed, the playground had descended into turmoil. The sudden appearance of the serpent demons sent most students fleeing like headless flies, crimson blood pooling across the ground. It seems the serpent demons can sense the death of their companions, and, upon detecting danger, immediately retaliated. Jiang Feng deduced. That makes sense. Let us hurry to aid Qiye. Hong Ying grasped her spear and moved toward the balcony, her palm resting on the railing. Just as a fierce wind swept from below, a monstrous snake head, the size of a millstone, emerged from the 4th floor, its dark scales glinting coldly in the sunlight. Its cavernous maw open wide, seemingly capable of swallowing both the 3 of them and the entire balcony. Scaring me half to death, die? The sudden appearance of such a colossal creature caused Hong Ying's heart to skip a beat. Yet unlike ordinary girls, she did not scream in terror. Instead, she let out a cold laugh, her flames intensifying as her spear surged forth like a dragon, roaring into action. Yibao puffed up in anger and exhaled a breath of flame to assist her mother in battling the beast. Boom! The spear's tip crashed into the serpent's head, the searing heat exploding in a blinding flash, filling the air with the aroma of charred flesh. Chapter 25. The human world is too dangerous. With a tremendous roar, the balcony collapsed, bringing down a giant snake as thick as a water barrel, splattering blood everywhere. Whoa, Hong Ying, have you broken through? You're incredibly strong, Si Shaonan exclaimed, astonished at the power of that single shot, rivaling even that of the Chuanjing. Thus, she was able to launch such a devastating blow even in a surprise attack against the serpent demon. Hong Ying affectionately ruffled Yibao's little head, lifting her chin with excitement. I'm almost there, but with Yibao's help, I can stand against even the Chuanjing. Yibao affectionately nuzzled against Hong Ying's palm. This tender mother-daughter moment evoked a twinge of envy in Si Shaonan. If only she too had a child. Perhaps she could escape the nightmare buried deep within her heart. The serpent demon shook its dazed head, fear flickering in its eyes as it turned to flee into the thicket. Trying to escape after putting on such a show? Hong Ying barked, leaping from the balcony with a final declaration. You all go help Qiye. This one is mine. She moved like a swallow, deftly springing from balcony to balcony before gracefully landing on the ground from the 5th floor. Let us go. Jiang Feng extended his hand elegantly, reminiscent of an invitation to dance at a soiree. Si Shaonan glanced down, realizing the height was indeed considerable. Her cheeks flushed as she placed her hand in Jiang Feng's. Kiki. Jiang Feng smirked, grasping Si Shaonan's delicate hand, silver light enveloping them, as their figures suddenly vanished. In the next moment, they reappeared on the main road in front of the girls' dormitory. Generally speaking, the greater the power of a forbidden realm, the smaller its range. The fact that Jiang Feng could teleport without limitations was already extraordinary, and yet the distance was still so vast. Jiang Feng nodded. Indeed, it is somewhat short, but barely sufficient. Si Shaonan retorted, how infuriating. I shouldn't have exchanged even a word with this guy. Jiang Feng held her small hand, once again activating the heavenly and earthly convergence, dazzling silver light flashing continuously as they swiftly crossed the administrative building and playground, heading straight for the teaching building. Students, listen to me. Do not be afraid. Grab your desks and chairs and follow me. Let us fight back. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Lin Qiye brandished a bloody blade, standing atop the corpse of a serpent demon, shouting loudly in an attempt to restore order. Heavens, is that Lin Qiye? How brave and handsome he is. Let us follow him. Don't be reckless. Those monsters are our classmates transformed. They are indistinguishable. Gathering together is tantamount to seeking death. Lu Yuan, don't say that. Qiye is doing this for our sake. Witnessing their classmates morph into grotesque monsters and engage in slaughter, most students were significantly frightened, scattered like loose sand, making it difficult to organize. Lin Qiye's expression darkened. While the infected serpent demons were not difficult to kill, the chaos and collisions hampered his efficiency in clearing them out. Qiye, have you noticed a peculiar phenomenon? And Xingyu stood behind him, her brow furrowed. What phenomenon? Lin Qiye asked in a deep voice. And Xingyu adjusted her glasses. I've noticed that the infected can share vision. They are fully aware of your formidable presence here. Yet only 3 or 4 approach at a time, within your manageable range. It's as if the game has set an appropriate difficulty, allowing you to level up without real danger. Everything is just right. Lin Qiye's expression slightly changed. Is that so? If what Qingyu says is true, then there is undoubtedly a conspiracy behind this. Beside them, Li Yifei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Damn it, how did he know my plan? I must report this. He.S. definitely a screen peeper. Fortunately, he had infiltrated the enemy ranks. Li Yifei breathed a sigh of relief and tentatively asked. So what should we do? Should we break out? And Qingyu glanced at him. What are you being foolish for? Qiye has already called for reinforcements. We just need to hold on a little longer, and help will arrive. Why would we break out? Li Yifei's lips twitched, feeling insulted in terms of intellect, stammering. To save people. I'm destined to become a night watchman. I must perform well. The established game difficulty was evident. Lin Qiye's gaze flickered as he exchanged a subtle glance with Qingyu, sensing a hint of suspicion in each other's eyes. Little did they know. A mere phrase had already set two cunning individuals on guard. Li Yifei, however, remained oblivious, feeling quite pleased with himself as he wielded a fire axe, searching for infected serpent demons around him. Hey, Qiye, I'm here. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared, and three figures squeezed into view: Jiang Feng, Si Xiaonan, and Zhao Kongqing. Lin Qiye jolted, nearly drawing his blade, but upon hearing Jiang Feng's voice, he felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, an urge to flee. Humph. You rogue. Why don't you have to hold Uncle Zhao's hand? Jiang Feng had encountered Zhao Kongqing on the playground and brought him along, only to be caught by Si Xiaonan's sharp observation. Zhao Kongqing raised an eyebrow. Not bad, kid. You've got quite a few tricks. Jiang Feng cleared his throat. Ahem. We can discuss that later. Saving people is our priority. Exactly. Let us kill. Zhao Kongqing, perceptive to Jiang Feng's plight, swiftly led the Black Raven into the throng of monsters. Under the influence of the Black Raven's life-extinguishing moonlight, although he couldn't unleash blade energy as effortlessly as Jiang Feng, he still dispatched monsters with remarkable speed. Si Xiaonan snorted coldly, venting her frustration on the monsters. Her form shrouded in a misty veil as she danced through the crowd like a butterfly, effortlessly beheading any monster that collided with her. Jiang Feng's actions were even swifter and more direct. Within a 100-meter radius of him, all monsters suddenly vanished, only to reappear in the same corner moments later. The monsters, stunned, couldn't react in time before a black crescent flashed, and a dozen or so monsters perished. A vast area was cleared in an instant. Oh, what? Lin Qiye drew his blade, looking around in confusion. Who am I? What am I here for? Just a moment's delay, and he was left behind. He gazed forlornly at Jiang Feng's back. What a beast. Well, Brother Feng is amazing. And Qingyu's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. Let us go have kids. I want to study this. Li Yifei's hair stood on end, trembling in fear, his emotions nearly overwhelming him. Having witnessed Jiang Feng slay 24 offspring in quick succession, left an indelible shadow on him. Wishing everyone a happy new year. May the new year bring all good things. Chapter 26. Rest assured, I am quite professional. Goodness gracious. The production team's donkey can outdo your ability to seize the spotlight. Zhao Kongqing surveyed the surroundings, stunned. Where had all the monsters gone? No. There is still one. And that is Jiang Feng. He had gathered enemies from different directions and even different floors together, then dispatched them with a single stroke. Such a power was nothing short of heaven-defying. It was bizarre, nearly impossible to defend against, yet astoundingly efficient, making it a nemesis to any proliferative entities. Sheer numbers were of no consequence. This was the fundamental reason Li Yifei was terrified. The dog had encountered its nemesis. Si Xiaonan's eyes flashed with shock, incredulously asking, Is your mental strength limitless? Can you teleport so many targets at once? It was known that Jiang Feng had only practiced for half a month and had already broken through to the pool realm, which was remarkable. However, judging by his earlier performance, his mental strength was profound and refined, far from being merely that of a newcomer to the pool realm. It was nearly on par with seasoned practitioners like Hong Ying and Wen Qima. What a terrifying rate of growth. Jiang Feng grinned, puffing out his chest. My current strength is entirely due to the sweat and effort I've poured in. Quite normal, right? Si Xiaonan's lips twitched. Normal? Every time Lin Qiye comes to me for treatment, he is battered and bruised, and Jiang Feng has tea even once. And you have the audacity to speak of effort? Unable to hold back, Si Xiaonan retorted, Aren't you ashamed? What would Qiye think if he heard this? Lin Qiye's eyes brimmed with tears. Sister Xiaonan, please stop. My heart aches. He had been able to endure, but upon hearing Xiaonan's words, the grievances within him surged forth like a flood, leaving Lin Qiye in disarray. Lies do not wound. It is the truth that cuts deep. Clearly, they all had their advantages. Yet why did he have to struggle so hard while the gap only widened? Most importantly, he had to live in constant fear of being exposed. It was so difficult for him. Si Xiaonan awkwardly scratched her head, trying to comfort him, Don't be disheartened, Qiye. Although your current strength is still lacking, you possess perseverance and talent. One day, you will surpass me, even surpass Uncle Zhao. She initially intended to say he would surpass Zhang Feng, but reconsidered. It wouldn't be right to speak insincerely. Lin Qiye was rendered speechless, sorrow flooding him. As the dual divine agent, was he only worthy to sit at the same table as Zhao Keqing, who had no forbidden ruins? Zhang Feng couldn't bear to watch any longer, sighing. Xiaonan is truly foolish. She doesn't even know how to comfort someone. Qiye, don't take it to heart. In truth, the whole surpassing one another thing is meaningless. Since resistance is futile, it's better to close your eyes and enjoy it. Wouldn't you agree? Huh. Lin Qiye instantly exploded in anger. What does that even mean? How did we jump to closing our eyes and enjoying it? Is there a causal relationship? He forced a smile. Actually, I'm fine. I don't need comforting. Let us hurry and help Sister Hongying. With that, he ready to make a quick escape. You cannot leave. From the crowd emerged a tall boy, protecting a beautiful girl, his forced calmness betraying his glee and pride. Lu Yuan, Han Ruorio? What are you two up to? Li Yifei stepped forward, inquiring. Lu Yuan discreetly glanced at Lin Qiye and exclaimed loudly, those monsters can transform into the likeness of our classmates. Who knows if there are more lurking here? If you leave, who will protect us? Therefore, you cannot go. His impassioned words resonated with the terrified students nearby, who all nodded in agreement. Lu Yuan was right. There are indeed malicious individuals among the crowd. Please, stay and protect us. I am still young. I do not wish to die. Some even began to block the staircase, preventing their departure. Lin Qiye's gaze darkened as he observed the two with great interest. It should be noted that there was a minor conflict between him and Lu Yuan during their first encounter with the ghost-face being. Lu Yuan had shoved him aside in a bid for survival, nearly leading him to become a victim of the creature's claws. The girl Lu Yuan was protecting was even more intriguing. Under Lin Qiye's mental probing, he discovered that beneath her beautiful facade lay nothing but an ugly mass of flesh. The girl named Han Ruo was evidently an infected one. Lin Qiye let out a cold chuckle and chose not to expose her. I have stated my intention to assist my teammates. Step aside. No way. You must ensure our safety. Lu Yuan, clutching the delicate girl in his arms, stood his ground like a cock in the throes of passion. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes, golden light beginning to coalesce, his formidable aura about to manifest. Suddenly, applause erupted, and Zhang Feng strode in with an air of indifference. The crowd hurriedly parted, holding this man, who had dispatched over 10 monsters with a single stroke, in high esteem. Zhang Feng deliberately scrutinized Lu Yuan and the girl, chuckling as he remarked, what a pair of fools, a match made in heaven. I recommend locking them up. Lin Qiye smiled knowingly, secretly giving Zhang Feng a thumbs up. Only you could craft such a catchy phrase. You could easily pursue advanced studies. Lu Yuan's face flushed crimson as he glared at Zhang Feng. How dare you insult Ro? Zhang Feng appeared utterly unfazed. You truly do not care for your own dignity. A sycophant like you would make anyone cringe. Han Ruorio dared not meet Zhang Feng's gaze, lowering her head in trepidation, her body trembling slightly. This nearly drove Lu Yuan to the brink of fury. Just when he had managed to impress his goddess, he encountered Zhang Feng, this madman from Zuan, who insulted him so harshly. Take a look at yourself before speaking. Zhang Feng pointed casually, and the crowd followed his gesture to see Lu Yuan's protruding belly, straining against his school uniform. Wait, that's not right. I just urinated with him. Who could possibly be farther away? The surrounding spectators were flabbergasted, particularly their classmates, feeling as though their worldview had shattered. No, this cannot be happening. Lu Yuan's face turned a sickly green as he stood frozen in place, helpless. Lin Qiye crossed his arms, wearing a look of amusement, relishing the spectacle. When it comes to pranks, Zhang Feng truly reigns supreme. Everyone was retreating, except for one individual, Qingyu. He eagerly approached, wielding a utility knife, enthusiastically asking, normally, you lack the necessary hardware. Would you like me to assist you with the disembowelment? He pushed up his glasses, the lenses glinting ominously, adding, rest assured, I am quite professional. Lu Yuan's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 27. Want to play detective? The answer is thrown in your face. Don't come any closer. You are all demons. Lu Yuan scrambled backward, his knees giving way, surrounded by curious gazes that pierced like daggers, causing him immense anguish. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Particularly, Qingyu regarded him as if he were a work of art, his expression fervent, a blend of sanctity and madness. Look at how terrified the poor child is. It is truly a sin. Zhao Keqing stood with his arms crossed, discontented with Lu Yuan's earlier moral coercion, thus refraining from intervening with Zhang Feng. A small punishment, a great lesson. They were guardians of the night, not the slaves of these individuals. If they were to take their goodwill as a means of coercion, it would simply be too naive. Lu Yuan, Pull yourself together. Since they refuse to protect us, we shall leave on our own. Han Ruo, who had always been under Lu Yuan's protection, surprisingly showed no disdain, helping him up as they made their way into the crowd. Lin Qiye stepped aside to allow them passage, wishing them a safe journey and a prosperous future. Why don't you believe me? And Qingyu bemoaned, pounding his chest in disappointment, lamenting the loss of such fine experimental material. Lin Qiye cautiously stepped back 2 paces, wary of this individual who was undoubtedly as eccentric as Jiang Feng, a dangerous character indeed. Jiang Feng smiled slightly. Remaining unfazed, such a worthless creature does not deserve to receive my seed of life, merely a superficial display, allowing him to experience the greatest maternal love in the world. Jiang Feng was not lying. After all, few ordinary individuals possessed potential as immense as Zhao Kongqing's. Unless in great numbers, the life born from such would carry little value. Sishaoan pouted in disappointment, having thought she had found a weakness in Jiang Feng. All right then, let us assist Honging in dealing with the serpent demon's true form. Zhao Kongqing tightened his grip on his sword. This time the mysterious entities were merely minor creatures that he had not yet had his fill of slaying. Jiang Feng spoke up. Lin Qiye, take Jiyu and Li Yifei to evacuate the students. We will handle things with Honging. Lin Qiye nodded, seizing the opportunity to observe and organize his thoughts on the remaining uncertainties. The group divided into 2. Through their earpieces, they learned that Honging had pursued the serpent demon to the cafeteria. Jiang Feng, along with Zhao and Xiaonan, utilized space flickering multiple times, arriving by Hong Ying's side almost simultaneously with the conclusion of their communication. Wow, you appear like a ghost. It's quite terrifying. Hong Ying patted her chest, still unable to adapt to Jiang Feng's speed. One moment he was in the teaching building, and the next he appeared before her. It was utterly counterintuitive. Eek, eek. Yi peeked over, affectionately rubbing against Jiang Feng. He gently patted her small head, which bore the scent of milk. All right then, next time I'll inform you in advance. You all carry on with your display. I shall go earn some merit. Zhao Kongqing scoffed, brandishing his sword, a black crow perched on his shoulder, as he kicked open the cafeteria doors. Inside lay a dim atmosphere, the overhead lights flickering erratically as if short-circuited, with toppled tables and chairs in disarray. Come out. Don't hide. I can already smell your filthy stench. Zhao Kongqing squinted, surveying the surroundings, while the black crow on his shoulder had vanished into the shadows. The empty hall bore no sound. The opponent was not falling for the trap. Old Zhao, that trick of yours is outdated. Watch me. Jiang Feng boisterously followed him in, activating his microphone to call out, Lang Xian, turn on the lights. All right. Lang Xian's voice responded. Boom. As soon as the words left his mouth, a stellar-grade spotlight illuminated from a distant high-rise, perfectly angled to pierce through the cafeteria doors, bathing the dim interior in brilliant light. The serpent demon, poised for a surprise attack, while suspended from the ceiling, was left dumbfounded. To be precise, it was blinded by the sudden brightness. Hey, buddy, this isn't fun anymore. Which serious person carries such a big light around? Are you some kind of holy light sorcerer? What the heck, Lang Xian, are you for real? After being tortured by Teacher Chen, you became a professional lighting technician? Lang Xian had such a surprising approach. Zhao Kongqing and the others stood agape, under Jiang Feng's influence. Lang Xian's aloof persona had completely crumbled. Heck, confused, are we? How can one take photos without proper lighting? Last time, Teacher Chen questioned my professional competence. I simply upgraded my equipment. How impressive is that? From afar, Lang Xian wore a proud expression, snapping pictures of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan's exaggerated and comical expressions, which he then stored in a box close to his heart, already filled with photographs. At the very top was a striking photo of Jiang Feng in all his glory. Behind him lay a dazzling brilliance as Jiang Feng stepped forward, his long knife slanted, casting an imposing shadow beneath him. Playing hide and seek with me? Mr. Snake. You are still rather inexperienced. Power-ups won't save you. A flicker of panic crossed the serpent demon's eyes as it swiftly retreated. Run, if you can manage 99 meters. Jiang Feng remained composed, waiting for the serpent demon to burst through the window before he swung his blade down. As the blade descended, a radiant silver light enveloped him. In the next instant, the blade was poised above the serpent demon's neck, as if it had collided with the demon itself. With a soft thud, a vivid line of blood splattered, and the demon's head rolled away, its eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. With its last ounce of strength, it shouted, "Despicable human. You promised me 99 meters, and now it's only 98. Jiang Feng scratched his head. Is that so? My apologies, my math isn't very good. How about you get up and run a couple more steps? The serpent demon's eyes rolled back in frustration, refusing to close. With its indomitable vitality, it could have struggled even after losing its head, yet it was ultimately consumed by rage. Sishaoan stifled a laugh. Incredible. You even managed to infuriate a serpent to death. Hong Ying stretched languidly, sharing the sentiment. In my view, verbal dueling is your greatest skill. As the saying goes, just before death, one speaks well, yet look at the foul words the serpent demon uttered in its final moments. Zhao Kongqing shook his head, feeling overshadowed by this young man, utterly frustrated. With a weary sigh, he reported through his earpiece, Captain, the serpent demon has been slain by Jiang Feng. Excellent. The area outside is nearly cleared as well, Shinmai began, but Lin Qiye's voice cut in unexpectedly. It died so easily? No, something is amiss. There's still an infected being right under my nose. Why did the main body die without any reaction? Oh, are you suggesting, Qiye, that this is the serpent demon's ploy of shedding its skin? Shinmai asked solemnly. Indeed, but I cannot yet determine the whereabouts of the true body, Lin Qiye mused, furrowing his brow. I know. The truth is singular. Li Yifei is the true serpent demon, Jiang Feng suddenly declared, boldly announcing his conclusion. An immediate interruption. Trying to play detective in front of me? Let me turn the tables on you. He threw the answer right in their faces, eager to see their bewildered expressions. Chapter 28. The Pillars of Heaven and the Hands of Peach Blossoms. What? Confused exclamations flooded the earpiece, Jiang Feng's words leaving everyone in a state of shock. You said Li Yifei? Isn't that the kid who reported the situation? How has he become the serpent demon? Zhao Kongqing stared at Jiang Feng, nearly boiling with frustration. Hong Ying frowned. Exactly. Who reports themselves? Are they tired of living? You can't be making wild guesses, can you? Si Shaonan looked on suspiciously. They were not well informed. But the preconceived notion that no one would report themselves made it difficult for them to grasp Jiang Feng's outrageous claim. Unable to comprehend Jiang Feng's bold assertion, he stood with his hands behind his back, feigning regret. Do you still not understand? Truly, it is lonely at the top. The others glared at him, nearly grinding their teeth in irritation. Hong Ying pinched Jiang Feng's waist, snorting, speak plainly, grabbing his weakness directly. Ouch! Jiang Feng gasped. Her grip was indeed strong. Unable to clarify at the moment, he decided to leave it be for now. Jiang Feng swatted away Hong Ying's hand, disappearing with the three others from the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye stood with his mouth agape frozen in place. He had felt the thrill of unraveling a mystery, gradually peeling away the layers to reveal the truth. But just as he was about to make the final connection, Jiang Feng had abruptly tossed the answer at him, leaving Lin Qiye at a loss. It was akin to a quiet night, snuggled under blankets, tissues at the ready, with a phone playing enlightening lectures, and just as a rocket was about to launch, someone suddenly pulled the covers off. Indeed, that someone was Jiang Feng, grinning mischievously and asking, surprised? Unexpected? This is infuriating. His fists clenched tightly. The overwhelming sensation of irritation nearly brought Lin Qiye to the brink. Qiye, why is your face green? Are you poisoned? And Qingyu asked with concern. Pulling out his utility knife, I dabble in more than just obstetrics. I also have some knowledge of bloodletting and detoxification techniques. Let me give it a try. Stop. Stay right there. Lin Qiye leaped back, sweating profusely. Trying to test it could spell doom. Is life still worth living if interruptions occur during reasoning? His mindset was crumbling. And Qingyu, dejected, squatted down, drawing circles on the ground. He had a sincere heart for saving lives, yet no one believed him. As for the dissection, don't ask. It's all for the sake of science. Phew. Qiye, most of the students have evacuated. At that moment, Li Yifei rushed over, panting and drenched in sweat. A look of eager anticipation on his face. Enough of the charade. I already know you are the true serpent demon. Lin Qiye's expression turned serious as he slowly drew his knife, aiming it at Li Yifei. Oh, so it is true. And Qingyu suddenly stood up, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. He had only harbored suspicions but lacked concrete evidence. How had Lin Qiye come to this conclusion? What true body? Qiye, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Yifei's pupils dilated, looking bewildered. Didn't Tifeng and the others go to hunt down the true body? What does this have to do with me? And Qingyu looked over with anticipation, eager to discern the key detail he had overlooked. Lin Qiye faltered, you ask me. But who should I ask? Jiang Feng had only provided the answer without the context, leaving him at a loss for words. The three exchanged glances, the previously tense atmosphere turning awkward. The serpent demon, deep within Li Yifei's psyche, was in turmoil, entangled in a knot of anxiety. Have I been exposed or not? Just give me a clear answer. The serpent demon, anxious and restless, contemplated whether to resist. Was this a test or a delay tactic to wait for other night watchmen to arrive? Damn it, just speak already. Why the silence? With beads of sweat rolling down Lin Qiye's forehead, as time ticked away, a ferocious aura began to permeate the space around them. It was the sign of a coiled serpent losing patience, ready to reveal its fangs. Oh, Jiang Feng, where are you? Lin Qiye lamented. Jiang Feng had dispatched the serpent demon too swiftly, and it was still midday, far from the time of strength. Asking him to confront the serpent demon alone was indeed asking too much. As the atmosphere grew tense, on the verge of igniting, ripples began to appear in the center of the trio, and several figures materialized. "Brother, you finally arrived." Lin Qiye's eyes brimmed with tears, resembling a wronged spouse. Instantly feeling at ease upon seeing Jiang Feng's figure, Jiang Feng flashed a radiant smile, patting his shoulder. "Don't worry, brother will always be behind you, silently supporting you." "Yes." Lin Qiye nodded earnestly. Hong Ying wore a playful smile. "By the way, is your support quite proper?" She knew Jiang Feng's daily proclamations of camaraderie meant something else. Jiang Feng shook his head helplessly. "Yingzi, how can you unjustly tarnish my name? I, Jiang Feng, am known as the pillar of heaven and the hands of peach blossoms. Utterly upright." "Humph." Hong Ying's cheeks flushed slightly. Boasting was easy, but did he have the strength to back it up? Zhao Conqing chuckled. "You're on the same level as my uncle Zhao. Shall we compare one day?" Si Xiaonan inquired curiously. "Sister Hong, what do you mean by pillar of heaven and hands of peach blossoms?" Hong Ying's face turned even redder as she hurriedly interrupted Si Xiaonan's curiosity. "He's just talking nonsense. Ignore him." In a neglected corner, Li Yifei clenched his fists, veins protruding on his forehead, overwhelmed by indignation. "How dare they? Whether I live or die, do they truly see through my disguise? Can someone just give me a straight answer?" The uncertainty gnawed at him, his body feeling as though it were infested with 1,000 ants, a torment more unbearable than being stabbed twice. Gritting his teeth, Li Yifei resolved to adopt a more assertive stance and take the initiative. Yet, before he could utter a word, Jiang Feng seemed to sense his intent. Glancing over with a mocking smile, "Stop pretending. I have already seen through your clumsy plan. The night watchmen are not so easily infiltrated." "What?" Li Yifei's expression shifted dramatically. Panic evident in his voice. "I have no plan. Stop making baseless accusations. You orchestrated a mysterious incident, then showcased your exceptional performance to gain entry into the ranks of the night watchmen, ensuring your safety henceforth. Am I correct?" Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. "So that's how it is." Lin Qiye's face lit up with understanding, aligning with his own speculations. And Qingyu raised her eyebrows in surprise. "I've observed for so long and couldn't reach a definitive conclusion, yet you discerned the entire plan. You've truly put me under intellectual pressure." Gazing at Jiang Feng's upright figure, she murmured, "Now, I am even more eager to see our child." Chapter 29. Lin Qiye, don't underestimate me. Feng Ge, save me. After a brief silence, Li Yifei slowly lifted his head. The confusion and panic in his eyes vanished, replaced by a pair of eerie vertical pupils, cold and profound. Like a venomous snake emerging from the fallen leaves, he exuded a chilling aura, sending shivers down spines. Jiang Feng's words struck true. Si Xiaonan exclaimed. Hong Ying couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Incredible. Weren't we supposed to act together? How did I miss this? Zhao Conqing shrugged. Unless he had mysterious written on his face, how could your limited intellect catch up? Hong Ying, flustered, retorted. Then tell me, did you figure it out? Zhao Conqing raised his hands defensively. No, but I wasn't part of your little escapade. Hong Ying, am furious. Let's settle this one-on-one. Scared? Zhao Conqing laughed derisively. As their quarrel heated up, Li Yifei in the corner could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Can anyone pay attention to me? I'm on the verge of being caught and still can't take center stage?" All eyes turned toward him. As he bellowed, he transformed. Delicate features morphed into scales. His body elongated, legs becoming a serpentine tail, resulting in a grotesque half-human, half-snake form. Hey, everyone look. He's panicking. Jiang Feng teased, relishing the moment. I'm not panicking. Clarify this for me. Who's panicking? Li Yifei roared, his snake scales flushed with anger. It was fortunate he was a serpent spirit. Had he been a pufferfish spirit, he might have exploded from frustration. All right, you're not panicking, Jiang Feng remarked casually, his tone dismissive, nearly inflicting emotional harm. Li Yifei, in a fit of rage, thrashed his tail, cracking the floor tiles beneath him in his fury. After venting his frustration, he gritted his teeth and declared, I consider myself exceptionally intelligent. I shouldn't have shown any weaknesses. How did you uncover my ruse? Because Jiang Feng struck too swiftly, Li Yifei hadn't even had the chance to showcase his skills. Thus he had indeed left no substantial flaws. This was why Qingyu and Lin Qiye had been unable to deduce his true form. It was akin to solving a function equation. Without the necessary conditions, one could not derive the answer, unless the teacher imparted some more advanced techniques. And Jiang Feng simply glanced at the answer, disregarding the solving process. Yes, how did you see through it? Please enlighten me, Feng Ge. And Qingyu and Lin Qiye looked at him, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Clearing his throat, Jiang Feng smiled mysteriously. It's actually quite simple. Everyone leaned in with anticipation. Jiang Feng surveyed them, locking eyes with each one, building suspense before finally revealing. I guessed. The eager expressions of the crowd froze, dark lines appearing on their foreheads. You've been pretending for so long, and for what? And Qingyu and Lin Qiye were dumbfounded, thinking, I stripped down for this? How infuriating. Li Yifei couldn't help but curse, pointing at Qingyu, his voice frantic. Why is it that you guessed, but I didn't? He looks far more suspicious. And Qingyu furrowed her brow. Do I really look that suspicious? Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. You see, guessing requires a level of skill and basis. What do you mean? Li Yifei asked through gritted teeth. By sheer coincidence, you witnessed the serpent spirit infecting others, and just happened to know about the night watchman, coming to report. With the serpent skin blatantly displayed on the balcony, and the fake body appearing at the same time, along with your eagerness to join the night watchman, Jiang Feng pressed on. While it is true that coincidence often plays a role, the number of coincidences surrounding you is simply excessive. When combined, it becomes apparent that this was a deliberately orchestrated event. You are indeed clever, able to perfectly mimic human appearance and behavior, yet, your rigidity has revealed your flaws. Do you understand, Li Yifei? Is that so? Li Yifei's gaze dimmed as he took a step back, disheartened. After Jiang Feng's explanation, what had seemed like a flawless plan now appeared riddled with vulnerabilities. Wow, that makes so much sense. Hong Ying gazed at Jiang Feng in admiration, impressed that he could deduce the identity of the serpent spirit from such fragmented clues. Yay, Daddy is amazing. Yi Bao, though not fully comprehending, still excitedly jumped out and bounced on Hong Ying's chest. Si Xiaonan and Zhao Kongqing each grabbed an arm of Jiang Feng. Fenggu, we were too loud just now. We apologize. Too many coincidences imply inevitability. And Qingyu murmured softly, now I understand. I have indeed fallen short in this round. Lin Qiye savored the revelation, unable to refrain from nodding in agreement. Well said. Why didn't I think of that? He began to reflect self-critically. Yet, a lingering sense of discord nagged at him, evading his grasp. As he enjoyed the massage, Jiang Feng smiled broadly. Did I manage to impress you? This strategy is called shooting arrows first, drawing the target later. In simpler terms, it means having an answer first, and then finding related events to support it. The events are real, and so is the answer. Who dares to claim the deduction process is not genuine? Doubt. Doubt means you're simply not equipped to follow Jiang Feng's leaps of thought. I underestimated you. Jiang Feng. Defeated by you is no disgrace. Li Yifei's voice rose sharply, as the wall behind him crumbled, revealing more than a dozen figures, all infected. Among them were Han Roro and the infected Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, filled with resentment, roared, It's all your fault. You caused my infection, now you won't escape. Humph. Still unwilling to surrender? Jiang Feng scoffed, dark golden light swirling in his eyes, an overwhelming divine might surging forth. With a swift motion, two beams of golden light struck Li Yifei's head, the ancient and wild authority of the divine pressing down upon him. Ah, my head feels like it's splitting. The terrifying divine might instantly inflicted severe damage on Li Yifei, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Bang, bang, bang. The weakly constituted Lu Yuan and the others were crushed by the residual divine might, their heads exploding. With a single strike, Jiang Feng eradicated all minions and severely injured the serpent spirit. He advanced nonchalantly, while Hong Ying, Zhao Kongqing, and the others spread out, encircling their surroundings. Ah, I just wanted to survive. It's that simple. Why are you forcing me? Li Yifei wailed in agony, the cold vertical pupils flashing with rage. Wanting to survive? Those who perished at your hands wished for life even more. Why do you not spare them? Hong Ying coldly swung her spear, flames erupting, while Yi Bao puffed out dragon flames, significantly raising the temperature at the spear's tip. Boom. Li Yifei's towering serpent body split in two, foul blood gushing forth, entangling charred entrails spilling out. Is this the end? Zhao Kongqing paused, swinging his knife in disappointment, confirming the absence of breath. No, wait. He is using the molted skin to escape. Jiang Feng keenly sensed the life force within the underground space. No sooner had he spoken than the earth stirred, and a shadow darted out, heading straight for Lin Qiye. Do they see me as the breach? Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. You underestimate me too much. I am also a divine agent. He calmly drew his straight blade, slashing forward, its edge as sharp as ice. At the same time, he shouted, Fenggu, save me. Damn it, it's still afternoon. It's not time to show off. I shall assist you. A silver gleam flashed as Jiang Feng appeared behind Lin Qiye, grasping his hand, much like a mentor guiding a student, helping him deliver the fatal blow. Swish. The long blade sliced through the air like a silver dragon gliding over water, leaving no trace, as it severed Li Yifei's neck. In its terrified gaze, a line of blood emerged, and its head rolled away, raising a cloud of dust. Obliterated. Lin Qiye exhaled in relief. simultaneously feeling a warm current flowing through the blade into his body. Remarkably, it was indeed his kill. The soul of the Nantua serpent demon was confined within the psychiatric ward of the gods. Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Fenggu. Jiang Feng softly whispered in his ear. You're welcome. I told you, I will always stand behind you. Lin Qiye's face flushed slightly. Chapter 30. Launching Yu's resolve. Did I hit the mark? Si Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her hands clasped over her chest, drooling in anticipation. 2 divine agents. How delightful. Zhao Kongqing gasped. Wow. Today's youth are truly astonishing. Ha, dogman. Honging scoffed. Only Anqing Yu was eagerly rubbing her hands, stepping forward. Fenggu. Qiye, I understand you both. Can you take me along? My goodness. Everyone was astonished. When it comes to eccentricity, you truly take the cake. Jiang Feng shook his head, hands clasped behind him. His expression solemn. Summer insects cannot discuss ice. My good intentions are beyond your comprehension. Li Yifei was the chief warden of the psychiatric ward of the gods, holding immense significance for Lin Qiye. Thus, Jiang Feng refrained from claiming the kill and, in this manner, aided Lin Qiye in slaying Li Yifei, securing his soul for the ward. He also subtly maneuvered to strengthen Lin Qiye. Jiang Feng's lips curled up slightly, noticing that Lin Qiye's resistance seemed to have lessened. The ultimate task had made considerable progress. In a certain underground palace, the coffin-sealing a beautiful maiden was almost bursting under pressure. Lin Qiye remained oblivious to the deeper meaning in Jiang Feng's words, still dodging Si Xianan's shy gaze. TCH, still pretending. Honging rolled her eyes and yanked at the dancing Yibao on her shoulder, giving it a few rough squeezes. Yibao, daddy, save me. Yibao blinked its big eyes, looking pitifully at Jiang Feng. When you all argue, I suffer. Without me, this family would fall apart. Zhao Kongqing chuckled and shook his head. Although some of Jiang Feng's actions seemed a bit unhinged, having him around was always reassuring. After all, when there was trouble, he truly stepped up and genuinely helped. Just like last time with the ghost-faced king, and this time with the serpent demon, the swift resolution was largely credited to Jiang Feng. Wait a moment. As everyone was about to depart, Anqing Yu suddenly spoke up. May I join you? Zhao Kongqing, Hong Ying, and the others exchanged glances, feeling a bit of a headache. This kid is quite clever but seems to be cut from the same cloth as Jiang Feng. One word to describe him, eccentric. Zhao Kongqing cautiously inquired, are you looking to join the Night Watchers, or their 7 forms affection? Well, that's all right. Before Zhao Kongqing could breathe a sigh of relief, Anqing Yu continued, once I become a Night Watcher, I can fight alongside Fenggu and Qiye. Zhao Kongqing's eyelid twitched. He foresaw that if this kid joined, the already fragmented team tainted by Jiang Feng would likely collapse. He adopted a serious tone. Have you awakened the forbidden void? No, Anqing Yu shyly shook his head. Physical fitness, martial arts, firearms? Not very good. Zhao Kongqing sighed. I'm sorry, but the Night Watchers are a combat team. It's not merely intelligence that allows one to join. This profession is perilous. Do you understand what I mean? All right then. Anqing Yu lowered his head in disappointment. Unintentionally, his peripheral vision caught sight of the Nantua serpent demon's corpse, and a wild thought exploded in his mind. Jiang Feng timely spoke. Don't be discouraged. I believe you will awaken one day. Come find me then. I definitely will. Fenggu? Anqing Yu nodded earnestly, displaying a look of gratitude. Indeed. Fenggu is the one who understands me best. I will not let you down. One day, I will stand before you. For you, I will do anything. Jiang Feng's words only solidified the fervor within Anqing Yu's heart. He would use his own eyes and mind to decipher what the forbidden void truly is. Jiang Feng's mental energy enveloped the team members, vanishing in a brilliant silver light, leaving Anqing Yu alone, his gaze resolute. The utility knife slipped from his sleeve as he approached the Nantua serpent demon's carcass. Peacekeeping Office. Captain, we have already utilized Dream Whisper to specifically erase the students' memories regarding the serpent demon. The logistics personnel have also completed the on-site cleanup. But, what is it? Chinmai raised his head in confusion. It's gone? Chinmai's brow furrowed slightly. After pondering for a moment, he stated, no, still envelopes the school. Even if someone took it, they cannot escape. By spreading Dream Whisper and erasing memories, they will walk right into the trap. Understood. Jiang Feng, sitting with legs crossed, smiled faintly. The goldfish's actions are swift. It seems it won't be long before he awakens. I eagerly await his forbidden void. Chinmai clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. He rarely set aside his serious demeanor, smiling as he said, especially the performances of newcomers Jiang Feng and Qiye exceeded my expectations. Let us give them a round of applause. Applause erupted, with Wen Qima and Wu Xiangnan expressing astonishment. Such a complex incident was resolved perfectly in just half a day. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Under the enthusiastic gazes of the crowd, Lin Qiye felt a bit embarrassed and honestly stated, "Actually, it's all thanks to Feng Ge. I hardly did anything." Chunmai waved his hand. "Jiang Feng is indeed remarkable, but Qiye, you need not undervalue yourself. As long as you keep striving, you have hope of keeping pace with him." "All right." Lin Qiye felt somewhat they used to say we were twin stars. It's only been a short while. And now it's changed to having hope of keeping pace with him. Will it be just a few more days before I can hardly keep up? It's disheartening. How can I rapidly grow stronger? Lin Qiye fell into deep thought. Scenes flitted through his mind, Zhao Kongqing, as a mere mortal, wielding Mingxing Shanyu, effortlessly slaying the infected, Hong Ying's gun shooting forth like a dragon, piercing the Nantoa serpent demon. Could it be that there is only that one path left? Lin Qiye discreetly glanced sideways, only to meet Jiang Feng's encouraging gaze, as if saying, "You are not mistaken." Smack. "Lin Qiye, oh Lin Qiye, you must hold fast to your principles." He silently shouted within, but his resolve flickered like a candle in the wind, swaying wildly. Jiang Feng smiled quietly, simply observing him. Once certain thoughts take root, the more one struggles, the deeper the entanglement. Chapter 31. Farewell Gift. One person, one stocking. Qiye, have you been preoccupied with something lately? Why are you always hiding? No, not at all. Lin Qiye feigned nonchalance as he peered down from the beam, stubbornly declaring, "I was merely checking for mice up there." "All right," Hong Ying sighed, rubbing her forehead. "The captain is looking for you. You should head to his office." "Understood." Lin Qiye descended quietly, glancing around to ensure the man was absent before stealthily making his way to the office. "What is going on? Just a while ago, everything was harmonious. Why the sudden tension?" Hong Ying murmured. Suddenly recalling something, she slapped her forehead in realization. Jiang Feng was also with the captain, truly a pair of star-crossed lovers. "Knock, knock." "Knock, captain. You summoned me?" "Ah, it's Qiye. Come in, please." Lin Qiye obediently stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. As he turned, his eyelids flickered upon meeting a pair of fervent eyes. "Brother Feng, you're here too. What a coincidence." Jiang Feng replied with a hint of melancholy, "Indeed. Despite being in the same office, it's been 10 days since we last saw each other. Your counter-surveillance skills are quite impressive." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Qiye scratched his head. "It's nothing. I've simply been training diligently." Chunmai, exasperated, rapped the table to interrupt. "Enough of that. Let us get to the point. In a few days, the new recruits training will commence." "New recruit training?" Jiang Feng exclaimed, his eyes brightening. He had been eagerly anticipating this. Chao Zhe, Zhai Gu, Bai Li, and Mo Li, each one a paragon of excellence, articulate and charming. If only each could bear him a child, it would be nothing short of marvelous. As the thought crossed his mind, a virtual data panel materialized in Jiang Feng's vision. Host, Jiang Feng, Realm, Pool Realm, 910-1000, Divine Ruins, Extraordinary Creation, Covering the Heavens, Progeny Forbidden Ruins, Rosefire Feather Garment, Annihilating Life's Moonlight, Heart Demon Binding Spell. Black Wu Chang, Mythical Form, Serpent Tail, Ghostly Face. 4 mythical progeny contributed 40 points of mental strength to Jiang Feng daily. In just 2 to 3 days, he could potentially break through to the River Realm before the new recruit training commenced, remarkably swift. It was worth noting that Lin Qiye, who had been waking early and training tirelessly, still remained in the Lamp Realm. If he were to discover Jiang Feng's progress, he would surely be crushed. Furthermore, this was merely with 4 progeny. If he were to have 10 or 100, achieving divinity would be a matter of moments. Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Qiye instinctively took 2 steps back, wrapping his arms around himself. This guy was undoubtedly concocting some mischievous scheme. "What is so funny?" Chunmai queried, puzzled. "He was merely announcing the new recruit training, so what was there to laugh about?" "My apologies. I was reminded of something amusing," Jiang Feng replied. "What is it?" What did you say?" "Let me ponder that for a moment." Lin Qiye and Chunmai exchanged glances, lost in contemplation. Though they were speaking in Chinese, it felt as though a translator was necessary. "What does it mean that your wives are about to give birth? You Venti even gotten married. So where do these wives come from? And they're all supposed to give birth together?" Chunmai frowned, already feeling a headache coming on. The new recruit training will take place in Beijing, where there are hidden talents and experts abound. You must be cautious. Just thinking about it made Chunmai feel as if the sky were about to fall. Jiang Feng patted his chest confidently. "Captain, you can rest easy. You know how reliable I am." Lin Qiye, hearing this, began to mourn for those comrades he had yet to meet. It would undoubtedly be a bloodbath. No, rather, a family-friendly playground. The chaotic scene was beyond Lin Qiye's imagination. "What a sin," Chunmai sighed, rubbing his forehead. "The weather in Beijing is cold, and prices are higher. Shortly, let Hong Ying take you to buy some daily necessities. I'll reimburse you." "Thank you, Captain." Lin Qiye felt warmth in his heart. Zhang Feng gave a thumbs up. Captain, you're generous. I want to hold back. Upon hearing this, Chen Mai immediately checked his wallet. A hint of panic flashing across his face. Brother, don't be like this. Wastefulness is shameful. I understand. I assure you it will only be daily necessities. Zhang Feng waved at Lin Qiye. Qiye, let us go. Gathering Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, the group headed towards the most bustling district of Cangnan. Leaving behind a forlorn Chen Mai, clutching his deflated wallet as he muttered, I wonder if Zhang Feng can make my wallet bear a child as well. Wow, Xiaonan. That Peppa Pig bedspread is so lovely. Let us buy one for them. Sure. That pink suitcase is fabulous too. Let us get that. Absolutely. This pair of black stockings and that white pair are nice as well. Let us buy them. Absolutely not. Zhang Feng, you pervert. How can you buy these? Zhang Feng sighed, abruptly switching to a sorrowful expression. We're about to part ways. Who knows when we'll meet again? Perhaps the next news will be a eulogy. As he spoke, he handed the black stockings to Hong Ying and the white ones to Xiaonan. I'm sorry, I misjudged you, Si Xiaonan said, lowering her head as she accepted the sheer white stockings. Hong Ying, skeptical, unfolded the black stockings. Goodness, they even had letters on them. No worries. As long as on the day we depart, you can wear the gifts I give you to see me off. I shall have no regrets. Zhang Feng said with a twinkle in his eye. Si Xiaonan nodded earnestly. I will definitely do that. Hong Ying rolled her eyes, thinking her friend was quite foolish to believe such nonsense. Lin Qiye, filled with admiration, quickly jotted down notes. Feng's wisdom, entry 9, create clever excuses. If you want to see a girl in stockings, gift them to her. Zhang Feng's wisdom was indeed as boundless as the ocean, unfathomable. Closing his notebook, Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with newfound insight. After nearly a month under Zhang Feng's tutelage, he felt remarkably empowered, especially in the art of charming women. Chapter 32, the only correct answer. Xiaonan, look at that adorable little skirt. It's beautiful. Let us buy it. Sure. Trailing behind, Lin Qiye's face flushed as he hesitantly glanced at Zhang Feng. Brother, isn't this a bit unsuitable for us to wear? Zhang Feng nodded earnestly, stating, I say. Ingzi, we are boys. Buying skirts would be quite improper. Fine, Hong Ying replied. Disappointment etched on her face as she set down the off-shoulder dress. However, Zhang Feng pointed to a nearby item. If we're buying, let us get this. Si Xiaonan looked in the direction he indicated. A large question mark hovering above her head as she became disoriented in the wind. It would have been better not to mention it. For Zhang Feng was pointing at a sultry camisole. What taste? Hong Ying mused, a smirk forming. You wouldn't dare gift it to me and expect me to wear it for you, would you? What are you thinking? Of course not. Zhang Feng smiled gently. I intend to gift it to Emily. Emily? How wonderful. You're gifting it to another woman. Hong Ying's eyes glinted with coldness. Si Xiaonan chimed in angrily. Zhang Feng, you scoundrel. How can you flirt with others while still with Hong Ying? Hong Ying covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing. Xiaonan, don't say such things. I have no relationship with him. Si Xiaonan, confused, retorted, if there is no relationship, then why do you get upset when he buys something for another woman? This, Hong Ying stammered, at a loss for words. Oh, Lin Qiye exclaimed, realization dawning as he interjected. Zhang Feng seized the opportunity, stating tenderly, Ingzi, I was wrong. Would it suffice if I gifted it to you instead? Get lost. Hong Ying shivered with goosebumps, angrily turning to leave. If you dare flirt with other women in Beijing, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson on behalf of Hong Ying. Si Xiaonan waved her tiny fist, chasing after her. Sister Hong Ying, wait for me. Brother Feng, hurry after them. Lin Qiye urged. Youth. Zhang Feng shook his head, hands behind his back as he remarked. Let me teach you one more lesson. Never chase an angry woman. Why not? Shouldn't you pursue her to soothe her anger? Lin Qiye inquired, puzzled. Lin Qiye suddenly grasped the wisdom, pulling out his notebook to jot down yet another lesson. The wisdom of Maple Brother is boundless, truly insatiable. As Jianlan fainted in the restroom, Lin Qiye raised his head and found himself utterly alone, scratching his head in bewilderment. At the corner of the street, a mouse lay in wait, its beady eyes darting about like a curious child observing the world. A glimmer of silver flashed, and Zhang Feng silently emerged behind the mouse, swiftly lifting it up. Chirp, chirp, little one, were you searching for me? The mouse seemed to understand human language, nodding vigorously. A flicker of surprise crossed its tiny eyes, unable to comprehend how Zhang Feng had discovered it. After a brief pause, it scurried towards a nearby sewer. Zhang Feng remained calm and composed, his formidable mental strength firmly locking onto its presence, gliding through the crowd like a specter unnoticed by anyone. Minutes later, following the winding sewer system, the mouse led Zhang Feng through the bustling city to a secluded outskirts. Why are you so fond of sewers? Is there a mermaid? Zhang Feng mused. shaking his head as he pinched his nose and stepped into a spacious area within the sewer. This space had been transformed into a laboratory, dominated by a massive operating table adorned with an array of bottles and jars. The most striking of these was a glass container holding the grotesque head of a serpent, a remnant of the lost Nandu serpent demon. A figure cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, revealing a shy smile upon seeing Jiang Feng. "Brother Feng, you've arrived. Excellent. It seems you have awakened the forbidden ruins." Living up to my expectations. Jiang Feng's smile was genuine. Compared to 10 days prior, and Xingyu had undergone a dramatic transformation. He had shed the brilliance of a prodigious youth, embodying a calm and unassuming demeanor, like a phantom in the night silently surveying the earth below. Particularly, his eyes occasionally shimmered with a faint gray light, as if perceiving the essence of all things. That was in Xingyu's forbidden ruins, the one true solution. It was one of the aspects Jiang Feng found most intriguing, the other being Jinlan's immortality, which Jiang Feng was determined to acquire. "Thank you, Brother Feng, for your trust and the conditions you created for me, allowing me to obtain the serpent demon's head and become who I am today." And Xingyu expressed his gratitude. At that time, Jiang Feng had deliberately used the forbidden ruins to lead Team 136 away, leaving only him behind. The implication, within Xingyu's intelligence, was not lost on him. Clearly, Jiang Feng had seen through his thoughts and fashioned an opportunity for him. "We are all brothers. There's no need for thanks." Jiang Feng waved his hand, gazing at him expectantly. "Are you ready? It is time to fulfill our agreement." "Yes." And Xingyu nodded earnestly. What a touching spirit of keeping promises. Jiang Feng felt a tinge of regret. "It's a pity your current realm is a bit low." As the words left his lips, a dark golden light burst forth from Jiang Feng's eyes, a divine pressure sweeping over the room in an instant. The mice in the laboratory collapsed in terror, prostrating themselves on the ground. What a terrifying divine might. Absolutely unfathomable. And Xingyu's eyes widened as he exerted himself to capture that divine essence. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he ultimately met failure, his astonishment only growing. Until his mental energy was frantically devoured, leaving him utterly exhausted, he gleaned no insights. Through divine optimization, Jiang Feng had acquired an even greater analytical power that perfectly countered in Xingyu himself. The realm of the divine was still too distant for him. How fascinating. Truly fascinating. But Xingyu showed no signs of discouragement. Instead, fervor illuminated his countenance. Were it not for Jiang Feng's presence, he would have eagerly taken a scalpel to conduct an experiment upon himself. Patience. Jiang Feng gently tapped, and a gray shadow materialized in his palm. It bore a pair of glistening eyes, radiating an aura of intelligence, clearly a prodigy from birth. And Xingyu received the gray shadow from Jiang Feng, examining it with curiosity. His gaze was fervent, his face aglow with a sacred light as he softly asked, "Brother Feng, may I dissect it?" Jiang Feng? Chapter 33, The Education of Prodigies. After a cordial and friendly exchange, Jiang Feng imparted to Xingyu the meaning of the righteous iron fist. "Goodbye, Brother Feng. Come visit often." And Xingyu waved farewell, his head swollen like a pig's, his expression animated. This was the image Xingyu had crafted after much contemplation, claiming it perfectly aligned with his aesthetic, a vision of the most sublime creature. Hearing this, Jiang Feng was taken aback. Is this not mere pretense? Why not simply present the idea of the triune deities? Truth, since Brother Feng has decreed that you cannot be treated as experimental material. You shall henceforth be my experimental assistant. Clean up, and we shall commence new experiments shortly. And Xingyu, brimming with confidence, whimsically named it Truth. What an apt name for Xingyu. The efficiency of this endeavor was simply remarkable. And Xingyu gave a hearty thumbs up, contemplating whether he should grow a few extra arms to truly embody a person, having only just been born mere minutes ago. Exploitation, sheer exploitation. I shall lodge a complaint with the authorities. Received mental energy feedback. 50. This was a contribution from Truth, whose tiny form radiated boundless energy. Jiang Feng was moved to tears. Due to Jiang Feng's elevation in realm, and in Xingyu's one true solution being immensely powerful, it rivaled even the divine ruins. Thus, Truth, upon its birth, surpassed many siblings, possessing the strength of the river realm, providing Jiang Feng with 50 points of mental energy daily. This meant Jiang Feng had no need to labor, as he could amass 90 points of mental energy each day. Once the likes of Yibao and Haya improved their realms, even more would be available. Originally, it would have taken 3 days to break through to the river realm. Now, it required merely 1. This necessitated a bit of motivation for the little ones. For the sake of their father's divine ambitions, they would have to endure some hardship. Yibao, as the eldest sister. How can you sleep soundly when your youngest brother has already reached the river realm? Oh, Black Crow. At your age, other children are already mastering formidable skills. You must strive harder. Silver Scale, do not think that your good looks warrant complacency. Even those courting wealthy patrons must showcase their talents, so get to training. Qiming. A moment's frivolity can lead to a lifetime of regret. Today's assignments will be doubled. Children, chant the slogan. I love learning, I love training, River Realm in 3 months. Sea Realm in half a year. Next year, I shall slay foreign deities from my homeland. Suddenly, the office was filled with laughter and cheer. It was either the sound of recitations and drills or the grueling toil of cultivation. The joyful childhood of Ibao and the others came to an abrupt halt. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Odd remains odd. Symbols observe quadrants. Chicken stews mushrooms. Iron pots boil geese. Caw, caw, caw. I can wield nunchaku. Heh. The little ones adorned with red ribbons inscribed with motivational slogans wore expressions of resilience and determination on their cherubic faces. Alas, those once lively and spirited little creatures had transformed into high school students devoid of light in their eyes, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Honging questioned. Jiangfeng, have you lost your mind? They are still so young. How can you bear to force them to cultivate? Exactly. Children are meant to be cherished. How can you be so harsh? Si Xiaonan indignantly echoed. Even Zhao Kongqing could no longer remain impassive, taking on the role of a concerned matriarch. Haste makes waste. Your approach is indeed rather radical. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, unsure of what to say, thus resorting to the universal formula. I feel the same. In the face of the opposition, Jiang Feng remained unfazed, responding without hesitation. How could I not be aware of what you all have said? He feigned a heart-wrenching expression. As a father, I, too, feel the weight of concern for my children, wishing for them to have a blissful childhood. Yet, look at the Great Xia. How many citizens perish daily due to mysterious events? How many night watchers have fallen in battle? Beyond the mists outside the Great Xia, how many formidable outer gods are there, drooling with the desire to extinguish us? Jiang Feng's voice grew increasingly fervent. Everyone, we have no time to squander. We must devote ourselves entirely to becoming stronger, for it is only then that we may uphold the oaths you once made. His resonant words struck directly at the heart. Hong Ying and Zhao Kongqing, momentarily taken aback, retracted their reproachful expressions and fell into contemplation. Is the situation truly this dire? Jiang Feng's foresight runs so deep. It seems we have misjudged him. At that moment, Chun Mai approached, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Feng and solemnly declared, well said. Time is indeed fleeting. I stand with you. The weight of this statement was perhaps comprehensible only to Jiang Feng. The miracle of Songnan City was about to enter its year-long countdown. When the time comes, dust to dust, the departed will fade, and the bustling city will turn to ruin. With the captain's endorsement, the doubts of several were completely dispelled. Hong Ying said apologetically, Jiang Feng, I'm sorry. We misunderstood your good intentions. I also ask for your forgiveness, Si Xiaonan added, lowering her head and poking her 2 fingers together. Zhao Kongqing's face flushed slightly. I didn't expect your awareness to be so profound. You must be a zealous party member. Lin Qiye chimed in. I feel the same. The corners of Jiang Feng's mouth subtly curved upwards, since that is the case. You know what to do, right? Of course. Hong Ying nodded earnestly, taking the ruler from Jiang Feng's hand and approaching the little ones, sternly stating, be serious. Or you want to have dinner? Indeed. I will supervise you from the side. Si Xiaonan declared with her hands on her hips, feigning seriousness. Humph. I'll be checking your homework later. Zhao Kongqing quickly joined in. When Qima stepped forward, and I will teach you about the forbidden ruins. Long Xian and Wu Xiangnan silently positioned themselves in the back, prepared to offer lessons in marksmanship and swordplay during breaks. The little ones exchanged glances. Their faces filled with despair. With more teachers than students, what fun could be had? Chapter 34. The appearance of Black Silk and the farewell pact the following morning. At the train station entrance, Jiang Feng and Lin Qiye each dragged a pink suitcase adorned with cartoon images of Peppa Pig, attracting the lingering, suggestive gazes of passing odd uncles. Little brother, my house is very spacious. Would you like to come over and play? My house is also quite large. How about visiting mine? Just then, a hand landed on the uncle's shoulder, revealing a scruffy face belonging to Zhao Kongqing. The uncle scrutinized him for a moment, hesitating. Well, that might not be impossible. What the hell? You really have no standards. Zhao Kongqing grimaced as if he had swallowed a fly, coldly retorting, get lost. If I see you again, you'll face a penalty worse than death. He opened his trench coat, revealing a police badge and a partially visible handgun. All right. I'll leave. The odd uncle retreated awkwardly, stumbling out of sight. Damn it. Zhao Kongqing spat, looking irritable as he turned to inquire, why haven't Ti Hongying and Xiaonan arrived yet? I don't know, Chen Mai shrugged, glancing at Jiang Feng. Did you two have another argument? No, we were stargazing together last night, Jiang Feng replied innocently, just as everyone was puzzled. A chorus of gasps and praises erupted from the station square. Wow, Are we getting movie stars in Songnan today? Look at those long legs. They're longer than my life. In my opinion, the lowly in white silk beside her is the real gem. She eclipses all with her charm. You're talking nonsense. Let us duel. The crowd parted to reveal two enchanting figures emerging from within, none other than Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. They had transformed from their usual plain appearances. Adorned with exquisite makeup and clad in the stockings gifted by Jiang Feng, blooming like flowers in winter, a sight to behold. How do I look? Hong Ying tugged at the hem of her garment, her face flushed with embarrassment, extending to the nape of her neck. Never before had she been the center of such attention. It felt as though insects were crawling over her body, making her quite uncomfortable. Yet, to fulfill Jiang Feng's farewell wish, she endured the embarrassment of dressing this way. The turmoil within her was more intense than that of battling a mysterious foe. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Please maintain this look. Jiang Feng's eyes widened. The taut silk accentuated Hong Ying's exquisite leg shape, long and supple, curvaceous yet not excessive. A perfect blend of strength and grace. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Sister Hong Ying looks truly radiant today. Lin Qiye exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Nodding fervently beside her. It's all thanks to my bro Feng. You said you wanted to see black silk, and now you have. Si Xiaonan, wearing a fluffy bunny ear hat, tugged at the strings, making the ears perk up playfully. You mustn't forget us when you reach the capital. Absolutely not. Lin Qiye immediately assured. Unable to resist the charm of such cuteness, Jiang Feng grinned mischievously. That's not certain. The capital is the most bustling place in the Great Xia. What kind of girls want there be? Little birds like you are the easiest to tempt. You might forget your surname. That's too much. Si Xiaonan puffed her cheeks, turning away in indignation. Bro Feng, don't speak carelessly. I'm not that kind of person. Lin Qiye hurriedly clarified, flustered. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Feng pinched Xiaonan's cheek, smiling brightly. Don't worry, I will keep an eye on him. At his words, Si Xiaonan regained her smile. Sigh, Lin Qiye lamented. The more I learn from you, Bro Feng, the more I realize how little I know. When it comes to practical application, I still feel quite awkward. The road ahead is long and requires persistent practice. All right, it's time to board. Chinmai reminded. What do you mean? Jiang Feng asked. How about when we meet again, you give me a pair of twins? He said, slinging an arm around Chinmai's shoulders, teasingly raising his eyebrows. You little rascal. Chinmai's forehead twitched with frustration, his fists clenched tightly. But then, considering the farewell, he decided not to be angry and let this brat have his fun. After all, they would undergo a year of training before being assigned to different cities, becoming true night watchmen, guardians of the people. As for when they would meet again, Chinmai sighed. It seemed unlikely. However, after a year, the 10-year period would arrive, marking the time when miracles would dissipate and everything would come to an end. Forget it. Whatever you say goes. With that thought, Chinmai shrugged, choosing not to refuse. After all, they were already neck-deep in it. Who still cared? Jiang Feng rejoiced. It's a promise. Little rascal, hurry up and get in. If you miss the train, you'll pay for your own ticket. Chinmai said with irritation. Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again. Jiang Feng swiftly caught up with Lin Qiye, waving goodbye. Goodbye. Do well. And don't disgrace our team 136. You are the best. Amid the usual playful banter and petty grievances, as the moment of parting drew near, an overwhelming sense of reluctance washed over them. 1,000 words left unspoken, wishing only for time to slow down. I wonder if they will be bullied once they leave home. Si Xiaonan's face was filled with worry, her eyes already glistening with tears. Hong Ying gently patted her head, smiling softly. Don't worry. With Jiang Feng, that stubborn one around, he won't let anyone bully them. But I really don't want them to go. Si Xiaonan hugged Hong Ying tightly, her tense emotions finally breaking free as she sobbed uncontrollably. It's okay. They will soon become excellent night watchmen, perhaps even join special teams and make a name for themselves. Hong Ying comforted her gently, her own eyes beginning to redden. Just then, Chinmai's phone rang unexpectedly. After glancing at the screen, he solemnly pressed the answer button. In the next moment, he froze in place. What has happened to the captain? When Chima asked cautiously. Quick, stop them. Huh? The previous decision to change the training location to Songnan City came as a surprise. What a predicament. If we delay any longer, once we board the bus, the tickets will be non-refundable. Mid-sentence, Chinmai seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. Frozen in place. It would be best not to intervene. Let them go. My goodness, what did I just promise? A set of twins for Jiang Feng when we meet again? Chapter 35, Protecting the Best Captain. Try to see the bright side. It's just the cost of 2 tickets, nothing to fret over. Indeed, why not deduct it from my salary? Being able to train in Songnan is a good thing. If we face any trouble, we can rush over at any time. Chinmai squatted on the ground, a look of despondency on his face as he lit a solitary cigarette. Despite the attempts of Hong Ying and others to console him, he remained unmoved, muttering incomprehensible phrases about being divorced with 3 kids and other bizarre remarks. Hong Ying and the others were left bewildered, unable to comprehend why their captain was suddenly struck by such heavy despair. But one could easily surmise that it was undoubtedly related to Jiang Feng. Whenever there was a dilemma, Jiang Feng was the go-to person. Before long, 2 figures emerged from the direction of the train station, enthusiastically waving their arms. Hello everyone. It's great to see you again. Surprised? Happy? Who else could it be but Jiang Feng and his companion? Ah. Sameo Nan's eyes glistened with tears as she found herself at a loss. Should she continue to cry or break into laughter? What a calamity. Chinmai sighed, his melancholy deepening, burying his head lower. No way. This kid couldn't possibly know something, could he? Chinmai extinguished his cigarette, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Feng. How coincidental that he had just agreed to Jiang Feng's request, only to receive the call about changing the training location immediately afterward. Truly uncanny. Hong Ying wiped her eyes, defiantly stating, "Of course I'm surprised, but it's more of a shock." Zhao Kongqing and Wen Qima, along with a few other men, stood by with cheerful expressions. Like mere background characters, they may not be the most eloquent, nor skilled in banter, but when it came to matters at hand, they would undoubtedly lead the charge. Such is the unique camaraderie among men. After a brief exchange of playful banter with the group, Jiang Feng approached Chinmai, grasping his arm with a smile. "Come on. Let's discuss some matters." "Wait, Jiang Feng. This doesn't count. Let go of me." Chinmai wanted to cry, but was powerless to escape Jiang Feng's iron grip. The force was simply astounding. Even their spiritual energies were on the same tier, rendering him unable to resist. Panic surged through Chinmai as he realized a terrifying truth. Jiang Feng had astonishingly broken through to the river realm. He now stood on equal footing with his captain. How could this be possible? Jiang Feng blinked, his face illuminated by a divine radiance as he solemnly declared, "Just a minor breakthrough, nothing to fuss about. We must focus on our main business. Life waits for no one, Captain." "What breakthrough? What are you talking about?" The crowd gathered, initially teasing the awkward posture of the two, but soon their expressions turned to astonishment. "How is it possible that your spiritual power surpasses mine? You've reached the river realm? This is absurd. It cannot be." The atmosphere erupted into chaos, particularly for Hong Ying and Wen Qima, who had toiled for years yet remained in the pond realm, only to be surpassed mercilessly by Jiang Feng. How were they to accept this? It felt as though the world had crumbled around them. Even the seasoned Wu Xiangnan and the enigmatic Sameo Nan were equally shaken, having never witnessed such a terrifying rate of advancement. They had never even heard of such a phenomenon. With a thud, a suitcase fell, and Lin Qiye, who had been smiling warmly, suddenly lost his cheerful demeanor upon hearing this dreadful news. "I'm still just a fledgling in the pond realm, bro." Lin Qiye's enthusiasm waned, light fading from his eyes. Would they ever be able to play again? They were all agents of gods, yet he felt like an imposter. Damn it, this isn't fair. If this continues, no one will want to play anymore. Restart. I demand a restart. Jiang Feng waved his hand. "Keep it low-key. Keep it low-key. I'm not particularly interested in realms." Hong Ying gritted her teeth, nostrils flaring with indignation. "This is infuriating. If I could take you down, I would turn you into a pig's head." Jiang Feng pinched her puffed cheeks. "Glad you understand. Behave yourself from now on." "Ah." Hong Ying, like a frenzied kitten, clawed at Jiang Feng, wishing to bite him directly. Yes, just the right amount of strength to carry the luggage." Jiang Feng reveled in the moment, his robust physique akin to a fortress, feeling as though the playful tussle was merely a gentle scratch. "Everyone, let us get him." Hong Ying, furious, realized she couldn't take down Jiang Feng alone and began rallying the others. Sameo Nan, Lin Qiye, Wen Qima, and the rest all rolled up their sleeves, grinning wickedly as they closed in. "Don't think that numbers make you formidable." Jiang Feng dodged, retreating swiftly to catch the retreating Chinmai, lifting him effortlessly and sprinting away. "Help me." Chinmai looked back at his teammates with despair. "Let go of the captain. If you have guts, come at me." Zhao Kongqing shouted. "Exactly. The captain is our elder brother. You will not harm him. Protecting the best captain." Chinmai felt deeply moved, tears brimming in his eyes. "Really? You all want to be like the Calabash brothers?" Jiang Feng paused, visibly delighted. "Ah, pardon me, I was just passing by, wishing you all happiness." Zhao Kongqing made a sharp turn, brushing past Jiang Feng with Hong Ying and the others. Phew. The group vanished like a gust of wind, leaving only Jiang Feng and Chinmai behind. "You treacherous lot." Chinmai gazed skyward, helpless tears streaming down his cheeks. A shadow loomed as Jiang Feng lowered his head. Grinning, "Captain, let us have a proper discussion." "No. You must remain calm. This doesn't count." The wails of despair echoed throughout the street. At the Peace Affairs office, Chinmai slumped wearily on the sofa. Captain, you are a true warrior. How dare you play such a high-stakes game with Jiang Feng? I shall dub you the Wolf Slayer. More formidable than anyone. Zhao Conqing and others gathered around, marveling at the unfolding events, witnessing history in the making. Get lost. The farther away, the better. Chenmai replied weakly. The toll this encounter had taken on him was immense, nearly draining his spiritual energy. Even now, his head was still buzzing. Jiang Feng, you beast. Chapter 36. A gathering of stars, Yuan Gang bewildered in the outskirts of Songnan City, amidst a desolate expanse. A formidable and orderly structure rose steadily, occupying a vast area. Surrounding it were checkpoints set to military-based defense levels, except for certain individuals. No one could reach this place. Boom. Several heavy armed transport helicopters descended slowly, their rotors stirring up a whirlwind of dust as a tall figure emerged from the tempest. Greetings, Commander. The soldiers awaiting on the side stood at attention, their voices ringing out like thunder. Yuan Gang strode forward, his broad face resembling a square. His tiger-like eyes gleaming with authority, exuding an aura of unyielding power. Is the training camp ready? Report. The training camp is fully prepared. Good. Yuan Gang surveyed the surroundings, taking in the array of various well-constructed buildings, dormitories, dining halls, training facilities, all appearing as if they had sprouted from the ground, brimming with an air of impregnable strength. By the way, hand me this year's training roster. Yuan Gang extended his hand, and a following instructor promptly presented a list. A list of names was arrayed before him, some adorned with markings. Suddenly, Yuan Gang halted his steps, his brow furrowing deeply. What in the world is this lineup this year? The accompanying instructor was taken aback. What kind of person could provoke such expletives from Major Yuan? Curiously, he leaned closer and, upon glimpsing the first name, was rendered speechless in shock. Could it be that Bali Tu-Ming is the young master of the Guangshan Bali Group? The second largest sponsor behind the Night Watchman. Known as the Bali family of the Forbidden Museum, another instructor could not contain his astonishment. Indeed, Yuan Gang inhaled sharply. In addition to this, 3 extraordinarily high-risk holders of the Forbidden Museum were present, one of whom was the preeminent figure beneath the divine. The preeminent figure beneath the divine? After a brief moment of confusion, the instructors quickly realized, exclaiming, could it be the Black King destruction of sequence number 31? The top 30 sequences of the Forbidden Museum primarily consist of divine ruins and legendary royal ruins of equal strength. Thus, the 31st position is truly the foremost figure beneath the divine. The extent of its terror is unimaginable. Yet that was not all. As Yuan Gang's gaze descended the list, his pupils dilated, and his hand gripping the roster trembled slightly. Could there be even more experts? If even the Black King is deemed insignificant, then there is but one possibility: divine agents. A turbulent wave surged within the hearts of the instructors. Any divine agent is synonymous with formidable power. Without a doubt, they would become a core member of a special team. Has another one finally emerged? Which divine agent could it be? Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes, pausing for a moment before slowly uttering, Codename 003, Seraphim Michael. Michael, this one is truly remarkable. Thankfully, he was not snatched away by the ancient god church. This lad has an immeasurable future ahead. Just as the instructors were fervently praising, Yuan Gang slowly added, and a dual divine agent. His dry voice revealed his inner turmoil. What? A dual divine agent? Hold on, my mind is a bit muddled. Can someone explain? Are you kidding? It means the agents of 2 divine lunatics. The instructors were bewildered. Even Yuan Gang, the chief trainer who had led countless new recruits, had seen all kinds of prodigies, yet upon seeing Jiang Feng's information, he was still dumbfounded. Damn, a dual divine ruin is one thing. But what in the world is extraordinary creation? Yuan Gang shivered involuntarily, his instincts warning him that this new recruit training would be anything but simple. Cursing under his breath, he thought, why do I have this ominous premonition? My illustrious reputation cannot falter here. Marking Jiang Feng's name with a red pen, Yuan Gang commanded, contact the mass team to establish dominance. Yes, sir. And add a rule. During the training, procreation is strictly prohibited. Huh? The instructors were left in stunned silence. Not far outside the training camp, a speeding off-road vehicle came to a sudden halt, leaving deep tire marks on the grass and kicking up clouds of dust. Lin Qiye, how's my driving? Incredible. Ugh. Lin Qiye leaned against the car door, retching. This ride was more thrilling than a roller coaster, with sudden stops and wild steering, creating the sensation of racing down a Kina mountain on the vast plains. You definitely Venti passed the second driving test. Jiang Feng scratched his head awkwardly. He had barely passed it himself 4 or 5 times. Not too many, right? But rather than blame himself, he decided to place the fault on others, saying, Old Zhao and the others are so inconsiderate. They didn't even see us off. Lin Qiye rolled his eyes and muttered, They already sent off 2 hefty lads yesterday. Who would dare to send us off? Ahem. Jiang Feng cleared his throat. He had originally intended to use the same trick again, but it seemed everyone had become wise to it, and didn't he even show up. However, he was quite satisfied with their current progress. He accessed the data panel. Host, Jiang Feng, Realm, Chuan Realm, 180, Divine Ruins, Extraordinary Fertility, Meteon Xiang Di, Offspring Forbidden Ruins, Rosefire Feather Garment, Moonlit Flash, Heart Demon Binding, Black Wu Chang, Unique True Solution, Mythical Form, Serpent Tail, Ghost Face. With this pair of twins, he now had a total of 7 mythical offspring, providing Jiang Feng with 110 points of spiritual power daily. In just 3 short months, he would accumulate enough spiritual energy to meet the requirements for breaking through to the Sea Realm. By then, Lin Qiye would likely still be in the Lantern Realm. This speed is astonishing. Moreover, training was about to commence, with hundreds of new recruits awaiting him. As long as he could conquer them, each giving birth to an offspring, the Sea Realm would be within his grasp. This was merely the realm itself, the primary factor affecting combat power. There was another critical aspect: the abilities of the Forbidden Ruins. If abilities are countered, even with a significant realm advantage, one could still be defeated. The unfortunate legendary figure, Han Xiaoyan of the Great Wind Disaster, silently gave a thumbs up. Jiang Feng now possessed 5 Forbidden Ruins and 2 Divine Ruins, showcasing an all-around formidable set of abilities. Coupled with the unique True Solution, which allowed him to analyze others' abilities and turn them to his own advantage, he was truly a hexagonal warrior. With such strength, Jiang Feng was not just a match for the new recruits. Even the majority of instructors would find themselves outmatched. When the mass team arrived to assert dominance, it would undoubtedly reveal a scene of chaos, as a fierce azure beast emerged from the midst of docile sheep. Chapter 37. Shun Qingzhu. He has given so much. Brother Feng, why haven't we gone in yet? Under the scorching sun, Lin Qiye sat bored in the car, puzzled. The training camp was right ahead. Yet they had been waiting for a long time. Don't understand? Let me teach you another trick. Take good notes. Jiang Feng glanced at the sky. The timing seemed right, so he stood on a conspicuous boulder, clasping his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Thank you, Brother Feng. Lin Qiye obediently took out his notebook, ears perked up, looking as earnest as a saint. The aphorisms of Feng had already reached the 10th entry, each word a gem, which he reviewed repeatedly before bed every night. Each reading yielded new insights. Ahem. Jiang Feng cleared his throat, maintaining an impressive demeanor. When we venture out, while strength is indeed important, what is even more critical is to possess influence and background. Oh. Lin Qiye suddenly understood, then hesitated, saying, but we have no background at all. Should we really resort to flattery? Wrong. Jiang Feng firmly rejected his assertion, stating slowly, identity is something one creates for oneself. Influence can be established on one's own. As long as I, Jiang, stand here, I am the highest mountain and the longest river among this cohort of new recruits. If they do not call me Big Brother, who dares approach? Hiss. Lin Qiye gasped in awe, utterly impressed by his boldness. He quickly jotted down this proclamation and memorized it verbatim. Who dares to speak so boldly in my presence? Suddenly, a black Maybach caught their eye, from which 4 individuals emerged in succession, all donning sunglasses and impeccably tailored suits, exuding an astonishing aura. Yet, they respectfully bent down, holding the car door open for a chubby young master who stepped out. Young master, these locals are so rude and arrogant. Let us ignore them. The bodyguards cast a cold glance at Jiang Feng and Lin Qiye, the warning unmistakable. Huh. Jiang Feng scoffed, remaining silent. Lin Qiye's eyes flashed with cold light, contemplating how dare this young master treat Brother Feng with such disrespect. Surely, he would face dire consequences. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the chubby young master kicked the speaking bodyguard in the rear, cursing loudly, damn it. The words of this brother hold great wisdom. You, a mere fool, are nothing at all. If you do not understand, then step far away. Indeed, young master. Just a moment ago, the boastful bodyguard in sunglasses was immediately tumbling on the ground, rolling out of everyone's sight. You lot, bring me the gifts I prepared for my comrades. With a wave of his hand, the remaining bodyguards promptly presented exquisite gift boxes, each containing a neatly arranged assortment of luxurious watches. All of them were Rolexes. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. Truly, you are remarkable, the esteemed Rolex master, by Li Pang Pang. Ah. Lin Qiye was dazzled by the pile of Rolexes, his expression one of astonishment. How is this so different from what he had imagined? Wasn't he the glitch supposed to be about a young master bullying the common folk? Brother, your previous words have enlightened me greatly. As a child from a poor family, when venturing out, I rely entirely on the support of my brothers. While Li Pang Pang excitedly approached Jiang Feng, grasping his hand earnestly, saying, "If you do not mind, let us forge a brotherly bond." Jiang Feng, turning to pick up a box of Rolexes, instantly achieved a connection stronger than gold, nodding in agreement. "No problem. From now on, you shall call me elder brother. And I shall call you third brother." "Elder brother," Li Pang exclaimed in excitement, then turned to Lin Qiye, saying, "Since I am the third brother, you must surely be the elder sister-in-law." Lin Qiye, when one is rendered speechless, one truly becomes speechless. It seems that lunatics have become as common as the flu, appearing everywhere. How else could I have encountered a group so soon after stepping out? Lin Qiye maintained a solemn expression, his voice icy. "Please open your eyes and speak clearly." Li Pang looked embarrassed, a hint of sorrow in his brows. "Actually, my eyes are already wide open. It's just not very apparent. My apologies." Lin Qiye paused for a moment. One person loitered carelessly, hands in pockets, chewing gum, exuding an air of arrogance, followed by three subordinates like shadows. Another figure, a young man in black holding a long knife, bore a resolute expression, resembling a seasoned ascetic, each step taken with precision. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes, sensing a dangerous aura. These two were certainly not to be underestimated. Indeed, this national training camp of the Great Xia is not to be taken lightly. Every participant demands respect. I didn't expect to join a gang so quickly and even become the third in command. Li Pang was overjoyed, boldly stepping forward to block a few people, saying, "Brothers, third brother here extends his greetings. Get lost. Who the hell is your brother? When I was the elder brother, you were still playing in the mud." Qingzhu showed no mercy, his words cutting like a knife. Qiao Yuan remained indifferent, silently continuing on his path. "Who told you about this? I was just a child back then, unaware of the world." Li Pang suddenly blushed, fidgeting, unable to face anyone. Qingzhu's lips twitched. "Did you just casually mention it, or did you truly engage in such antics?" An awkward silence ensued. Qingzhu, growing impatient, said, "Fatty, do not play these childish tricks in front of me. Step aside, or I shall teach you a lesson." "Elder brother, save me." Jiang Feng shook his head, casually tossing a gift box in front of Qingzhu, calling out, "Elder brother, this is a welcome gift." "Humph." Qingzhu scoffed, "Though I may be poor, I would rather starve than accept food from others." "Elder brother, this is a Rolex. Moreover, they are all limited editions, each worth over 100,000. There are 12 in total. I wouldn't dare display a box of Fuji apples like this." One of Qingzhu's subordinates exclaimed, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. "What? Hundreds of thousands each?" Qingzhu's expression froze, the gift box in his hand suddenly feeling heavy. His breathing slightly labored. "Over 1,000,000. Most people have never seen so much money in their lives." After a moment of struggle, he quickly forced a radiant smile, exclaiming, "Elder brother, how about I bow to you again and wish you an early new year? Otherwise, I won't feel at ease holding such a gift. It's simply too generous." Chapter 38. Qiao Yuan. "Please allow me to pay my respects. Quickly, let us all call out elder brother." Qingzhu extracted 3 Rolexes, handing each of his subordinates one. "Elder brother." The group bowed respectfully, resembling gang members swearing to face mountains of blades and seas of fire, their expressions fervent. "Fool. How did I not think of that?" This display of brotherly affection caused Li Pang to slap his thigh, looking at Jiang Feng in admiration. Truly, elder brother possesses great skill. Such a boastful character can be subdued in an instant. It's like a little cow on a plane, soaring to the heavens. Lin Qiye sighed, supporting his forehead. "This little fatty truly seems not very bright. Please," he asked, using your Rolex to win over others. "And you're left in admiration. If he had even a kindergarten diploma, he wouldn't be falling for this trick. And why the hell are you slapping your thigh instead of your own? Fool." Li Pang clearly remained oblivious, gently poking his chest with 2 fingers, saying with slight guilt, "Elder brother, I can't handle that guy either." Silent and composed, Qiao Yuan had already passed through the crowd, heading towards the training camp. At that moment, Qingzhu pounded his chest, saying, "Elder brother, that fellow seems a bit dangerous. Leave it to me to deal with." Jiang Feng nodded. "Be careful then. That Qiao Yuan is indeed somewhat troublesome." Qingzhu swaggered up, his gait wide, arriving before Qiao Yuan with an air of bravado, extending a hand to block the latter's path. "How about we become friends?" "Not interested." Qiao Yuan raised his eyelids, his voice lacking energy. "Call me elder brother, and I'll gift you a watch worth hundreds of thousands. I am a practitioner. Wealth means nothing to me. Then let us settle this with a fight. The loser must call the other grandparent." "I have no interest in being your grandparent." "You son of a." Qingzhu lost his composure. "You truly are impervious to reason. I wish to split open your skull and see what's inside. Brother, grant me some face. I beg you. You're making it difficult for me in front of elder brother." Qingzhu gritted his teeth, even his last shred of dignity falling away. If he were to make a fool of himself in front of elder brother at their first meeting, wouldn't that make him look foolish? Difficult? Then don't bother. Qiao Yuan sneered. He has always been steadfast, filled with pride, looking down upon those who form cliques and use power to oppress others. If you dare to continue pestering me, do not blame me for drawing my blade and turning this into chaos. When that time comes, no matter who is elder brother or second brother, they all have to beg for mercy beneath my blade. Damn it. Xinqingzhu was completely ignited. A powerful spiritual pressure emanating from him, causing the surrounding air to begin to solidify. It was a true physical solidification, gradually peeling away. Sequence 068, Ultra-High Danger Forbidden Zone. Qimin, able to manipulate air, creating a vacuum in a designated area, or compressing it to create a violent explosion. Push me further, and the price you pay will be beyond your means. Feeling the suffocating sensation from the surrounding air's withdrawal, Qiao Yuan slowly moved his hand toward the hilt of his knife. A fierce battle was imminent. These two individuals are undoubtedly possessors of ultra-high danger forbidden zones. Lin Qiye's pupils constricted. Even at a distance of several dozen meters, he could still sense the intense threat produced when the two faced off. Goodness. This is rather alarming. Li Pang instinctively took 2 steps back, attempting to hide behind Zhang Feng, only to suddenly realize he was alone. What the hell? Elder brother was just here. Li Pang, baffled, scratched his head, but then saw a flash of silver light as Zhang Feng's figure abruptly appeared between Xinqingzhu and Qiao Yuan. He placed a hand on both their shoulders. An overwhelming and terrifying authority descending, forcefully suppressing the explosive momentum of the two. Two young gentlemen, it is indeed best to cherish harmony, Zhang Feng remarked softly. So powerful. Qiao Yuan trembled all over, his face turning a deep shade of purple from the exertion, yet his palm, poised to grasp the hilt, could not budge an inch. The man who had suddenly appeared beside him loomed like an insurmountable mountain, bringing with him an overwhelming sense of suffocation, even quelling the urge to transform into the Black King. Could he be the benefactor the master spoke of? Qiao Yuan lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Jiang Feng's profile, and a particular conjecture began to surface in his mind. Elder brother, Xinqingzhu exclaimed in astonishment. What realm are you in? Moreover, was that divine might I just witnessed? Are you a divine agent? He resembled an inquisitive child, transforming into a torrent of questions, unable to contain his curiosity. The previous scene had truly left him astounded. The formidable and terrifying divine presence had sent shivers through his very soul. As Zhang Feng released his grip, the overwhelming divine might dissipated instantly. Both Xinqingzhu and Qiao Yuan exhaled in relief, their competitive spirits extinguished. With Zhang Feng present, one hand alone could lift them effortlessly. What was there left to fight about? It would be nothing short of embarrassing. Xinqingzhu regarded Jiang Feng with newfound respect, having initially feigned camaraderie due to the Rolex. But now he felt a genuine sense of recognition. True admiration cannot be bought with wealth. Only true strength commands loyalty. What would you like to discuss? If you merely seek to be recognized as my elder brother based solely on your superior strength, that will not suffice. Qiao Yuan stood tall, unwilling to yield. Naturally, it is to converse about your unique interests and hobbies. Zhang Feng replied with a teasing smile. Others claim I possess the demeanor of a prime minister. Yet you seem to embody it even more authentically. A sudden jolt coursed through Qiao Yuan's heart. From a young age, he had harbored distinct interests, particularly drawn to mature, voluptuous, and intellectually sophisticated women, commonly referred to as married women. However, he had never divulged this to anyone. Who could have leaked such information? Is there no sense of ethics or decency? Oh. Lin Qiye and Li Pang perked up, their eyes ablaze with curiosity. Even Xinqingzhu slowed his pace, casting furtive glances in their direction. Brother, you are my true elder brother. With so many witnesses present, let us change the topic, shall we? Changing the subject is acceptable. Zhang Feng smiled knowingly and continued, my second brother, Lin Qiye, is unmatched in the world. Would you like to meet him? The statement seemed nonsensical. Yet it struck Qiao Yuan like thunder, sending a tremor through his entire being. Qiao Yuan stepped forward, gripping Jiang Feng's hand tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Elder brother, allow me to pay my respects. Chapter 39, The 108 Heroes of Songnan. Haha. Splendid. With 2 exceptional talents at my side, how can we not achieve great things? Jiang Feng laughed heartily, feeling an overwhelming sense of security with the formidable members of his entourage gathered around him. Elder brother, you are remarkable. My admiration for you flows like the relentless waters of a great river, ceaseless and overwhelming. Li Pang exclaimed sincerely. As long as elder brother takes action, no matter how troublesome the adversary, 2 sentences will suffice to resolve the matter. Such charisma is truly off the charts. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, raising his notebook, eager to jot down some observations, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Why does it feel as though Brother Feng understands everyone so well, enabling him to make them willingly call him elder brother in just a few sentences? What is the secret behind this? Flatterer. Shen Qizhu cast a disdainful glance at Bai Li Pangpang, who he held in low regard for his sycophantic tendencies. He then stepped forward, producing a box of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Jiang Feng. Elder brother must be weary. Please enjoy a smoke. This is from last year's banquet, and I have been reluctant to indulge. Upon receiving it, Jiang Feng watched as Shen Qizhu effortlessly lit it with a snap of his fingers, displaying a finesse that was almost painful to witness. Truly, he was an innate master of social nuances. This is a formidable rival, Bai Li Pangpang thought, eyeing Shen Qizhu with a mix of wariness and hostility. He could not allow himself to be overshadowed, otherwise, his position as third in command would be jeopardized. Elder brother, you are smoking a cigar. This is quite potent. Bai Li Pangpang triumphantly produced a cigar as thick as a sausage, flaunting it before Shen Qizhu. Hiss. Shen Qizhu's pupils constricted, and he quickly bundled together several cigarettes into a bunch. Instantly, the air was thick with smoke, nearly suffocating Jiang Feng. He barked, enough. I have no craving for tobacco and certainly do not wish to develop lung cancer. The two exchanged awkward smiles before ceasing their competitive display. Qiao Yuan appeared somewhat embarrassed, shyly asking, Elder brother, may I request a favor? Cough. Speak freely. Would it be possible for you to reveal your second brother to me? Jiang Feng's lips twitched. Well now, this one is quite a gem. Previously merely observing, Lin Qiye now erupted in fury, cursing, I'll show you. Fortunately, Jiang Feng was quick to cover his mouth, performing an impressive illusion of disappearance. By your reaction, could it be that you were the second brother? Qiao Yuan inquired eagerly. Moving closer. Humph. Lin Qiye scoffed, refusing to engage. This left Qiao Yuan flustered, unsure of how to proceed. The Buddhist verse left by the master corresponded directly with Lin Qiye's name, indicating that he was indeed the benefactor capable of aiding him in redeeming his sins and achieving enlightenment. Yet, it seemed he had just offended him. Thus, like a devoted follower, Qiao Yuan hovered around Lin Qiye, inquiring about his well-being, only to be met with disdain and indifference. If only Fei Yangyang possessed such tenacity, he would not have to push behind Shi Yangang. He would have long since joined the ranks of the elite. Truly, they were a pair of amusing rivals. Jiang Feng shook his head in amusement, sensing that the bond between them, unique to their relationship, would be forged regardless of the circumstances. The crowd around Jiang Feng continued to swell, and with Bai Li Pangpang's generous support, a feast of fine food and drink was laid out, leading to an impromptu bonfire celebration. With hearty laughter and boisterous revelry, they feasted and danced, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Dear brothers, I apologize for my late arrival. Allow me to self-punish with 3 cups. 1 toast to tomorrow, 1 to elder brother, cheers. Come, come, after this cup, there are 3 more to follow. The training camp lay desolate and somewhat forlorn. Yuan Gang scratched his head, pondering his predicament. It was peculiar. The deadline for registration was tomorrow, yet no one had arrived. Could they have gone astray, perhaps heading to the capital? Surely they cannot be that foolish. We have already sent out the notice regarding the change of location. Listening to the instructor's discussions, Yuan Gang was beside himself with frustration. This was absurd, after decades as the chief instructor. This was the first time he had lost track of his students. If the higher-ups learned of this, would they not flay him alive? Report. A fire has been spotted outside the camp. A large crowd is gathering. At that moment, the sentry relayed the news. Provide a detailed report. Who are these people? And what are they doing? Yuan Gang seized the opportunity with fervor, his voice booming. They are merely youths, holding a bonfire celebration, and have even constructed a gathering hall. Over 100 are present, slaughtering chickens and burning yellow paper for brotherhood. What? Yuan Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. A gathering hall? Forming brotherhood? Are they planning a rebellion? Calm yourself, sir. Perhaps there are members of the ancient divine church among them. Instigating discord? By heavens, that would be even more serious. Quickly. We must act to prevent a major incident. Bang. Yuan Gang stood abruptly, slamming his hand on the table decisively, coldly stating, all personnel, follow me out of the camp. With a whoosh, figures darted through the night sky, swift as eagles, vanishing in an instant. Enjoy yourselves, brothers. Do not hesitate to indulge. As newcomers, we are honored by such generous hospitality from elder brother. In the future, should any matters arise, dear brother, do not hesitate to voice them. We, the 108 heroes of Tsangnan, shall ascend the knife mountain or plunge into the fiery sea without a hint of complaint. Is this truly the case? A promise made with conviction, never mere words. As fate would have it, I have a small request that I wish to present to you all. Speak freely. Amidst the vibrant crowd, upon hearing this, Lin Qiye executed a roll and hastily made his way outside. Here it comes again. Without a doubt, he knew what Zhang Feng was about to demand. Observing the most enthusiastic individuals in the crowd, such as Li Pangpang and Xin Xingzhu, Lin Qiye felt a flicker of pity. Young and in the prime of life, they were about to embrace the responsibilities of parenthood. What a lamentable fate. Where are you off to, Qiye? Chao Yuan inquired, puzzled. As Lin Qiye maneuvered his way out, he whispered, the upcoming discussion could be perilous. I shall take my leave. What danger could possibly arise? Would our elder brother harm us? Chao Yuan remained seated by the bonfire, nonchalantly sipping an 82 Lafite, with a few cups of wine downed. Everyone was in a state of mild inebriation, the atmosphere lively and electric. Particularly, Zhang Feng, with his eloquence, could stir the emotions of the crowd with just a few words, resonating deeply within their hearts and amplifying their sense of camaraderie. Before long, they were united as one. Free from the constraints of status, reveling in unrestrained joy, Chao Yuan raised his glass, exclaiming, a toast to our elder brother. This is the life that the youth ought to lead. At that moment, Zhang Feng, standing at the center of the crowd, surveyed the faces around him, locking eyes with many bright, youthful gazes, and sincerely proclaimed, dear brothers and sisters, do you wish to experience the greatness of maternal love? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. What is this about? I am to bear children for our elder brother. I, by Li Pangpang, could have 10. Whoever stands in my way shall face my wrath. Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. Chapter 40. Pangpang volunteers, Yuan gang in disarray silence. The lively bonfire gathering fell eerily quiet. Everyone appeared as if their throats had been constricted, mouths agape yet speechless. Confusion and trepidation were etched across their faces. Despite the words being in Chinese, they felt incomprehensible. What does it mean to experience the greatness of maternal love? Do you intend for me to become a parent? My head is spinning. Someone translate. The atmosphere erupted, uncontrolled chaos ensued. The effects of the wine had suddenly worn off, and the crowd, once carefree, now stood on guard. Women crossing their arms and men shielding themselves, all bracing for what was to come. Cough, cough. Please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to help everyone understand the essence of love and filial piety. Zhang Feng smiled gently, having anticipated the current situation, and continued his discourse, to be candid. I am the agent of the goddess of life, able to bestow blessings upon you, crafting a mythical being to inherit your forbidden domain. They shall possess formidable power. Starting at the pool realm, with their assistance, each of your strengths will multiply. As brothers, I am willing to sacrifice my power to bless you. Miss this opportunity, and it shall be lost forever. His impassioned words, filled with fervor and temptation, swiftly alleviated the crowd's fears, imbuing the atmosphere with a sacred significance. Alas, if only Lin Qiye were present, with his light show, this moment would have been divine. What? Our elder brother is indeed an agent of the divine. Such terrifying power truly exists? A rush of excitement surged through the crowd. I am intrigued. I wish to partake. Is there a team I can join? Yes, yes, yes. Let me be part of it. The crowd's gazes burned with intensity, breaths heavy with desire as longing emotions surfaced. Were it not for the absurdity of the situation, they might have already succumbed to their impulses, begging Zhang Feng for blessings. Instantly, an unusual tension enveloped the gathering. Each person was on the verge of action yet hesitated, exchanging glances, unwilling to be the first to take the plunge. At that moment, a portly figure stood up amidst the crowd's scrutiny. Step aside. Let me handle this. Yet, Li Pangpang hesitated. But what if I lack a forbidden domain? With excitement brimming as the sole heir of the Bailey family, he was surrounded by countless resources yet had never awakened his forbidden domain, a significant regret in his heart. Fear not. The forbidden domain is a power unique to one's bloodline. Its absence does not denote non-existence. Zhang Feng chuckled softly, his deep eyes suddenly shimmering with a dark golden hue, a vast and majestic aura rippling through the night sky. The moment had come to witness a miracle. Gulp. Li Pangpang swallowed hard, a flicker of apprehension washing over him. Hey! The crowd tilted their heads, shielding their eyes with their hands. Yet, through the gaps of their fingers, eager and curious eyes sparkled. Zhang Feng's gaze shone brightly, filled with boundless anticipation. For Li Pangpang was no ordinary individual. He was the reincarnation of Ling Dao Tianzuan, one of the three purities of the Great Xia. His forbidden domain, all things disarmed, was undoubtedly at the divine level, rivaling the only correct answer of Qingyu. Fearing the unexpected and the loss of this precious opportunity, the moment Li Pangpang consented, Zhang Feng activated the divine domain immediately. Whoosh! A flash of dark golden light surged forth, powerful energy piercing through space, a fleeting moment. What are you doing? A thunderous voice boomed from a distance, followed by a violent gust of wind. Whoosh! A blinding gold streak tore through the night sky. appearing before the crowd in an instant. Yuan Gang stood like an indignant golden statue, imposing and solemn. His narrowed eyes swept across the gathering, causing all to bow their heads in trepidation, unwilling to provoke his ire. The pressure of surpassing 3 major realms rendered even the greatest talents powerless. Even Lin Qiye, who possessed a divine domain, was no exception. Ultimately, Yuan Gang's gaze landed on Jiang Feng and Bai Li Pangpang, his wrath simmering within. Bai Li Pangpang recoiled slightly, clutching Jiang Feng's leg, murmuring, "Brother, what should we do? I feel as if we've been caught red-handed." "Fear not. Should the heavens fall, I shall bear the weight." Jiang Feng stood tall and unyielding, meeting Yuan Gang's gaze, dark golden light coalescing in his eyes. It was as if a divine figure capable of shattering the heavens emerged behind Jiang Feng, dispelling the oppressive aura that surrounded them. Yuan Gang's fury failed to affect Jiang Feng in the slightest. What formidable spiritual power! A flicker of astonishment crossed Yuan Gang's eyes. Jiang Feng's display had greatly exceeded his expectations. Is this the intensity of spiritual power that a newcomer can possess? Yet, he refrained from further intimidation. This was a precious gem. If he were to injure it over a trivial matter, the higher-ups would surely have him punished. This is merely a casual gathering. We are grilling meat, enjoying some wine, and unwinding a bit. Is that not permissible? His current posture, still clutching Jiang Feng's leg, was indeed somewhat unseemly. Oh. Are we not brothers with a good bond? Yuan Gang's lips twitched. Did he have to be so blunt? Today's youth truly lack discretion. Such matters should be kept private. Is the night watchman not respected? Jiang Feng quipped, placing an entirely new hat upon Yuan Gang's head. You have no sense of propriety. How could you not see what is so obvious? Jiang Feng remained undeterred, for the die had already been cast, and both parties had consented. What could be done? Thunder rumbled. Yuan Gang felt as if the heavens were collapsing. Do you even know who he is? The image was too enchanting for Yuan Gang to fathom. The night wind howled. And though the training had yet to commence, Yuan Gang already felt a deep-seated desire to escape. Chapter 41. Ling Ao Spirit Fish, all things disarmed, dear heavens. Why must you torment me so? Yuan Gang gazed skyward, striving to hold back the tears welling in his eyes. With a swift motion, Jiang Feng suddenly appeared beside Yuan Gang, placing a hand on his shoulder and eagerly exclaiming, "Are you not moved by the birth of new life, instructor?" "I am not." "Stop your nonsense." Yuan Gang quickly wiped his eyes, insisting, "I merely had sand in my eyes." Jiang Feng shook his head. "Instructor, do not stifle your emotions. I understand you." "What do you understand?" Yuan Gang retorted angrily. "If it weren't for you, I would be quite happy." "Look, you're still arguing. Since you enjoy it so much, why not experience it yourself?" "Instructor, do not let outdated societal norms suppress your true feelings." With a shimmering silver light, Jiang Feng reappeared beside Yuan Gang, offering gentle advice. "Shut up." Yuan Gang howled like a groundhog, dashing away into the distance. But the more he ran, the more alarmed he became. Jiang Feng, like a relentless shadow, pursued him effortlessly, no matter how fast he ran. Is this truly a new recruit? He could easily lead a night watch in a city. How can my brother's divine abilities be so numerous, including spatial displacement? The unfortunate Yuan Gang found himself toyed with at the mercy of Jiang Feng. At the mercy of? I've tried that position with my wife. Buddy, please respect personal privacy. I heard there are perils among brothers. The onlookers around the campfire nearly dropped their jaws, their admiration for Jiang Feng growing deeper. Clearly, they were all new recruits attending training, yet Jiang Feng could chase the chief instructor. This level of power was not merely a notch above. It was on an entirely different plane. Shen Qingzhu was utterly convinced. So powerful. Under spatial displacement, my chi cannot even manifest. Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. Even if I were to transform into the Black King, I would merely be a plaything. The unfathomable spatial displacement indicated that Jiang Feng held absolute initiative in battle. He could strike at will or withdraw as he pleased, leaving others powerless to respond. Such an ability was enough to leave anyone envious. Only Bai Li Panggang wore a resentful expression. You promised to take responsibility. How can you chase after others without a pang of conscience? Suddenly, he furrowed his brow as a wave of intense pain surged through him. Ouch. It hurts. Someone. Take me to the hospital. Bai Li Panggang's cries echoed, causing Shen Qizhu and the others to panic. What to do? Is there anyone with relevant expertise? I used to work in butchery. Should I give it a try? That fits the profession, doesn't it? Jiang Feng, caught between laughter and tears, consoled him. Apologies. It will be fine soon. With a gentle touch, he summoned a surge of life energy, and a dazzling light burst forth, transforming into a tangible form. It was a spirit fish, entwined in black and white, each scale adorned with ancient and mysterious patterns. A mere glance seemed to draw one in. Wow, so beautiful. The crowd gasped in awe. As the spirit fish swam, a peculiar wave spread out, revealing a yin-yang taiji disc on the ground. Within the disc's confines, weapons held by the onlookers began to tremble violently, showing signs of losing control. In an instant, the majority of weapons were drawn upwards, collected around the spirit fish. All weapons disarmed. Dozens, if not hundreds, of blades, spears, and swords formed a magnificent metallic sphere. What kind of divine power is this? Return my grenade hidden in my pocket. Is this a mythical creature? Truly extraordinary. Feel its realm. It is undoubtedly beyond the ordinary. What? Newly born yet achieving a height most can only dream of in a lifetime? This is defying the heavens. Hundreds of new recruits and arriving instructors stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. Gazing at the spirit fish, which swam freely among the weapons like a king of arms, their eyes were filled with wonder. Having such a mythical creature seemed quite splendid. Can I touch it? Molly in the crowd looked eagerly at Bai Li Pangang. She carried a giant sword, appearing valiant, but at this moment, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Bai Li Pangang, recalling his recent pain, immediately embraced the little spirit fish, declaring in a tone devoid of subtlety, "No way." Humph. Molly's smile faded as she furiously retorted, "What's so impressive about that?" She turned to Jiang Feng, "Brother Feng, I have but one request. Make your spirit fish 100 times cuter than this chubby one. Look at what it means to be a steel-straight man." Bai Li Pangang was as tough as titanium. With a thud, Molly stomped on the table, coldly asserting, "I am countless times more beautiful than you, so naturally, my offspring will be cuter." Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Bai Li Pangang protested stubbornly. Jiang Feng chuckled. "No wonder you two resemble a married couple. Your banter is quite entertaining. It's just a pity that he had gotten to the chubby one first." With someone volunteering for this delightful task, Jiang Feng could hardly refuse. He waved his hand, interrupting their bickering. "Enough. We are all sworn siblings. There is no point in squabbling over this. Let us focus on the task at hand." "Yes." After giving Bai Li Pangang a fierce glare, Molly's cheeks slightly flushed as she leaned closer to Jiang Feng. "How infuriating. She stole my chance. Brother Feng, I want to as well. People say that girls who smile are lucky, so I must be the best candidate." The crowd surged forward, eager not to miss this opportunity for blessings. After all, Bai Li Panggang's spirit fish was so extraordinary, disarming everything in its path, even snatching away a certain instructor's iron shorts. Whoever possessed such a powerful ally would undoubtedly see their strength soar. Even the instructors were restless, hesitating to step forward and claim a spot. The scene was spiraling out of control. Chapter 42. Concerns of the higher UPS. Jiang Feng raises the monument boom. The crackling campfire suddenly trembled, flames flickering. And even the stones on the ground seemed to leap. It was not an earthquake. Rather, it felt as if an immensely heavy creature was charging forward. "Everyone look. Something is flying over from the training camp. Goodness, it's the turtle carrying the monument." The instructors were moved, standing in solemn respect. "It is the commander. I did not expect him to persevere and bring such a weighty artifact. We have wavered in our beliefs. How shameful." As they spoke, the figure leapt mountains and dashed to the center of the campfire, revealing itself to be Yuan Gang. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Jiang Feng, bellowing, "Kid, pay attention. Your dual divine realms may be formidable, but always remember, beyond the mountains, there are higher mountains." Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before replying. "And beyond the buildings, there are brothels?" "Ah." Yuan Gang exploded in rage. "I am not playing word games with you." He slapped the stone monument on his shoulder. As if activating a switch, and an invisible wave rippled outward. Sealing the ruins monument, activate. A strange power enveloped everyone, like a light veil tightly wrapping around them. Yet without any discomfort. "What is this? It seems ineffective?" Uninformed. "This is the Sealing Ruins monument, capable of suppressing all forbidden ruins within a certain range." "No. My child has not yet been conceived." As the effects of the Sealing Ruins monument took hold, everyone instantly changed color. The previously manageable forbidden ruins and mental powers fell silent, leaving them utterly unreachable. For those accustomed to extraordinary powers, this was nothing short of a disaster. Boom. But as they gazed towards the billowing dust, everyone's expressions turned bizarre. "Cough. Someone, help me out." The towering stone monument loomed hazily amidst the dust, its golden glow subdued. When the town's monument was activated, it brought with it a force of suppression. In an instant, the once imposing Yuan Gang found himself pinned to the ground, creating a human-shaped pit. "Chief." The instructors rushed forward, frantically attempting to lift the stone tablet, but the town's monument was notoriously heavy. Without the ability to utilize the forbidden ground, the instructors were not much stronger than ordinary people. They simply could not budge it. The scene became somewhat awkward. "Hang in there. I'll go fetch an excavator." "Hang in there? Why not just bring a steamroller and bury me here?" Just then, as the instructors found themselves at a loss, Jiang Feng strolled over casually, hands in pockets, with a playful expression. Instructor Yuan, are you practicing your strength by carrying the monument? Yuan Gang turned away, his face burning with embarrassment. He had intended to assert himself and suppress Jiang Feng's bravado. But instead, he had made a fool of himself. His illustrious reputation had been tarnished in a single moment. Oh, it seems my worries were unfounded. I need not intervene. Jiang Feng turned to leave. Wait. Yuan Gang craned his neck, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. Exercising too much can be harmful. Lend me a hand. I was considering it, but your earlier rejection of my goodwill was quite embarrassing, Jiang Feng mused, stroking his chin with a look of feigned contemplation. Make your request quickly. Stop wasting time. Yuan Gang's expression darkened. He knew this lad was up to no good. In truth, he had no grand demands. He simply wished for the instructors to meddle less in his personal affairs, allowing him the freedom to make friends. Jiang Feng stated calmly. Making friends is fine, but no reckless creations. Jiang Feng furrowed his brow. Why not? Surely you have seen how powerful the mythical beings created can be. They will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset for the Night Watchers. Yuan Gang sighed, stirring up a cloud of dust that choked him. You say that. But have you considered a crucial issue? Loyalty? Indeed. Jiang Feng replied slowly. Exactly. Yuan Gang nodded in appreciation. Do not hastily refute. Perhaps you can guarantee the loyalty of these progeny now, but you are merely a representative of the divine, and your power stems from the deity. Jiang Feng opened his mouth to argue that his abilities were unrelated to the goddess of life, but then realized the true concern of the higher-ups. They were not wary of the goddess, but of him. Imagine if one person's progeny were to infiltrate the Night Watchers, even reaching the grassroots of every city. It would mean that person controlled the very lifeblood of the Night Watchers. If they were to harbor even the slightest malevolent thought, or be swayed by dark forces, the entire realm would be dragged into an abyss of calamity. Which high-ranking official would dare to let such a situation unfold? Now it made sense. Jiang Feng's eyes glimmered as the mystery in his heart found resolution. Over the past month, he had repeatedly demonstrated his worth, yet the upper echelons had remained largely unresponsive. The reason lay precisely here. In the face of stability, no matter how significant the benefits, they were trivial. You may not dare to shoulder this responsibility, but I will. A bold thought began to blossom within Jiang Feng. If the current commander was too timid to utilize him fully, then he could become the commander himself. This was about seizing control. In the future, it would be customary for the Night Watchers to have a child accompanying them. Jiang Feng, with your intellect. You surely comprehend my words. Just do not make things too difficult for me. Occasionally turning a blind eye would be acceptable, understood? After a brief pause, Yuan Gang implored earnestly. Understood. Jiang Feng nodded, stepping forward, hands gripping the edge of the town's monument. Need assistance? Of course not. Without the forbidden ground. Who could lift this? The instructors, witnessing the scene, were about to step forward to help, but before they could reach, a thunderous shout erupted. Lift it. Jiang Feng's muscles bulged, unleashing an unimaginable force. Having unlocked two forms of mythical transformation, his physical strength rivaled that of those at the spiritual realm. The 2-meter-tall, darkstone monument, which several instructors could not even budge, was effortlessly raised by Jiang Feng. Chapter 43. The resolute Yuan Gang and the arrival of the masked squad. My goodness. Brother Feng, my superhero. One person is lifting the town's monument. Is he the reincarnation of Xiangyu? Don't be ridiculous. The cauldron Xiangyu lifted weighed only a few hundred pounds, while the town's monument is several thousand. Is there a possibility that Brother Feng possesses a divine relic that enhances physical strength? Oddly enough, that does not seem far-fetched. This visually striking scene left 100 or so onlookers utterly speechless, unable to utilize the forbidden ground or spiritual energy. Jiang Feng lifted several thousand pounds solely through physical prowess. It bordered on the absurd. Do you think this makes us look foolish? We're fine, but the chief's pride might take a hit. The instructors swallowed hard, acutely aware of the monument's weight. They knew well it was beyond human capability to shift. Yet in Jiang Feng's hands, it was as light as a feather, and he even tossed it playfully. Goodness, did you consume some kind of strength-enhancing elixir while growing up? Yuan Gang scrambled out of the pit, witnessing Jiang Feng toying with the town's monument, his eyelids twitching. What beastly transformation. You should have mentioned your strength earlier. You could take the instructor's role. Oh no, will the masked squad fail tomorrow? Yuan Gang felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Old Yuan, do you have any extras? Send me a few to play with. Jiang Feng embraced the town's monument, utterly enamored. This is a fine item, when faced with certain enigmatic enemies from the forbidden ground. I could simply hurl it and engage in melee. In a contest of strength and recovery, even Klein would be no match for me. Hey, you little rascal. Don't get too carried away, call me chief. Yuan Gang's expression soured. He felt utterly belittled. Just moments ago, he was Instructor Yuan, and now he was Old Yuan. In 2 years. Will I have to call you Little Yuan? All right, no problem, Old Yuan. Yuan Gang sighed, resigned to his fate. What else could he do but accept? The materials for the town's monument are exceedingly rare. It's impossible to have more, let alone give any away. So stop dreaming. Humph, miser. Without a second thought, Jiang Feng tossed the town's monument onto the ground. If it couldn't be taken away, it was no better than garbage. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled violently. And everyone felt their eyelids twitch as they were once again reminded of the monument's weight. Their respect for Jiang Feng's terrifying strength only grew. That little brat. Yuan Gang was startled, instinctively retreating several dozen meters, fearful of being crushed once more. Today's events conclude here. Everyone report to the camp. The instructors shouted, beginning to manage the aftermath. Wait, I haven't conceived my child yet. Exactly. I want to have a monkey with Brother Feng. Reluctantly, the crowd lingered around Jiang Feng. Unwilling to disperse, Yuan Gang snorted, in 5 minutes, anyone who hasn't entered the camp will have their training qualifications revoked. Still, the crowd remained, all eyes on Jiang Feng. It seemed that as long as he gave the word, they would abandon the training altogether. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, declaring, brothers, we have plenty of time ahead. There will be many opportunities. Let us withdraw. With a resounding cheer, everyone followed Jiang Feng toward the camp, like a torrent of steel, breaking through the encompassing darkness, swiftly flowing through the mountains and fields. Damn it, everyone's hearts are won over by him. I've become the villain. Yuan Gang's temples throbbed with pain. What was he to do now? Chief, what should we do with the town's monument? Should we close it for now? As they gazed upon the stout, dark stone tablet, the instructors wore expressions of consternation. Humph, there is no need for that. I am also one who trains the body. If that lad can lift it, so can we. Yuan Gang executed a set of rapid lightning whips, exuding an air of invincibility. Alas, but we have not trained for this. The instructors expressed their dismay. Enough chatter. I will lift one end. You all lift the other. Without hesitation, Yuan Gang did indeed possess some skill, and with the help of others, he managed to lift one end of the stone tablet. Commander, hold on. We will move the other end. Quick, quick. The instructors immediately released their grip and dashed towards the opposite end of the tablet. Yet, before they had taken more than a few steps, a resounding crack echoed. Ouch! My poor waist. With a thunderous crash, the tablet fell back to the ground, pinning Yuan Gang beneath it. In a familiar pose, with a face covered in dust, the fiercely competitive Yuan Gang shed tears of regret. Commander, hold on. I'll go fetch Jiang Feng. Fetch your sister. Fine, I'll call my sister right now. I curse you. Hurry and close the stone tablet. The morning light, like gossamer, gently fell upon the enchanting green mountains, resembling a masterfully crafted painting. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing whistle shattered the tranquil beauty, thoroughly awakening the training camp. Assemble. All personnel to the training ground. You have less than 5 minutes. The consequences are yours to bear. The instructor's shouts were filled with vigor, as if they had emerged from the events of yesterday, reinvigorated. I have an early class. After finally concluding the morning exercises at school. Now this? Bro, stop cursing. We lack Feng Gu's strength, and if caught, we be worked to the bone. Hiss. What are you so excited about? I'm asking you, what are you excited about? 5 minutes passed swiftly, and everyone arrived at the training ground punctually. Even the rotund Bailey was dragging his waistband, bleary-eyed, arriving just in time. My dear son, thank you. It turned out that the little spirit fish had taken charge of Bailey's forbidden item, Yu Guang, and leisurely delivered him here. This only intensified the envy among the crowd. With a son like that, what more could one desire? No, I must secretly have a child with Feng Gu. Everyone silently resolved. On the martial arts platform, over 20 instructors stood tall and orderly, resembling a row of sturdy pines. Standing at the forefront, Yuan Gang had his hands behind his back, looking down upon the crowd with a stern expression, though his gaze was slightly unnatural. The previous night's incident with the stone tablet had left a profound impression, diminishing his authority. Stand straight, Yuan Gang bellowed. Although he could no longer command this group, he had prepared a trump card. I know what you are thinking, believing the instructors are no better than you, but I must tell you, you are gravely mistaken. Next, I will show you what a true strongman is, what a genuine genius is. And you are merely a bunch of novices. With that, Yuan Gang pulled out a walkie-talkie and calmly said, It's your turn now. Thunder rumbled. The clouds in the sky were disturbed, and a military drone appeared in the sight of all. Several figures donning peculiar masks leapt from it, soaring down against the fierce wind. Chapter 44. The Vortex kneels. The masked team in Discord, everyone look. There's a parachuting performance. I didn't expect Instructor Yuan, who appears simple-minded, would prepare such a thoughtful new recruit ceremony for us. But they seem to have no backpacks. Where are the parachutes? Who needs parachutes? This is so cool. The crowd looked up, watching as 7 black dots rapidly enlarged in the azure sky, plummeting down within seconds, their flying hair visible. They wore masks of various shapes, carrying black boxes, and their dark cloaks billowed with the wind, resembling superheroes descending from the cosmos. So stunning. Observing the crowd's reaction, Yuan Gang couldn't help but smile. Indeed, only a genius can suppress another genius. Look at you all, so naive. Are you impressed now? However, I must casually mention, the masked team is quite dedicated. I hope nothing goes awry. Yuan Gang rubbed his nose. In truth, this was his first time witnessing such a spectacle. Seventh night, come witness the spectacle. Zhang Feng pulled Lin Qiye to the front of the line and adjusted their angle, selecting a prime spot. Why run up here when the view is the same from behind? Lin Qiye was puzzled. Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. Hee, you'll understand soon. Their little antics went unnoticed as the figures in the sky began to move again. One man, wearing a vortex mask, twisted his limbs as if boneless, emitting screams akin to a slaughtered pig. Ah, help. I'm afraid of heights. Shut up. The others were eager to pummel him. The woman wearing a rose mask even kicked him, leading to a mid-air brawl. Enough. I've heard this batch of new recruits is challenging to manage. Even Instructor Yuan stumbled, so let us put on a good show. The man in the king mask spoke flatly, but I can't control my excitement. The vortex, unable to maintain balance, was kicked, sending him spiraling upward like a clothes dryer, spinning rapidly. Yura, Captain, why not let him fall to his demise? Suggested the man in the balance mask. The king mask pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, that would be embarrassing with so many new recruits watching. As they neared the ground, the crowd finally discerned their attire and recognized their identities. Gasps of astonishment erupted. My goodness, they are the masked team. One of the 4 special teams of the Night Watchmen. How cool. It makes me want to learn how to parachute without a parachute. Hey, who can't do that? It's just that you can only do it once in a lifetime. Wait, why do I hear pig slaughtering sounds? Amidst the eager and admiring gazes of the crowd, the 7 descended to a height of less than 2 meters above the ground, the powerful wind generated by their rapid descent lifting the hems of everyone's clothing. Just as they were about to crash onto the ground, the man in the balance mask lightly waved his hand, and the gravity and speed of the 7 vanished in an instant, allowing them to float gracefully to the ground like swans. Phew. Yuan Gang let out a sigh of relief, secretly giving a thumbs up. That was executed beautifully, an extra chicken leg tonight. Yet, he was unaware of the saying that one must pop champagne halfway through. Just as the 7 landed safely, the man in the king mask had already positioned himself, holding a long knife with one hand, looking at a 45-degree angle, calmly stating, "Hello everyone, we are the masked team." Thud. Before the king mask could finish his introduction, the vortex among the 7 suddenly knelt before the crowd. Lin Qiye, standing at the forefront, was dumbfounded, as he and Zhang Feng found themselves right in front of the vortex, receiving an unexpected homage, the kind where they were greeted with a bow at their feet. Everyone stood frozen in place, silent as a grave. The king mask twitched at the corner of his mouth, regretting his decision. You should have just let him fall to his death. The others, including the rose mask, clenched their fists, feeling an overwhelming urge to kill. Yuan Gang facepalmed, wishing he could slap himself. How did he end up inviting such a character? The new recruits, however, were flushed with embarrassment, wanting to laugh but unable to, suffering in silence. Realizing he had caused a mishap, the vortex knelt for a second, his eyes rolling as if he thought of a clever idea, just about to speak. But the showman in front of him interjected, "No need for that. In our first meeting, even if you admire me, there's no need to bow. You bastard." The vortex fumed. Who are you to think I admire you? Yet, he was naturally rebellious, insisting on doing what others forbade, shouting, "I will bow. I must bow." What can you do about it? After a series of loud knocks that left a shallow dent in the ground, the sincerity of the individual was evident. Alas, why are there so many lunatics everywhere? Lin Qiye was taken aback, retreating hastily, fearing he might catch their insanity. Oh dear. How much pressure must his teammates endure on a daily basis? Zhang Feng, with a grave expression, nodded towards Wang Mian, offering consolation. Brother, you have suffered. Perhaps we should recruit an adorable girl to lighten the atmosphere. Don't say that. Being the captain of this miserable team is truly burdensome. Wang Mian responded, his eyes glistening with emotion, his voice choked with sobs, revealing the extent of his daily struggles. As fellow divine agents, Zhang Feng felt immense sympathy for his plight. With a tone of deep respect, he seemed to imply that managing such a band of misfits to form a special team was truly commendable. This further resonated with Wang Mian, stirring feelings of profound empathy within him, especially when recalling the absurd antics of the vortex and his various pranks. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Captain, you have endured too much over the years. Let me deal with that wretched vortex. Rose lamented, her voice trembling. Tianping, moon ghost. And others nodded solemnly, exclaiming in unison, "We are willing to share the burden for our captain, true brothers for life." Wang Mian was moved to tears, embracing his comrades as they collectively wept. The scene was heart-wrenching. Meanwhile, the lonely Vortex stood petrified, his expression blank and bitter. Softly humming a tune. I should be under the car, not inside, witnessing how sweet you all are. What is this, my friends? Why have I suddenly been ostracized? Someone let me plead my case. This is utterly ridiculous. Yuan Gang, who witnessed the entire spectacle, felt as if his heart had turned to ash. Jiang Feng's few words had incited a rift within the masked team. Chapter 45, Emotional Tear Gas. Mass Challenge. Are you jesting? Is this truly the masked team? I suspect Instructor Yuan has brought in imposters to frighten us. It is evident that you are too young and naive. Clearly, it is Brother Feng's adeptness at sowing discord that has led us here. Mind your words. That is not sowing discord. That is merely insight into human nature. The dramatic scene before them astonished all the new recruits for an entire year. Who could have anticipated that the illustrious masked team would be weeping openly in front of them? Just look at those tears streaming from beneath their masks. This wave of sorrow began to infect the other instructors on the training platform. Their eyes reddened as suppressed grief erupted like a spring, collectively overwhelming them at that moment. Oh, old Ma, how could you be gone? My wife, you have endured so much over the years. I truly deserve this. Mother, I have succeeded. I am not a coward. The sobs grew louder, merging into a moving scene of men shedding tears. The new recruits were left bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. Has today's training turned into an emotional showcase? Should we also shed a few tears to fit in? I'll start. Little Chong, you cannot die. I have raised you with such care. Amidst the chaos, Lin Qiye's furrowed brow relaxed. Initially perplexed, he suddenly found solace upon seeing Jiang Feng ahead. As long as that man was present, the most absurd events could unfold. In comparison to Jiang Feng, Vortex was utterly unworthy. Is this the splendid performance that Brother Feng spoke of? Lin Qiye murmured softly. One must commend the talent. Such skill cannot be learned. It is all pure gift. In the midst of the 360-degree surround sound of weeping, Yuan Gang's eyes widened, his expression one of utter disbelief. What in the world? The big lummox who can barely muster a word is suddenly so sentimental? Have they been watching too many melodramas? The more he pondered, the stranger it felt. Something was off. Something was exceedingly off. As he listened, a twinge of sorrow unexpectedly rose within him, triggering memories of sadness he could not control. This is the power of the forbidden abyss. Yuan Gang jolted, as if doused with cold water, suddenly awakened. Unbeknownst to them, a mind-controlling aura from the forbidden abyss had affected them all. The caster was remarkably skilled, utilizing the infectious power of emotion to silently spread feelings of sadness, causing them to succumb without awareness. Who is employing this mental manipulation? If I catch you, you will face dire consequences. Yuan Gang bellowed, his fierce gaze scanning the crowd. Jiang Feng, the most prominent troublemaker, should be the first to rule out. His dual divine powers of birth and spatial displacement lacked this ability. Lin Qiye, Bai Li Pang Pang, and Xiao Yuan were examined, but no suitable candidates emerged. How could this be? What are you saying, old Yuan? Who has the audacity to target our esteemed instructors? Jiang Feng stepped forward, indignant, proclaiming, if you have the guts, come at me. I, Jiang Feng, fear no one. What? We have fallen prey to mental control? Wang Mian suddenly realized the surge of powerful mental energy coursing through him, dispelling all distracting thoughts, and the grief vanished instantly. Is that so? I thought my hatred for Vortex was so profound. Rose awkwardly covered her face, feeling a tad embarrassed. Humph. Hurry and apologize to me, say Vortex. I was wrong, or I shall not forgive you. Vortex straightened his back, defiantly lifting his chin. Perhaps it is best to bury him, suggested Jiang Feng. Let us recruit a beautiful and sweet-voiced lady instead. Tianping and others, emboldened, decided to completely rectify this nuisance. All right, enough of the commotion. It is time to get back to business. Wang Mian's gaze flickered as he regained his aloof demeanor, casting an enigmatic glance at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, appearing nonchalant, contemplated whether Wang Mian had discerned his use of the heart demon binding technique. Indeed, all of this was orchestrated by Jiang Feng. First, he provoked emotional responses, then combined it with Wen Shima's heart demon binding technique, not intending to attack, but merely to evoke poignant memories with unexpectedly effective results. It could be likened to a spiritual tear gas. Wang Mian chuckled lightly, choosing not to expose the truth, and calmly stated, Instructor Yuan, stop searching. You won't find anything even if you look for a lifetime. Let us proceed with the main topic. Yuan Gang. Who are you looking down upon? However, Yuan Gang seemed to grasp Wang Mian's implication, nodding thoughtfully, and proclaimed, we merely wanted to lighten the mood. Now, the masked team will lower their standards and challenge all of you. Do you dare to accept? What kind of challenge? Someone inquired. What is the reward for winning? Jiang Feng asked, blinking with a teasing smile. Yuan Gang hesitated, originally intending to declare that winning would grant the recruits immediate graduation, but now he hesitated to voice it. With Jiang Feng, an anomaly, as well as the one who had stealthily employed mind control, and another divine agent present, the likelihood of failure was immense. Lin Qiye has fainted in the restroom. Do I not even deserve a name? If you win, I shall exempt you from morning exercises. The words nearly escaped his lips. But Yuan Gang backed down at the last moment. Come on, have some confidence, old Yuan. Jiang Feng scoffed. Yuan Gang shot him a glare. If you lose, you will have to throw your ridiculous pride and arrogance into the toilet. From now on, you must obey every command we issue. As his words fell, the new recruits erupted in excitement. Well, no morning exercises. I shall never have to wake up early again. Under the same circumstances, we have over 200 people, each capable of exhausting them with a single strike. Indeed, the advantage is mine. Everyone eagerly rubbed their fists, their breaths quickening. If we could defeat the masked team, we would have ample bragging rights wherever we went. Meanwhile, Wang Mian and his companions were also chuckling. A group of Na'vi newcomers would soon learn what true nightmares entail. Who ambushed me? Chapter 46. The whirlwind of relaxation. The chrysanthemum blooms and falls. Who was so dishonorable as to launch a sneak attack? Wang Mian exclaimed, clutching his posterior, his face darkening beneath the mask, fury flickering in his eyes. A silver light flashed as Jiang Feng retreated to a distance, speaking calmly. He maintained his previous attacking stance, his palms crossed, with only his index and middle fingers raised, as if forming an intricate seal. He was actually employing ninjutsu, the legendary ultimate technique, the 1,000 years of pain. Just the sight of it made me wince. Captain, you're suffering again. Wait, why do I say again? Chang Wei and the others instinctively clenched their legs, fearing they might receive a similar fate, which would drive them insane. Only Vortex, unabashed, chuckled. Ha! I told you all, if you remain sufficiently relaxed, this technique is ineffective against me. Shut up, or you might face retribution. Yu Guei shot him a middle finger. Oh, what if I use a weapon? A haunting voice echoed. Vortex froze, every hair on his body standing on end. As the voice was right beside him, turning around, Vortex nearly lost his soul. Jiang Feng had appeared behind him, wearing an innocuous smile, but wielding a spiked club. Let me see how relaxed you are. Excitement flickered in Jiang Feng's eyes as he thrust the club forward. Vortex contorted, flailing like a madman, his body writhing in chaos. Who would have thought retribution would come so swiftly? Oh, where's your relaxation now? Pathetic. Well done. How does it feel? Is it not thick enough? Perhaps a slightly longer spike would yield better results. Or should I use my big hammer for another round? Chang Wei and the others wore expressions of delight, mocking him gleefully. Even Wang Mian stood with arms crossed, feeling his own discomfort lessen at the sight of Vortex's plight. Spatial manipulation? Truly an enviable ability, Wang Mian murmured. As a divine agent, he understood that among deities, there exists a hierarchy of strength. Observing Jiang Feng's audacious use of divine power, it was evident that the deity he represented was undoubtedly supreme. This method is utterly despicable. The new recruits were now electrified, their spirits ignited. Well, Brother Feng is incredibly brave. Indeed, he is a model for us, accomplishing what I have always wished to do but dared not. Wait, what do you want to do? I want to change storms. Brothers, charge. Attack the masked team. No, unmask them. Over 200 of us surge forward, launching an array of supernatural attacks, frost, vines, flames, and more, filling the sky in a magnificent display. That scrawny Jiang Feng relies on divine power to act recklessly. You inexperienced novices dare to confront me? Vortex halted his frantic escape, realizing that relaxed individuals possessed unique defenses. The spiked club had not inflicted significant harm. At that moment, Vortex exuded an air of arrogance. Extending his hand forward, a dark purple aura radiating outward. Boom. A colossal dark purple vortex materialized in the sky, absorbing all incoming attacks, rendering them invisible. What? Is this the power wielded by a divine manifestation? The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom how such a lackluster vortex effortlessly neutralized a combined assault from over 100 people. Heh, your divine manifestation is not on par with mine. Vortex smirked arrogantly, casting a disdainful glance at the others. Oh, have you already forgotten the taste of Brother Feng's mighty club? Suddenly, from behind Vortex, the space warped, and a figure wielding a spiked club emerged. No, brother, I called you my brother, that is not allowed. Vortex jolted, his disdainful expression transforming into one of terror as he squealed for mercy. But the overwhelming force of the spiked club shattered all illusions, striking true, right at the center. Vortex howled, shot into the air like a rocket, soaring 2 miles before crashing down, clutching his battered posterior, tears streaming down his face. The dark purple vortex crumbled, the absorbed attacks exploding in midair. A torrent of energy surged forth, creating a fierce gale that sent some of the new recruits tumbling. This is outrageous. Surely, this vortex cannot rebound our attacks. Indeed. Have you heard of Abito's divine might? It absorbs and rebounds. Thank you, Brother Feng, for saving us with that strike. Brother Feng is incredible. Let us charge again. The new recruits, filled with renewed confidence, felt that as long as Jiang Feng was present, there was hope for victory. Come. Whatever weapons you need, I have plenty. Bai Li plumply reached into his pocket and pulled out an array of weapons, arming everyone to the teeth. Xiaoling you to control of Yao Guang, hovering above the massed team, ready to disarm them at any moment. The tide of battle had turned dramatically. Wang Mian's expression darkened as he observed the reinvigorated recruits encircling them once more. This cannot continue. Changwei, Tianping, you are responsible for clearing the flanks. Understood. Changwei and the others dashed out. Wang Mian continued, Yu Gui, you go deal with Jiang Feng. Me. Yu Gui's expression stiffened, awkwardly replying, Captain, you know me. I am not very relaxed. I know nothing about that. Wang Mian was both amused and angered. Can't you just transform into moonlight and prevent him from attacking? Oh, right. Chapter 47. Extras have no rights. Transactions. Captain, what are the two of us supposed to do? The remaining members of the 7-person team waited for a while but had yet to receive orders from Wang Mian, feeling puzzled. Wang Mian waved dismissively. Damn it. Extras have no rights. This is fan fiction. I want to be the protagonist and soar. The two grumbled, extremely displeased. Soar? That's easy. I'll help you. Silver ripples of space erupted as Jiang Feng stealthily emerged, each hand gripping a spiked club, charging forward. That's not the kind of soaring we meant. I'm just an extra. I'm innocent. Their lamentations were drowned out by the physical assault, and with 2 thuds, they were sent flying. To soar. Or to double fly, the physical version. Ouch. The 2, propelled through the air, landed squarely on Vortex, and the 3 began a makeshift game of stacking. Oh my goodness. This is too brutal. Chief, I have a bad feeling about this. Then don't feel it. On the training platform, the instructors shrank their necks, trying to press their backs against each other to avoid an unseen spiked club. They were nearly in a state of anxious panic. As instructors, you must remain composed. Look at how you all appear now. This is unacceptable. Yuan Gang scolded, standing alone with confidence. But could you please turn off your golden light shield first? And the massive shield on your back makes you look like a turtle. Yuan Gang was aglow with golden light, resembling a great Buddha, with a shield the size of a grinding wheel strapped to his back, providing him with a profound sense of security. These details are insignificant. Yuan Gang maintained his composure, speaking calmly, just watch. With Wang Mian here, defeat is impossible. Yu Gui, where have you been? I told you to intercept them. What are you doing? Wang Mian's expression darkened, thoroughly enraged. A faint moonlight coalesced, taking the form of Yu Gui, who replied with a hint of grievance. It's unfair, Captain. I tried my best to stop them, but they can teleport, while after transforming into moonlight, I still have to fly on my own. I can't catch up. Don't make excuses. If he gets any closer, I'll hold you accountable. Wang Mian admonished, his hand instinctively reaching for the long knife at his waist. Stepping forward to support Xiangwei and Tianping. We're all friends here. Why resort to violence and ruin our camaraderie? Let's sit down for tea instead. Wouldn't that be delightful? Jiang Feng casually draped an arm around Wang Mian's shoulder as if they were longtime friends. Huh. Your weapon is still dripping with blood. Wang Mian retorted with a forced smile, pointing out the absurdity of the situation. Jiang Feng's hand stubbornly remained on his shoulder, even daring to inch closer to his chest. Are you really trying to take advantage of me? Jiang Feng countered. Buddha himself said to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly. I've already set aside my Wolf Feng Club, so at least I can be considered a Bodhisattva, and I'm being genuine. Wang Mian couldn't help but chuckle, despite his irritation. To act so violently and then ask for forgiveness. Is that something a person can do? If not for Jiang Feng's overwhelming strength keeping me from breaking free, I would have already taken my blade to him. Clenching his teeth, he muttered, then Buddha must be a fool. If I ever meet him, I shall strike him down. Brother Wang, you are truly straightforward. I admire that. Leave me your number, and I'll let you know. Notify me of what? About slaying a god. Well, I believe this matter isn't urgent. The two, with arms around each other, walked away from the battlefield, genuinely engaging in conversation. The hastily arrived Yu Gui stood frozen, his eyes revealing a mix of helplessness, bitterness, shock, and overwhelming confusion. Wait, how did my captain get swayed? Come back, you haven't even fired a shot yet. I was ready to fight to the death. Why did you capitulate first? Yu Gui's worldview began to crumble. Could it be that Jiang Feng possessed an irresistible charm? He stumbled onto the battlefield, where Qiang Wei and Tian Ping, who were barely holding on, perked up, relieved. Did you deal with Jiang Feng? Well done if you won. You deserve the credit. I'll treat you to extra chicken legs tonight. Facing over 200 opponents, even with their superior combat awareness and experience, they could only barely maintain their defense. Moreover, among the new recruits were several high-risk individuals and a divine agent, who were not significantly weaker than them in direct confrontation. Now that reinforcements had finally arrived, if Captain Wang Mian made his move, the tide of battle could swiftly turn. Yu Gui scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems I resolved the situation. What do you mean by seems? Qiang Wei paused, bewildered. Was there another state between resolving and not resolving? The captain traded places with Jiang Feng. They went off for tea. Yu Gui stuttered. Wait, what? What kind of trade? Qiang Wei pressed urgently. Yu Gui nodded emphatically, gossiping. I saw Jiang Feng's hand reaching towards the captain's chest. Well, Qiang Wei exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Tianping, face-palming, sighed in disbelief. Hey. Aren't you two a bit misguided in your focus? Shouldn't we be concerned about how to win this battle? It was truly regrettable not to witness their captain blushing in another man's embrace. We need to finish this quickly. The longer we delay, the worse it will be for us. Then let's go. Qiang Wei charged forward, brandishing a pink hammer that soared into the air, growing to the size of a two-story building. As if a mountain were crashing down, the dozens of new recruits below were petrified, desperate to evade, but the raging wind held them in place. This blow could eliminate at least a quarter of them. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, wanting to assist, but lacking the strength to confront the massive hammer directly. Hey, don't rush, watch me. Bai Li, proud and confident, patted his chest, his flesh jiggling like waves. He whistled at the sky, and the long-anticipated Xiaolingyi sprang into action. Conjuring a vast Taiji diagram, the unique power of the universe surged forth, perfectly countering the descending pink hammer. The overwhelming force crumbled and began to reverse direction. All weapons down. What is this? Qiang Wei gasped, frantically trying to regain control over her hammer, but it was as if it had vanished into thin air. Bai Li burst into laughter. Impressive, isn't it? All of it belongs to me now. Chapter 48. Infatuated Qiang Wei, how can mere mortals rival the divine? So you call yourselves the masked squad? Have you witnessed my prowess? Bai Li, emboldened, placed his hands on his hips and laughed boisterously. Although he had not awakened the forbidden ruins, his mocking skills were fully developed. Even passing dogs would bare their teeth at him. Bai Li is amazing. No wonder he fathered children for Feng Ge. Xiaolingyi is incredible. When will I have one? The crowd, having narrowly escaped the hammer, showered praises upon Bai Li and Xiaolingyi, grateful that they weren't turned into meat patties. Although this was merely a competition without true casualties, injuries and the humiliation of elimination were inevitable. In stark contrast to the joy of the new recruits, Qiang Wei and her companions wore expressions of frustration. I agree. While we three beauties haven't been broken by Jiang Feng, it's best to retreat now. However, losing to a bunch of rookies would utterly tarnish the reputation of the masked squad. How would they face anyone afterward? The trio fell silent. If given the choice, they would rather confront a mystical creature of the sea than wade through this murky water again. Then let's fight them. Winning or losing doesn't matter. We must take down this fatso first. With that, the three charged into the crowd, instinctively showcasing their combat prowess. Though they shared the same realm, they moved like wolves among sheep. Few could withstand their onslaught. With seamless coordination, the trio swiftly carved a bloody path towards Bai Li. Oh no, they're coming for me. Qiye, Chaiyuan, Brother Zhuang, Molly, save me. Feeling an overwhelming intent to kill, Bai Li let out a shriek. Quickly hiding behind Lin Qiye and the others, his heart racing. It was just bravado. No need to take it so seriously. It seems they are preparing for a final counterattack. Our opportunity has arrived. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes. Chaiyuan, Brother Zhuang, Molly, and I will lead the charge. The rest support us, and we'll aim to take them down in one sweep. No problem. Just watch me. Hee hee. Huh. Who's that fool laughing at this moment? Suddenly, the sound of steel rang out as Chaiyuan unsheathed his long knife, flames igniting around him, weaving into a bizarre humanoid shroud, dark flames shooting skyward. His lips curled into a sinister smile, wisps of white smoke rising from his mouth, his blood-red pupils splitting into eerie double pupils. Madness radiated from him, and the crowd gasped, quickly vacating a wide area. Last night, while drinking, I overheard Chao Yuan boasting that he would wield a knife to attack when his temper flared. Many mistakenly assumed it to be a mere pocket knife, pondering when they might engage in a duel. To their astonishment, it turned out he was indeed brandishing a knife. A chill ran through the hearts of the three companions, rose, and they felt a surge of intense unease, prompting them to rush forward. What on earth was happening? Did I not utter those very words? How could one person's abilities be more bizarre than another's? The moon ghost recognized the terrifying aura. Parched throat indicating the presence of the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation, a true entity above all beings, beneath the divine. This new recruit was formidable. First, there was the perverse Jiang Feng, and now, the emergence of weapons confiscation and the Black King, both perilously high risk, along with another divine agent. Assembling a special team in the future would be more than feasible. Rose and Tian Ping sighed, begrudgingly admitting they had greatly underestimated these new recruits. With the captain absent, victory was utterly unattainable. I will draw him away. You all assist me in dealing with the little chubby one. Tian Ping stepped forward, snapping his fingers. His form seemingly losing gravity, and he floated upward. This immediately caught the attention of the frenzied Chao Yuan, who foolishly laughed and chased after him with his knife. Oh, there's actually a mature lady. Rose's eyes sparkled, as if she had encountered a rare treasure, and she darted to the side, leaving behind the words, Moon Ghost. I will handle that mature lady. The little chubby one is yours. Left alone, the Moon Ghost was dumbfounded, furiously roaring. Why is it always left to me? If I had such prowess, I would have been captain long ago. The most troublesome Jiang Feng was entrusted to me, and now this well-protected little chubby one too. Do you treat me like a dog? The Moon Ghost wiped away bitter tears, his form dissipating like moonlight. Meanwhile, Rose, in a state of infatuation, picked up a long knife and engaged in combat with Molly. Miss, what is your name? Your red hair is so beautiful. May I touch it? Her tone and demeanor resembled that of an infatuated middle-aged man trailing a high school girl. Molly, wearing a stern expression, thought to herself that if the other party were not also a woman, she might have called the police. Enough. Shut your mouth. Molly swung her massive katana, accompanied by a terrifying tremor, creating visible ripples in the air. Oh, is that the multiverse resonance? Rose exclaimed, thrilled, her excitement palpable. What kind of frequency do you prefer? Miss? Perhaps we can have an honest exchange. Her demeanor indicated that she was not solely focused on combat, veering towards something less wholesome. Old Wang. It seems you were destined to lose, Jiang Feng remarked, sitting side by side with Wang Mian, observing the unfolding situation. Just let me take action, with one strike. Victory is assured. Wang Mian remained somewhat reluctant. If I cannot even surpass this threshold, what purpose does it serve to act? Jiang Feng replied coolly. I simply wish to avoid excessive costs. Otherwise, a faint divine aura began to emanate from Wang Mian, time flowing around him. Otherwise? Heh. Even if you endure until old age, you will not surpass it. Mark my words. As Jiang Feng's voice faded, an overwhelming divine pressure descended. As if a true deity had awakened, gazing upon the world. Wang Mian's pupils constricted, a tempest brewing within his heart. Why was it that? Despite being fellow divine agents, his divine might was dwarfed in comparison to Jiang Feng's. He could never fathom that Jiang Feng, possessing the embryonic form of a myth, was, in fact, a deity yet to reveal its full manifestation. Mortals cannot compare to the divine. Chapter 49. Recapitulating the divine ruins who stands behind you? After enduring several minutes of struggle, Wang Mian managed to calm the tumult within, though his eyes still bore deep astonishment. Normally, the divine might available to agents is closely tied to their own realms. Wang Mian's true realm far surpassed Jiang Feng's, yet his divine might was inexplicably suppressed. The deity represented by Jiang Feng wielded power far beyond that of his own patron, reaching unfathomable heights. Who? I stand alone, Wang Mian replied, bitterness creeping into his smile. He was, after all, chosen by the divine, a true favored one of destiny, already bound to another's will. Even utilizing the divine ruins drained his lifespan. No, I mean, only I can help you outrun the river of time. Jiang Feng interjected, pointing his thumb at himself. Wang Mian was speechless. Had he just consumed a bowl of spiritual chicken soup only to find Jiang Feng was merely boasting? Don't wear that expression, Jiang Feng said, pulling Wang Mian's head toward a certain direction. Look at that chubby one and his spirit fish. Are they strong? Wang Mian narrowed his eyes, nodding gravely, very strong. He had long noted the peculiar spirit fish and the extraordinary abilities they exhibited in the Forbidden Ruins. Hiki, I helped him create that. Jiang Feng grinned. What? Wang Mian exclaimed in shock. Is that the ability of your other divine ruins? Spatial displacement is already incredible. How does this seem even more formidable? Isn't it impressive? Jiang Feng observed that the groundwork had been laid, his voice dripping with temptation. I can help you create a mythical being possessing the same divine ruins. Would you desire such a thing? The same divine ruins. Wang Mian's breath quickened. Does your ability have no limitations? You can replicate the divine ruins? Surely, you jest. Even if deities were present, they could not replicate another's divine ruins. Do not doubt. Simply believe. I ask you, do you desire it? Jiang Feng pressed, not allowing Wang Mian a moment to ponder. Impulsiveness often leads to mistakes. See, can I? What is the cost? Wang Mian stammered, anxiety seeping into his voice. He understood all too well that possessing a partner with identical divine ruins could yield terrifying enhancements. More importantly, it would drastically prolong his lifespan. This was something that no amount of money or resources could ever replace. Cost. Jiang Feng feigned surprise, realizing he could extract benefits from this. It was as if a new world had opened before him, revealing that the small advertisements on telephone poles were not mere fabrications. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's attitude shifted, and he raised a nearby wine glass, boldly declaring, "I want a piece of forbidden material." "Is that all?" Wang Mian was similarly taken aback but readily agreed. "Deal." "Damn it, I should have asked for more." Jiang Feng internally lamented, realizing that his poverty had limited his imagination, underestimating the wealth of these elites. Time waits for no one. Wang Mian swiftly produced a delicate, translucent utility knife, urging, "Quickly, let us exchange cash for goods." Jiang Feng's lips twitched. It was the first time he had seen someone more eager than himself. "Ahem, as you wish." Jiang Feng's gaze flickered, and in an instant, a surge of divine might coalesced, a fleeting dark golden light flashing. He then picked up the utility knife from the ground, playing with it. "Is that all?" Wang Mian was momentarily dazed, soon revealing a look of disappointment, pondering, could I be falling for a scam? But soon, his expression shifted to one of excitement. For he indeed felt his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Along with it came a faint, mysterious aura, majestic and overwhelming. This is the breath of the divine. Shock and ecstasy alternated on Wang Mian's face, as he had never experienced such intense emotional fluctuations. In that moment, he fully believed Jiang Feng's words. It turned out that the divine ruins could indeed be replicated. Moreover, with a touch of divinity, the replication of Wang Mian's divine ruins, upon fusion, would form an existence akin to a divine rank. Though still feeble, the grandeur and ancient authority of the divine were undeniably authentic. Wang Mian was certain that in the near future, once it matured, the limits of human potential would be effortlessly shattered, achieving that realm which all long for yet can never touch, the divine realm. As the faint divine might spread, the combatants on the battlefield, previously engaged in fierce conflict, found themselves momentarily stunned, frozen in place. In a moment of distraction, the battle was forgotten. The innate fear that humanity harbors towards the divine seemed to awaken in that instant. A sudden weight enveloped me, as if I bore the burden of a great mountain. My knees feeling weak. It appeared to originate from Feng Ji's side. Could it be that he had engaged in combat with Wang Mian? I sensed that the confrontation had concluded. What? How dare he cut in line? I must confront Wang Mian. The agitated crowd, abandoning their skirmishes, surged towards Wang Mian with fervor. Yet, the increasingly formidable divine presence surged like turbulent waves, rendering their progress arduous. Out of over 200 individuals, scarcely a few managed to approach within 20 meters. Had even Wang Mian succumbed? At the forefront, Lin Qiye felt his heart racing as he pressed forward under the mounting pressure to observe closely, especially when he sensed that trace of divine power. His inner resistance wavered once more. It was as if a devil from the abyss whispered sweet temptations in his ear. "Look at how feeble you are now. Utterly unhelpful in battle. Go on, just speak, and Jiang Feng will grant you a mightier mythical creature, making you the center of attention." Could it truly come to this? Lin Qiye shook his head, a sense of melancholy washing over him. "Commander, we are in grave trouble. Jiang Feng has once again contravened your new regulations." "What? The gang is Wang Mian? Is he suspected of creating an entire divine ruin? Then there is no cause for concern." He growled in a low, anguished tone. "Wang Mian, I invited you to maintain order, and yet you have come all this way to offer up your head in confusion. I placed my trust in you. And this is how you repay me? Everything is ruined." His voice quivered with a tinge of grievance by the end. For Yuan Gang understood that this contest had lost all purpose. Even Wang Mian had fallen prey to Jiang Feng's grasp, thoroughly conquered. What was there left to compare? Chapter 50, The Stream of Time and the Temporal Rebels. What? Upon awakening, the captain has been conquered by Jiang Feng? Xuan was shouted, his face a canvas of astonishment. He then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. I can't breathe. Let us see who dares to call me abstract in the future. You are the real abstraction. Get lost." Rose kicked him away and approached Wang Mian, extending her hand. "Captain, could this child accept me as a godmother?" Smack. Wang Mian swatted her hand away, protectively cradling the child. "Work hard. Right turn is the way to go. No gifts. Dream on. Next time, it won't be your turn. Line up behind. Feng Gu belongs to us." The surrounding crowd sneered, declaring that this matter was non-negotiable, not even for the special squad. Rose's lips twitched, as if realizing she had missed something monumental. "All right, everyone step aside. My dear child is eager to witness this world." Jiang Feng turned to Wang Mian and softly inquired, "Are you prepared?" Wang Mian nodded solemnly, his tightly clenched fist betraying his inner turbulence. He had envisioned fatherhood, yet never anticipated it would manifest in such a manner. Jiang Feng extended his hand, a shimmering beam ascending into the heavens. Boom! It surged forth like a mighty river, breaking through the confines of time, ceaselessly flowing onward, shattering the clouds above. A tremendous divine might erupted from within, startling the entirety of Songnan City. Step, step, step. All present, including Yuan Gang and the instructors, took several steps back to alleviate the overwhelming force. Their expressions transformed. What a terrifying pressure, exceeding even that of the stout spirit fish by tenfold. Could it be that a divine realm was birthed right before them? That would be an exaggeration. It was merely at the sea realm level. Wait, what do you mean merely the sea realm? At that moment, incredulous gasps echoed throughout the entire camp. The robust spirit fish from the river realm was already astonishing enough to incite envy among the masses. Now, another from the sea realm? Would there be no respite for us? It is known that the river realm corresponds to the level of most ordinary cities, the captains of night watch teams. Yet, only the top 10 or 20 significant cities could boast sea realm powerhouses, often absorbed into special squads, ranking among the mid to high tiers of night watch. But now, all bore witness to the emergence of a sea realm entity before their very eyes, born into a status that most could scarcely dream of achieving. It was utterly absurd. Lin Qiye stared blankly at the sky, profoundly shaken, as he reflected on his own still being at the light realm. Tears of bitterness streamed down his face uncontrollably. Damn it, I have trained my entire life, only to have it amount to nothing. On the training platform, Yuan Gang wore a bitter expression, internally lamenting. I, too, am at the sea realm. Indeed, he, Commander Yuan, stood at the same level as Jiang Feng's child. In a one-on-one confrontation, he might even struggle against this newborn, for the latter possessed the divine ruin. Gulp. Commander, may I also request one? How dare you, old man? Think of betraying the revolution. But it is too late. Line up behind me. Since that is the case, take me along. The instructors, along with the new recruits, suppressed their own excitement, yearning to acquire one as well. What was the point of striving? Just look at Commander Yuan, who had toiled for half a lifetime. Yet was surpassed by a mere infant. It would be better to simply lie back and wish for one's child to become a dragon, like a stream of time, filled with enchanting and mysterious beauty. As the little one fully formed, the flowing stream refracted a hazy glow, enveloping the entire training camp. In that moment, it felt as if the pause button had been pressed. Everyone aside from Jiang Feng and Wang Mian froze in place. Their expressions solidified, thoughts halted. Even the rhythm of their heartbeats ceased. This is my child? Wang Mian trembled, cradling the stream in his hands, gently rubbing it against his face. A profound sense of kinship blossoming. Jiang Feng reached out to touch it as well, and a system notification echoed in his mind. Received a mental feedback of 100. Good little one. You are the most promising. Jiang Feng's face lit up, his heart brimming with joy. Undoubtedly, as a sea realm child. The mental feedback from just one surpassed the combined efforts of 5 or 6 elder siblings. However, I must say, old Wang, now is not the time for sentimentality. If we fail to manage them, they will all perish. Jiang Feng reminded, keenly observing the frozen crowd. This scene felt oddly familiar. In certain films from Prosper Silence, time-stopping moments often unfolded. What a splendid skill. Jiang Feng felt a surge of excitement as he glanced at the data panel. Under the Offspring's Forbidden Ruins section, a new entry appeared, Temporal Rebel. The name alone exuded a sense of flair. It was akin to a cheat ability for altering the timeline. Yet, the cost was one's own lifespan. The greater the causal alterations made, the more life it consumed. There was a hint of self-sabotage entwined with it. No matter. Time-stopping was not the forte of the Temporal Rebel. Maintaining it for 3 to 5 seconds would naturally cease. Wang Mian's gaze remained fixed on the infant, brimming with affection. As he softly declared, Beloved, how about we name you Time Stream from now on? The translucent stream coiled around Wang Mian's fingers, whispering sweetly in agreement with its mother. Wang Mian's lips twitched. He still found it somewhat difficult to accept this title. Chapter 51. The contest concludes. The two forgot in the Peace Affairs office. The mysterious disturbance in the outskirts immediately captured the attention of Team 136, hastily arming themselves to rush towards the source. What a powerful aura. Could it be that a sea realm, or even stronger mystery had emerged? When Chima's expression turned grave, Wu Xiangnan nodded, quickly report this to the higher-ups. This is beyond our capacity to handle. Wait. Zhao Conching suddenly halted, as if he had discovered something. Isn't that direction towards the new recruits training camp? Could someone be targeting the camp? New recruits exuding pressure comparable to the sea realm? Impossible. Is it truly impossible? Honging scoffed, reminding everyone not to forget he was there too. Whatever happened wouldn't surprise me. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Jiang Feng had been gone for 2 days. If he didn't stir up some excitement soon, that would be truly abnormal. Do you think he has caught the attention of Director Yuan? Hiss. I'll bet on it. In the training camp, a flurry of activity ensued. Oh my, I can't breathe. Did I just forget to inhale? Nonsense. We've clearly fallen victim to an evil time pause. Is it true? What an exhilarating game. But why are my clothes still on? You're just looking for trouble. Aren't you? Elbow me, let us head inside. Moments later, the hazy aura enveloping the training camp gradually receded, restoring normalcy. The new recruits were slow to realize what had occurred. Had it not been for the suffocating sensation lingering in their hearts, they would have remained oblivious. If such a thing happened during combat, it wouldn't just be a matter of discomfort, but their very lives would be at stake. Qiye, were you also immobilized? Li Peng exclaimed with excitement. Lin Qiye nodded silently, puzzled. Why are you so cheerful? Just now, we couldn't move, and our senses were completely suppressed. We had no idea who might act against us. Don't you find that thrilling? Li Peng danced with glee, his expression animated. If someone like Miss Molly wielded a whip, Lin Qiye twitched his lips, discreetly stepping back. This is quite a disturbing thought. I'd wager it's more likely someone like Chao Yuan, a burly man, wielding a heavy iron chain and cackling madly. Shen Qingzhu said leisurely. Huh? Li Peng suddenly envisioned Chao Yuan transformed into a dark king, grinning foolishly, and shivered, deflating instantly. Don't slander my brother Yuan. He is only interested in mature women, all right? The notorious reputation of Chao Yuan, exposed by some unscrupulous individual, had become common knowledge. Oh dear, did we forget something? Li Peng scratched his head, feeling as if someone was missing. Unlike the playful banter of the new recruits, the expressions of the instructors on the training stage were grim. Yuan Gang, with a serious countenance, reluctantly announced, the competition has concluded. Your outstanding performances have proven your worth, particularly some individuals who truly outshone the rest. At this, Yuan Gang ground his teeth, admitting he had underestimated them, and apologized. The moment his words fell, the audience fell silent for several seconds before erupting in thunderous applause. What does this mean? Did we win? Of course. Wang Mian has submitted to Brother Feng's charm. We've absolutely triumphed. Hooray. We've won the mask, squat. Morning exercises are cancelled. Long live Brother Feng. Everyone shouted with abandon, their voices echoing throughout the training ground, a fervent wave of passion soaring into the skies. Brother Feng, you are our hero. Li Peng cried tears of joy. No more early mornings. What a lifesaver. Lin Qiye clenched his fists silently, realizing the vast chasm between himself and Jiang Feng, and it was only widening. From this day forth, I must exert myself tenfold. Lin Qiye shed bitter tears. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to settle down and have children. Just as the crowd rejoiced in their victory, a heart-wrenching cry of despair echoed from a distance. Enough. I'm done fighting. Get away from me. Someone, help drag this madman away. 2 figures chased after one another. The former flailed helplessly in the air. Weariness etched on his face, while the latter, engulfed in a malevolent fire, laughed maniacally, leaping high and striking with a blade, the dark flames tearing through the air. Exuding an intimidating force, it was Tianping and the deranged Chao Yuan. Ah, so you two are still at it? Li Peng slapped his forehead. Suddenly enlightened, I knew I was forgetting something. The crowd finally remembered there were still 2 individuals engaged in battle. More accurately, Chao Yuan had relentlessly pursued Tianping, nearly covering the entire training camp. Thus, Tianping suffered, playing out this scene of flight and chase, with laughter echoing around him. Ha ha, how amusing. Being chased by a rookie. Vortex laughed heartily, relishing the spectacle. Tianping, maintaining a stoic expression, scoffed. Humph, have you forgotten the pain before the scars have healed? I'm sure tomorrow's big release will be quite smooth. Shut up, old man. Vortex's face flushed, as the pain in his rear began to resurface. Hee hee. Upon reaching the training field, Chao Yuan's attention quickly shifted, disregarding Tianping, and charged towards the crowd, causing chaos to ensue. Even Tianping, who had suppressed his realm, dared not confront Chao Yuan head-on, and the new recruits were no match either, resulting in several injuries. What to do? What to do? Chao Zai has gone mad. I have a delicate wife at home waiting for me. Someone save me. Brother, saying that will only encourage him further. The long knife, ablaze with dark flames, was raised, the terrifying heat warping the air. Chao Yuan, grinning foolishly, had completely lost his senses, swinging the blade toward those nearby. In this critical moment, a flash of silver darted by. Jiang Feng appeared before the crowd, casting a large shadow that shielded them. The searing heat immediately blocked, bringing a sense of relief. Clang. Jiang Feng twisted his wrist, producing a small utility knife, expertly slicing through the base of the long knife. Crack. The demonic flame-wreathed long knife suddenly halted, losing its strength as the blade was effortlessly severed. With his weapon lost, Chao Yuan's ferocity diminished. He roared at Jiang Feng. Claws bared, only to be met with a steel fist. Bang! The fist struck his eye, causing Chao Yuan to see stars. His steps faltered before he collapsed to the ground. Pi Pang, tie him up. Jiang Feng clapped his hands, signaling the end of the altercation. Li Pi Pang scampered over, beaming. This is my specialty. Halfway there, Lin Qiye, who had intended to assist, paused, muttering. Isn't this my job? If this continues. 1T I seem somewhat redundant. Chapter 52. The conceptual misfortune of the faux sparrow's song knife. Hiss. Pi Pang, your binding technique is rather impressive. Xinqing Zhu raised an eyebrow, as if he had uncovered something remarkable. On the ground, Chao Yuan was bound by a coarse hemp rope, his body adorned with knots, particularly around his chest, perfectly outlining his muscular physique. It resembled the artistry of rope binding admired by artists in the quiet of night. Hiki. Li Pi Pang scratched his head, proudly asserting, it's tightly bound, right? I often played that little game with the maid's sister. What a lavish display. Truly. One suffers drought, while another drowns. Such skilled technique. How many times must one practice to master it? The crowd, hearing this, spat in envy, both admiring and resenting. The notion of maid sisters engaging in such delightful antics was far beyond their wildest dreams. Jiang Feng stood quietly nearby, toying with the small knife in his hand. Under the sunlight, the blade, as thin as a cicada's wing, appeared nearly transparent, a faint blue glow swirling across it, exuding an aura of extreme sharpness. This was the forbidden object that Wang Mian had sought at great expense. It bore the effects of the Forbidden Series 072, Sparrow's Song, possessing an unparalleled sharpness. According to Wang Mian, this was an artificial forbidden object produced by the Bai Li family, though it fell short of the true Sparrow's Song. It still held immense power. The refined steel knife, empowered by Chao Yuan's dark flames, was effortlessly severed by the utility knife, demonstrating its prowess. The only downside was its brevity. The blade measured only a few centimeters. A shorter blade often limits one's ability to harness its full potential. However, in Jiang Feng's hands, it was a different story. The mighty heaven and earth granted Jiang Feng an ethereal grace, allowing him to approach enemies undetected. Akin to a shadowy assassin in the night, a shorter blade became all the more suitable, paired with the knife's unparalleled sharpness. Beheading would be as simple as reaching into a pocket. Truly, a treasure for an assassin. After delighting in its craftsmanship for a moment, Jiang Feng stowed the small knife away. As Chao Yuan, bound and restrained, gradually regained consciousness, the dark flames enveloping him dissipated. The onlookers stifled their laughter, shaking their heads in amusement. It turned out that one of Chao Yuan's eyes was bruised and dark, resembling that of a half panda. How curious. Could this have happened when I transformed into the Black King? Chao Yuan pondered aloud, his innocence palpable. On the training platform, Yuan Gang observed that the commotion had subsided and continued. This time, you have triumphed, and morning practice is cancelled. However, do not let pride swell in your hearts. For the enemy will not be as lenient as the masked team who suppress their realms for your sake. Remember this. Any lapse in diligence now is a dereliction of your own life. Everyone was acutely aware of the stark disparity in strength revealed during the battle. Had it not been for Jiang Feng, Bai Li Pang, and a few others like Chao Yuan, the outcome could have been quite uncertain. Consequently, they would not relax their efforts. Instead, they would double their training regimen. Yet, this realization did not diminish their pride. Having won, they stood tall and laughed heartily. Dismissed. Formal training begins tomorrow. Yuan Gang nodded. Although the situation had faltered, the newcomers displayed an impressive spirit and cohesion, which was indeed a form of achievement. The crowd dispersed, eager to partake in their meals. The following morning, all gathered at the training grounds early. The ranks were not perfectly aligned, but the disorganization of the previous day had vanished, giving way to a semblance of order. A stranger, the new instructor Zhongli, stepped onto the training platform, greeting everyone politely. Good day, everyone. I am Zhongli, your new instructor responsible for teaching cold weapons. I look forward to your cooperation. What? It's Han Tianzuan? I won't study cold weapons. I want to learn flying swords. I think raising insects is cooler. I must stand behind Instructor Han on missions. Jiang Feng, positioned at the front, crossed his arms and grinned, relishing the spectacle. Isn't this the instructor who awakened the unlucky Forbidden Realm? Which tough guy is next? None dare speak. The odds of hitting the jackpot were akin to winning the lottery, as Instructor Han had struck 4 times in succession. Excellent. You all exhibit great vitality. Zhongli, blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, smiled gently. Now, let's commence the lesson. All of you know, our primary adversaries as night watchmen are the mysterious beings with myriad abilities. Tell me, what do we rely on to combat such entities? Shinchiju, hands in pockets, replied. Certainly, it is the powerful Forbidden Realms. Instructor Han shook his head. Those who possess formidable Forbidden Realms are exceedingly rare. More commonly, we are ordinary individuals like ourselves. Shinchiju raised an eyebrow. I am not ordinary. May I inquire about your Forbidden Realm? Sequence 068, Chi Min. Hiss, extremely dangerous. Instructor Han's mouth fell agape, visibly stunned. Report. Money. Bai Li Pang Pang responded earnestly. What? Instructor Han was baffled. Are you saying that with money you can defeat the mysterious beings? Just throw a dime at them? Simply state which family you hail from. The Bai Li family of Guangshan. Ah, haha. So, it's the young master. My apologies. I even attended your banquet last year. Instructor Han, ever the martial artist, swiftly transitioned to a smile after a brief moment of awkwardness. After a moment of contemplation, a fellow instructor suggested, perhaps we should allow Instructor Han a moment to rest? I believe he has just been transferred from headquarters and needs time to adjust. It's said to be his first time training new recruits, so some shortcomings are to be expected. Other instructors concurred, offering supportive remarks for Han Li. The immersion was overwhelming. Just the thought of facing these individuals sent chills down their spines. No need, Yuan Gang interjected decisively while reviewing the records. Han Li's close combat prowess is among the finest in the country. This minor challenge, I believe he can surmount. Yet, one instructor glanced outside and his expression shifted to one of concern. No buts. Yuan Gang firmly interrupted. A strong individual will naturally overcome all obstacles. Indeed. Instructor Han harbored a sense of pride, demonstrating a series of swift, impeccable knife techniques, exuding an imposing aura. Bravo. Jiang Feng, despite being an outsider, recognized the finesse and applauded. One more. Bai Li Pang Pang clamored, eager for more entertainment. Instructor Han, with an air of arrogance, raised his chin, asserting that he was not a street performer and had only intended to showcase once, as if it were a special gift. A glimmering Rolex flew towards him. A golden collector's edition. Gulping, Instructor Han hesitated, yet upon showcasing respect, swiftly tucked the watch into his pocket. Ahem, since everyone's enthusiasm for learning is so high, I shall demonstrate once more. He executed another series of moves, barely catching his breath when a gift box soared onto the platform. Inside were neatly arranged dozens of Rolex watches. Today, I've got it all covered, Bai Li Pang Pang declared, extravagantly generous. Instructor Han, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, pondered if taking one would lead to a midnight raid by the disciplinary committee. Yet, he steeled himself, recognizing that without risk, one cannot attain wealth. Thus, he resolved, so it is true, money can indeed conquer the mysterious. At that moment, Instructor Han grasped the essence of life. In the great melting pot of society, he had learned the profound truth that wealth could indeed command respect. Attention, esteemed guests. Coming up next is the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji knife. Instructor Han quickly immersed himself in his role, energetically showcasing his skills on stage, demonstrating a series of knife techniques until he was utterly exhausted. Indeed, earning money was arduous, while confronting challenges was equally daunting. Bai Li Pang Pang applauded, marvelous, marvelous. I shall procure 2 more boxes. Stop. Instructor Han interjected, young master, spare me. I simply cannot bear it anymore. His sleeves rolled up. His arms were adorned with an abundance of golden watches. Very well, Bai Li Pang Pang, still unsatisfied, yearned for more. Instructor Han sighed with relief, secretly lamenting, Han Li, how have you fallen so low? Once, you regarded wealth as trivial, a talent soaring high. Yet life has undeniably humbled you, having demonstrated so much. I trust you have gleaned some insights. Now, let us bring forth a few individuals for practical testing. Instructor Han, seemingly intoxicated by the allure of money, had altogether forgotten his previous tribulations and began calling out names once more. However, this time he was much more cautious, avoiding those who were frivolous or overly eager, and instead choosing someone who appeared serene and earnest, clearly a well-behaved individual. This one should be easy to handle. The Instructor Han pointed at Lin Qiye. You, step forward. The legendary journey of calling out names continued. Jiang Feng had already begun to chuckle, taking out sunflower seeds, peanuts, and a cold drink, enjoying the spectacle. Lin Qiye leaped onto the training platform, taking the wooden sword. His demeanor shifted dramatically. He became profound and composed, like a tranquil lake, concealing unfathomable strength beneath its serene surface. A jolt surged through Instructor Han's heart. Could it be that another formidable opponent had emerged? Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he had no choice but to proceed. Next, I will employ advanced sword techniques in my attack. You may not be able to block them, but rest assured, I will not strike too hard. Understood, Lin Qiye nodded noncommittally. With his dynamic vision, he perceived every action and technique as inconsequential. Be careful, Instructor Han warned. Stepping forward abruptly, his wooden sword slicing through the air at an acute angle, aimed at Lin Qiye. Crack. Lin Qiye casually raised his hand to deflect the incoming wooden sword, effortlessly blocking the fierce blow. Huh? Instructor Han's mouth fell open in confusion. This move had taken him 2.5 years of rigorous practice. Even seasoned masters struggled against it, yet it was effortlessly parried by a novice? Lin Qiye shrugged. Was that difficult? Ahaha. That was merely a warm-up. The real instruction begins now. Instructor Han forced a smile, gathering his energy for a flurry of attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The two wooden swords blurred as they clashed, creating a whirlwind of motion. Regardless of the angle from which Instructor Han attacked, Lin Qiye seemed to possess a divine insight, effortlessly neutralizing each assault. Instructor Han, feeling utterly defeated, exerted every ounce of strength but could not breach Lin Qiye's defense. It was utterly humiliating. Is this really a rookie? Let him teach me. Jiangfeng could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Old Han, let me take over. I don't understand swordsmanship. Don't even think about fooling me. Instructor Han screamed in desperation, his eyes bloodshot. Like a desperate gambler who had lost everything. He was left with only one final chip. After a prolonged scrutiny, he finally spotted a young man in the corner, lazily dozing off while playing with prayer beads. It was evident that he had indulged too much the night before. Infinite mercy. May the Buddha bless me, amen. Instructor Han declared resolutely. You, wake up. Hurry up and come here to take a beating. Me? Chao Yuan, still groggy, pointed at himself. Yes, stop dawdling. But I can't wield a sword, he protested, struggling to find a convincing excuse. Who would believe such a flimsy reason? Hurry up. Fine. Chao Yuan stepped onto the training platform and reached for the wooden sword. Instantly, everyone below retreated several meters, their eyes filled with sympathy as they gazed at Instructor Han. What does this mean? Instructor Han was stunned. Could it be that luck had struck again? Was it truly this uncanny? Boom. A dark, ominous energy surged into the sky, enveloping Chao Yuan in a layer of black flame armor, a terrifying aura spreading throughout the training ground. He began to laugh uncontrollably, lost in a whirlwind of madness. In the eye of the storm, Instructor Han felt like a small boat on the verge of capsizing, overwhelmed by despair. He glanced at the grinning Chao Yuan, discarded his wooden sword, and began to laugh as well. Haha. One laughed maniacally while the other chuckled foolishly. Chapter 54, Nyx makes her entrance. Jiangfeng presents Flower's report to the commander. Yet another one has gone mad. Understood. Take him to the hospital. Yuan Gang waved his hand, slumped in his chair. In that moment, he seemed to age 20 years, the wrinkles on his face sufficient to crush a fly. The Instructor Han, whom he had high hopes for, had only taught for a day before taking leave for a psychiatric evaluation, and he had heard that he was still under observation. The seasoned instructors such as Hong Hao were no better off. They had become increasingly erratic, alternating between tears and laughter. And this was just 1 month in. What lay ahead? Yuan Gang sighed, his eyes devoid of light, reduced to mere survival. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. After arduous training, everyone had undergone significant transformations. Qiye, let us go take a break, Jiangfeng enthusiastically invited. Lin Qiye shook his head. I have something to attend to. Next time. He closed his eyes to meditate. Ah, you sly one, Qiye, secretly leveling up. Jiangfeng suddenly appeared at his bedside. Others might be oblivious, but he was well aware that Lin Qiye harbored a mental hospital housing deities within his mind. Its efficacy rivaled his own system. The only drawback being the need for gradual accumulation of therapeutic value. Jiangfeng chose not to disturb him and sat quietly by his side. Within the realm of divine madness, Lin Qiye donned a white coat, accompanying caregiver Li Yifei as they dined with a beautiful woman. She was an elegant lady with star-like eyes, her exquisite features seemingly sculpted by divine hands, breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a gown that resembled a piece of the night sky. She exuded an aura of tranquility. She was Lin Qiye's first patient, the goddess of night, Nyx. Mother, have a bite of fish and see how your grandson's cooking is. Lin Qiye cheerfully placed a piece of fish into Nyx's bowl. Li Yifei, with a glum expression, lamented, You're not supposed to spoil him like this. Lin Qiye felt a surge of joy, experiencing the bliss of Jiangfeng's abundant progeny. Donatos, you truly are considerate, Nyx said, tears brimming in her eyes. As her treatment progressed, gradually climbed to 49. Lin Qiye was ecstatic. Just a little more, and he could draw Nyx's divine abilities once again. Thus, he showered her with meticulous care and concern, finally pushing the treatment progress past 50. Here it comes, time to extract abilities. Lin Qiye's heart raced. Whether he could defy fate hinged upon this moment. A mysterious spinning wheel materialized in the void, the pointer traversing various options, causing Lin Qiye's heart to leap. A plethora of divine abilities was laid out before him. Star-splitting technique, night's flicker, nightfall, falling stars. Yet, Lin Qiye was entirely focused on one specific ability. Extraordinary reproduction. It must be extraordinary reproduction, he nearly shouted. Initially, Lin Qiye had shunned this ability, but after witnessing Jiang Feng's prowess, he understood its immense power. Nyx looked on with a tender smile. Finally, Donatos has grown up, understanding the importance of family, though I cannot assist you now. The spinning pointer gradually slowed, inching closer to extraordinary reproduction, until it finally landed within. Haha, I've done it. Jiang Feng, I will ensure you bear many children, 18 at once. Lin Qiye exclaimed joyfully, his recent frustration seemingly dissipating in that moment. My child, I understand your desire to expand your lineage. But it seems you may be a bit too premature in your excitement, Nyx gently reminded. Huh? Lin Qiye abruptly looked up, only to find the pointer had slightly veered, landing on the next option. Eclipse of darkness, dark god ruins. Lin Qiye collapsed in despair. The ups and downs of life could shift in an instant. His extraordinary reproduction had vanished. I once regarded you with indifference. Now I find you unattainable. This encapsulated Lin Qiye's current emotional state. Donatos, do not despair. You will eventually master these abilities, Nyx offered soothingly. Ugh, I understand, mother. Lin Qiye wiped his tears, still steeped in sorrow. Let us go for a walk to clear our minds, Nyx suggested. All right. In the dormitory, the figure of Nyx suddenly appeared. Greetings, madam. It is an honor to meet you. Jiang Feng slightly bowed, presenting a red rose that seemingly came from nowhere, declaring, only a lady as beautiful as you deserve such a lovely flower. After many years, Nyx returned to the mortal realm and felt a wave of joy as someone offered her flowers. She accepted the rose with a smile and softly said, Thank you for your gift. Jiang Feng took her pristine hand, as flawless as exquisite jade, and gently kissed it, replying, It is my honor. Brother Feng, what are you doing in my dormitory? Lin Qiye exclaimed, looking as if she had been caught in a scandal, flustered and anxious. But upon witnessing Jiang Feng's actions, her panic escalated. Oh my goodness. Please don't be deceived by this guy's sweet words. Hey, that's not important. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively. Qiye, why don't you continue to rest? I'm just going for a stroll with this lovely lady. Wait, I'm not tired anymore. If you're going for a walk, I want to join. Lin Qiye's heart raced, her urgency palpable. Child, how can you be so thoughtless? Jiang Feng shook his head and waved his hand in the air, revealing a shimmering silver portal leading to the rooftop of the dormitory. Ladies first. Please, there's no need to be polite. I've always regarded Qiye as my own child. It's my duty to protect her. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly. Lin Qiye? Nyx, Chapter 55. The considerate Qiye goes on a date. The night sky was clear, with bright stars casting their gentle glow over the land, enveloping it in a tranquil veil. On the rooftop of the dormitory, 3 figures suddenly appeared. The soft evening breeze lifted Nyx's starry gown as she closed her eyes, embracing the night. Gazing at the distant lights of countless homes, Nyx spoke softly. Child, is this your divine realm? Lin Qiye, puzzled, replied, What divine realm? This is the real world. A faint look of confusion crossed Nyx's face at the mention of the real world. Just then, Jiang Feng cleared his throat and interjected, Madam. May I interrupt? Nyx nodded innocently. Please do. Lin Qiye frowned, sensing something was amiss. Jiang Feng straightened up, pointing toward the distant city of Cangnan. What do you think they're doing? Living? Nyx hesitated before responding. Lin Qiye stretched her neck. Who are you talking about? I can't see anyone. There's no one ahead. Jiang Feng smiled gently. Indeed, whether in joy, sorrow, love, or anger, they strive to live. Even if the entire world were a facade, these emotions are genuine. And thus their existence is real. Is emotion the foundation of the real world? Nyx pondered deeply. Lin Qiye, anxious, scratched her head. What are you two talking about? I heard every word, but now it feels like we're not on the same wavelength. What emotions? Can you clarify, Brother Feng? Otherwise, I feel quite unnecessary here. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. I already warned you not to be a third wheel. Why didn't you heed my advice? I refuse. Lin Qiye retorted defiantly. Rebellious child. I'm at my wit's end. Their playful banter escalated into a humorous quarrel, creating quite a ruckus. Nyx, observing their antics, seemed to grasp something profound, and her healing progress surged by 5. She revealed a captivating smile. Your wisdom is remarkable. I have gained much from you. Lin Qiye was left astounded. What just happened? Jiang Feng managed to enhance her healing progress in just a few words. In an instant, Lin Qiye's expression cleared up, and she shyly said, Brother Feng, your words are so pleasant. Please say a few more. As the healing progress increased, another opportunity for a lottery awaited. Are you addicted to being scolded? Jiang Feng gazed at her incredulously, but complied with her request. What on earth? Nyx, Lin Qiye blushed, hurriedly explaining. Not that. I meant those things I couldn't understand earlier. Such words require an ambience, you know? Jiang Feng, discerning her intentions, began to set conditions. What ambience? Lin Qiye queried. Of course, it must be a private, romantic setting. Jiang Feng replied with a raised eyebrow. Oh, I see. Lin Qiye understood immediately and turned to Nyx, saying, Mother, I'm going to test the effects of the darkest god ruins. Let Brother Feng take you for a stroll. With that, she dashed off the rooftop, disappearing before them. What a swift departure. Nyx shook her head. This child, Dana Dus, remains as impulsive as ever, just like when she was young. She has grown and has her own ideas. We need not worry about her. Jiang Feng silently praised Lin Qiye for her decisiveness, a quality essential for great endeavors. He then suggested, You must have never experienced the mortal realm of Daxia. Shall we explore? Daxia was indeed an ancient and enigmatic land. Nyx nodded slightly. Jiang Feng's words resonated with her, and perhaps experiencing something different could hasten her recovery. With a wave of her sleeve, the night air shimmered slightly, and the two vanished from their spot. In the instructor's dormitory, Yuan Gang abruptly leaped up from his rocking chair, his expression grave. That was the aura of a deity. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely seized his long knife and rushed outside, dialing for reinforcements. In the heart of Cangnan City, the early hours of the morning marked the onset of nightlife. A man and a woman appeared suddenly on the bustling streets, yet drew no attention from the crowd. The throng of people left Nyx feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Let us go. Our first stop is to enjoy some delicious food. Jiang Feng grasped Nyx's hand, guiding her into the fragrant street food market. A Western deity, long deprived of culinary delights, had no notion of Daxia's rich and profound gastronomic culture. Even the skills of Li Yifei could astonish her, not to mention the extraordinary late-night snacks. Skewers, crayfish, stinky tofu, and marinated seafood were all present in abundance. Each bite a delight to the palate. Nyx was left in awe, and after tasting, she found herself utterly captivated, unable to move her feet. Jiang Feng, I must admit, in terms of gastronomy, Daxia far surpasses the West. Nyx exclaimed, her belly full and satisfied. Indeed, the essence of human existence lies in the warmth of shared meals. Our pursuit is to enjoy life as simple pleasures, Jiang Feng replied. Such simplicity holds profound wisdom. Nyx smiled, and as they left the food market, they wandered through the streets, experiencing various novel encounters. Arcades, bars, traditional and modern Daxia attire, nighttime fireworks displays. Each offered a brand new experience, leaving vibrant memories etched in Nyx's heart. With a hint of lingering desire in her eyes, Nyx remarked, It's all right. If you wish to play, I can accompany you every day. Jiang Feng sweetly replied. All in good fun, let us all learn together. Nyx smiled quietly, as the deepening night enveloped them, and the two vanished from sight. In the thick darkness, a figure sat on the nearby steps, gripping a long knife, intently watching the two newly appeared individuals. Old Yuan? When did you start working security? Jiang Feng teased. Winking at Nyx, he gestured toward Nyx. Can't you see? No wonder you're still single. Jiang Feng rolled his eyes. A man and a woman out late at night. Of course, it's a date. Ah? Are you kidding me? Dating a deity? Yuan Gang's mind short-circuited, his brain feeling overwhelmed. He envisioned a myriad of possibilities, yet never anticipated such a wild answer. Chapter 56. The Collapse of Yuan Gang and Nyx's Response. After a moment of daze, Yuan Gang tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his spirit taut to the utmost. This training camp, along with several surrounding cities, could be easily obliterated. Such is the might of the divine. Who dares jest with you? Jiang Feng shook the numerous bags in his hands, revealing items purchased during a shopping spree, typical of a woman's frenzied shopping habits. Yuan Gang looked on with skepticism, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Snail noodles, stinky tofu, skirts, bags, dolls, and lingerie. You cannot be suggesting that these items were bought by this divine being? Yuan Gang's jaw dropped wide enough to fit 2 eggs. What else? Are you expecting me to wear them? Jiang Feng retorted sharply. Hiss. Yuan Gang felt a wave of numbness wash over him, his head spinning, almost gasping for breath as he turned away. A romance between mortals and gods? Even a foolish author would hesitate to concoct such a tale. In all his years as a night watchman, he had never encountered anything like this. Truly, he was witnessing the extraordinary. Yuan Gang's heart raced in panic, yet was simultaneously consumed by the flames of curiosity, creating an internal conflict. Attempting to feign calm, he asked Nyx, I am Yuan Gang, Vice Captain of the Night Watch Squad 006. May I inquire your esteemed name? Nyx. Nyx lifted her gaze languidly, her presence as profound as the cosmos. Even without a hint of divine power, she exuded an overwhelming pressure upon Yuan Gang, akin to a mountain suddenly resting upon his shoulders, causing every bone in his body to groan in dismay. Divine might like a prison, unfathomable. So it is the Lady of the Night. Yuan Gang's heart jolted. The Lady of the Night is one of the primordial deities in Greek mythology, undoubtedly immensely powerful. He steeled himself to ask, "May I inquire the purpose of your visit to our great Xia? Surely, it cannot be for the sake of romance." Nyx pondered briefly. "I have come to seek my son." "What? Another Greek god residing in our Xia?" Yuan Gang was taken aback, glancing at Jiang Feng, his eyes filled with inquiry. At this juncture, there was no longer anything to conceal. Jiang Feng nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we have a child." "Yuan Gang?" Nyx blinked. Recalling Jiang Feng's earlier statement about regarding Lin Qiye as a son, and thus refrained from contradiction. That night, Yuan Gang's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, rising and falling. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's revelation, he collapsed to the ground, his heart plummeting. In that moment, he finally comprehended the reason behind the madness of so many instructors. It was because he himself had succumbed to insanity. Yuan Gang's expression shifted uncontrollably, breaking into a wide grin while tears streamed down his cheeks. "What the hell? Old Yuan, what is wrong with you? You must pull yourself together." Jiang Feng, quick to react, threw several silver needles to puncture Yuan Gang's acupoints, helping him regain his composure. After all this time, he had become adept at treating emotional ailments. Yuan Gang slumped weakly to the ground, devoid of any will to live. Jiang Feng patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, "You need to strengthen your mentality. It is far too fragile. Damn it, look at the words coming out of your mouth. You say my mentality is weak," Yuan Gang exclaimed, launching into a legendary barrage of words, barely coherent. All right, calm down." Jiang Feng rubbed his ears, recognizing that Yuan Gang was on the brink of exploding, thus refraining from further provoking him. He clarified, "What she is searching for is actually my rebellious son, Lin Qiye. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yuan Gang was still fuming, his speech labored, truly alarming. He presumed Jiang Feng had truly allowed the Lady of the Night to conceive. "You didn't inquire either." Jiang Feng defended himself. "You merely gave me a look. How was I to know what you meant?" "Ah, my apologies." Yuan Gang scratched his head, as if realizing the truth. He composed himself, puzzled. How did Lin Qiye become the son of the Lady of the Night? "It is merely a matter of representation." Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly. "What? Another dual deity representative?" Yuan Gang exclaimed, astonished. First Jiang Feng, now Lin Qiye. Has the world reached such a level of competition? Subsequently, Yuan Gang's mind became a muddled mess, growing increasingly bewildered. If Lin Qiye is the representative of the deity, then how is it that you are with her? Could the relationships among the three of you be somewhat complicated? Jiang Feng replied, "Well, it is a long story. At that moment, when our eyes met, an invisible current surged between us." "Then make it brief," Yuan Gang interrupted promptly, denying him the chance to spin wild tales. "Love freely. What is it to you? Short enough?" Yuan Gang pinched his temples, merely wanting to express, "Your circle is truly chaotic." Then, feeling utterly drained, he addressed Nyx, "Lady, since you have found your representative and concluded your affairs, I kindly ask you to leave the boundaries of our Xia." Nyx nodded slightly, then turned her gaze to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng cleared his throat. "Before we part ways, may I request a small favor?" "Speak." Nyx's voice was gentle. Yuan Gang watched in astonishment, suddenly widening his eyes, as if realizing something, cold sweat drenching his back. Jiang Feng's gaze was resolute, his expression sacred. "Please bear me a child." Silence. Suddenly, the night seemed to freeze, the stars in the sky ceasing their twinkling. Yuan Gang trembled, his heart pounding like a drum. Yet he still wished to exclaim, "You are truly remarkable. Even if you call me Little Yuan in the future, I shall accept it." Nyx gazed deeply at Jiang Feng, a faint blush appearing on her face. "My divinity and soul have yet to be restored. It is not possible at this time. Relying on the divine psychiatric hospital." Nyx's fractured soul had been preserved, yet the current healing progress was insufficient to support the birth of a new deity. Indeed, the life she would give birth to would undoubtedly be divine. "No matter, I look forward to our next meeting." Jiang Feng remained undeterred, even growing somewhat excited. For Nyx had not refused. Thus, that day would inevitably come. "Farewell." Nyx gently waved, disappearing into the night. Chapter 57. The Overlord of the Sea, who launched the firecracker. The biting cold wind howled. The earth turned parched and yellow, and in the blink of an eye, winter had arrived, with the end of the year approaching. Beep, beep, beep. A flurry of figures rushed out from the dormitories. In less than 3 minutes, a perfectly aligned formation had assembled on the training grounds. Every individual stood upright, their gazes sharp. Even in the frigid winter morning, there was not a hint of drowsiness or complaint, resembling resilient rocks amidst turbulent waves. On the training platform, Yuan Gang nodded slightly, proclaiming, "Well done. After 5 months of training, you have adopted the demeanor of soldiers." The new recruits remained steadfast as mountains, but could not help but curve their lips ever so slightly. It was as if the hardships endured over the past 5 months had borne fruit at this moment. Today, we shall not train, but rather announce good news to everyone. Yuan Gang paused, his eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of subtle danger flashing through. From today until the second day of the new year, for a total of 4 days, you are temporarily free. As the words fell, everyone was momentarily stunned, then erupted in cheers. What? Such good fortune, did I hear incorrectly? Fenggu? Qiye, come with me to Guangshan for some fun. I'll arrange for 18 maidens to attend to you day and night. You'll be guaranteed to forget your troubles. Ba, take me along. Maidens, or whatnot matter not. I mainly wish to challenge my weaknesses. Everyone rejoiced, eagerly planning their itineraries, but Yuan Gang added a few more remarks. However, there is one stipulation. You must not leave Cangnan City. All right, everyone grab your weapons. A bus will take you out shortly. Having issued his instructions, Yuan Gang hurried away, as though there were pressing matters awaiting him. Strange, don't you all feel that this holiday has come rather abruptly? Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in, as if something ominous was about to unfold. Abruptly? Jiang Feng smiled and remarked, why do I feel it's a delightful surprise? When the time comes, let's invite your mother, and we can celebrate a reunion as a family of 3. Lin Qiye wore a face twisted in discomfort, feeling utterly miserable. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had allowed Jiang Feng to take Nikes out for a wild night, and indeed, their progress in treatment had noticeably advanced. However, between the two of them, a peculiar friction had ignited. Now, Nikes expressed a daily desire to go out for a stroll, which made Lin Qiye think of Jiang Feng standing beside him, gazing at him with a fatherly affection. Truly, I call you brother, yet you act like my son. How distressing. Before long, each received a star blade and boarded the bus, heading towards the training camp's exit. As they left the confines of the camp, a sudden jolt of energy coursed through everyone. It felt as if they had cast aside a burden they had carried for far too long, leaving them light and their minds clear. I have broken through the pool realm. At last, I've reached the pool realm. Ha ha ha, I am truly a genius. I have taken another step towards invincibility. In an instant, the group erupted into jubilant howls of excitement. Only Lin Qiye was different. He gazed at his hands, tears brimming in his eyes, murmuring, I finally broke through. Do you know how I've spent the past 6 months? Daily under Jiangfeng's shadow. Now, the gap between us has finally narrowed. Sooner or later, I shall catch up to you. Lin Qiye secretly glanced at Jiang Feng, making bold proclamations. Look at you. Still showing off. Jiang Feng stretched lazily, and a data panel appeared before him. Host, Jiang Feng. Realm, Sea Realm. Divine Ruins, Extraordinary Birth. Heaven and Earth Progeny Forbidden Ruins. Fire Feather Garment, Vanishing Moonlight, Heart Demon Binding Law, Black Impermanence, Soul True Solution, All Things Disarmed, Temporal Rebel, Mythical Form, Serpent Tail. Ghost Face, the Pool Realm. To catch up with Jiang Feng, I fear it may not be sufficient. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, speaking casually. Oh dear. It seems I've inadvertently reached the Sea Realm. This realm has no barriers at all. I can break through simply by doing nothing each day. Thud. Countless jaws dropped to the ground, and within the bustling bus, silence fell like a shroud. Everyone rubbed their ears, unable to believe what they had just heard. Was that just my imagination? Ha, it must have been. How could anyone still be in training and break through to the Sea Realm? Yet it was indeed Feng Ji's voice. Oh, then it's all good. Quick. Who has a heart-saving pill? Qiye has fainted. Without comparison, one cannot feel pain. The group had barely begun to relish the joy of their breakthroughs when Jiang Feng's single remark rendered them speechless. Whether it was the rebellious Wei Ge, the laid-back Chao Yuan, or the determined Molly, all now stood dimmed, merely handing cigarettes to that man. In that year, they once believed themselves to be the protagonists, only to find themselves reduced to mere side characters. After being administered a heart-saving pill, Lin Qiye barely regained consciousness, lamenting, heavens, why must there be both night and phone? Suddenly, someone shouted while pointing out the window, look, someone is launching sky rockets. Whoosh. In the azure sky, 5 flying objects trailed long streaks of clouds, rapidly descending toward them. What the hell? Does your sky rocket have a diameter of over a meter? That is a missile. Get down. Grab something sturdy. The instructor in the front row bellowed. Boom. 5 missiles tore through the sky, 4 of which fell toward the camp and watchtower behind them, erupting in blinding flames, leaving devastation in their wake. A terrifying blaze raged, and a massive mushroom cloud ascended. The remaining missile, however, was on a direct collision course with the crowd. Screech. In this moment of peril, a spear wreathed in crimson flames, like a furious dragon of magma, shot from a distance. With astonishing speed, it tore through the air, precisely targeting the descending missile. Jiang Feng, Qiye, your sister is coming to save you. Red Ying's voice echoed from afar. Lin Qiye's heart trembled slightly. Yet he did not relax even a fraction. Given the proximity, even if intercepted, the missile's explosion would still be enough to reduce everyone to fragments of heroes. What to do? The hearts of the crowd raced to their throats. But the excitement was always in the next moment. With a whistling sound, the flaming spear actually missed, shooting off into the distance. It was not that Hong Ying miscalculated, but rather the missile had vanished. Old Yuan, there's still a falling bomb. Catch it. At some point, Jiang Feng appeared above the camp, cradling a missile over a meter in diameter and more than 10 meters long, which he let drop. Yuan Gang, enveloped in golden light, extended a protective barrier, shielding a significant portion of the camp. At this moment, his pupils constricted, anxiously cursing, "For heaven's sake, don't drop it on my face." Chapter 58. Qiye's unfortunate day. Jiang Feng still has his little knife. What? 5 missiles, and not a single person was harmed. How interesting. Hundreds of kilometers away at Launch Base 39 in Songnan, an alluring woman sat in the control room. She held a dagger resembling a serpent's fang, blood dripping from the tip and pooling on the ground in the shape of a serpent's eye. Behind her stood eerie stone statues, like soldiers guarding her. It seems those fools in Songnan made too much noise and caught their attention. A deep male voice emerged from the phone. No matter. I shall personally visit Songnan and meet those 2 fellows. The woman grinned, her long tongue flicking across her crimson lips, her eyes gleaming with a sickly excitement. Boom. As the bomb Jiang Feng had thrown detonated, a surge of flames engulfed the area once more. Energy cascaded into the earth, and even the distant city felt the tremors. When the dust settled, the dim golden light shattered, revealing that the main structures within the camp remained unscathed. This bomb was powerful. I wonder if I can still purchase it during the new year. Oh, Jiang, are you trying to exhaust me? Could you not throw it a little further away? Yuan Gang wiped the sweat from his brow. Withstanding 5 missiles and protecting most of the camp had nearly left him utterly drained. Jiang Feng replied, "Since this area has already been bombed, what if I throw it elsewhere and harm the flowers and grass? What could I possibly do with you?" Yuan Gang shook his head, for this was a man who dared to pursue the goddess of night. He was no longer surprised by anything he did. As they spoke, Yuan Gang suddenly halted, pointing at Jiang Feng, stuttering, Your mental energy just now. How does it feel stronger than mine?" Yuan Gang was taken aback. The earlier attack from 5 missiles was not as impactful as this revelation. He waved his hand dismissively. "Go on. If their target is you, then I can rest easy." Jiang Feng exclaimed, "What on earth? The legendary unarmed missile catch. Is this the power of a Sea Realm expert? Terrifying indeed. Feng Ge, come and cherish me. I don't want to work hard anymore. Boo-hoo." The new recruits who witnessed the entire scene held their breath, their minds blank, deeply shaken. It turned out that high-level experts could disregard almost all firearms, nearly transcending the human realm. A missile of such size, treated as a mere toy. How insane. Lin Qiye bit his lip. At that moment, he thought his chance to shine had finally arrived. The recently acquired Darkest Divine Ruins was just right for eroding the missile fragments and saving everyone from disaster. Then he would reap everyone's admiration and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Who could have guessed that the wicked Jiang Feng would provide no opportunity for showboating? Arriving on the scene, Hong Ying was relieved to see everyone safe and sound. Feigning anger, she pinched Jiang Feng's ear and questioned, "Why did you let me miss such a great opportunity?" Yibao excitedly wriggled out of her arms, leaping onto Jiang Feng's shoulder and affectionately nuzzling against him. "Have you ever played the game? Isn't it normal to miss a shot?" Jiang Feng retorted with confidence. I, Yin Ying, am quite formidable. Tonight, Hong Ying replied defiantly. "Who is afraid of whom? Let us battle until dawn." The two exchanged playful banter while laughing as they departed. "Hey, have you forgotten about someone else?" Lin Qiye stood alone, frozen in place, slowly lowering his hand that was meant for a greeting, looking lost like a child unable to find their way home. Listen. The sound of the sea weeping, sighing as yet another heart is wounded, still unaware. He hummed a lonely tune, wandering along the cold, desolate road. The peacekeeping office. It's all Jiang Feng's fault for talking to me and making me forget. Hong Ying sheepishly scratched her head. Following behind at a distance, Lin Qiye felt slightly better. At least the captain remembered him. He hastily stepped forward. "Captain, I'm here." Before he could finish, Chenmu's deep voice interrupted. "I told you we must invite Yuan Gang for dinner. How could you forget that?" Boom. The word struck Lin Qiye like a bolt from the blue. And he silently squatted on the curb, watching the bustling crowd pass by, realizing the excitement was not for him. The next day, Jiang Feng strolled out, spotting Lin Qiye on the curb and exclaimed, "Qiye, where were you last night?" Lin Qiye, with his messy hair and bloodshot eyes, replied wearily, "I didn't go anywhere. Everyone has secrets they cannot share. I understand." Jiang Feng gave him an understanding look. "You don't understand. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth, holding back tears. He had sat there all night while they came and went without noticing him. The grievance within him was almost as vast as the Yangtze River. All right, I don't understand. Fatty invited us to play cards. Let me take you to a 5-star hotel to relax. Jiang Feng pulled him up, heading towards the most luxurious hotel in Songnan. But just as they arrived near the hotel, an explosion erupted, flames engulfing the presidential suite on the top floor. Suddenly, the surroundings twisted, and the scenery of the street was isolated. They found themselves trapped in the unrestrained void. What was initially intended to be a simple task of eliminating the young master of the Baili family unexpectedly turned into a fortunate encounter with dual divine agents. Walking towards paradise but straying into hell, we cannot be blamed. Hee, after this job, we can retire. Several menacing figures surrounded them, closing in. Hee, is this what you call relaxation? Lin Qiye was utterly aghast, his expression contorted, teetering on the brink of madness. If I said this was merely a coincidence, would you believe me? Jiang Feng blinked innocently. I believe you're a cunning old man. Lin Qiye unsheathed a black box from his back, gently tapping it. And a blade emerged, transforming him into a swift butterfly as he lunged toward a specific enemy. How could you let me be misunderstood? Jiang Feng's gaze turned cold, disappearing from his spot. A hulking man approached, his pupils dilating, his body shrinking rapidly to that of a child. Yet within his frail form lay terrifying strength. He twisted his body, swinging a punch backward, producing a sharp whoosh. Who are you hitting? To his surprise, Jiang Feng appeared right in front of him. Swish. A brilliant flash of the blade cut through the air, and the man, incredulous, clutched his throat, his head sliding down uncontrollably. One strike, and he was slain. Jiang Feng twisted space again, appearing from another direction. Who are you? A woman wielding a bow and arrow intended to shoot Jiang Feng from behind while he was occupied, but she was stunned by Jiang Feng's terrifying skill. Swiftly dispatched with a clean strike, Jiang Feng coldly stated, "Drop your weapon. Jiang, do not harm women." Trembling under his overwhelming presence, the archer hesitated, then decisively discarded her bow and arrows, turning to flee. But just as she took 2 steps, she looked down in confusion, discovering a delicate blade embedded in her chest. She wanted to say more but was rudely interrupted by Jiang Feng. What do you mean you? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. I used a small knife. Chapter 59, The Reward. What about the conditions? What the hell? Where are my teammates? In the unrestrained void, Lin Qiye was engaged in a fierce battle with a man wielding 3 blades. Both of his teammates lay lifeless in pools of blood. Damn, this is dangerous. We must leave this cursed place immediately. The 3-blade man threw one of his long knives, temporarily warding off Lin Qiye before retreating swiftly. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back, as if he had crashed into an iron plate. During the new year, since you were here, why not have a bite before leaving? A haunting voice echoed in his ear, and the 3-blade man felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His body stiffening, even his heartbeat faltering. He nervously replied, "No need to be so polite. Do you look down on me, thinking I have nothing worthy to offer?" The voice turned even colder. That's not it. How about I eat something? The unknown terror tightened his mental state, overwhelming him. Jiang Feng smirked. Now you're talking. Taste my blade. Flash. The sharp star blade cleaved through, leaving a massive gash on the 3-blade man's back, nearly splitting him in 2. You have caused my dear son to misunderstand me. You truly deserve to die. The vibrant life force of the 3-blade man prevented immediate death, yet it became the source of his suffering. Jiang Feng ruthlessly continued to strike, blood spraying everywhere, leaving Lin Qiye astonished, who weakly remarked, "Brother, isn't this a bit excessive? This fellow ruined my son's mood. He is utterly wicked." "It's all right, brother. I'm fine now." Lin Qiye trembled nearby, fearing Jiang Feng might become enraged and strike him as well. "Brother Feng, Qiye, come save me." At that moment, a golden light descended from the sky, revealing Baili Fatty and Chao Yuan. What about those enemies? Chao Yuan, on high alert, reached for his knife but froze, his pupils contracting as he stood there in shock. A glance revealed 3 prominent bloodstains nearby and the 3 pitiful figures with twisted expressions, refusing to close their eyes. What kind of torment did they endure to harbor such resentment? If the atmosphere here were any more oppressive, they could rise as vengeful spirits. Bah, thankfully, I'm well versed in this. Chao Yuan promptly took out a small bell, shaking it while reciting a rebirth incantation. Indeed, Chao Thief, your skill is practical. We should form a small team in the future for simultaneous slaying, burial, and salvation, a one-stop service. Jiang Feng gave a thumbs up. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Feng exclaimed, "Are you shouting 666? Baili Fatty replied, 6. The series of assassinations heightened the tension in Songnan City, as if the festive atmosphere of the new year had been diminished significantly. You two, come with me to buy ingredients for the New Year's Eve dinner. Hong Ying pulled Jiang Feng and Lin Qiye into the bustling street, where snowflakes danced down, and this year's cold wind was particularly biting. Tonight we'll have the Captain's braised pork, Xiangnan roasted suckling pig, and supreme cold crab pot. Hong Ying chirped enthusiastically, her voice seemingly imbued with magic, dispelling the chill within their hearts. There was a large lizard in the pool realm, but it was weak. I pierced it with one shot. Hong Ying proudly lifted her chin, but during the cleanup, it was left with only half its body. Half a body? Lin Qiye frowned, recalling the previously missing head of the non-Tua snake demon, blurting out, "Someone is secretly collecting mysterious corpses." Is that so? Hong Ying gasped, surprised by the thought. Jiang Feng smiled subtly. Who could it be? It's quite the mystery. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. At the end of the street, a figure cloaked in black suddenly emerged, the broad hood casting a deep shadow that concealed their face. From the sleeve of the black robe, a small metallic arrow slipped out, hurtling towards Lin Qiye. With a sharp focus, Lin Qiye cautiously utilized the power of erosion from the divine ruins to halt the arrow mid-flight, revealing a note attached to it. Seeking death. Hong Ying scoffed, ready to pursue, but was restrained by Jiang Feng. You stay and protect Qiye. I will confront him. With a slight distortion of space, Jiang Feng vanished. That brat. Stealing my chance again. Hong Ying stomped her foot in frustration. Lin Qiye retrieved the note, slowly unfolding it, and his pupils constricted at the single phrase inscribed. In the old city, number 39, someone is plotting against your family. Don't worry, Qiye. With us here, no one can harm your family. Hong Ying declared fiercely as she followed Lin Qiye towards the old city, rallying others along the way. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure halted after turning a corner, aware that no matter how swiftly they moved, they could not escape the grasp of that man. Sure enough, in the next moment, a powerful arm encircled the figure's shoulder. Long time no see, Carp. Jiang Feng grinned. Brother Feng, it's been 6 months. You've grown stronger. The hood slipped back, revealing in Qingyu's bashful face, astonishment flickering in her eyes. She had attempted to analyze Jiang Feng's mental fluctuations, but nearly suffered backlash, indicating that Jiang Feng was at least 2 major realms above her. The fact that she had fallen behind by 2 realms was astonishing. Your progress is commendable. It seems the intelligence network is quite robust. And Qingyu's gaze flickered, recalling the woman from the ancient god church. Clever, Jiang Feng praised, appreciating the ease of conversing with intelligent individuals. And Qingyu shyly scratched her head. She is in a neighborhood to the east of the city, but there are at least 2 deeply concealed sea realm experts within the city. Dealing with her 1 be easy. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Just send a rat to guide me. Noting Jiang Feng's unwavering demeanor, and Qingyu refrained from further comments. A rat slipped from her sleeve, scurrying quickly along the wall. Jiang Feng followed at a leisurely pace. Soon, they arrived at an opulent residential area, where meticulously trimmed shrubs resembled a multitude of narrow eyes, watching Jiang Feng's approach. Upon closer inspection, even the patterns on the ground tiles, the branches intertwining, and the remnants of snow on the grass all formed eerie eye shapes. Cold, elongated serpent eyes. I haven't sought you out, yet you come to me so eagerly. Do you yearn for my punishment? A graceful figure sauntered from the end of the street, clad in a fitted skirt and black stockings, her cascading curls swaying like writhing black serpents in the breeze. The corners of her lips curled up, her aggressive gaze sweeping over Jiang Feng's face. What a handsome face, how unfortunate to ruin it. Kneel and kiss my toes, and I shall accept you as my disciple. Jiang Feng said excitedly. That's the reward, but what are the conditions? The serpent woman's lips twitched slightly. Conditions? Didn't I just tell you? This man before her was more deranged than she. A man as interesting as you is a rarity. I wouldn't want to kill you, what to do? The serpent woman licked her crimson lips, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light, as if she had found a cherished toy and couldn't bear to part with it. Become my slave, and you will not only enjoy supreme pleasures with me, but also join the ancient god church, becoming a ruler of the impending dark age. This is a dream for many. Just nod, and you can have it all. Jiang Feng impatiently dug at his ear. What are you rambling on about? The audience wants to see what you mentioned at the start. Huh? The serpent woman paused. After all this talk, you're only thinking about kissing toes? What a waste of my breath. Then let us get on with it. The serpent woman leaned against a tree, elegantly tossing off her high heels, revealing her feet wrapped in black stockings. As the anticipation of what was to come surged, her lips curled into a wild smile, her body instinctively twisting, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. No matter how powerful the divine agents were, they would still bow before her charm. Exquisite feat. Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed as he stepped forward, asking, by the way, do you know who I am? Lin Qiye or Jiang Feng? Though the ancient god church had planted spies among the night watchers, their daily control was too strict, allowing only a trickle of text messages to be transmitted. Thus, The serpent woman was uncertain whether the man before her was Jiang Feng or Lin Qiye. However, that divine aura was unmistakable, as long as he was an agent. It didn't matter which one, for they were all targets. Hee, remember this. I am Lin Qiye, Jiang Feng declared with a grin. The serpent woman nodded lightly. Lin Qiye is a marvelous name, just as intriguing as you. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Feng was upon her, seizing her raised foot. With a powerful swing, he hurled the serpent woman, smashing her against the tree. Bang! The tree she leaned against splintered in half. Jiang Feng, still unsatisfied, executed another move reminiscent of the Hulk, slamming her down repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. The delicate features of the serpent woman were pounded into the ground, dirt flying, epitomizing true violent aesthetics. Ah! The serpent woman shrieked, shocked by the audacity of this man. Rather than worship her beauty, he chose to strike. After the initial confusion and dizziness faded, her body became supple, writhing to shed the immense force Jiang Feng imposed. Seizing the moment, she decisively activated the divine ruins, vanishing from sight. Where do you think you're going? I'm not done playing. Jiang Feng stepped forward, rippling the space around him, disappearing as well. In the next moment, the serpent woman appeared beside a patch of snow, grasping a short dagger shaped like a snake's fang, glancing around in confusion. The terror in her eyes grew clearer. She couldn't locate Jiang Feng. Hey, what are you looking at? Jiang Feng tapped her shoulder from behind. Ah! The serpent woman's hair stood on end, shrieking as she activated the divine ruins again, reappearing near a thicket. Her spatial flickering seemed similar to Jiang Feng's heavenly earth, but was vastly inferior. The serpent woman could only move within specific locations marked by serpent eyes. Once the pattern was understood, her final position could be inferred. In contrast, Jiang Feng's spatial transitions were chaotic. As long as his mental power reached, he could teleport anywhere. The disparity was staggering. Lin Qiye, you despicable scoundrel. Let us have a fair duel. The serpent woman's mind raced. Facing an opponent whose actions were utterly unpredictable was frightening. Tie up your hair and kneel before me. Perhaps I'll consider taking you as a maid, Jiang Feng teased. You want to be my master? The serpent woman gritted her teeth. Are you out of your mind? Her elongated eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing. This was a game she had yet to experience. After a moment of hesitation, the serpent woman indeed pulled out a hair tie, gathering her hair, strutting towards Jiang Feng with feline grace. Unfortunately, without her high heels, she lacked her usual charm. What? Has your brain turned to mush? I just used that trick on you, and now you want to use it on me? Jiang Feng scoffed without holding back. The serpent woman. How difficult can you be to please? Humph. It's too late now. Look into my eyes. As she approached a certain distance, the eyes of the serpent woman suddenly opened wide, emanating a pale divine radiance. A formidable divine might dispersed around her. Everything touched by the white light, be it flesh, plants, or even inanimate objects, turned to stone. This was the petrification of Medusa. The serpent woman was indeed the avatar of Medusa. Oh, how fortuitous. I can stare fiercely too. Jiang Feng's gaze flickered, and a torrent of dark golden divine might surge forth like a flood released from a dam. It contained a tremendous life force, contrasting sharply with the serpent woman's petrification. Boom. The two beams of divine might collided, vying against each other. But in an instant, the pale light was vanquished, crushed by the golden flood, ultimately directed towards the serpent woman. No. The serpent woman cried out in terror, unable to evade in time as the golden glow enveloped her. No, no, no. You've suffered serious internal injuries. You should take good care of yourself. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The seed of life had successfully taken root. Another divine avatar, and an enemy of the ancient god church. So there was no need to consider her feelings, just give birth to it. What? The serpent woman was momentarily dazed. She felt no injury, and her abdomen was warm. Moreover, what did he mean by telling her to rest? Could he actually be concerned for her? The serpent woman secretly glanced up, a blush rising to her cheeks. He was indeed a powerful and peculiar man. Chapter 61. Lin Qiye, you cad. Hey, Lin Qiye, are you going to continue, or not? If not, I'm leaving. After waiting for a moment, the serpent woman saw Jiang Feng standing there, looking at her gently without any intention of attacking, so she timidly called out. What on earth is happening? Even now, her mind was a muddle, unable to comprehend Jiang Feng's series of actions. Every gesture, every word, was beyond her expectation. He seemed utterly unpredictable, akin to a madman. Within the ancient god church, the serpent woman was notorious for her capriciousness, yet compared to Jiang Feng, she seemed almost childishly naive. Observing Jiang Feng's now tender demeanor, akin to a benevolent father, she would have thought he had suddenly fallen in love with her if not for the earlier harshness. No rush, let us wait a little longer, Jiang Feng said gently. What do you intend to do? The serpent woman was on the verge of collapse. Even a fight would be preferable to standing there foolishly. At least death would provide clarity. You will soon feel something, Jiang Feng replied. What feeling? If you want me to feel something, you should take action. I'm not resisting. As she spoke, the serpent woman suddenly realized her mental energy was rapidly depleting. The warmth in her abdomen was increasingly pronounced, even pulsing rhythmically. Lin Qiye, what have you done to me? The serpent woman panicked. Despite her seemingly brazen words, they were merely a survival tactic within the cult. And she could not bear such stimulation. Moreover, it was so inexplicable. She had done nothing but receive a fierce stare. This was utterly bizarre. The serpent woman began to question her existence. Who was truly the cultist here? Please don't be angry. It would be unfortunate to disturb the fetus, Jiang Feng approached. Supporting the pale-faced, unsteady serpent woman. With his current strength at the sea realm, the life CDA condensed placed an enormous burden on her mental energy. It would be exceedingly difficult to develop to the fullest form if he drained the serpent woman entirely. What are you doing? Let her go. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred as a fierce wind swept in, carrying a long spear that shot towards Jiang Feng like lightning. Hey, it's not for old Deng to meddle in the affairs of the young, Jiang Feng scoffed, wrapping his left arm around the serpent woman's waist and drawing his sword with his right, striking forward. Let me go. The serpent woman struggled slightly, but in her weakened state, she could not budge Jiang Feng's powerful arm. Instead, an inexplicable sense of security enveloped her, causing a blush to bloom on her face. Clang. Jiang Feng's body was like a solid wall, blocking everything and preventing the serpent woman from being harmed in the slightest. She looked up at his handsome profile, momentarily lost in thought. At the end of the storm, a middle-aged man slowly emerged, his expression calm. He politely spoke, "Hello, I am Han Shaoan, the 13th seed of the believers." However, when he saw the serpent woman's condition, his calm demeanor was shattered by confusion and shock. What in the world? In just a few days, the serpent woman has. What an extraordinary constitution. He might have mistaken it, but the aura of new life was unmistakable. Oh, it's you, old Han. What a pleasure. Jiang Feng immediately dropped the serpent woman and ran over to shake Han Xiaoyun's hand. This one is also quite remarkable. A poor soul forcibly drawn into the ancient god church by whispers. Most importantly, he possesses the high-risk Forbidden Realm, sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster. As long as he doesn't encounter the Chi Min of that arrogant guy, he is quite powerful. The serpent woman? Just a moment ago, I was still a sweet young thing, and now I've become a matron? The enthusiasm even left Han Xiaoyun momentarily flabbergasted, hesitating as he asked, "Aren't we acquainted from before?" Han Xiaoyun struggled to shake off Jiang Feng's grip, but it was like trying to free oneself from a vice. Impossible. This sent a chill through Han Xiaoyun. Could he have encountered a lovesick stalker? Believers, do not converse with him. Just act. The serpent woman weakly urged. Men should speak. Women should not interrupt. Old Han, I heard you used to work with the Night Watchers before switching to the ancient god church. How's the salary here? Is there overtime? Any chances for promotion? Humph, Lin Qiye, you cad. The serpent woman's eyes turned red. She regretted the fleeting moment of emotion she had felt earlier. What kind of question is that? Han Xiaoyun was dumbfounded. What was this? I betrayed my country and humanity to join a cult. And you're asking me about salary and overtime? What the hell? I don't care about that. Don't try to get close. I'm not here to recruit you. Han Xiaoyun coldly snorted, a powerful gale erupting beneath him, causing his long spear to vibrate with a resonating sound. My task is to kill you. The fierce wind cut against Jiang Feng's face, tousling his hair, and his smile gradually faded. Don't push your luck. And what if I do? Han Xiaoyun arrogantly countered. For one with such formidable strength, verbal threats were mere jest. He took a step back, sweeping his spear horizontally. The sharp blade unleashing visible gusts of wind aimed at Jiang Feng, who was mere feet away. Swish. The speed of the gale needed no words. Slicing through the air with a howling sound, creating a halo of deep blue light. You enjoy being rough, do you? To everyone's surprise, Jiang Feng did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, his blade precisely piercing the small prong of the spear to deflect it, then grasping the wooden shaft firmly. Han Xiaoyun's expression froze. Every muscle in his body tensed, unleashing all his potential, yet the spear remained immovable. Han Xiaoyun's face reddened with embarrassment as he roared, "Let go of my spear." Jiang Feng, serpent woman, She quickly stretched her neck, her cheeks flushed, peering over. Engaging in such a fierce contest right from the start? You certainly have a sense of fun. Jiang Feng shook his head. If you insist on playing these games instead of embracing genuine feelings, then I want to hold back. Boom. Divine might descended once more, the seed of life rapidly coalescing as the immense mental torrent struck Han Xiaoyun. At such close range, he had no time to evade. helplessly watching as he was enveloped by divine might. Let us go nurture the fetus together. Chapter 62. Murder and Arson. Lin Qiye, ha. Han Xian's disciple. Your belly. Ha. It's even bigger than mine. The serpent lady clutched her stomach, laughing uproariously as though she had never encountered anything more amusing, tears streaming down her face. Han Xiaoan, gazing at his increasingly swollen abdomen, wore a grim expression, now exacerbated by the mockery directed at him. The sorrows and joys of humanity are not shared. Serpent lady, take this opportunity to escape. I will hold him off. A flicker of sorrow crossed Han Xiaoyan's eyes. Years ago, in a fit of madness, he had been coerced into joining the ancient god church by the lives of his comrades, leading to countless sins. It was time to put an end to this. Yet, witnessing the emergence of such excellent newcomers among the Night Watchers, even if they fell by his hands, did not seem too disheartening. Just as Han Xiaoyan prepared to sacrifice himself, a figure clad in a black tailcoat slowly approached from the end of the street. With a faintly enchanting smile and long hair cascading casually over his shoulders, adorned with a purple brooch, he resembled a noble gentleman attending a ball, exuding an air of sophistication. His name was Yu. One of the three oldest gods of the ancient god church, his power was unfathomable. A mere rookie from the boot camp has forced you to summon me. How pathetic. His slightly effeminate voice was particularly grating. Observing the serpent lady and Han Xiaoyan in the same pose of holding their bellies, Yu fell into contemplation. Did I somehow wander into a maternity center? Yu, what brings you here? Han Xiaoyan asked in alarm. Yu's personal arrival escalated the situation dramatically. Of course, I summoned him. I do not wish to perish here without understanding. The serpent lady raised the communication device, disguised as a button. Jiang Feng was waiting for the offspring to gestate, while she awaited reinforcements. Now, with a sudden shift, the serpent lady's regal demeanor returned as she coldly mocked. Lin Qiye, do you feel regret? Is it difficult for you? She stared intently at Jiang Feng, laughing heartily. However, her laughter quickly ceased as she discerned no trace of fear on Jiang Feng's face. What are you gloating about? Little pond? Have you forgotten whose territory this is? Jiang Feng's expression was one of disdain as he snapped his fingers, and shadows flickered around them. Team 136 is here. Who dares to seek death in Songnan? Chen Mai, Wu Xiangnan, Hong Ying, and Si Shaoan stood with fierce determination, their dark red night watcher cloaks billowing in the wind. And the four elemental guardians of fire, water, earth, and air. Anyone who dares to bully my brother will be met with ruthless retribution. Bai Li and his bodyguard entourage made a grand entrance. We're here too. Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, Shen Qizhu, and other rookies rushed over, glaring angrily. Jiang Feng was the spiritual leader of this batch of newcomers, and any attack against him would be a declaration of war against all. This is merely a nightmare projection. How dare it act with impunity? But that was not the end. A thunderous roar echoed from the sky, a flash of golden light racing towards them. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Gang appeared like an enraged deity, flames dancing within his eye sockets. How does it feel to be hunted by the medium team? At this, Yu's expression shifted slightly as he coldly retorted, Humph, that group of lunatics. One day, I shall eradicate them all. It was clear he had been struck where it hurt. Only mice hiding in the shadows dare to boast. Be careful lest you injure your tongue. With the support of the crowd, Jiang Feng stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Yu. Look at your attire, neither man nor woman, resembling a vampire. You should quickly find a coffin to hide in, or one day, when thunder strikes, you may just be claimed. You're asking for it. Yu's face turned pale. After decades of fame, when had he ever been insulted like this? Especially by a mere rookie. The serpent lady and Han Xiaoan twitched at the corners of their mouths. They said Zhao Zilong was full of courage, yet this fellow was entirely Zhao Zilong. He dared to insult even this one, truly. He knew not how to write the word death. Don't be reckless, you brat. We're trying to bolster our morale, and you have to raise the stakes, right? Chen Mai warned Jiang Feng with a grimace. Yu was likely a seasoned powerhouse, perhaps already at the Klein level. Even if just a projection came, it could pose a lethal threat to the Sea Realm. Don't worry, with old Yuan here, nothing will go awry. Jiang Feng remained undaunted. Yuan Gang replied, I'm just putting on airs to intimidate. Why pressurize me? I'm merely at the Sea Realm. If Yu goes berserk, what can I do? It's not a big deal. I've also contacted Wang Mian and the Master. They will arrive shortly. Jiang Feng continued, exuding confidence as he prepared for every eventuality. This fellow seemed like someone with a serious illness. Indeed, he could not be taken lightly. The mention of those two renowned names instilled fear in the serpent lady, extinguishing any desire to resist. Han Xiaoan glanced at his belly, nodding emphatically. It was one thing for the serpent lady to be tormented, but even he, a grown man, was not spared. It was far too perverse. Yu's expression fluctuated, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption. After a long pause, he fixed a deep gaze on Jiang Feng. I will remember you. Wait, we shall meet again soon. Humph, you can't even deliver a proper threat. How can you call yourself a villain? It's truly embarrassing. Should I teach you? Jiang Feng scoffed, rolling his eyes, prepared to continue his banter. But suddenly, Yu's temples throbbed violently, and he swiftly waved his sleeve, a transparent barrier enveloping the Serpent Lady and Han Shaoan, whisking them away. Clearly, he had been provoked. Lin Qiye, just wait. One day, I will make you willingly call me master and beg for my merciless punishment. Lin Qiye? He stood there, utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Gasped. The crowd gasped in shock, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and intense curiosity. They began to exchange eager glances filled with gossip. Lin Qiye, when did you get involved? You've hidden it so well. So, you like this kind of thing. How could you treat your brothers as outsiders and not say anything earlier? Cough, cough. Is this something I can hear? Watching a video would require payment. Video? Where's the video? Brother, send me a link. The fervent gazes of the crowd seemed to melt Lin Qiye away. I didn't. I'm not. Don't make wild guesses. Lin Qiye's face flushed, hastily denying everything. Jiang Feng discreetly retreated behind the crowd, concealing his achievements and name, still not over it. His mentality was a bit fragile. Chapter 63, Captain Gu's quest for the jellyfish. Amidst the mountains stood an ancient castle, shrouded by towering trees and surrounded by cawing crows. Reminiscent of a vampire's stronghold from a fairy tale. Within the grand hall, Yu reclined on the throne, his chest heaving as he had yet to recover from Jiang Feng's biting words. That wretched junior. The next time we meet, I will tear your mouth apart and bind you with a soul contract. With the Serpent Lady's example before him, Yu followed suit, unleashing a vehement tirade. Oh dear. My stomach hurts. The Serpent Lady suddenly cried out in anguish, a faint divine aura emanating from her abdomen, due to her realm being significantly lower than Wang Mian's. The spectacle was not as grand and overwhelming as when she birthed, but the divine essence she exuded was unmistakable. Yu sprang to his feet, rushing to her side, his eyes wide with shock. To gestate a deity, it is truly possible to give birth to a pseudo-deity with divine attributes. This is astonishing. Yu gasped, fully comprehending Jiang Feng's worth. This child must be brought into the ancient god church. He will be the key to unleashing the dark era. At that moment, a pale light erupted forth, petrifying all objects it touched, even Yu's nightmare projection stiffening slightly. As the light faded, a small green snake coiled atop the Serpent Lady's belly, its exquisitely carved little head held high, its pale eyes glimmering with a terrifying brilliance. Ah! What a splendid display of Medusa's might. The petrified surface of the murmuring entity began to shed, and with a maniacal laugh, it reached out, attempting to grasp the small serpents. The serpent woman, her emotions a tumultuous blend, felt an undeniable bond to the tiny snake before her. The luminescence of her maternal instincts propelled her to swiftly evade the grasp of the murmuring entity, protecting her offspring. She is my child. Only I possess the right to determine her fate, the serpent woman declared assertively. The murmuring entity narrowed its eyes, gazing deeply at her, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. After a prolonged silence, it slowly spoke. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be the fourth deity of the church. The serpent woman felt a weight lift from her heart, managing a strained smile as she replied, Thank you, esteemed murmurer. I shall not disappoint your expectations. What does this signify? Is it the elevation of a mother through her offspring? The ancient church is replete with formidable beings. There are numerous followers of at least the sea realm caliber. Yet now, due to the mere birth of a child, she ascends to the rank just below the three closest to the murmurer. A fleeting thought crossed the serpent woman's mind, as it seemed Jiang Feng had bestowed upon her a remarkable gift. Cradling the small green snake, she pondered aloud, What shall I name you? How about Qinglin? Suggested the murmuring entity. No. It must be grand and imposing, something like Medusa, something that exudes elegance. The serpent woman mused. Suddenly struck with inspiration, let us call her Snack. The murmuring entity quipped, Your taste leaves much to be desired. Esteemed murmurer, allow me to experience this. I am a novice at motherhood, lacking in experience. Han Shaoyun exclaimed, his anxiety more pronounced than that of the serpent woman moments before. The murmuring entity grimaced, realizing that the ancient church's magical fortress had transformed into a maternity center. Gain mental power feedback 260100050. Oh, a birth has occurred. Jiang Feng reclined on the couch of the Peace Affairs office, abruptly straightening up and chuckling. He had not been let down. The offspring birthed by the serpent woman had reached the sea realm, yielding a daily feedback of 100 points of mental power. Han Shaoyun's child was commendable as well, being of the river realm and providing 50 points. Cumulatively, with the contributions from Yi Bao and the other little ones, they amassed a staggering 410 points of mental power daily. If Lin Qiye were to learn of this, he would surely weep until dry. He had toiled for half a year to break through to the Lantern realm, only to elevate his mental power by a mere 100 points. In essence, a single day of Jiang Feng's repose equaled years of Lin Qiye's arduous labor. What a delight! Let us feast. Hong Ying shot Jiang Feng an exasperated glance as she presented a table laden with crab roe buns, a feast that wafted tantalizing aromas. It is here. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and Chinmai has generously prepared a banquet of exquisite dishes. As everyone took their seats, the spacious long table grew crowded. For Chinmai alone had brought 3 children, busily tending to their meals. Jiang Feng raised his glass, clinking it with everyone else's. Happy New Year to all. Congratulations on our successful guardianship of this city for yet another year. May we find ourselves here again, all intact, this time next year. The gathering erupted into excited chatter. Each person lifting their glasses high, the clinking resounding like joyous bells, harmonizing with the fireworks outside. Such blissful moments are always fleeting. The physical training had concluded. And this round focused on knowledge-based instruction, such as the application of the forbidden ruins and tactical command. He surveyed the room, his gaze landing on Shen Qizhu, who appeared drowsy as a chick pecking at grains. With a swift motion, he tossed a piece of chalk, which Shen Qizhu instinctively snapped her fingers at, causing the chalk to explode upon contact with Instructor Gu's face. With a visage dusted in white, Instructor Gu resembled a clown from a circus, bellowing in outrage. What a delightful turn of events. Instantly revitalized, Shen Qizhu dashed out of the classroom, joyfully sprinting across the training field, all eyes upon her in envy. Instructor Gu lamented. Now she has truly become a clown. Excellent. Jiang Feng, your elevated status suggests you have many ideas to share. Please enlighten us. The compliments had yet to leave Instructor Gu's lips when he realized Jiang Feng was already gone, now on the training field alongside Shen Qizhu, running freely beneath the setting sun. Such an approach was indeed novel. Bai Li and Xiao Yuan, along with others, seemed to have discovered a new realm, all eagerly raising their hands. At first glance, the classroom atmosphere was positively vibrant. Yet, with a swift motion, all raised hands were pressed down, each pretending to contemplate thoughtfully. Lin Qiye spoke calmly. The essence of mental power lies in the supernatural energies generated by conscious thought under certain unique circumstances. Well said. Instructor Gu nearly applauded in delight. Relieved to finally have a reliable student. You must all take heed from Lin Qiye, maintaining a humble heart in your pursuits and studies. For only then may you unveil the truths of the world. Lin Qiye's eyes flickered as he recalled the other day when he broke through to the pool realm. And the mental hospital had released a second patient in his mind, the god of magic, Merlin. It seemed this madness had emerged while exploring the truths of existence. Perhaps he could solicit some knowledge from the instructor. Thus, he inquired, Instructor Gu, may I pose a question? If for deep-sea fish, the ocean is their world, and for two-dimensional beings, the plane is theirs, do you believe our world is truly real? Boom. A thunderous reverberation echoed in Instructor Gu's mind, his confidence shifting from composure to astonishment, ultimately leading him into a boundless state of confusion. The deeper he pondered, the paler his complexion became. As if a peculiar voice whispered in his ear, SpongeBob, let us catch jellyfish. Exhausted, Shen found this revision more laborious than composing from scratch. Chapter 64. The instructor's counterattack. What? Another one has gone mad. Oh Gu, why must you be so despondent? What shall I do without you? The cries of despair echoed in the instructor's ranks, each filled with trepidation. The symptoms were far more severe than those of the previous instructor Han Li. That very night, the mental hospital was summoned to take him away. The hospital director personally arrived, lamenting that their metrics had already exceeded expectations, and the beds were bursting at capacity. They implored not to send anyone else. The atmosphere in the office grew unbearably heavy, as if the air itself had solidified. I cannot endure this any longer. In the suffocating oppression. Yet another instructor screamed and fled, leaving behind a cacophony of incomprehensible laughter in the corridor. Instructor Wang. The collective sorrowful cries echoed like soldiers helplessly witnessing their comrades fall. Overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. This cannot continue. Instructor Honghao stood resolute, his gaze unwavering, declaring, we are not mere fish on a chopping board. We must resist. His words ignited a fervor among the instructors, who rallied together, raising their voices in unison. We will resist. 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 Once the cries subsided, a hesitant voice broke the silence. But how do we resist? An awkward stillness enveloped the gathering. Silence fell upon them all. Indeed, how would they resist? They were all a motley crew of eccentricities, each more unstable than the last. Any ordinary punishment would prove futile. Aren't we due for an assessment soon? Why not appeal to the commander for increased medication? Let us intensify the pressure, especially on Jiang Feng and Lin Qiye. Let us temper their sharpness. What a brilliant plan. Thus, a resolute group marched with determination to Commander Yuan Gang's office. The old rogue had long harbored such intentions and readily aligned with them, engaging in a conspiratorial discussion. Days later, the morning sun streamed through the glass, illuminating the dormitory building. Jiang Feng stirred slightly, then buried his head back into slumber. What to do? It was already 5:50. At 6 o'clock, the spider child would drag them all into the realm of dreams. For heaven's sake, at your age, how can you sleep so soundly? We have prepared so many surprises. We cannot allow them to falter at the first hurdle. Somewhere outside the camp, the instructors stared intently at the monitors, fists clenched and expressions tense. Time dragged on. Each passing minute felt like an eternity. Finally, 6 o'clock arrived, and the anxious hearts of the instructors sank completely. The dormitories remained still and silent, with not a single person rising. How could this be? The instructors, in a daze, began to question their very existence. They had prepared for several days, confident that they would make the new recruits face hardships. Yet, they stumbled at the very first hurdle, getting out of bed. With their energy wasted and nowhere to exert it, the instructors were filled with frustration. They realized their comrades were uncooperative, unwilling to rise and face the day. It was enough to make them explode with rage. Usually, they wouldn't need to wake up this early. They thought of hanging the one who arranged the schedule from a lamppost. Yuan Gang sighed, pressing his forehead, lamenting. Wang Mian, the trouble you've caused is tormenting us. The instructors exchanged glances, realizing they had made a grave mistake right from the start, weakly asking, so, what now? Should we give them all zeros for this trial? Let us wait and see. The original plan was for a full day. If they have the ability, let them sleep for a day? Yuan Gang leaned back in his chair, exasperated. Thus, the instructors fell into a state of silence once more, occasionally hearing snoring from the screen, irritating their already frayed nerves. Finally, 2 hours later, a new development occurred. Jiang Feng lazily sat up from his bed, stretched, and began to sing a morning song. I've fallen in love with early mornings. I'm late every day. The little bird says early, early, early. Why do you carry a bomb on your back? The instructors, watching the screen, felt their mouths twitch. It turned out he hadn't fallen into a mental trap but simply slept in. Ahem, at least there was some change. Yuan Gang cleared his throat, trying to soothe the increasingly irritable instructors, fearing they might collectively snap. Observing the two still sleeping, he wore a knowing smile and slowly approached the bedside. What was he about to do? Surely he wouldn't take advantage of their defenseless state. Jiang Feng directly approached the bed of Bai Li Pang Pang, snatching a black ring from his hand, then reaching into his pocket to rummage around. Yuan Gang's expression darkened as he asked, what do you think? He clearly has a preference for the ample. What the hell? Who told you to focus on that? I meant how he would solve the situation. Yuan Gang shouted. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. He pulled out a pair of single-lens glasses from Bai Li Pang Pang's pocket and put them on his nose. The true sight of the Forbidden Ruins Series 315. All tangible and intangible things would be laid bare, including souls. It was indeed that silver-haired little boy causing mischief. Instantly, a myriad of ethereal threads appeared before Jiang Feng, intertwining to form a vast web that enveloped the entire sky. Hanging from the strands were the souls of all the new recruits, their faces clearly visible, and at the center of the web lay a gigantic spider, terrifying in appearance, yet trembling in fear when it met Jiang Feng's gaze. With a mere thought, the black ring in his hand transformed into a black blade, which he raised towards the spider in the air, softly saying, "Calm down yourself, I want to harm you." The chilling aura of the black blade spread, pressing upon the very souls of those present. The great spider shrank back its head. Without a moment's hesitation, it scurried down on its long legs, trembling at Jiang Feng's feet. The instructors in front of the screen were dumbfounded. This spider spirit is a mystical creature from the Chuan realm. How could it be so cowardly? Well, I think it has nothing to do with personality. When Jiang Feng beckoned with the knife, you would run faster than it. They pondered deeply, having selected this mystic creature among countless others. Yet Jiang Feng merely had to beckon to resolve the situation. Chapter 65, Spider's Eye. The true nightmare, little one. Could you please release everyone? Inside the dormitory, Jiang Feng smiled as he reached out to stroke the fluffy head of the spider. The spider, as large as a calf, lowered its head obediently, rubbing against Jiang Feng's pant leg to show submission. Instantly, the dormitories came alive with the sound of chattering voices. Oh my, I dreamt I was hung up by a giant spider. It was so terrifying. Me too. It was like sleep paralysis, no matter how I struggled. I couldn't wake up. Could it be a mysterious invasion? Quick, let us ask Fengge what to do. Though many still did not understand. They shared the same experience. Clearly something was amiss, and thus began to band together to investigate. Lin Qiye suddenly sat up straight, and before he could catch his breath, his pupils constricted, hastily pulling the blanket over himself. Before him stood a giant spider and Jiang Feng, each more terrifying than the other. They could fight against a mysterious invasion, But if Jiang Feng was the invader, it would be a whole different level of difficulty. No. The giant spider. Lin Qiye suddenly realized the spider he had seen in his dream was indeed the one before him. His clever mind quickly pieced together the circumstances, and he sheepishly said, "Feng Ge, you saved us." Simultaneously, he felt regret for his previous suspicions, guilty for doubting Jiang Feng's intent to rescue them. Jiang Feng smiled slightly, tossing the soul-severing blade to Lin Qiye, softly saying, "Kill it, and we'll feast on braised spider legs." The spider spirit. "You liar. You great deceiver. You promised I could come down without being harmed." The spider spirit roared in anger, its youthful voice filled with indignation and fear. It had been so obedient, doing everything Jiang Feng asked. Why must it still face death? Don't tarnish my reputation as an honest and reliable young master. I keep my promises and won't harm you. But what he does is none of my concern. Jiang Feng shrugged, indicating he held no knife. The spider spirit was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly betrayed. A new day, a different trick. Jiang Feng shook his head, offering it a chance for ascension. In the Great Xia, there was no space for the mysterious to exist. If it didn't perish today, it would surely meet its end in the next round of recruit training. However, following Lin Qiye, working in his mental asylum as a caregiver, would bring it a future where one could rise to greatness. "Thank you, Feng Ge. I'll take my mother for a walk tonight." Lin Qiye expressed his gratitude. Gripping the soul-severing blade, the help he received from the caregivers in the asylum had been invaluable. After a moment of silent mourning for the spider spirit, he swung the blade without hesitation, severing the spider spirit's head. Lin Qiye felt sympathy for the creature's fate, but he bore no mercy for the mysterious. For they were aberrations, feeding on humanity and reveling in cruelty. To show kindness to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. Lin Qiye quietly absorbed the spider spirit's essence, joy swelling within him as he gained the silver-haired little boy. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Feng was engaged in a similar endeavor. And on a grander scale, replication successful, acquired forbidden ruins, weaving souls. Acquired form characteristic, spider's eye. Will you fuse? Jiang Feng stroked his chin, intrigued. Weaving souls belongs to mental attacks, capable of extracting the souls of sleeping individuals, plunging them into prolonged slumber. He quickly made his decision, silently stating, "Fuse. Fusion successful. Weaving souls evolves into divine ruins. True nightmare. True nightmare. Constructs a nightmare world independent of reality, capable of pulling any person or object within. Where you are the creator deity." Boom. At the moment of successful fusion, Jiang Feng's mental realm seemed to materialize, becoming a reality. It was an indescribable sensation of wonder. He felt omnipotent. With a mere thought he could conjure mountains and rivers, and with another, give life to all things. At the heart of the nightmare world stood a colossal entity, like a pillar supporting the universe. Behind it trailed a dark serpentine tail, with a fearsome visage manifesting on its chest. Just then, a pair of violet golden eyes opened in the heavens, ancient and profound, their boundless divine might cascading over every corner of the world. In the dormitory, a flicker of purple golden light flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, and an involuntary smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, the evolved divine realm met his expectations splendidly. It bestowed upon Jiang Feng the abilities akin to a creator, albeit confined within the nightmare world. Yet, once ensnared within, it would manifest as an unimaginable nightmare for anyone. "BRR, why does it feel a bit chilly?" Lin Qiye suddenly shivered, casting a puzzled glance around. He sensed that something peculiar had transpired in that fleeting moment, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Truly strange. "Oh, I must have misadjusted the temperature," Jiang Feng replied with an apologetic smile. Lin Qiye was even more bewildered. "What temperature are you adjusting? We don't have air conditioning here." "Indeed, we do. A brand new rice air conditioner, courtesy of Old Yuan's hefty investment." Jiang Feng pointed to the wall, where a pristine off-white air conditioner stood. When was that installed? How did I not notice?" Lin Qiye pondered deeply. His eyesight was supposed to be fine. Yet how could he have overlooked such a significant appliance? "Wait, where's Fatty?" Lin Qiye suddenly recalled. "He's right here, sleeping soundly." Jiang Feng gestured towards Bai Fatty's bed, where a rotund figure lay in blissful slumber. "See? He's here, brother." As Jiang Feng finished speaking, an earth-shattering snore erupted. "Not this kind of sound. You can't fool me." Lin Qiye jolted awake, disbelief etched across his face. "Is all of this a facade? Feng Ge, where have you taken me? Is this still Blue Star?" "Well, it seems I cannot deceive you." Jiang Feng smiled faintly, snapping his fingers. With a sharp crack, the scene before them shattered like a mirror. Lin Qiye turned abruptly, recognizing the familiar dormitory, the air conditioner on the wall, and the thunderous snores of Bai Fatty. "Feng Ge, how did you accomplish this? It's astonishing." Lin Qiye was overwhelmed. Had it not been for Fatty's snores tormenting me for a year, I would never have disowned the truth. It's merely an illusion, nothing worth mentioning. Jiang Feng humbly waved his hand. Where have Jiang Feng and Lin Qiye gone? We must locate them to avoid disrupting the next phase of our plan. Report. All surveillance cameras have been checked, and they are nowhere to be found. What? Yuan Gang shot up, doubts creeping into his mind. How could they have vanished into thin air? Chapter 66. The Frantic Instructor, Playing with Fire. The instructors fixated on the screen as the figures of Jiang Feng and Lin Qiye reappeared, eliciting a collective sigh of relief among them. Excellent. In such a short span of time, they should not have accomplished much. Let us proceed as planned. Little brats, feel the dread. Ha ha ha. I can hardly wait to see them falter. Goodness, don't laugh so sinisterly. We sound like villains. Don't they know that villains meet a grim fate? Everyone was filled with delight, their hands caressing the meticulously arranged buttons on the table, a plethora of them. Over 100. Each instructor had devised countless small obstacles for this trial over the year, a testament to their profound affection for the recruits. Why does it feel a bit off? Feng Ge, let us hurry. The instructors have unleashed their mystery. They must be conducting an assessment. Lin Qiye, invigorated, grasped his weapon and boldly opened the dormitory door. With August approaching, they had endured a year of rigorous training. It was time to test their results. Lin Qiye felt a terrifying strength coursing through him. Indeed, fatty. Rise and shine. Jiang Feng pinched by Li Fatty's nose, quickly rousing him from slumber. The others had fallen prey to the mental trap of the spider child. Yet this fellow had truly slept through it all. What a refreshing sleep. While Li Fatty yawned, his eyes half open, suddenly jolting as he became aware. Spiders. Goodness. Did the dual ponytails from Guangshan really evolve this dramatically? Lin Qiye smirked, teasing, aliens are invading Earth, and you're oblivious. What? Could it be the alien insect race? Li Fatty gasped, still dazed. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Feng wore a knowing smile. As the three exited the dormitory, they found everyone gathered outside. But notably absent were the girls. Feng Ge, something seems amiss at the girls' dormitory. The entire building is sealed, and we can't see what is happening inside. There are screams. What should we do? The crowd gazed intently at Jiang Feng, awaiting his command. After a year of camaraderie, their respect for Jiang Feng had deepened. It seemed that regardless of the crisis, he could resolve it. The elder brother's authority was firmly established. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Feng declared, the girls' dormitory is limited in space. We shall split into two groups. Qiye, take 2/3 of the team to inspect the entire camp for other dangers, while I lead the remaining members to rescue the girls. Understood, Feng Ge. Lin Qiye puffed out his chest. Was it finally time for him to demonstrate his leadership skills? With a spirited demeanor, he led a large group toward the adjacent building in search. Boom. Yet, they had scarcely progressed when a series of fiery explosions erupted, billowing thick smoke that obscured the sky, forming a mushroom cloud. Who on earth set up a field of anti-tank mines here, and remotely detonated them to blow up just as we reached the center? How ruthless. Had we not all advanced to the pool realm, many would have perished. The team was thrown into disarray, covered in dirt and dread. Who could have anticipated that the usually safe camp had mines buried even beneath the roads? Lin Qiye's face turned ashen. They had nearly met their demise before their mission even began. However, this served as a lesson, making him acutely aware that danger enveloped the camp, and one misstep could be fatal. Those possessing detection abilities, step forward. We must inspect every inch of this territory, Lin Qiye commanded. Understood. Several individuals stepped forward, channeling their mental energy to the limit as they cautiously advanced, in stark contrast to the tension within. The camp's exterior was filled with laughter. Ha ha ha. Look at how well I've buried these mines. No one noticed. Excellent work. You've earned the first prize. Enjoy an extra chicken leg tonight. The instructors laughed heartily, releasing the pent-up frustrations of the past year. Yuan Gang felt a chill. The atmosphere resembled his last visit to the psychiatric hospital to see instructors Han and Gu, except this group seemed even more unhinged. Before long, Lin Qiye and his team arrived near the cafeteria. They had not encountered further dangers along the way, allowing their taut nerves to relax slightly. It seemed the instructors had not yet descended into utter madness. Business as usual, everyone spread out, investigate, and then we'll proceed inside, Lin Qiye calmly instructed. The group dispersed, fanning out to surround the cafeteria. Those with detection skills cautiously approached, channeling their mental energy through the tightly shut doors. Bang! An unexpected change occurred. The moment their mental energy touched the door, it seemed to trigger a switch, illuminating a large red light. Like a teacher grading an assignment, this signified failure. Bang! 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 The door shattered, and a missile, as thick as a grinding wheel, shot forth, adorned with graffiti-like patterns. Get down! Lin Qiye shouted hoarsely, his head buzzing. This was too intense. This trap was triggered by mental energy. The darkest divine realm expanded, preparing to absorb the falling shrapnel and minimize casualties. Boom. The missile exploded midair, unexpectedly releasing a cloud of crimson smoke that enveloped everyone. Cough. Cough. It's pepper spray. I'm doomed. Help. I'm from Fujian. I can't handle spice. That is just perfectly marinated. Let me have a taste. Lin Qiye continuously stuck out his tongue, attempting to alleviate the overwhelming spiciness. Yet, the air was thick with chili spray, and every flick of his tongue felt like he was licking chili powder. It was tormenting. You youngsters are simply too naive, he exclaimed. Do not worry. There is a little surprise inside that is sure to be even more thrilling. Oh, there are experts too? As the instructors reveled, the chilly smoke finally dissipated. The new recruits, with reddened eyes, struggled against the heat. Some even had swollen lips that resembled two sausages. However, the continuous setbacks did not deter them. Instead, they grew more united in their resolve, vowing to dismantle all subsequent traps. Lin Qiye wielded his dual blades, tears streaming from his eyes due to the stimulation, yet he boldly led the charge towards the mess hall. Boom. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the ground erupted with a deafening roar, fissures cracking open like a dragon awakening from slumber. Lin Qiye gaped in astonishment, oblivious to the clatter of his blades falling to the ground, transfixed by the sight before him. A colossal golden beetle emerged from the earth, measuring over 10 meters in length and towering 2 to 3 stories high, with a pair of serrated pincers atop its head. It effortlessly crushed a cement pillar in the mess hall, sending the entire ceiling crashing down. The oppressive presence of this behemoth was palpable, a terrifying aura engulfing the scene. Outside the camp, all instructors gaped, their smiles frozen in disbelief. Who exerted themselves so much to hide such a creature? One exclaimed, the one who mentioned a little surprise. Step forward. I did not foresee this. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically as they hurried back into the camp. It's over. We seem to have provoked some unknown force. Chapter 67. Commander Yi, I have defeated the alien insect clan. What traps have you fools set? Just a glance at the large screen caused Yuan Gang to tumble from his chair, his spirit nearly fleeing in terror. The size, the pressure, this golden giant beetle that appeared in the mess hall was undoubtedly at the sea level or perhaps even higher. It's unjust, sir. Even if we all attack together, we wouldn't be able to satiate this creature's hunger. We truly lack the capability. The instructors wore expressions of distress, unable to bear the weight of this situation, which could easily reduce them to rubble. Could it be that the ancient god sect has struck again? Yuan Gang's thoughts raced, his heart pounding. If that were the case, today would be perilous. After the previous failure, this time the preparations must have been more thorough. While the instructors were on the brink of madness, Lin Qiye had already lost his sanity. He gazed up at the towering monstrosity, feeling a mountain-like pressure crashing down upon him, striking at his youthful heart. What in the world? The new recruit assessments are this extreme? Are we graduating straight to battling foreign deities? With no option left, he resolved to greet the lineage of all the instructors. As for resistance, he would tackle it head-on. It was far too overwhelming. There was no way to play this game. The new recruits stood frozen in shock. Holy moly, a golden sacred beetle? The previous anti-tank mines and chilly missiles were bearable, but was this truly excessive? What enmity had led to such ruthless measures? Brothers, I shall take my leave. Faced with an absolute disparity in power, all strategies and tactics seemed futile. The recruits' attacks were akin to mere tickles, while a single swipe of the giant beetle's pincers could obliterate them. Everyone retreat. Run as far as you can. In that critical moment, a streak of golden light soared through the air, and Yuan Gang, like a war deity, collided with the giant beetle, diverting its massive pincers. The instructors swiftly arrived, forming a solid barrier in front of the recruits. Wonderful, we are saved. The crowd rejoiced, embracing one another in their relief. However, before the cheers could settle, another earth-shattering tremor emanated from the direction of the girls' dormitory. Jiang Feng, clutching a shattered Rubik's Cube and a beheading sword, burst forth, followed closely by Chao Yuan and the trapped girls. Just as they exited, the steel-reinforced concrete of the dormitory exploded, as if something was forcefully emerging from within. Boom. In an instant, the building collapsed, revealing a swarm of towering insects, each several meters high, surging forth. They varied in shape and appearance, all menacing, yet unmistakably clad in robust exoskeletons, equipped with sharp fangs and claws, like the purest war machines. Beneath the swarm, a massive metallic circular device emerged, resembling an alien spacecraft from a science fiction film. My goodness. Seven Knight, you were right. It truly is an insect invasion. Li Pang Pang exclaimed, grabbing Lin Qiye's hand in awe. Such an outrageous event, and you predicted it. How impressive. What? Aliens have invaded? My goodness, this world is utterly insane. The crowd was dumbfounded, with the issues of the mist and foreign deities unresolved, and now an alien insect clan appeared? They looked at Lin Qiye with eager anticipation for more insider information. Don't be ridiculous. I know nothing. Lin Qiye replied, weariness etched on his face. He had merely jested. And yet it had become a reality. Get yourselves together. Quickly arm yourselves and fight alongside me. Just as confusion engulfed them, a thunderous voice resonated in their minds, instantly uplifting their despondent spirits. It's Brother Feng. They all looked up, viewing the towering figure that seemed to infuse them with an inexplicable strength. Lin Qiye, Li Pang, Shen Qizhu, and others regained their composure, tightly gripping their blades once more. Steadfast in our resolve, no matter how fearsome the enemy. As long as they possess a health bar, we can reduce them to pulp. Jiang Feng soared into the air, his purple-gold flames blazing fiercely, like indomitable armor. Kill for me. He raised his blade and charged into the tide of insects, the light of his blade cutting through the air. And blood gushed forth as even the toughest exoskeletons fell before him. Brothers, let us charge with Brother Feng once more. Life and death are trivial. What is there to fear? Attack. Trust in Brother Feng, and we shall attain immortality. No one hesitated any longer. They brandished their blades and surged forward. The scene was nothing short of exhilarating. The recruits' Na'vi mentality rapidly matured, understanding the essence of spirit and the will to live against death. Bravo. We, the old guard, must not lose our standing. Let us go. It's merely a matter of facing death. What is there to fear? The instructors, witnessing the fervor, were invigorated, raising their long blades to assist Yuan Gang against the giant beetle. Yet, the beetle was astonishingly powerful. Swords merely left shallow marks upon its surface. With a mere flick, it could send instructors flying dozens of meters, their bones feeling as if they would shatter. Strangely, the giant beetle seemed to rely solely on this one maneuver, tossing each instructor aside, leaving them bruised and battered. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the other side was far clearer. Is this the insect clan? Take this. Li Pang pulled out a gleaming sword from his trousers, swinging it forward to unleash a flurry of 3,000 sword lights, clearing a vast area in an instant. Chao Yuan chuckled, gleefully slaughtering, the dark green blood staining his garments. Boom, boom, boom. Shen Qizhu was the epitome of flair, snapping his fingers to unleash violent explosions, a veritable walking artillery. Lin Qiye unsheathed his dual blades, dancing like a butterfly, harvesting the lives of the alien insects. Yet, his brows furrowed deeper as he murmured, why do the souls of these insects not get confined within the hospital cells? This defies logic. The extraterrestrial beings do not seem to adhere to the regulations of Blue Star, or is there another reason? Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes, scanning the entire battlefield, when suddenly his pupils constricted. In such an intense conflict, it appeared that no one had perished. Lin Qiye felt he grasped a hint of understanding. But before he could ponder further, a violent tremor erupted ahead. A metallic disc buried beneath the ground emitted a beam of brilliant light that shot skyward. Searing flames erupted from below, and with a powerful thrust, the colossal disc ascended. Goodness, a flying saucer. The battlefield fell momentarily silent, all eyes wide with astonishment at the spectacle. The saucer suspended in midair abruptly opened its lower hatch, a hazy light sweeping across, and all the insectoid creatures, including the golden armored beetles and even the dismembered corpses, were drawn inside. Then, with a whoosh, it soared into the heavens, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a chaotic scene and bewildered onlookers. Hooray! We have triumphed over the extraterrestrial insectoid horde. Moments later, Li Pang excitedly patted his belly. We did it. Long live Brother Feng. It all happened so suddenly. It feels like a dream. The crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. Yuan Gang, bruised and battered, shakily retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Yi Fan. Chapter 68. Where did the air conditioning in our dormitory come from? Commander Yi. I haven't been under much stress lately, and I've been resting well. I'm not speaking nonsense. You must believe me. Yuan Gang held the phone aloft, repeatedly explaining, even shouting in frustration to clear his name. All right, I believe you, but please calm down. I will send Dr. Li over immediately to verify the situation, Yi Fan stated. Exasperated. Dr. Li? Why send a psychiatrist? I said I'm perfectly normal. Why don't you believe me? How can you prove that you are not ill? Yuan Gang felt himself on the verge of a breakdown. As a sane person, how could he possibly prove his mental soundness? If he had to prove it, then he would truly be unwell. But if he did not prove it, how could he convince Commander Yi of his sanity? Thinking of this, Yuan Gang felt overwhelmed and disheartened, declaring, forget it. I will write a report. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yuan Gang, please do not abandon treatment. Dr. Li is the best psychiatrist in the country and will surely help you recover, Yi Fan implored with deep concern. In just a year, this training camp had already broken several instructors. Now even Yuan Gang could not withstand it? Ah, damn it. I told you I'm not crazy. Yuan Gang roared in anguish, startling the recruits and instructors, who glanced over in surprise. What kind of look is that? I am perfectly fine. Why do you all stare at me like that? Yuan Gang fumed, feeling unjustly treated. It was one thing for Commander Yi not to believe him. But why did even those who shared his daily life doubt him? The pity in their eyes deepened. Initially, they only felt sorry for his injuries. But now it seemed he was suffering mentally as well. On the other end of the line, Yi Fan sighed deeply and turned to the side, inquiring of Zuoqing, "Is this what you call fine?" Zuoqing nodded gravely, hallucinations accompanied by irritability, coupled with bouts of depression. It is evident that his condition has reached an advanced stage. I suggest increasing the dosage. The battle to defend Blue Star concluded. Although the recruits did not experience significant enhancements in their realms, their spirits underwent a tremendous transformation. The sense of honor and cohesion gained from experiencing combat together was irreplaceable by any amount of training. They cheered as they hoisted Jiang Feng repeatedly, expressing their fervent admiration. With Brother Feng around, all difficulties can be shattered. In the center of the crowd, Jiang Feng smiled, savoring the jubilant atmosphere. It seemed this splendid performance had satisfied everyone, except for a few who were caught in a frenzied state. Jiang Feng was also pleased, having perfectly tested the capabilities of the new divine realm, True Nightmare. When the false becomes real, the real becomes false. Once Jiang Feng pulled the entire training camp into the Nightmare realm. Even the most astute Lin Qiye found it difficult to discern what was true and what was illusion. At this moment, all things in heaven and earth fell under Jiang Feng's control. Not even the extraterrestrial insectoids or a Cthulhu-like divine battle would pose a problem. While effective, it did consume a considerable amount of mental energy. Jiang Feng's complexion turned slightly pale. To pull an entire training camp, a sea-level instructor, over 20 river-level instructors, and more than 200 recruits into the nightmare world and orchestrate such a grand performance drained half his mental power. From this, it was inferred that True Nightmare could forcibly plunge individuals of a significantly higher realm than Jiang Feng into the dream world. That includes Klein. Indeed. After a year of arduous cultivation, Jiang Feng had finally broken through to the infinite realm. Countless sleepless nights and sweat had culminated in this achievement. Because Jiang Feng slept soundly and comfortably, his life motto was, "Children, let's strive a little harder. I wish to play at being a deity." His siblings wept in the restroom. A virtual data panel unfolded before him. Host, Jiang Feng, Realm, Infinite Realm, 3340, Divine Realm, Extraordinary Birth, Boundless Connection. True Nightmare, Progeny Forbidden Realm, Rose Fire Feather Garment, Oblivion Flash Moon, Heart Demon Binding Law, Black Impermanence, Unique Correct Answer, All Things Disarmed, Temporal Violent, Medusa's Domain. Great Wind Disaster, Mythological Forms, Serpent Tail, Ghost Face, Spider Eye. Jiang Feng's attention fell upon the final item, Mythological Forms. In this assessment, there were also two other mysterious entities, the Space Cube and the Headless Sound Hunter. The Space Cube, akin to a forbidden object, lacked any biological structure. Hence no suitable morphological features were extracted. Its ability was mediocre, distorting space within a certain range according to specific laws, and was swiftly eliminated by boundless connection. As for the Sound Hunter, its morphological feature was termed nipple eyes, similar to Xingtian's dual breasts as eyes, but instead of seeing, they collected sound. The stronger the sound, the greater the power gained. Jiang Feng found this quite interesting, but regrettably, it could not be fused due to the ghostly visage of the ghost-faced king occupying the chest area. This validated Jiang Feng's speculation. The number of mythological characteristics that could be fused was limited. He could not transform his mythological form into a distorted, indescribable state like Cthulhu. It seemed that in future evolutions of the divine realm, he would need to exercise caution to avoid overlapping abilities, lest he waste a position. Jiang Feng mused to himself. Each divine realm evolved by the system was immensely powerful and invaluable. It was the foundation of Jiang Feng's existence, and he could not afford to be careless. After the revelry, everyone departed, exhilarated yet exhausted. Why the long face, Qiye? What troubles your mind? In the dormitory, Bai Li Peng Peng looked at Lin Qiye with curiosity. Sensing his restlessness, Lin Qiye pursed his lips, hesitating to speak. Do you not find this matter rather peculiar? What is peculiar about it? Bai Li Peng Peng scratched his head, feigning contemplation. Firstly, the invasion of aliens is quite alarming. What of it? The world is shrouded in mist. With mysterious events occurring everywhere, you possess superpowers, and even external deities are peering in. What is more outrageous than extraterrestrial beings? Well, Lin Qiye had to concede that this world was inherently absurd. In fact, he had seen the seraphs on the moon as a child. Does that count as aliens? Lin Qiye continued. Moreover, there is a significant point of suspicion. Astonishingly, during this battle, not a single person died, nor was there even a serious injury. No deaths mean we are formidable. Besides, who says there were no serious injuries? Just look at Instructor Yuan. Polite Yuan Gang. What about me? By Li Pang Pang. Oblivious to the turmoil, never engaged in self-doubt, always adhering to the noble philosophy of belittling others rather than questioning oneself. Lin Qiye acquiesced. After hearing Bai Zi Pang Pang's words, it seemed there were no significant issues at hand. Could it be that he was merely being overly suspicious? No longer entangled in thoughts, Lin Qiye lay down with his hands clasped behind his head, pondering that the results would be announced tomorrow, determining their future paths. Pang Pang, could you please turn on the air conditioning? He requested, hoping for a good night's sleep. Are you joking? Where's the air conditioning in our dormitory? What? Lin Qiye felt as if struck by lightning, springing up with a jolt and staring intently at the wall, which indeed was devoid of anything. His eyes glazed over, and he began to chuckle foolishly. Hee, what is real, and what is false? Is this reality, or is it merely a figment of imagination? Merlin, my lord, I finally comprehend your sentiments. Chapter 69, Orders and Return. The incident involving the extraterrestrial insectoid species would inevitably be recounted in every subsequent training camp, becoming akin to a campus legend. Simultaneously, it remained a significant unresolved mystery within the Night Watcher's confidential archives. High-ranking officials had dispatched personnel overnight to investigate. Yet not a single trace of the aliens was found, were it not for Yuan Gang's vehement insistence that if he spoke any untruths, his younger brother would never again lift his head in society. Such a vicious oath compelled the investigators to believe him. Furthermore, there were indeed signs of a fierce battle, corroborated by testimonies from all instructors and recruits, rendering this bizarre event an unsolvable enigma. At dawn, Yuan Gang ascended the training platform, invigorated after last night's investigation. Having successfully cleared his name and proven he was not insane, this momentous occasion made him wish to celebrate with firecrackers. Alas, the weather was uncooperative, dark clouds looming overhead, casting an oppressive atmosphere. Ahem. Everyone, this should be the final assembly of the training camp. You may relax a bit. Yuan Gang smiled warmly at the resolute figures below, standing tall like sturdy pines. No storm could bend them even slightly. A swell of pride surged within him. He had successfully nurtured these youngsters into competent soldiers of the Great Xia. The hardships endured throughout the year, the injustices that nearly led him to a psychiatric hospital, were now blossoming into fruition. Yuan Gang retrieved a document from a leather pouch and announced, I will now declare your scores and assignments. As his words fell, tension gripped everyone's hearts, reminiscent of the anxiety felt during college entrance examinations, a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. The pivotal turning point of their lives had arrived. Zhong, 73 points, assigned to the Night Watcher Team number 117 in Wudong City. Moli, 89 points, assigned to the Night Watcher Team number 017 in Gusa City. One name after another was called, some released sighs of relief, while others harbored discontent. Under the somber sky, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Bailey Tumming, 74 points, assigned to the team number 010 in Guangshan City. Chao Yuan, 91 points, assigned to the Night Watcher Team number 007 in Huaihai City. Shen Qizhu, 92 points, assigned to the Night Watcher Team number 006 in Shangjing City. Lin Qiye, 95 points, assigned to the Night Watcher Team number 136 in Songnan City. Jiang Feng, 99 points, assigned to the Night Watcher Team number 136 in Songnan City. As the final name was announced, everyone was momentarily stunned, followed by an uproar of disbelief. 99 points. Such a score has never been witnessed in the history of the training camp. If it weren't for Jiang Feng's incessant antics that drove the instructors to madness, he might have achieved a perfect score. No one disputed this score. In fact, they felt it was modest, as a score of 200 would not have been excessive. However, those with exceptional scores would be assigned to better cities, as was customary. Of course, cases like Pong Pong's, where he was hired as a security guard for his own company, were exceptions. It was utterly bewildering that both Jiang Feng and Lin Qiye, the top scorers, were assigned to team number 136. Sir, there must be some mistake. This is definitely a conspiracy. I will lodge a complaint with headquarters. Shen Qingzhu's reaction was the most vehement. He stood up to file a report. If both of them can only remain in Songnan, what merit do I have to go to Shangjing? I cannot afford to lose this opportunity. The crowd was indignant. Yet the two individuals in question exhibited no dissatisfaction. Lin Qiye longed to remain in his hometown, fighting alongside the familiar team number 136. Jiang Feng felt similarly. He and Qiye had already invested considerable effort in their endeavors, and parting ways now would be counterproductive. Moreover, with the impending divine battle on the horizon, he could not afford to be absent. This arrangement actually spared him the trouble. Listening to the voices of dissent below, Yuan Gang sighed helplessly. As an instructor, he was acutely aware of their sentiments. However, Lin Qiye's assignment had been directly issued by headquarters. beyond his jurisdiction to question, only to carry out. As for Jiang Feng, at this point, Yuan Gang found himself both amused and exasperated. After hearing of Jiang Feng's illustrious feats during the training, several of the top 100 Night Watcher teams had bombarded headquarters with calls, expressing that local psychiatric and obstetric services were woefully inadequate to accommodate such a prodigy. The crowd was astonished. They never anticipated such a legendary backstory. Who could have imagined that Jiang Feng, the unprecedented highest scorer of the training camp, would find a team willing to accept him? Truly, you never fail to amaze, Brother Feng. All right, your orders will soon be issued. You are dismissed. As Yuan Gang concluded, a thunderous clap resonated from the sky, and torrential rain began to pour. A faint tremor could be felt, emanating from the distant mountains. Courageous indeed, Brother Feng. Standing up for me, Jiang Feng grinned as he draped an arm around Shinqiju's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Shinqiju, feeling bashful, scratched his head. I merely wish to avoid being the subject of ridicule. Now that's the spirit. How about I present you with a farewell gift? Jiang Feng suggested, his smile playful. What could it be? Shinqiju's breath hitched, a blush creeping onto his cool demeanor. But didn't Commander Yuan prohibit you from using that ability at will? Ah. Don't worry. If little Yuan can't distinguish between the high and low cards, I'll let him experience a round of Star Wars tomorrow. Shinqiju's lips twitched. Had the Commander's status truly fallen to that of the junior ranks? What on earth was this Star Wars he spoke of? It sounded oddly familiar. Their camaraderie was swiftly interrupted by Chao Yuan, who clung to Jiang Feng's leg, pleading, Brother Feng. You absolutely must not favor one over the other. Don't let the brothers' hearts grow cold. No, this spot was reserved a year ago. No one is allowed to take it from me. Molly, hands on her hips, positioned herself defiantly before them, embodying a fierce guardian. We're all good brothers, of course. Farewell gifts are to be shared. Jiang Feng smirked, casually stating, then Molly will be first, Brother Zhuang second, and Chao the third. As for the fourth, Lin Qiye perked up, his heart racing, as he began to imagine wildly. Could it be him? If it were indeed him, should he refuse? Such a dilemma. Little did he realize, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Brothers, I, Yuhan San, have finally emerged from the little black room. It has been quite the journey, tears in my eyes. However, the Divine Ruin's extraordinary reproduction has been changed to extraordinary creation with no alteration in abilities. I hope for your understanding. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. Chapter 70. The Whispers of the Divine Master. Beep. 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 The sharp whistle pierced through the training camp, causing everyone to tense, abandoning their tasks and rushing into the downpour. Within 3 minutes, they had assembled in neat formation on the training field, allowing the rain to wash over them, standing firm like rocks amidst the crashing waves. Boom. A beam of golden light descended, revealing Yuan Gang's solemn figure, his expression grave as he nearly roared. 10 minutes ago, an earthquake struck near Jinan Mountain, resulting in a massive mudslide. 8 surrounding villages have suffered casualties, with hundreds of lives in peril. Time is synonymous with life. I implore you all to join me in battle. Disasters may be daunting, yet humanity can triumph over nature. Charge! 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 In the torrential rain, the crowd unitedly roared, their formidable spirit piercing the heavens and shattering the oppressive clouds above. The deep rumble of approaching vehicles resonated as military trucks came to a halt, and personnel swiftly and orderly boarded, departing from the training camp. This marked their first battle as qualified soldiers, a confrontation against nature's wrath. The valiant soldiers of the Great Xia shall emerge victorious. The affected villages were scattered across vast distances, with roads obliterated. I will divide you into 8 teams, each dispatched to different villages. Over the radio, Yuan Gang calmly issued orders, designating Lin Qiye as the leader of the first team, tasked to lead by Li Tuming. Shinqiju and Mo lead to village number 1. After organizing the 8 rescue teams, Jiang Feng looked up in surprise. Why was he not included? Sensing his confusion, Yuan Gang slowly explained, Jiang Feng, your strength surpasses all, and with your ability to teleport, you can reach any location at will. Thus he will assist me in coordinating the overall strategy and safeguarding everyone's safety. I entrust this duty to you. Yuan Gang even adopted a tone of request. Fully aware that 6 months prior, Jiang Feng's power equaled his own. Who could fathom how much he had grown since? He could likely overpower him effortlessly. Jiang Feng nodded slightly. Although Yuan Gang's combat prowess was lacking, his organizational skills were impeccable. This arrangement would surely prevent many unforeseen incidents. At that moment, a jarring screech of brakes erupted as the road ahead was blocked by boulders and mud, rendering vehicles immobile. Disembark, teams, commence your mission. With a command, over 200 individuals transformed into 8 streams of military green, resolutely moving against the tide of calamity, plunging into the ravaged mountains. At the makeshift command headquarters established at the mountainous base, Jiang Feng stood before the tent, gazing into the distance shrouded in darkness. What occupies your thoughts? Yuan Gang emerged. I ponder when the enemy will strike. What? An enemy? Yuan Gang was taken aback, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The sound of the downpour diminished, and distant lights blurred, as if everything around them was gradually receding. Truly remarkable, to elicit such unease in my nightmare projection. You are indeed extraordinary. In the shadows, a figure traversed the suspended raindrops, advancing toward them. Spare yourself the excuses. The projection merely mirrors your actions, and its ineptitude reflects your own. Jiang Feng's reputation as a master of verbal combat is not mere bravado, but rather a testament to the countless battles fought for the preservation of his lineage. With each word delivering a formidable blow. You little brat. Today, I shall tear your mouth apart. The newcomer, clad in a tailcoat and exuding a gentlemanly demeanor, bore a pale, contorted visage, roaring with fury, his composure shattered. It seemed Jiang Feng was his emotional nemesis. Upon encountering him, he could not help but lose his temper. Insidious whispers. You again. Yuan Gang's muscles tensed as he sternly declared, this disaster is the work of your ancient god church. Humph. I warned you we would meet again soon. I wonder if you will enjoy this present? Laughing like a fool, if your parents knew they raised such a wretch, they would boil with rage in the underworld. Jiang Feng unleashed a barrage of words that, while seemingly devoid of profanity, were laced with lethal intent. This reprimand could easily span 2 decades. Yuan Gang's lips twitched, involuntarily giving a thumbs up. Impressive. He was genuinely in awe. Jiang Feng's tongue could resurrect the dead with its sharpness. It turned out that the grievances endured over the past year had been merely Jiang Feng's mercy. A significant restraint. Observing the shifting colors on the face of the whisperer, from green to red, then to black, Yuan Gang could not suppress a chuckle. Well. The whisperer gritted his teeth, nearly exploding with rage. Even at death's door, you still dare to jest? Have you not yet realized that my true form has descended today? A terrifying aura surged forth, an inexhaustible mental pressure enveloping the sky. Klein. Yuan Gang's smile abruptly vanished, golden light enveloping him. Yet he felt as fragile as a leaf upon turbulent waters, ready to capsize at any moment. Now you know fear, but it is too late. The whisperer spread his arms wide, and the mountains, rivers, rain, and sky trembled violently as if all were under his dominion. Plunge into my nightmare. The connection with the outside world was severed entirely. No one can resist me in my dreams. Are you ready to endure the anguish? The whisperer laughed maniacally, pointing at Jiang Feng, bellowing, starting with you, little brat. With a wave of his hand, the suspended raindrops transformed into countless sharp blades, piercing Jiang Feng like a porcupine, leaving not a single inch of unscathed skin. Then, the whisperer seized Jiang Feng's mouth, tearing it apart violently, rending him into 18 pieces. Satisfied, are we? Ecstatic. The whisperer clapped his hands, releasing the pent-up frustration within, feeling as if his soul had ascended. But suddenly he froze. Who was speaking? Turning his head, his eyes widened in shock. Before him stood a towering ethereal figure amidst the mist, 2 points of purple-gold light shimmering like stars, an overwhelming divine presence cascading down, causing the whisperer's heart to tremble. Is that you, the exalted lord? The whisperer trembled, lowering his head, too fearful to gaze further, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was his nightmare, everything under his control, except for the deity who granted him the divine realm. Who else could instill such terror? Yuan Gang cowered in a corner, shivering, unable to believe what lay before him. Bow down and kiss my feet. The grand voice resonated from the heavens, piercing the depths of their souls. The whisperer's face lit up with ecstatic joy, immediately kneeling and kissing the dirt from the tips of the divine feet. Truly, the deity has descended. Could it be that by slaying Jiang Feng, he would finally touch the realm beyond Klein? My lord, what is your command? Your most loyal servant shall devote all. The whisperer cautiously inquired. After a moment, a divine decree indeed echoed from the sky. The dark age is nigh. I bestow upon you a divine offspring. Nurture it well, for it shall be my embodiment upon this realm. Chapter 71, The Devout Whisperer. Ha 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 ha. Is the dark age finally upon us? The whisperer threw back his head in wild laughter, nearly moved to tears by excitement. For decades, he had scurried like a rat in the Great Xia, living in constant fear of being captured by the spirit medium, team, and those formidable beings, facing a fate of dismemberment. He had long grown weary of such a life. Now, with the Lord's own words declaring the impending dark age, he too would descend upon the mortal realm. When that time comes, it shall herald the end of the Great Xia. Simultaneously, it would mark the glorious rise of the ancient God Church to supremacy over all beings. To be the one to nurture your divine offspring is my utmost honor. The whisperer reverently knelt, fervently kissing the deity's toes, oblivious to the dirt he consumed. However, The divine foot odor is divine essence. It may even bestow longevity. In the corner, Yuan Gang stared in astonishment at the Whisperer's frenzied foot kissing. How could he ever face the ancient god church again? More importantly, Yuan Gang keenly caught two keywords: divine offspring. This is it. All the elements are in place. Even if that ancient god is terrifying, radiating genuine divine power, the mere mention of those two words inevitably conjured thoughts of Jiang Feng. It was deeply ingrained. Moreover, how could Jiang Feng possibly be so easily vanquished? They say calamities endure for 1,000 years. Jiang Feng could live for 10,000 years without issue. Disguising as a deity within the Whisperer's divine realm and successfully deceiving him, how had he achieved such a feat? The difficulty of this matter is scarcely distinguishable from the descent of a true deity. The ancient god, concealed beneath the veil of mist, slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Your loyalty, I have already acknowledged. A thunderous voice resonated through the air, each word reverberating painfully against the eardrums. Indeed exuding the flavor of celestial might. From his star-like eyes, a beam of resplendent divine power, intertwined with a thread of pure life force, radiated forth. I am grateful for your trust, esteemed master. The murmurer knelt upon the ground, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. All those years of lurking and striving had borne fruit. He opened his arms, accepting the deity's grace without resistance. Little did he know, the price for fate's gifts had long been marked in the shadows. Not to mention, these gifts were bestowed by unscrupulous entities. Soon, the expression on the murmurer's face shifted. His tailored tailcoat began to stretch. In a moment of confusion, he hesitated, wondering if he had encountered this scene before. Yet, upon raising his gaze to that towering figure, all doubts dissipated. A mere coincidence, much like the circumstances surrounding the serpent woman and Han Shaoan, surely just a coincidence. I am nurturing a divine offspring. The murmurer indeed exuded the aura of a powerful being. Once his conviction was solidified, it would remain unshaken. He focused intently on the transformations brought forth by the divine child. You are even comforting yourself, Yuan Gang chuckled wryly. Upon witnessing the familiar divine aura mingled with the essence of life, Yuan Gang was utterly convinced that the entity before him was Jiang Feng. Truly audacious. Did he just implant a seed into the murmurer? Yuan Gang was also taken aback, eyes wide open with astonishment. It was akin to an ant overpowering an elephant. One had to admit, it was impressive. Subsequently, Yuan Gang recoiled, fearing any noise might provoke Jiang Feng into action. In the eerie stillness of the nightmare realm, the outside world at Jin and Mountain was bustling. Lin Qiye led his team, having successfully completed search and rescue operations at Village No. 1. Due to their prompt arrival, the majority of individuals had survived. Inside a hastily erected makeshift tent, Shen Qingzhu gently stroked a little girl's head, silently listening to her sobs. As the helpless cries echoed, a flicker of compassion crossed Shen Qingzhu's eyes. The girl's grandparents were among the few casualties. If her parents had also met with misfortune, it was unimaginable how she would confront the remainder of her life. Shen Qingzhu tucked her in securely and resolutely stepped out of the tent. However, he did not act recklessly. Instead, he sought out by Li Pangpang and Emo Li. Pangpang, Emo Li, may I borrow your children? What for? Surely you don't intend to search the mountains for that little girl's parents? Li Pangpang questioned, warily clutching his clothing. That's none of your concern, I assure you. I will protect your children's safety with my life. A rare gentleness flickered across Shen Qingzhu's otherwise stern face, for he was also cradling one in his arms. Is this necessary? How could ordinary people possibly survive such a massive landslide at the mountain's source? Emo Li sighed. Even they, at the pool realm, felt utterly powerless against such natural disasters. Yes, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, we must not abandon them. Shen Qingzhu's gaze was resolute as he nodded slowly. You truly leave me no choice. Which one do you prefer, the elder or the younger? Li Pangpang scrutinized him deeply before opening his clothing to reveal two spiritual fish, one large and one small. Indeed, the fourth farewell gift had been snatched away by Li Pangpang. This left Lin Qiye feeling quite disappointed for a while. Let us choose the elder. It is already at the late stage of the river realm, which will offer greater assistance. Shen Qingzhu reached out, pulling the larger spiritual fish into his embrace. Emo Li shook her head helplessly, cradling a beautiful rainbow-colored phoenix, gently caressing it before handing it to Shen Qingzhu. Thank you. Shen Qingzhu concealed the three little creatures beneath his raincoat and charged into the night with unwavering resolve. Following closely behind him were his three companions, Dang Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang, who swiftly kept pace. The group, nimble and agile, soon arrived at the slope that Yi had mentioned, meticulously searching for any suspicious traces. At that moment, a flashlight flickered in the distance, illuminating Li Jia. Are you Yi's father? He exclaimed with joy. A burly man wielding an axe strolled forward leisurely, grinning widely to reveal a mouthful of yellowed teeth. I don't know anything about bean sprouts, but kid, your head looks familiar. It's time to take it off. A glint of bloodlust flashed in the man's eyes as he swung the axe toward Lin Qiye's head. No. Lin Qiye's expression changed dramatically, with no time to retreat as the axe loomed perilously close. Just then, amidst this perilous moment, the rainbow phoenix soared through the air, letting out a piercing cry. An extraordinary vibration radiated from the sound waves, spreading rapidly. The axe emitted a tremulous sound, as if crafted from rotting wood, shattering into a pile of debris. A gust of wind swept past Lin Qiye's neck, drenching him in cold sweat. Had it not been for Li's phoenix, his head would have been severed. You bastard! Seeking death. An enraged Qingju rushed forth, with a spiritual fish gliding to his left and a mass of azure clouds floating to his right, both emanating the waves of the river realm. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly confounded by this bizarre combination. Chapter 72. The three little ones ruthlessly teach the heretic. What is this? Surrounded by mythical beings, the man appeared utterly bewildered. Wasn't it agreed to come and eliminate a few little children? How did so many river realm mysteries emerge? It seemed he was still under the opponent's control, capable of communication and coordinated combat. In an instant, the situation transformed from overwhelming a kindergarten to a brawny man facing three opponents. The tide had turned entirely. Dare to lay hands on my friends, and I shall crush your skull. Qingju's eyes burned with fury, his entire being consumed by rage. Had it not been for the keen eye of the phoenix, Lin Qiye would have perished before him, regardless of who the adversary was or their realm. Such actions were utterly unforgivable. Sensing the wrath of a maternal figure, the floating azure cloud widened its little eyes, resembling a pea shooter as it expelled a flurry of small bubbles. Puff, puff, puff. The bubbles shot forth like bullets, quickly encircling the man. Huh. Do you think I fear a bunch of little kids? Breakthrough. The man, blustering with bravado, suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a punch that conjured a terrifying gale, forming a colossal shadow of his fist. His forbidden technique was known as mighty strength, although it ranked low. Its sheer brutality excelled at breaking through all methods with brute force. Bang, bang, bang. The fist shadow obliterated bubble after bubble, appearing exceedingly formidable. Yet Qingju and the azure cloud simultaneously curled their lips, malicious grins spreading across their faces as they shouted, "Art is Patrick Star." For within the bubbles lay rapidly compressed gas, and the explosive force generated from their rupture would result in an even more violent explosion. Boom. A burst of flame shot skyward, igniting the night, causing the falling rainwater to evaporate instantly. A series of explosions followed, the brilliant light forming a circular halo, creating a conical beam of light with a pointed tip. When the flames subsided, in the charred, deep pit lay a feeble, broken figure. One side of the man's body, which had thrown the punch, was utterly obliterated. Damn, Brother Shin, your little one is too fierce. It had directly incapacitated a river realm being. Even half a mountain peak had nearly been obliterated. Lin Qiye and his companions gaped, profoundly shocked by the scene before them. Qingju tenderly stroked the azure cloud, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. This is my child with Brother Feng. How could it not be impressive? He felt increasingly grateful that Jiang Feng had bestowed this gift upon them before their departure. Otherwise, not only would Lin Qiye have perished, but he and Li Liang would likely have met a similar fate. Qingju coldly stepped on the man's head. Your head is familiar too. Allow me to assist you in removing it. The man spat blood, his face contorted with disbelief and resentment. How could there be so many high-risk threats? That bird's myriad manifestations not only destroyed my weapon, but there's also a Qi Min. This is utterly outrageous. Qingju let out a cold laugh, having no penchant for idle chatter. He raised his blade and swung it towards the man's head. Stop. A booming voice echoed from afar as a man wearing a duckbill cap swiftly approached. His eyes, sharp like those of a hawk, seized the opportunity to hurl the hunting knife in his hand. With a crack, the spinning knife disintegrated into countless metallic shards, resembling a swarm of bees, flying towards their target at an unimaginable speed. Some shards aimed at the straight blade, while others hurtled straight towards Qingju's throat. Help me. The man revealed a glimmer of hope. His teammate had arrived. Another from the Chuanjing. Qingju's pupils constricted. The continuous emergence of enemies undeniably confirmed one thing. This disaster had been orchestrated by human hands. You all deserve to die. The thought of Yiya's helpless cries and the countless victims who had lost their homes and lives surged within him. Qingju's veins bulged as he swung his blade without hesitation, striking downwards. With a splatter, hot blood gushed forth, and a head rolled away. The man's expression of surprise forever frozen on his face. Chuanjing, dead. In that fleeting moment, the metallic shards tore through the air, whistling towards him. The glimmering blades reflected Qingju's silhouette, and it was evident that if these metallic storms passed through, they would shred him to pieces. Little fatty. It's up to you now, Qingju bellowed. Before his voice faded, A massive yin-yang 8 trigrams formation emerged beside him, and as the spiritual fish swam, a strange force erupted explosively. The incoming metallic shards collided with an invisible barrier, freezing mid-air, before being drawn back towards the formation as if magnetically attracted. Myriad weapons disarmed. Well done. Everyone gets an extra chicken leg tonight. Qingju praised loudly, exhaling a sigh of relief. With these 3 little creatures around, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. What the hell is this? Give me back my knife. The man in the duckbill cap, named Zhongli, who had just been cursing the axe-wielding man as worthless, now experienced the same despair, especially as he realized his knife was gone. Zhuangqi's forbidden ruins could decompose specific metals and recombine them effortlessly, reducing them to powder that, when inhaled by enemies, would shred their organs. But having his knife disarmed right at the start was akin to rendering his forbidden ruins useless. The ancient god sect, is it? Causing natural disasters, are they? Qingju advanced step by step, clutching the blood-soaked straight blade. To his left, the spiritual fish swirled, while to his right, the Qingyun puffed its cheeks, releasing a series of bubbles. Above, phoenixes danced through the air, emitting sharp cries, with the 3 top-tier forbidden ruins unleashing their powers simultaneously. Not only Zhuangqi from the Chuanjing, but even Yuan Gang would be forced to exit the chat in a flurry of curses. A powerful tremor surged forth, sweeping through Zhuangqi's flesh and organs, leaving him feeling like a lump of clay, unable to even retreat. Following that, a barrage of compressed bubbles shot forth, their sheer volume causing Zhuangqi's scalp to tingle. I'm done. I surrender. I realize my mistakes. Zhuangqi raised his hands in terror, finding himself utterly defenseless against the assault of the 3 strange creatures. You realize your mistakes? Qingju narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in them. No. You only realize that you are about to die. With a snap of his fingers, flames erupted from the ring on his finger, igniting the bubbles. Boom. A violent explosion resounded once more, akin to a fire dragon dancing atop the mountain. Below, in the temporary camp, Lin Qiye had long since sensed the battle and finally arrived at that moment. Brother, are you all right? Where are the enemies? He unsheathed his blade, cautiously scanning the surroundings. His senses heightened. Just a couple of Chuanjing, easily dealt with. Qingju replied casually, hands in pockets, gesturing for him to look at the deep crater left by the explosion. Heads can roll, blood can flow, but we must not falter. 2 Chuanjing. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock. In the crater, remnants of 2 charred humanoid shapes were barely discernible, confirming that 2 vibrant lives had indeed existed. Everyone is on a rampage. Chapter 73. Qiye, we are slaughtering indiscriminately. Brother, is it really that easy to kill Chuanjing? Lin Qiye, like a curious child, leaned in to ask a barrage of questions. Of course. Qingju proudly lifted his chin, replying nonchalantly, just a snap of the fingers. Hiss. Have you awakened the Thanos system? Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with longing. Cutting through Chuanjing sounds exhilarating. Who is Thanos? Feng Gu said he was a purple sweet potato spirit who could wipe out half the world with a snap. TSK. It must be that Feng Gu hurt the feelings of the purple sweet potato, hence naming his son Thanos. Isn't your focus a bit skewed? And must your imagination be so vivid? Just then, Lin Qiye's expression shifted as he heard the low buzzing of insects, as if they were speaking to him. Indeed. The Starry Night Dancer granted Lin Qiye the ability to communicate with nocturnal creatures. The insects informed him that an enemy was hiding nearby. Lin Qiye exchanged glances with Qingju, signaling the enemy's location, and excitedly declared, "Leave this to me." He vanished like a specter, reappearing several dozen meters away, where a lush cedar tree blended seamlessly into the night. Lin Qiye executed a series of cross slashes with his twin blades, severing the tree's crown. Clang! As the blade struck deep, the sound of metal clashing erupted, and a shower of sparks flew forth. A silver figure emerged, barehanded, blocking the straight blade without sustaining any damage, instead sending Lin Qiye's hands into a numbing shock. The ability to metalize oneself? Lin Qiye retreated rapidly, his physique enhanced by the night, rendering him not weaker than the Chuanjing. The silver man's gaze flickered, his body flowing like liquid, transforming into a cheetah in an instant, crossing 100 meters and pouncing towards Lin Qiye. He can even change his form. Lin Qiye's heart raced as he swiftly swung his blades, clashing against the enemy's sharp teeth and fangs. Clang, clang, clang. A series of exchanges left Lin Qiye feeling strained, despite his dynamic vision and formidable swordsmanship enabling him to block the silver man's attacks with precision. Even managing to land a few hits, a serious problem loomed before him. He could not break through the man's defenses. The more he struck, the more his hands vibrated, making it increasingly difficult to grip his sword. What to do? Lin Qiye's thoughts raced. The situation had surpassed mere combat skills and tactics. It was purely a matter of a gap in realms. After a moment of deep contemplation, he finally made a decision and shouted, "Brother, save me. Why should I take all the risks? My teammate is right here. Why engage in a one-on-one duel? Two people cutting down a Chuanjing is still cutting down a Chuanjing. Qiye, you still need more practice." Shinchiju smirked, having been prepared all along. He snapped his fingers. With a pop, the three little creatures charged forward. Lin Qiye's mouth twitched. "What the hell? Is that how you snap your fingers? I can do that too." As the disarmament activated, the silver man's body trembled. A tremendous force pulling at him, threatening to tear away his metallized parts. My body. How can this be disarmed? Concept level, is it? The silver man was left stunned. He had observed the disarmament ability of the spiritual fish and the power of the other two mythical beings, which is why he had hesitated to reveal himself. Now compelled to reveal himself by Lin Qiye, he was forced to personally experience the suffering endured by his two companions. However, he did not anticipate that after metallizing his skin and flesh, he would also be considered a weapon, and in a mere encounter, he was firmly restrained. Subsequently, Shao Qingyun expelled a bubble, but this time it did not explode. Instead, it enveloped the silver-clad man, creating a vacuum. Invulnerable to blades and bullets? Then I shall suffocate you. The silver man, in a state of despair, dispelled his metal form and, indeed, was no longer affected by the disarmament, temporarily regaining his freedom. But at that moment, a cry echoed through the air. Universal resonance had long awaited him. Underneath the violent tremors, his internal organs and blood vessels shattered. Blood seeping from his skin, instantly transforming him into a blood figure. Now is the time. Taste my blade. Lin Qiye seized the opportunity, advancing with a few steps, and with a swift stroke, severed the opponent's neck. Ha ha ha, a chaotic slaughter. A head for a dog. While the two engaged in a battle of wits and valor, unbeknownst to them, atop a distant peak, a figure sat in meditation. This individual, named Matiani, was the 14th seat of the ancient cult's believers and the commander of this hunting operation. He glanced over, cursing, three useless fools. Then, lowering his head, he gazed fervently at a crack before him, from which waves of heat surged, faintly revealing the rolling magma within. Hidden here was a fire-vein earth dragon. If he could assist Lord Yu in subduing it, his merits would surely surpass those of slaying that dual god agent. To simultaneously reap two top-tier achievements, what extraordinary fortune. Matiani gritted his teeth and resolutely leaped into the crack, simultaneously crushing a small orb, his lips moving as if uttering incantations. With a splashing sound, within the searing world of magma, a massive gray earth dragon slowly raised its body. Towering as high as 17 or 18 stories, its form adorned with strange, lava-like patterns. Its lantern-like eyes locked onto the uninvited guest approaching. In no more than 3 minutes, Lord Yu would arrive. Both the dragon and I are in the sea realm, so it should not be a problem. Matiani licked his lips, his spiritual energy just beginning to mobilize, when suddenly, a thick column of fire erupted before him. The blazing flames warping the air. Oh no! Matiani screamed in agony. Despite his utmost efforts to evade, he was still grazed by the fire column. His entire left arm vaporized. Damn it, how could it be so powerful? Lord Yu, hurry and come. Like a flea, Matiani hopped frantically in the magma world. Any strike from the earth dragon would result in his body being charred, each second an unbearable torment. The long 3 minutes finally passed, and the fervor in Matiani's eyes transformed into terror. Lord Yu, where are you? Little did he know, the one he fervently yearned for, Lord Yu, was kneeling beside Zhang Feng, occasionally savoring a taste, a blissful smile adorning his face. Soon, I can feel it. The divine child is nearing completion and will soon descend upon the world, experiencing the ever-growing divine power of the child within. Along with the mental intensity reaching an immeasurable realm, Yu was filled with excitement, devoid of doubt. As for the pleas of believers echoing in his ears, Yu paid no heed, dismissing them entirely. Chapter 74. Old Ding, why do you not bow upon seeing the divine child? The divine child is ready. Welcome the descent. A grand voice resonated from the heavens, invigorating the weary spirit of Yu, causing him to involuntarily tense up. My lord, I am prepared. Though Yu's fearsome reputation as a formidable being of the Klein realm preceded him, this was his first experience of such magnitude. Yuan Gang observed Yu, who appeared bashful. Akin to a maiden on the eve of marriage, his worldview began to crumble. This is simply unbearable to witness. A beam of divine light shot down from the sky, circling around Yu before wrapping around the new life, breaking free into this world. Thunderous rumblings ensued. Yuan Gang embraced himself, his eyes vacant. Terror etched across his face as if trapped in a nightmare. With each passing second, his breath weakened, the sensations of the dream translating into reality. This is the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 018, Dream Divergence. wandering between reality and dreams, manifesting nightmares into existence. A ghostly gray shadow materialized before the crowd, lacking a fixed form. Even devoid of substance, able to traverse freely between reality and dreams. This is the Divine Child. Your most loyal servant, Iyu, is here to serve you wholeheartedly. Iyu prostrated on the ground, knocking his head several times, his faith and loyalty at an all-time high. However, this bewildered the little creature. What is happening? Though it appeared fearsome, it was still a child, yearning for affection and playful embraces. What does bowing mean? Jiang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he directly communicated with the little ghost. How about we play a game? Yes, yes. The little ghost's eyes curved into crescent shapes. Now, you are the most esteemed divine child. All who see you must kneel and worship. You can do as you please. Do you understand? I understand. The little ghost extended its arms, striking a pose with one hand on its hip, pointing at Jiang Feng's transformed deity, proclaiming with bravado, "Old dings. Why do you not bow before the divine child?" Jiang Feng. Iyu. Yuan Gang. Damn it, must you immerse in the role so quickly? Jiang Feng was speechless. This rascal would surely ascend to the heavens one day. Iyu, feeling uneasy, advised, "Divine child, that is the Lord. Do not be disrespectful." Silence. Did I give you permission to speak? Quickly prepare my chariot. Floating about is tiresome. The little ghost, nose in the air, exuded an air of superiority. Seeing this made Jiang Feng's head spin. Was this an act? Clearly, it was a display of unrestrained nature. Yes, divine child. Iyu dared not oppose. Quickly conjuring a resplendent golden throne, the little ghost reclined comfortably upon it, glancing sideways at Yuan Gang, declaring, "I still need a steed. You shall do." Yuan Gang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he was enjoying the spectacle, only to find himself no longer amused. Damn it, you would still call me little Yuan. And now I'm reduced to a mount. What an eye-opener regarding the saying, "Blue outshines blue." What are you staring at? Yes, I am talking about you. The little ghost pointed imperiously. Iyu narrowed his eyes, casting a cold gaze at Yuan Gang, warning him to behave. Yuan Gang felt as if he were at the brink of despair. Could this little brat not keep his mouth shut? The divine child has descended. Nurture him well. For when he reaches the Klein realm, it shall be my day of arrival. Jiang Feng timely interjected, diverting the conversation. We heed the divine mandate. Iyu exhilarated. Savored the moment, feeling blessed. The divine child, upon birth, was already of immeasurable stature, harboring divine power, and with the resources of the ancient cult, under full cultivation. He would reach the Klein realm in no time. Having endured decades, what are a few more years? Withdraw, I have other uses for this person. Jiang Feng pretended to cast a divine light, imprinting it onto Yuan Gang's mind, as if binding him in servitude. Yu cast a glance, unable to discern the method but did not question it. After all, if he could forge a believer organization with a soul contract, it was only reasonable for the Lord to leave behind a few hidden stakes within the Watchers. Humph, you dare to snatch my steed. I shall collect your debt one day. The little ghost reveled in the moment, every word befitting its character. Iyu pondered, could this divine child's rebelliousness be too heavy? 10 pounds of body, 12 pounds of rebellion. What is that expression? Do not think for a moment that this divine child is unaware of your thoughts. Carry the throne. Henceforth, you shall be my steed. The little ghost pointed a finger at Iyu, rebuking him, a splendid display of motherly love and filial piety. Iyu's blood pressure rose slightly. But being a person of great ambition, he understood that one must endure small grievances to achieve grand plans, thus gritting his teeth and letting it pass. After bowing deeply to Jiang Feng, he hoisted the throne onto his shoulder and walked away, quickly vanishing beyond the horizon. The nightmare realm subsequently crumbled, and the divine specter dissipated. As one of the oldest gods of the ancient god church, the entity known as Whisper had meticulously orchestrated a calamity, most fantastical of all. It needed to be revered like an ancestor. Even if Yuan Gang were to perish, he could never have anticipated such an outcome. This was the very essence of daydreaming, where dreams manifest into reality. In stark contrast, Whisper's dream path paled in comparison. Jiang Feng, no, Brother Feng. How on earth did you achieve this? Yuan Gang scanned his surroundings, furrowing his brow in confusion, unable to find Jiang Feng's presence. He nodded and urgently inquired, "Have you seen Jiang Feng? He rushed to the enemy sighting at village 1/2 an hour ago." What? Yuan Gang felt as if struck by lightning. Could it be that everything that just transpired was not Jiang Feng's doing? Was he still trapped in the nightmare, yet to awaken? In that moment, Yuan Gang was utterly bewildered. While he questioned the very fabric of his reality, Jiang Feng had already arrived at the mountain where the flame-pulsed dragon resided. The divine being in the nightmare realm was indeed Jiang Feng, but that was his grand manifestation, a mythic form that had never been revealed before. To deceive Whisper, who had attained the Klein realm, mere disguise would not suffice. Even if fabricated through true nightmare, it would still lack that authentic divine essence. Thus, Zhongfeng first ensnared Whisper's nightmare realm into the world of nightmares, creating a nested illusion. Then, he feigned his demise and revealed his mythic form, true divinity that Whisper could not possibly discern. This led to the subsequent developments. Of course, he himself was merely a squid. Chapter 75. Acquiring a dragon maiden as a steed in the ancient god church, at the magical fairy castle, the serpent woman and Han Xiaoyan, both sporting disheveled hair and wan faces, exchanged experiences regarding caretaking. Or rather, they seemed to be venting their frustrations. My little rascal spends all day either climbing roofs or petrifying things, leaving me feeling like a primitive person, surrounded by stone. Enough. It's all tears. My house is still floating in the sky, claiming to be embarking on some flying adventure. Wow. It's been over half a year. I want to go out and cause chaos. I no longer wish to babysit. The two embraced and wept, lamenting their hard lot. Suddenly, the castle doors swung open, and upon looking up, they were rendered speechless. Whisper was shouldering a throne with a small ghost sprawled atop it, blissfully asleep. The serpent woman and Han Xiaoyan exchanged curious glances while respectfully bowing. However, their utterance inadvertently stirred the small ghost from slumber. Whisper's eyelids twitched, sensing impending trouble. Were these two the newly acquired steeds? The small ghost, rubbing its sleepy eyes, cast a condescending glance. The woman's realm was far too lowly. This divine child found her unworthy, merely fit for scrubbing the bath. The other, with delicate limbs, would not carry any prestige. Indeed, as soon as it spoke, the serpent woman and Han Xiaoyan were left dumbfounded, their blood pressure skyrocketing. Han Xiaoyan, a formidable figure of the sea realm, was deemed unworthy of being a mount by this little brat. The serpent woman, esteemed as the fourth god of the ancient god church, found herself relegated to mere bath attendant. Their indignation was palpable. Had it not been for Whisper's presence, they would have ensured this insolent creature learned why flowers bloom in vibrant hues. Yet before they could retaliate, Whisper admonished, upon seeing the divine child. Why do you not kneel? Ah, divine child. The serpent woman and Han Xiaoyan were taken aback, and though reluctant, they knelt and performed a grand bow, compelled by Whisper's grave demeanor. Too late. Let me tell you, kneeling late is unacceptable. This divine child is quite displeased. Come and kiss my feet, or I shall not forgive you. The small ghost looked down upon them with delight. Whisper maintained an impassive expression, already desensitized, unwilling to say more lest he receive a scolding himself. The serpent woman and Han Xiaoyan, their faces flushed, exchanged glances, and were compelled to lower their heads. Enduring this blatant workplace bullying, Whisper willingly bore the throne. What could they do? By the way, my lord, was the endeavor successful? What of Matiani and the others? After finally appeasing the small ghost's wicked demands, the serpent woman inquired curiously. Of course, it was successful, Whisper blurted out. Then a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Who was Matiani? Why did that name seem familiar? The 14th seat. Whisper paused, suddenly recalling the incessant buzzing of a voice that had accompanied him during the gestation of the divine child. He pondered, surely he wouldn't have an urgent matter. Would he? Ah, it's merely a follower. If lost, another can be found. In the world of lava, Matiani desperately dodged a fire column. His body charred and mostly carbonized. At this moment, he finally confirmed one thing. Lord Whisper would not be coming. Thus, Matiani struck his chest heavily, spitting forth a mouthful of foul blood, his aura rapidly declining, trading it for a brief surge of speed towards the fisher's exit. Roar. The flame-pulsed dragon bellowed, flapping its wings, conjuring towering flames in pursuit. In Matiani's eyes, the distant starry light seemed incredibly enchanting at that moment. 50 meters. 10 meters. The frigid air filled his lungs, bringing a long-forgotten freshness. He was so close to escaping. Hey, this road is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. Suddenly, a face appeared above the fisher, grinning and extending a hand to block his path. Get out of my way. Matiani nearly went mad. Who was the fool attempting to rob at such a critical moment? Moreover, he had sat atop for ages without seeing anyone pave the way. Thinking to break the rules? That would not do. Jiang Feng extended a foot, seizing the moment just as Matiani was about to burst forth, stepping down. Seeking death. Matiani sneered. He was a powerhouse of the sea realm, especially now, having exhausted his potential, unleashing unimaginable speed. Anyone who blocked him would perish. Bang! Their heads collided, and Matiani rolled his eyes back, unconscious. In the last moment before darkness enveloped him, he thought to question, what the hell is this foot? And why is it so hard? The flames surged forth, instantly engulfing Matiani, the terrifying heat leaving not a scrap behind. A sea realm powerhouse met such a tragic end. The flames, relentless, surged from the fissure, incinerating mountains and woods, eventually sweeping towards Jiangfeng. The small dragon maiden had quite the temper. Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes, boldly charging into the blazing inferno, his entire being ignited in a rose-colored flame, the towering waves of fire trailing behind him like an opulent cloak. In that moment, Jiang Feng resembled a monarch amidst the flames. Roar! The flame pulse dragon, undeterred, raised its head to unleash an even more ferocious fire column, vowing to reduce these humans disturbing its slumber to ash. Fool! Do you not yet comprehend that flames are ineffective against me? Great wind calamity. Boom! The fire column struck the massive form of the dragon, combined with the forceful winds, sending it crashing down, heavily impacting the ground. The cavern quaked, rocks tumbled, nearly causing the entire mountain to collapse. A flicker of astonishment flashed in the flame-pulsed dragon's eyes. What a powerful human! The luminescence flickered, and the ground abruptly twisted, revealing a cavern deep beneath the soil. Entombed in the depths, the dragon's innate ability, absolute earth domain. Descending underground, the dragon's power would multiply. Jiang Feng took a step forward, the space twisting, abruptly appearing atop the dragon's head, drawing his blade, which blazed with flames capable of annihilating all, and thrusting downwards. Annihilating life, flashing moon. Thud! The long blade sliced through with the ease of cutting butter, embedding deeply and releasing torrents of scorching dragon blood. Roar! The infernal dragon emitted a painful roar. Realizing in terror that the long blade was rapidly extinguishing its vitality, its colossal form visibly weakening. There was no hesitation between life and death. Submission was imperative. The dragon's body swiftly diminished, transforming in an instant into a tall woman with delicate, fair skin, her fiery red hair cascading down to her waist. A few translucent dragon scales adorned her chest and abdomen, while a long, supple crimson tail trailed gracefully behind her. Why could Jiang Feng see this so clearly? Because, in her transformed state, the dragon maiden was utterly unclothed, an embodiment of opulence and generosity. Chapter 76. Dragon Wings and the Great Sovereign. The dragon maiden bowed, her magnificent curves trembling incessantly, dazzling to behold. Jiang Feng, ever sincere in his dealings, could not help but acknowledge her allure with unwavering attention. Oh dear, why does my nose feel warm? Is the after effect of the soul contract this potent? Jiang Feng wiped away the blood from his nose, lamenting the nonsensical musings of Lin Qiye, who had rendered him utterly dazed by merely signing a soul contract with the dragon maiden. It was simply a matter of her crouching down and allowing him to place his hand atop her head while he chanted for a mere 10 seconds. Although the view was exquisite, the exertion was excessive and decidedly unadvisable. By the way, what is your name again? Hong Yan? Truly. One must appreciate a confidant like Hong Yan. Jiang Feng, disinterested in renaming her, allowed the dragon maiden to continue calling her Hong Yan. Hong Yan, lie down. Let us take to the skies. Obediently, Hong Yan prostrated herself on the ground, awaiting Jiang Feng's assent. Jiang Feng wiped his nose again. This dragon maiden seemed rather naive, appearing particularly easy to deceive. As the fierce winds howled, Jiang Feng grasped the dragon's scales, and a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Replication successful. Gained ability, absolute, earth domain. Acquired form, dragon wings. Would you like to fuse? Furrowing his brows, Jiang Feng noted that absolute earth domain was a shared ability of the earth dragons, creating a domain of earth that would yield tremendous enhancements within. However, as an infernal dragon, Hong Yan's innate fire attribute ability had yet to awaken, requiring her to break through the boundless realm first. The disparity between the two abilities did not concern Jiang Feng. After all, once evolved into the divine ruin, they would both become extraordinarily powerful. The primary difference lay in the elemental attributes of fire and earth, resulting in vastly divergent abilities post-evolution. Ah, well, the sooner one enjoys, the better. Let's fuse. Jiang Feng directly opted for fusion evolution. In terms of fire attributes, the flame feather garb from Hong Ying was quite useful, and considering it would take Hong Yan several years to break through the boundless realm, that was far too long. Moreover, Jiang Feng lacked any earth attribute abilities, making this an opportune moment to remedy that. No shortcomings should persist. Fusion successful. Absolute earth domain evolved into divine ruin. Great Sovereign. Great Sovereign, you are the master of the earth. Mountains and continents are your loyal servants. From flatland rise towering peaks, and the vast seas shall transform into fields, all within a mere thought. Ha! What a splendid title. Great Sovereign. How domineering, I adore it. In the sky? Jiang Feng laughed heartily. A profound connection formed between him and the earth below. The towering peaks and deep ravines seemed to kneel in reverence, welcoming their sovereign's descent. Simultaneously, the mythic form within the nightmare world became clearer. A pair of colossal dragon wings unfurled, casting shadows that enveloped the entire land. An overwhelming divine might radiated, nearly breaking through the heavens, projecting into the vast cosmos. At that moment, the system prompt sounded again. Mythic form initial stabilization achieved. Half-divine form unlockable. Zhang Feng paused. Then his expression transformed into one of ecstatic joy. The mythic form had previously existed solely within his mind's eye, now manifesting within the nightmare world. Besides the enhanced divine might, it offered little concrete assistance. Now, after fusing 4 distinct form characteristics, the mythic form had finally stabilized, allowing Zhang Feng to summon it into the real world. I wonder how my half-divine form compares to ordinary demigods? Zhang Feng anticipated that the upcoming divine war of Cangnan would become even more enthralling. Beneath him, Han Yin seemed to sense her master's delight. Soaring joyfully amidst the mountains like a butterfly among blossoms, her movements graceful and enchanting. What on earth is that? Such a massive creature. Are you blind? That's a giant dragon. Have you seen Jurassic Park? It's called Godzilla. Brother, you've mixed up your narratives. On the mountaintop, Lin Qiye and Xin Qingzhu, along with their companions, were buffeted by the gale, stunned into immobility, their minds frozen in disbelief. The expansive dragon wings blotted out the sun, larger than an entire plaza. Their bodies adorned with magma-like patterns, exuding an extraordinary beauty. The enormous eyes burned like furnaces, captivating and terrifying, as if all present were mere prey awaiting capture. Dominant, resplendent, and awe-inspiring. What youth has not dreamed of commanding a dragon and soaring through the skies? Yet, upon witnessing the dragon in reality, even the steadfast Lin Qiye and Xin Qingzhu could not help but tremble under its terrifying presence. Wait, it's heading straight for us. Lin Qiye's pupils dilated in alarm. The colossal dragon, upon spotting them, dove directly down. He inhaled deeply, overcoming his fear, urging Xin Qingzhu and the others to flee. There's no time for that. You take them and go. Xin Qingzhu's expression turned grim as he entrusted the 3 small ones to Lin Qiye and halted in his tracks. He tilted his head defiantly, glaring at the rapidly approaching dragon, the immense pressure nearly suffocating him. Come and devour me, Xin Qingzhu roared, attempting to draw the dragon's attention to buy Lin Qiye and the others even a moment's reprieve. Brother, Lin Qiye was frantic. Was he left with no choice but to resort to his ultimate move, I have a mother? As the descending dragon hovered less than 10 meters above the ground, the roaring winds swept away Xin Qingzhu's cold sweat. Let's take a ride, brother. Zhang Feng called out with a smile, poking his head out. Xin Qingzhu's mouth fell open, his heart racing to an alarming degree, nearly causing him to faint as he struggled to speak. Brother Feng, is that you? Huh. Have you gone blind after all this time? Xin Qingzhu replied, though he wasn't truly blind, his heart felt as if it might explode, blood supply insufficient, and his vision blurred. What's got you so excited? Zhang Feng inquired curiously. My mother pig is about to give birth. Congratulations. Xin Qingzhu turned away, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor as he wobbled away. Aren't you coming for a ride, brother? I still haven't found Yaya's parents. I'll keep looking. You go ahead. I'll assist you. Zhang Feng leaped down from Han Yan's back, and the moment his feet touched the ground, the mountain range trembled slightly. Natural disasters retreat, and all beings shall thrive. Zhang Feng spoke calmly, yet his words rang out with the weight of imperial decree, each syllable emanating a profound majesty. In the distance, the torrential mudslide surged down the mountainside, suddenly defying the laws of physics as it halted, spreading to the sides and revealing the buried lives beneath. Whether wild creatures or unfortunate humans caught in the calamity, they all appeared in safe positions, devoid of any mud or debris. Even the choking dust in their throats vanished completely. Xin Qingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Words manifest as law. Brother Feng, I want to learn this. Chapter 77. Oaths and Farewells. With Jiang Feng's proclamation, the mudslide disaster at Jinan Mountain miraculously ceased. All those affected were rescued, with casualties remarkably low. Even the buried villages and fields astonishingly re-emerged, as if the calamity had never occurred. It was nothing short of a miracle. No one anticipated that this incident would conclude in such an extraordinary manner, even for Xin Qingzhu and Lin Qiye, who witnessed the entire process with their own eyes. They found themselves at a loss for words. The following day at the training ground, with 10 minutes remaining until assembly, Zhang Feng was surrounded by a throng of eager individuals. Brother Feng, is it true that you've tamed a dragon? One exclaimed. Zhuaiga told me last night that he was so terrified he could hardly sit down. A dragon rider, how magnificent! As the crowd's fervent gazes bore down upon him, Zhang Feng felt no inclination to dampen their spirits. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a distortion of light and shadow heralded the arrival of a tall figure. With flowing red hair and dark golden irises, she exuded an air that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Yet, she donned a maid's outfit, complete with bunny ear headband, a small bell around her neck, and a fluffy skirt, her appearance striking a delightful contrast between cuteness and allure. Is this the legendary dragon maiden? Unbelievable, she is even more adorable than my own maid. Someone gasped. Oh no, I'm feeling a romantic flutter. Her entrance captivated the crowd. Not just the young men, but even the women fell under her spell, enchanted by her beauty and grace. The sweet yet commanding aura she radiated was irresistible to most. In the midst of the throng, Lin Qiye sighed, a sense of loss washing over him as if he had misplaced something significant. On the training stage, Instructor Hong Hao cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone, quiet. Though you have graduated, basic discipline must not be forgotten. Upon noticing the instructor's presence, the crowd fell silent, instinctively forming an orderly line. As long as she did not resist, Jiang Feng found that there was virtually no drain on his energy, allowing her to reside within the specially crafted lava world he had created for her, with temperatures soaring and ample space. She was utterly delighted and reluctant to depart. It bore a hint of a hidden romance. Where is Commander Yuan? The crowd wondered, glancing toward the training stage. All instructors were present, except for Yuan Gang. Today marked the day of their oath and the distribution of equipment, an occasion of great significance. How could the commander of the training camp be absent? What? The crowd gasped in shock. They could hardly believe that the unfortunate Commander Yuan had succumbed just before the victory was declared. All right, these items symbolize attack, protection, and a dignified end. This is the finest equipment we can offer you, and we hope you will shine brightly in your respective roles in the future. They were no longer the novices of a year ago. They had endured trials and tribulations, now capable of shouldering grave responsibilities as sentinels. Excellent. Those whose names are called, step forward to receive your equipment. Li Shaoguang, Shen Qizhu, Qiao Yuan, Bailey Tuming, Lin Qiye, Jiang Feng. One by one, they approached to claim their gear. The blade, crafted from an unknown material, bore the inscription of Jiang Feng's name. This was his unique weapon. The cloak was lightweight and comfortable, perfectly sized, while it could not withstand blades. It possessed remarkable insulating properties against harsh environments. Next, the oath-taking commenced. A gust of wind swept through, causing the flag atop the central pole to flutter majestically. The atmosphere became solemn. I, Jiang Feng, vow under the banner of the Great Xia. I, Lin Qiye. I, Bailey Tuming. Their resounding voices converged into a deafening roar that soared into the heavens. If the dark night descends, I shall stand before multitudes, sword drawn against the abyss. Blood staining the sky. Their gazes were resolute, their spirits vibrant, akin to the sunrise ascending above. They embodied the legacy and hope of the Great Xia. In embracing this responsibility, they all grasped the essence of growth. Brothers, do come to Guangzhou and Shenzhen to find me. There is plenty of food and drink. You glutton, just don't indulge too much. If you happen to perish, I'll be dancing on your grave. My life is far sturdier. Take care of yourself. Then, I wish all friends reading this, may you never meet your demise. At the entrance of the training camp, familiar figures departed with their luggage, feigning nonchalance through playful banter. Yet their eyes betrayed a profound reluctance. Let us go. Qiye, others are waiting for us. Jiang Feng, with arms crossed behind his head, appeared utterly relaxed. Since the inception of the nightmare world, he had been completely liberated. Lin Qiye, dragging her pink Peppa Pig suitcase, followed behind reluctantly, bidding farewell to each person. Qiye, without me to sleep beside you, make sure you don't feel too lonely. Bailey Tuming waved goodbye with a heavy heart. Don't worry, I'll keep her company. Jiang Feng replied with a grin. With a look of longing in his eyes, Bailey Tuming boarded the helicopter with his bodyguard. As the three departed, tranquility enveloped the training camp. Beep. A familiar black van pulled up in the distance, a woman in sunglasses leaning against it, waving excitedly at them. Chapter 78. Jiang Feng's bold idea at the Peace Affairs office. Chen Mai personally prepared a feast, the atmosphere bustling with camaraderie. Jiang Feng, Qiye, eat more. You both look so thin. Honging cheerfully served them. She had anticipated that after graduation, the two would be assigned to different locations, making future meetings scarce. However, Wu Xiangnan frowned and, after much hesitation, finally spoke. Did you perform poorly at the training camp? Xiangnan, what are you saying? Honging shot him an incredulous glare. Isn't it obvious? To be assigned to a place like Songnan, it must mean they ranked at the bottom. Why bring up such a sore point? Chen Mai reassured them. The training camp was merely rote learning. Performance doesn't matter. You both have solid foundations. Follow my lead, and you'll acquire genuine skills. Indeed, trust in the strength and wisdom of our elder brother. Zhao Kongqing, Wen Qima, and Leng Xian nodded in agreement. Only Xishan blinked, casting furtive glances at Jiang Feng. Pondering, is this guy even human? Every meeting seems to elevate his prowess. Is enhancing spiritual energy truly as simple as drinking water? And there is something about him that feels ominously dangerous. Jiang Feng chuckled softly. While Qiye's performance was indeed lackluster, I achieved the unprecedented score of 99. Lin Qiye pouted, feeling unjustly treated. She was second, merely 4 points behind Jiang Feng. How could that be deemed poor? Yet, who could argue with someone who held the top rank? Even if he were to make a blunder, she would have to accept it. 99. I've been through training camps before. Don't try to deceive me. Hong Ying gasped, astonished. Back in my day, I barely scraped a 70 or 80. I know how challenging the evaluations are. Is what he said true, Qiye? Jinmai asked, skeptical. He believed Jiang Feng could achieve such results if he took it seriously, given his evident prowess. But how could the top student end up in a small place like Cangnan? Lin Qiye nodded. What Brother Feng said is true, but I must clarify, I was second. What? Our team 136 is that impressive, claiming the top 2 spots in this training session? What is going on? Are we being sent to do something grand? Whoa. A prophet among us. Let us not waste any time. The group was stunned, struggling to comprehend the revelation. After Lin Qiye explained the situation, they gradually accepted the truth. By the way, has anything mysterious occurred recently in Cangnan? Jiang Feng casually inquired. Indeed, just this morning. A report was made about a body found at a tavern in the eastern part of the city. Surveillance footage revealed the deceased was pinned down by self-flying iron nails through the limbs and heart, with their fingers gnawed away. Hong Ying elaborated vividly. And that thief has stolen 4 mysterious corpses from us. Si Xiaonan added. Has the thief still not been caught? Lin Qiye asked, intrigued. Hong Ying shook her head defiantly. No, that despicable fellow has already begun actively hunting for the mysterious, stealing our livelihood. Listening to their idle chatter, Jiang Feng furrowed his brows. Indeed. It had come to pass. The so-called thief of secrets was none other than Xingyu, whom they could disregard. However, the incident that Hong Ying spoke of was the prelude to the subsequent divine war of Cangnan. Jiang Feng pondered, a bold idea sprouting in his mind. If I were to resolve the matter beforehand, preventing the aura of Shiva's grievance from leaking out, would the divine war still occur? While the miracles forged in the mortal realm would ultimately collapse, at least I could delay it for half a year. Although the city of Cangnan had already perished, Jiang Feng would not allow its remaining warmth to end prematurely. With this thought, Jiang Feng had devised a plan. He quickly finished a few bites of food and stood up, saying, I'm going out for a stroll. You rascal, the captain has rare-cooked a grand feast. Let me have some. Zhao Conqing skewered a large pork knuckle onto Jiang Feng's plate. Wen Qima and Lang Xian also displayed astonishing speed, swiftly piling a dozen centimeters high of chicken, duck, and fish atop the knuckle. Si Xiaonan glanced at her empty plate, pouting sadly. An hour later, Jiang Feng, patting his round belly, exited the office door. Brother Feng, are you going to solve a case? Lin Qiye, having observed for some time, promptly followed suit. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a mysterious event and hone his skills. He desired a sense of involvement. Your eyesight is quite commendable. Jiang Feng smiled slightly. Not minding his company, the two strolled leisurely, traversing the bustling streets until they reached the desolate outer district. This isn't the eastern part of the city. Why are we here? Lin Qiye surveyed his surroundings in confusion. The area was sparsely populated, devoid of any distinguishing features save for the well-developed sewer system beneath their feet. To meet a friend, Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly. As soon as he spoke, the manhole cover ahead suddenly opened on its own, emitting a ghostly green light reminiscent of a horror film's lair for malevolent spirits. Lin Qiye's eyelids twitched as a figure draped in black robes slowly emerged from the green glow, a creature brimming with tentacles perched upon its shoulder. Were it not for Jiang Feng's presence, he would have drawn his sword in an instant. Brother Feng, Qiye, long time no see. From beneath the hood of the black cloak emerged a face that appeared somewhat pale due to prolonged exposure to darkness. None other than Xingyu and Xiao Zhongli. He smiled shyly. I heard the training session has concluded, and I thought to invite you for a visit, so I specially decorated this place. Do you like it? Xingyu. Lin Qiye exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth twitching slightly. You call this decoration? Aesthetics can be unique, but don't delve into the realm of the underworld. Yet, Jiang Feng clapped his hands, exclaiming, not bad. If you add a few blood handprints on the walls, it would be even more perfect. And Xingyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately produced a knife, slicing into his arterial vein, blood spraying forth and soon coating his hands. He then selected a suitable position and angle, pressing several bloodied handprints at the exit, extending them inward. Very good, you truly possess an artistic flair, carpfish. Jiang Feng praised enthusiastically, and Xingyu scratched his head bashfully. It's mainly due to Brother Feng's excellent suggestions. Lin Qiye stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked. What kind of style is this? You two must have the aesthetics of a lunatic asylum. And brother, don't be modest. Your hands are still dripping with blood. At this rate, you'll bleed out in less than a minute. Chapter 79. A visit to check the water meter inside the sewer. Jiang Feng examined the glass jars filled with formaldehyde, each containing a mysterious corpse, a flicker of gray light passing through his eyes as he sought to unravel the secrets contained within. After a brief moment, he reaped significant insights. Following in Qingyu's meticulous dissection, the core components were laid bare, and with the aid of the only correct answer, Jiang Feng grasped the esoteric principles of the mysteries. He was able to rudimentarily harness the powers of these enigmatic beings. Although their capabilities were limited, they nonetheless enhanced Jiang Feng's mastery over his own strength quite substantially. Indeed, it is said that scientific advancement is the foremost productive force. Jiang Feng sighed in admiration, and Qingyu nodded fervently. If only I had sufficient time and materials, I would undoubtedly unravel the source and essence of mysterious powers. At that time, I shall be omniscient and omnipotent. Though it sounded impressive, Lin Qiye could not help but interject, "Brother, you should bandage that up. At this rate, you'll be swimming in your own plasma." It turned out Qingyu had become so engrossed in explaining the various characteristics of the mysteries to Jiang Feng that he had entirely forgotten about the wound on his hand, which was gushing blood and threatening to flood the laboratory. "Oh, it's merely a minor injury, nothing to worry about." And Qingyu casually tore off a piece of his clothing, wrapping it around his wrist. Lin Qiye watched in horror, exclaiming, "You're a freak. Even the King of Hell would offer you a cigarette. By the way, Brother Feng, are you here regarding that case?" And Qingyu pulled out a small blackboard, filled with photographs of the crime scene, suspicious bloodstains, and various maps. The recently discovered corpses were highly dubious, and the accompanying footage exuded an unsettling aura. As he explained, and Qingyu furrowed his brow, seemingly troubled by something. "Why do you know so much about our night watchers, and speak so naturally?" While Lin Qiye had discerned Qingyu was a thief of secrets upon seeing those mysterious corpses, the level of professionalism was striking, surpassing that of most night watchers. "Well, it's all part of Tsongnan's affairs. Everyone has a responsibility," and Qingyu replied shyly. "All right, that is not important. Help me find someone." Jiang Feng pushed the blackboard aside. "Who?" "The owner of the tavern in the East City." "The tavern owner?" "He indeed has his suspicions, but lacks crucial evidence." And Qingyu pondered habitually, but then recalled Jiang Feng's brilliant deductions during the Nantua serpent demon incident. He closed his eyes and began issuing commands, causing the myriad rats hiding throughout Songnan City to spring into action. In just a few minutes, and Qingyu opened his eyes, excitement radiating from him. "Found him. He is at the 6 Days Inn in the East City. Let us go check the water meter." Jiang Feng decisively gestured forward, revealing a peculiar silver light portal, its interior a kaleidoscope of bizarre and twisted imagery. He stepped in first, vanishing from sight. The spatial abilities never ceased to amaze. "I want that." And Qingyu gazed enviously at the shimmering portal, nearly drooling. "You've yet to witness his other, even more astonishing abilities," Lin Qiye remarked, reminiscing about the extraterrestrial insect battle in the training camp and the miraculous Into the Mudslide at Jinan Mountain. Each event was far more impressive than mere spatial displacement. There are even more incredible ones. And Qingyu's eyes sparkled as he dashed into the portal, shouting, "Brother Feng, please let me dissect something. I'll do anything you ask." "Crazy, this lunatic," Jiang Feng exclaimed, while Lin Qiye sheepishly followed behind. As the light twisted, their vision cleared, and the three found themselves inside the inn's room. A short, rotund, greasy middle-aged man lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a television broadcast detailing the recent series of murders. "Huh, what a bunch of foolish night watchers. By the time you find a clue, the great Belclan will have already awakened." The room erupted with a sickly laugh that sent chills down their spines. "It's really him." And Qingyu and Lin Qiye exchanged shocked glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. Not only were the tavern owner's words alarming, but a ghostly child with razor-sharp fingers also loomed in the room. The combination of an awakened being and the supernatural clarified many of the case's lingering doubts. This acute sense of perception was truly astonishing. Qingyu gazed admiringly at the towering figure, her fascination intensifying. How she longed to discover the intricacies of his mind. Merely from a brief description of the case, without even glancing at the files, Jiang Feng had accurately deduced the identity of the murderer. What an extraordinary ability. Unfazed by their secret thoughts, Jiang Feng stepped forward with a cold smirk, declaring, "A mere insignificant insect dares to claim greatness?" His thunderous voice echoed in the ears of the tavern owner, startling him into awareness, only to find 3 additional figures in the room. Confused, he turned to the ghostly figure of Shiji Guitong, questioning why he had not been forewarned. Yet, he beheld the quivering apparition, its menacing visage now adorned with a subservient expression, as if this man before him were the very Yama of Soul Collection, capable of transforming the ferocious Shiji Guitong into a cowering dog merely by his presence. "Who are you to show such disrespect to the esteemed Lord Belcrand? You shall pay dearly." The tavern owner clenched a fist-sized crystal orb, within which resided a bug no larger than a fingernail. The sight of this creature seemed to bolster his confidence. However, upon hearing the owner's words, the bug trembled violently, its vision dimming as it nearly fainted. A being from the western realm beyond the mist? Lin Qiye's gaze sharpened as he discerned a critical flaw. A glimmer of gray flickered in Yu's eyes as she nodded thoughtfully. Humph. Let us see how it leads to my demise. Jiang Feng reached out, unleashing a terrifying mental force that manifested as an invisible hand, seizing the crystal orb. With a sharp tug, the tavern owner clung desperately to it, only to have his arm wrenched off. In a sudden burst, crimson flames ignited in Jiang Feng's grasp, incinerating the orb and the severed limb into ashes. The insect writhing in agony amidst the flames, crackling as it burned. No. Return the esteemed Lord Belcran to me. The tavern owner's severed arm rapidly regenerated, translucent threads like venomous serpents emerging from his flesh, shooting towards Jiang Feng. Prohibited domain, accelerated regeneration, and prohibited object, sinister threads. A worthless being unable to protect its own will. Jiang Feng waved his hand dismissively, unleashing a monstrous gale that sliced the threads and the tavern owner into countless fragments. Chapter 80. The second servant. The howling wind subsided, leaving the stout tavern owner vanished without a trace, a single transparent thread drifting down. With a mere gesture, the accelerated regeneration of the river realm collapsed, offering no resistance whatsoever. Was it truly resolved? Lin Qiye opened his mouth in disbelief. A river realm powerhouse had not even warranted Jiang Feng drawing his sword. Yet here he remained in the pond realm, a bitter ache swelling within him. What a magnificent wind. I desire it too. Yu, however, wore a completely different expression, her eyes sparkling like a starry-eyed fan who had just met their idol. But her admiration was directed towards the peculiar abilities and the essence of power. Jiang Feng grasped the sinister threads, inspecting them casually. Infusing them with mental energy would allow these transparent strands to extend, split, and exhibit remarkable hardness. Yet, the rankings beyond 300 revealed a limited upper bound to both their extension and hardness. Had Jiang Feng not held back, they might not have survived the Great Wind disaster. A small truth, a toy for you, he mused. Hippobab. Little Truth gleefully danced, swallowing the strands, and immediately sprouted a lush mane of silver hair atop its previously bald head. It had finally broken free from the curse of being a lab rat. Thank you, Brother Feng. Yu rubbed her hands together, stroking Little Truth's silky hair, coaxing, darling, be a good child and grant some to Mama too. It has been quite chilly lately, and I fear I might go bald. Little Truth dutifully complied, immediately sharing half of the sinister threads. Yu, elated, began her research. Although it seemed trivial to Jiang Feng, for her, it was just right, even offering potential for creativity. Lin Qiye watched enviously as the trio reveled in their familial bliss. Feeling like an outsider, he covered his face, incredulous at the terrifying thoughts that had crossed his mind. Excitement stirred within him. Jiang Feng smiled slightly at his secret musings. This was precisely the effect he desired. With a beckoning gesture, the pleading Shiji Guitong floated into Jiang Feng's grasp, its aura of the black wuchang firmly suppressing any inclination to resist. This was a crushing dominance stemming from rank and instinct. Replication successful. Acquired ability, Ghost Child cloning. Acquired form feature, Ghost Fingers. Will you merge? Jiang Feng furrowed his brow, observing the Ghost Child's hands, where each of the 10 fingers resembled elongated blades, unnaturally thin and twisted. Such features were not only unattractive, but would also yield significant drawbacks, rendering it incapable of wielding weapons. It was far from an advantageous choice. The world was rife with mysteries. Since he had already replicated the cloning ability, there was no need to squander an opportunity to merge with a flawed feature. After a moment's deliberation, Jiang Feng opted to forego the fusion. He then gently squeezed, shattering a significant portion of the ghostly mist surrounding the Ghost Child, instantly weakening it to the extreme, and tossed it to Yu. Slice it up. All right. Yu's smile widened, radiating joy. The surprise was too sudden. The more she sliced, the faster her power would grow. For her, it was a delightful experience package. Jiang Feng's attention returned to the little golden bug in his palm. Resembling a fly, Belcrand, a fortunate creature that had traversed the perilous mists from the western continent to Great Xia, could be deemed a legendary survivor. Its ability was mental pollution, capable of conjuring vast fields of mental mist and manipulating the actions of those it tainted. The tavern owner had fallen victim to its pollution, singing praises of a bug even as he perished. Jiang Feng had replicated its ability but failed to extract a suitable form feature. After all, being a golden fly, none of its attributes seemed appropriate, bordering on repulsive. Moreover, he already possessed the two formidable mental abilities, True Nightmare and Dream Divergence. He had no intention of evolving another. Brother Feng, I find this bug quite appealing. Why not let me dissect it? Yu clutched the sinister threads in one hand and the Shiji Guitong in the other, her gaze fixated on Belcrand. She was definitely indulging in the present while coveting the future. The golden fly trembled, sensing overwhelming malice, hastily flapping its wings in protest. Do you have something to say? Jiang Feng inquired. The golden fly nodded frantically, lacking the confidence of the tavern owner. Had it possessed vocal cords, it would have pleaded for mercy long ago. Jiang Feng flicked his fingers, sending the golden fly into the mouth of the Shiji Guetong. It landed on the ghost child's tongue, instantly seizing control of its mind. Urgently exclaiming, "Do not dissect me. I am a being born from the mists of the overseas." Great Xia has remained isolated from the mists and is likely unaware of the circumstances beyond. I shall exchange information. Look at how frightened the child is. Spilling all its secrets in one breath, Lin Qiye and Anqingyu exclaimed in shock. This shattered their long-held beliefs. It turned out the mists were not a realm devoid of life, and the mysterious did not solely dwell within Great Xia. Indeed, we possess immunity to the mists, allowing us to traverse them freely, and not just us. There are indeed beings that exist within the mists. What? You mean to say there are living souls within the mists? Lin Qiye and Anqingyu's pupils contracted as they were bombarded by a series of revelations from the golden fly, leaving their minds buzzing. The golden fly, controlling the ghostly child, nodded with a hint of trepidation and remarked, there exists a place called London, where they don armor, wield long spears, and pursue the frail and mysterious on heavy motorcycles amidst the fog. Even I nearly perished at their hands. Oh, you, a mere sea realm, are no match for them? Jiang Feng spoke with a nonchalant tone. The golden fly managed a bitter smile. They call themselves the Holy Judgment Knights, and their combat style is utterly distinct from yours. Their abilities seem to emanate from their armor. The leader among them can unleash terrifying thunder and holy light with mere gestures. Is there a different power system at play? And Qingyu listened, enraptured, wishing to rush to London and study the armor of these so-called knights. It appears you may be of some use after all. Jiang Feng's gaze flickered as he activated Dream Crossing, imprinting a mental seal within the golden fly's mind, binding it as a follower, incapable of defying Jiang Feng's orders. From this moment forth, you shall be my second servant. I shall name you Golden Tortoise. Belcran's mighty insect wept, having lost its true name. Chapter 81. The pinnacle of Leng Xian's life the following morning. Jiang Feng, Qiye, cease your idleness. Prepare for the mission. Hong Ying, fully energized, readied her black box. What mission? Jiang Feng leaned against the sofa, savoring a cup of cappuccino. Yesterday, I spoke of the dismemberment murder case, yet you paid no heed. Hong Ying approached, pinching Jiang Feng's ear in indignation. No, it tickles. Jiang Feng squirmed, hastily pleading for mercy. Hong Ying, your nonchalant demeanor truly requires adjustment. Normally, it may suffice. But given the urgency of the situation, any delay could result in another innocent victim. Wu Xiangnan, with a serious expression, reminded them of their collective responsibilities as the deputy captain. Zhao Kongqing and Leng Xian nodded in agreement. A playful attitude was permissible, but when it came to serious matters, not a moment could be squandered. Actually, you all have misunderstood Brother Feng, Lin Qiye interjected awkwardly. Last night, he took me along and we solved the case. Qiye. Lying is worse than idleness. Shinmai chided sternly. Si Xiaonan, equally unconvinced, retorted, exactly. We've been studying this case for days without a clue. How could it possibly be resolved in one night? Faced with their skepticism, Lin Qiye could only smile helplessly. Don't say that. I witnessed the entire process and still couldn't fathom how Brother Feng deduced that the tavern owner was the murderer. Could it be? That plump fellow is the culprit? He looks winded just walking. How could he commit murder? The group furrowed their brows, clearly taken aback, as they had never considered the timid and cowardly tavern owner as a suspect. Lin Qiye nodded emphatically. Not only is he a river realm, but he also raises a tin-striped ghost child. More importantly, he has been mentally controlled by a sea realm insect, orchestrating this sacrificial plot to aid the insect in regaining its strength. Lin Qiye recounted the events of the previous day succinctly. Wait a moment, I'm a bit lost. Let me sort this out. Hong Ying pressed her forehead, beginning to feel dizzy. What does a river realm, a tin-striped ghost child, and a sea realm have to do with each other? Old Zhao, don't deceive me. I'm not well read. Zhao Kongqing remarked quietly. Is the protagonist's aura really this conspicuous? I know it may be hard to accept, but every word I speak is the truth. Lin Qiye was at a loss for how to explain, casting a pleading glance at Jiang Feng. Oh, and Brother Feng even contracted that insect as a servant. With a flurry of gasps, the group turned to Jiang Feng, their eyes wide with disbelief. A sea realm contracted as a servant? How could those two concepts possibly align? If this is true, it would be akin to claiming I am Qin Shi Huang and offering you command of an army for 50. Ding. Notification from Alipay. 50 yuan. Observing their incredulous expressions, Jiang Feng shook his head and decided to showcase a little talent, snapping his fingers lightly. Snap. Hong Ying's eyes widened. anxiously scanning the surroundings, eager to witness the sea realm's mysterious presence. The others mirrored her anticipation, eager to see what had been troubling them for so long. After all, while Jiang Feng might jest, Lin Qiye's words were reliable, and this could very well be true. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. Could it be that the insect is invisible? Si Xiaonan pondered, scratching her head in confusion. The others exchanged bewildered glances, each confirming they had seen nothing. Hong Ying clenched her fists. You're not just playing with us, are you? Jiang Feng blinked. Wait, where's my golden tortoise? Snap. He snapped his fingers again, but still received no response. The group's mouths twitched. Did you truly send a sea realm mystery to clean the toilet? Suddenly, Lung Xian's eyes widened, as if recalling something, and exclaimed, You mean that golden fly? Jiang Feng nodded. Did you see it? This morning, while I was urinating. It buzzed incessantly beside me, so I executed a precise shot and sent it down the toilet. Lung Xian puffed out his chest proudly, as if he had accomplished something monumental. How absurd. To flush a sea realm mystery down the toilet is a highlight of life. Ah, youth is invigorating, unlike me, who still worries about wetting my shoes. Zhao Kongqing mused, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. Chen Mai and Wu Xiangnan touched their receding hairlines, echoing similar sentiments of lament. Wait, what are you all lamenting about? Focus. The fact that a sea realm mystery was flushed down the drain is what matters. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan rolled their eyes incessantly. Is this really the moment to worry about your midlife crisis? And Lin Qiye, please maintain your cool demeanor. Is this something to be proud of? I truly don't understand what you men think about all day. Brother Feng, you should go search for it. Lin Qiye suggested. Jiang Feng shook his head disdainfully. That insect is no longer of use. I will have it report to the Christian Carp later. Don't. That's a sea realm mystery. Its utility is immense, and our captain has even reached the sea realm yet. When Qima hurriedly counseled, the assistance a sea realm could provide was unimaginable. How could they abandon it over such a minor blemish? Humph. Who says I'm not a sea realm? Shinmai scoffed, his mouth betraying a smile. The pride was unmistakable. What? Captain, you finally broke through? Is this real, or am I mistaken? This is incredible. Congratulations, Captain, for becoming a sea realm master. The group paused for a moment before suddenly reacting, rallying around Shinmai. Their excitement palpable as they scrutinized him as if he were a rare species. Keqing. 10 years. A full decade. I have finally ascended to the sea realm. The heavens have witnessed. Chunmai laughed heartily, hands on his hips, tears of joy glistening in his eyes, revealing the depth of his exhilaration. Once the most radiant duo in the capital, he had been silent for 10 years, finally stepping into the realm that rightfully belonged to him. The hardships he endured were too poignant to share with outsiders. Jiang Feng, thank you. After venting his emotions, Chunmai grasped Jiang Feng's hand tightly, sincerely expressing his gratitude. The others, puzzled, scrutinized the duo, wondering what sort of transaction was unfolding. Only Si Xiaonan's eyes flickered, as if grasping a profound understanding. Crack. In that moment of realization, something shattered deep within Si Xiaonan's mind, accompanied by the echo of a man's voice calling out. Chapter 82. The team is your eternal home, heh? Do you truly believe you can escape all of this? No matter how fervently you strive to forget, you are, and will always be, Si Xiaonan. The demonic whispers detonated within Si Xiaonan's mind, awakening distant memories that compelled her to clutch her head in terror, much like a frightened bird, helplessly curling into a ball. Xiaonan, what's wrong? Hong Ying was the first to notice her distress, inquiring with concern. My apologies. Did I inadvertently unleash the aura of the sea realm and provoke you? Chenmai offered a sheepish smile. Zhao Kongqing, Lin Qiye, and others cast worried glances her way. Though they struggled to articulate comforting words, the sincerity of their concern was a bond that even kin might find difficult to possess. I'm fine. I'm sorry to have worried everyone. Si Xiaonan managed a strained smile, her complexion slightly pallid, though remnants of fear and struggle lingered in her eyes. At that moment, Jiang Feng squeezed through the crowd, mimicking Hong Ying as he patted Si Xiaonan's head. It seems you've recalled a nightmare from last night. Tell me about it. I'm quite adept at interpreting dreams. Hong Ying shot him a warning glare, cautioning him against taking advantage of her vulnerability. Yet, Jiang Feng's gentle words caused Si Xiaonan to tremble, her head bowing lower as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. You're right. I did have a nightmare. Jiang Feng encouraged softly, don't hesitate to share. I, along with everyone else, will ensure no harm comes to you. His voice, akin to the gentle spring rain, seeped into her heart, instilling a sense of solace. As Si Xiaonan lifted her gaze, she met Jiang Feng's earnest eyes, and an inexplicable feeling of safety began to blossom within her. She bit her lip and slowly confessed, I dreamt that I became an orphan, wandering alone across a desolate wasteland. Suddenly, a great gray wolf spotted me, and I fled desperately, but the footsteps behind me grew ever closer. The beast's heavy panting echoing in my ears. Perhaps in the next moment, I would be devoured. Her slightly hoarse voice painted a picture of a despairing nightmare. Honging embraced Si Xiaonan, empathizing deeply with her pain. The others looked eagerly towards Jiang Feng, hoping he could unravel the meaning of this dream, alleviating Si Xiaonan's torment. Jiang Feng's gaze flickered, and he sighed inwardly, realizing that what was inevitable had come to pass. Si Xiaonan's words were already quite clear. That orphan was once her. And the voracious gray wolf was none other than the trickster god, Loki. Deities do not bestow the realm of gods upon mortals without reason. Each request bears intent. For instance, the god of time demanded Wang Mian retrieve an object from the high heaven, while Loki sought for Si Xiaonan to seize the wrath of Shiva. The moment she acquired the opponent's domain, she would bear an inescapable fate. Xiaonan, have you heard the tale of Little Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf? Jiang Feng inquired with a smile. From the moment he resolved to rewrite the history of the Divine War, he had begun contemplating this question. And after a night of reflection, he had devised a plan, a far more audacious idea. Si Xiaonan paused, nodding. I have. The wolf desires to devour, insatiably greedy. One Little Red Riding Hood is insufficient to satisfy its appetite. It must also swallow her grandmother, Jiang Feng recounted wistfully. Si Xiaonan was puzzled. But I am not Little Red Riding Hood, and I have no grandmother. The others furrowed their brows, gazing at Jiang Feng, uncertain of the direction he was heading. You are not Little Red Riding Hood, but you are Si Xiaonan. You lack a grandmother, yet you have us. Jiang Feng lifted her chin, the concerned faces of her companions reflecting in her obsidian-like eyes. Remember, you have never been alone. Team 136 is your family, regardless of what transpires. This family is your strongest support. Chun Mai straightened his chest, resolutely declaring, Jiang Feng is right. Even if the sky were to fall, I would be here to hold it up for you. And I, Wu Xiangnan, stepped forward. And us, Zhao Kongqing, Wen Qima, Lang Xian, Hong Ying, and Lin Qiye all extended their hands, forming a protective umbrella around Si Xiaonan. Whether faced with a tempest or thunderous skies, this umbrella, while present, would forever shield those beneath it from harm. You all. Tears shimmered in Si Xiaonan's eyes. Her wandering heart had finally found its harbor. With the groundwork laid, Jiang Feng's expression turned serious as he said, Xiaonan, draw out the gray wolf. The time, place, and people are all on our side. When the moment arrives, it will learn the price of greed. Si Xiaonan's gaze flickered with hesitation. But, Jiang Feng interrupted her. I understand your concerns, but do not underestimate us, nor the might of Daxia. Do not think that even a god can snatch you away from us. His powerful words resonated in Si Xiaonan's mind like thunder, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. To think she stood among such formidable companions, daring to defy the will of the divine. What then did she have to fear? The younger members, Lin Qiye and Wen Qima, felt their spirits ignited, exclaiming, to protect the best Xiaonan, I shall slay a god. Chen Mai lit a cigarette, his fingers slightly trembling. Xian, dim the lights and turn off the music. Lang Xian tilted his head. No way. Chen Mai replied, damn it, why make things so fervently passionate? Even I was almost led to believe I was that impressive. But with Jiang Feng's proclamation, how could he, as the captain, retreat? Regardless, they would charge ahead. Wu Xiangnan gazed at the scars on his sword, memories of past companions flashing through his mind. How fortunate he was to once again gather with these individuals. Jiang Feng, you lead the way. Who shall we confront? Hong Ying brandished her spear, ready to charge out. Truly fierce. Jiang Feng shook his head in exasperation, smirking, not in a rush. We hold the initiative now. Let us prepare a surprise, select a burial site, and then invite them into our trap. Understanding his intent, Si Xiaonan solemnly stated, I can hold on for at least another month. Rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer for that long. Jiang Feng gently patted her head, then turned to the captain, contact Commander Yi, and inquire whether he wishes to partake in a lucrative venture. All right,